Early-stage academic superstar teaching. Later-stage academic black technology college student Lu Yuan is bound to the ACE lecturer system. The system not only enhances his teaching abilities, but also provides various knowledge points. Thus, Lu Yuan starts teaching and training classes, nurturing a group of students who are admitted to Tsinghua and Peking universities. With the knowledge returned by the system and his own efforts, Lu Yuan gradually transforms from an ordinary college student into a leading figure in the academic world, ultimately standing at the pinnacle of academia and scientific research. Chapter 1. Little brother, you're so amazing. Parallel world Earth. Kill Lu Ban, kill Lu Ban. He didn't dodge. Good, he's dead. Amazing. Uncle, you're really amazing. No wonder you're a college student. Inside Wallace's office, a child's exclamation rang out, and the words pinnacle appeared on the phone. That felt good. A pinnacle moment, a highlight for mobile gamers like those who play Honor of Kings. Han Ziming's face flushed as he looked at his uncle beside him, his eyes filled with admiration. Lu Yuan, outwardly unmoved by the child calling him uncle, narrowed his eyes slightly. Something's not right. Why isn't the system responding? Was the system I bound to just now just an illusion? Lu Yuan frowned slightly, silently analyzing the situation. He had originally planned to take his nephew, Han Ziming, out for a skewers and soup set meal during winter break, but for no apparent reason, a ding-ding-ding sound appeared in his mind. This caught Lu Yuan off guard. The system offered no explanation, nor did it speak. There was only a holographic 3D pop-up window that Lu Yuan could see. The pop-up window displayed the words, ACE lecturer system. ACE lecturer system? What's the use of this? Lu Yuan was somewhat bewildered, looking at his nephew, Han Ziming, beside him. What did you learn? Han Ziming. Learned what? No wonder he's his uncle. No wonder he's a 211 university student from Hefei University of Technology. He even asks what he learned from playing a game. After a moment's hesitation, Han Ziming pouted. Kill the squishy mages with crowd control abilities first. Lu Yuan, question mark. Assassins should enter last to finish them off. Question mark. Lu Yuan's face darkened. However, this answer didn't seem wrong. It seemed this brat had actually learned something. But the ACE instructor system, in his mind, didn't react, making Lu Yuan feel that his method was incorrect. However, testing the ACE instructor system with a game seemed a bit unreasonable. The system's name didn't suggest it was for playing games. But what else could one do in this godforsaken place like Wallace besides playing games on their phone? Just then, Lu Yuan noticed a child in the corner, a little girl doing her winter vacation homework. This child was probably the child of a Wallace employee. She'd been there for a while. Why don't I try her out? Lu Yuan thought to himself, smiling as he walked over to the little girl and peeked inside. She was doing a test paper. The questions seemed to be for 6th grade. As a college student, and at the peak of her freshman year, these questions were naturally easy for her. With just a glance, Lu Yuan smiled and said, Little girl, you've got this question wrong. Although she knew it was impolite, Lu Yuan did it anyway. She couldn't help it. She'd just been bound to a system whose purpose she didn't know, and she was itching to figure it out. The little girl was startled, turning her head to see a handsome, fair-skinned young man, and relaxed. Which one? It has to be said, good looks are quite useful. Even when dealing with an elementary school student. Lu Yuan smiled and pointed. This question. The little girl smiled. Her face flushed, then stuck out her tongue and said, I don't know this, so I just wrote something random. Randomly wrote something? Lu Yuan paused for a moment, then smiled and said, Let me explain it to you. Okay, thank you, big brother. The little girl's eyes were full of gratitude. She only had 1 semester left before the entrance exam for junior high school, and her math grades weren't good. Her mother didn't know how to help her with questions, and hiring a tutor was too expensive. You're welcome. Lu Yuan smiled and picked up the pen on the table. The question was, there is a job that A and B can complete in 4 hours working together, and B and C can complete in 5 hours working together. Now A and C work for 2 hours, and B needs 6 hours to complete the remaining work. How long would it take B to complete the job alone? He habitually turned the pen around and wrote as he spoke. This is a problem of efficiency. A and C working together for 2 hours, and B still needs 6 hours to complete the remaining work. What does this equate to? The little girl frowned. What does this equate to? Look at the conditions of the question. Lu Yuan answered himself. That's right, it's equivalent to A and B working together for 2 hours, B and C working together for 2 hours, and B still needs 622. So, B completes open parenthesis 1 minus 2 times 1/4 minus 2 times 1/5 close parenthesis divided by open parenthesis 6 minus 2 close parenthesis 1/20 of the work per hour. So, B alone would need 1/1/20, 20 hours to complete the job. Lu Yuan wasn't a teacher, so his explanation was a bit stiff. but he wrote out all the necessary steps and processes and explained the most crucial points. But the girl's face flushed red. She clearly hadn't understood. Awkward. I'm ashamed for a college student. Lu Yuan was also a little embarrassed and prepared to repeat himself. Wang Shui. However, just then, 3 more little girls carrying backpacks suddenly appeared at the door, walking directly towards Lu Yuan. We're here. The first little girl to enter smiled and said to Wang Shui, glancing curiously at Lu Yuan beside her. Is this your brother? He's so handsome. Lu Yuan. What audacity. If he were praised for his looks by his peers, Lu Yuan might feel secretly pleased. But being praised by elementary school students only made him feel even better. Okay, just kidding. Lu Yuan prepared to leave. These were elementary school students doing homework. He had no intention of joining them. However, just as Lu Yuan hesitated, the ACE lecturer system dinged in his mind, indicating it was activated. Activated? Could it be because? Before Lu Yuan could think further, his arm was pulled, and he looked at the little girl who had just explained the problem. Wang Shui said somewhat embarrassedly. Could you explain this problem again? I didn't understand. Lu Yuan hesitated for a moment before nodding. No problem. Since the system was activated because of Wang Shui, he naturally couldn't just walk away. Most importantly, he felt a little embarrassed that Wang Shui hadn't understood his explanation. He used the same method as before, and his explanation was still rather stiff. However, unexpectedly, before Lu Yuan had even finished explaining, Wang Shui's eyes lit up with excitement. Oh, I see. I understand. Nearby, the other girls also widened their eyes. This problem is so simple. I was just thinking of discussing it with you guys. Me too. No wonder you're university students. You're amazing. Looking at the surprised girls, Lu Yuan was stunned. What's going on? I hadn't even finished explaining, and you all understand? Chapter 2. The ace instructor Lu Yuan has arrived. Do you truly understand? Lu Yuan was unsure, casting his gaze towards Wang Shui and then to the other young girls. I understood, Wang Shui said with a smile. The other girls nodded in agreement, affirming, we understood as well. One girl even took the initiative to rewrite the problem Lu Yuan had just explained, demonstrating a seamless comprehension throughout. What is happening? Lu Yuan was somewhat bewildered. If Wang Shui could grasp the concepts, he could understand that, given he had already explained them to her. However, the other girls had not received the same prior instruction. Am I merely performing for them? Lu Yuan pondered privately, but quickly dismissed the thought. What ill intent could elementary school students harbor? Perhaps it was due to the ACE instructor system. The very name of the system suggested an affiliation with teaching. Could it be that this system endowed him with enhanced pedagogical abilities? With this thought in mind, Lu Yuan approached his table and seized his nephew's phone, saying, Enough of the games. Go home and bring your homework and exam papers here to study. Here? Han Zimo looked surprised. Yes, right here, Lu Yuan pointed to a corner. Join them in studying. Han Zimo hesitated, visibly reluctant. Why is it all girls? What's wrong with that? Nothing, but I prefer playing with boys. Why is that? Lu Yuan was taken aback. Well, it just feels less embarrassing to play with boys, Han Zimo replied. Lu Yuan thought to himself. This mischievous boy doesn't he know how fortunate he is when he reaches university and finds himself surrounded by so many girls while studying. He will truly understand the value of such opportunities. After Han Zimo fetched his winter vacation homework, Lu Yuan found him a spot to work. He then began tutoring a group of elementary school students on their assignments. As a university student, Lu Yuan had no winter homework of his own. Initially, he had only intended to take his nephew out for a stroll and offer some guidance on his studies. Now he found himself tutoring at Wallace, albeit with a slightly larger group than anticipated. In the corner, Han Zimo, Wang Shui, Guan Xiaoqing, and a few other students diligently worked on their assignments. Lu Yuan sat nearby, resembling an older brother leading a gaggle of younger siblings. During moments of respite, he seized the opportunity to close his eyes and summoned the ACE instructor system. He had been eager to check it since he first heard the system's activation prompt. ACE instructor system activated. ACE instructor beginner's gift pack dispensed. Lu Yuan paused, startled by the 2 pop-up notifications in his mind. He was no stranger to such systems. After all, who among today's university students hadn't he encountered them? However, being suddenly confronted by the system left him feeling incredulous. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself and examined the beginner's gift pack. Beginner's gift pack, mastery in oratory skills, 30. Beginner's gift pack, mastery in teaching ability, 30, including interest, memory, and logical reasoning. Upon seeing these 2 gifts, Lu Yuan gasped in astonishment. Truly, the ACE instructor title was well-deserved. This was beyond remarkable. This was akin to having a cheat code. No wonder Wang Shui struggled to comprehend the material initially, yet later grasped it effortlessly. The enhancement to students' abilities through the teaching mastery was profound. Lu Yuan felt a surge of joy. He had never considered a future as a teacher. But possessing such a valuable skill would alleviate his worries about the future. To put it bluntly, why pursue a university education? Ultimately, it was for the purpose of earning a living. Contributing to the nation or making strides in academia was not a pursuit for someone like Lu Yuan. A mere student from a modest university, such aspirations were reserved for those attending prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Peking University. As time passed, darkness enveloped the outside world. Lu Yuan finally smiled and turned to Wang Shui and the others. Wow, this big brother Wang Shui has incredible skills. He is even better than our teacher, exclaimed Guan Xiaoqing, a lively girl, clearly excited. Her academic performance was average. Otherwise, she wouldn't be studying alongside Wang Shui and the other students. What do you mean, big brother? Wang Shui inwardly scolded, her cheeks flushing slightly. Hey, he is my big brother, all right? Guan Xiaoqing whispered. If my brother had this ability, I'd be waking up from dreams laughing. What's wrong? Isn't your brother a university student too? Yes, but he only plays games and doesn't do much else. Han Zimo boasted proudly. Lu Yuan paid little mind to the children's banter. Is it so early to start comparing? He mused. Nevertheless, he was quite pleased with his accomplishments for the day. Chapter 3. No longer just an ordinary university student. After dropping Han Zimo off at home, Lu Yuan waved goodbye, saying, Tomorrow, Uncle will come back to continue helping you with your studies. Got it, Han Zimo nodded. Be careful on the way. Han Zimo's mother, Luna, stood behind him, a hint of concern in her voice. I will, sis, Lu Yuan replied, acknowledging her. As Lu Yuan departed, Han Zimo turned back, marveling, and said to his mother, Mom, Uncle is amazing. What is that? Today, he helped me with my homework, and his explanations are even better than our teachers. Really? Is that so? Luna smiled, somewhat skeptical. After all, she was familiar with Han Zimo's math teacher, who had introduced herself during a parent-teacher meeting as a graduate student. Yes, I'm serious. Our teacher may be a graduate student, but compared to my uncle, she is nothing. Han Zimo spoke with unshakable confidence. If I study hard with Uncle during this winter break, I'm sure I'll excel. You always say that, but what happens in the end? Hee. This time will be different. I can feel it, Han Zimo declared, scratching his head in determination. This time felt different. He found studying enjoyable, and most importantly, he felt genuinely interested. Oh my goodness, Wang Shui, you scored 95 on this test? Later that evening, after returning home, Wang Shui completed a practice test and asked her mother to review it. When her mother, Wang Li, saw the score, her expression shifted to one of surprise. She was well aware of her daughter's math abilities, which had never exceeded 85 points. She had never scored above 90 before. Yet now, it was an impressive 95. It was taught by that big brother Lu Yuan, Wang Shui said, a hint of shyness in her voice. Are you talking about the one from Wallace today? Yes. That is him, Wang Shui nodded. I feel he is even better than our teacher. His explanations were easy to understand, and I found it quite enjoyable, even interesting. Wang Shui was puzzled. She had never experienced such interest in learning, especially in mathematics. Yet today she felt it. If it weren't for the lack of resources at home, I would have found you a tutor long ago. Your grades would not be so dismal. Upon hearing Wang Shui's words, a flicker of disappointment crossed Wang Li's face. Mom, that young man is truly remarkable. He said he would come again tomorrow. I believe that studying with him during the winter break will undoubtedly improve my grades. I won't need to enroll in a tutoring class, Wang Shui said with understanding. Wang Li remained silent, yet her heart felt increasingly heavy. Finding a tutor was imperative. That thought lingered in her mind. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan departed from his nephew's home and located his small electric scooter at the base of the building. On the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, the temperature still hovered below freezing. The icy road had yet to fully thaw, making it somewhat slippery. Lu Yuan rode cautiously, swaying slightly, as the biting cold wind stung his face. Despite the harsh chill, Lu Yuan's heart burned with fervor. He too possessed a system, the elite instructor system. As a child from an ordinary family, his initial dream had been to study diligently, graduate from university, secure a decent job, and provide for his family. Further down the line, he aspired to marry, raise children, and live a life free from want. A rather humble dream, indeed. When compared to ambitions of serving the nation or contributing to the resurgence of the Great Xia, it seemed almost trivial. It was not that Lu Yuan lacked grand aspirations. Rather, as a university student, he felt a profound responsibility to care for his family. Being the only university student in his family, it was his duty to ensure his parents enjoyed a better life. Even if one were to argue that studying for the glory of the Great Xia was a noble pursuit, It was not a path attainable by someone like Lu Yuan, who had scored merely 608 on the college entrance examination. Yet, after today, everything appeared to shift in a rather extraordinary manner. The existence of the system transformed Lu Yuan from an ordinary university student into something extraordinary. Chapter 4. Never will I work for others. Days passed one by one. Beginning on the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, Lu Yuan dedicated each day to tutoring his nephew and Wang Shui, spending up to 12 hours a day on instruction, resulting in remarkable advancements in their mathematics scores. Progress in academic performance is typically a gradual process, and such a significant transformation in just a few short weeks seemed implausible. However, Lu Yuan's status as an elite instructor equipped him with teaching abilities that made the impossible achievable. 92 points. Uncle, I scored 92 points this time, Han Zimo exclaimed, exhilarated after completing a new set of exam papers. He was well aware of his usual performance in mathematics, often hovering around the 60s if fortune favored him, and dipping into the 50s when it did not. Yet, after these weeks of tutoring, he had consistently scored above 80 on several self-assessments, and now, achieving 92 points was utterly beyond his expectations, igniting newfound confidence in his mathematical abilities. Previously, he had found math daunting. If he missed a class, he felt utterly lost, no matter how hard he tried. Consequently, his grades suffered. However, under his uncle's guidance, problems he once deemed insurmountable became easily comprehensible. This revelation greatly bolstered Han Zimo's confidence, leading him to view mathematics as merely a manageable challenge. Well done. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction at his nephew's score, generously offering praise. Han Zimo had indeed worked diligently during these past days. In contrast, Lu Yuan's own rewards over the 10 days were modest. The system had granted him over 10,000 elementary-level math problems, along with several points of teaching value and experience. To Lu Yuan, these elementary problems held little allure, given that he was already a university student. However, he was content with the teaching value and experience points awarded by the system. After all, even the smallest gains from a primary school student were worthwhile. The teaching value could be used for a lottery within the system or exchanged for papers, which Lu Yuan had yet to utilize and chose to save. As for the experience points awarded by the system, they elevated Lu Yuan's mathematics proficiency from level 2, 202, 1000, to level 2, 257, 1000. Though 55 experience points were not substantial, the journey to upgrade to level 3 remained distant. Nevertheless, Lu Yuan did not feel rushed. If he could earn teaching value and experience points from elementary students, the same logic applied to middle and high school students, and the rewards would be significantly greater. Thus, he resolved to shift his teaching focus to middle and high school students. Upon contemplation, Lu Yuan found himself more inclined towards teaching high school students. After all, according to the system's reward mechanism, the greater the difficulty of the teaching material, the more substantial the rewards. In truth, teaching was not a burdensome task for Lu Yuan. The challenge lay in finding students to instruct. Over the past days, he had considered this issue, identifying two potential paths. 1, to create a live-streaming classroom on Douyin to teach students, and 2, to either join a tutoring center or establish his own tutoring class. One option was online, while the other was offline. Lu Yuan favored online teaching due to its lack of financial overhead and flexible schedule. However, upon testing, he discovered that his lessons lacked the system's enhancements when streamed online. Thus, he was left with only the offline teaching route. That evening, Lu Yuan dined at his sister's home. At the table, when Lu Na saw her son Han Zimo's exam paper with a score of 92, she was taken aback. 92 points? Is this a score my son could achieve? She distinctly recalled that her son had failed his final exam before the winter break. Han Zimo, are you certain you wrote this? Han Zimo huffed in annoyance at his mother's skepticism. Though he found the situation somewhat unbelievable, every letter and symbol on the paper was a product of his own effort. Zimo has indeed been studying hard these days. I witnessed him write this test. Lu Yuan smiled and praised. I'm exceptionally strong, you know. Han Zimo beamed at his uncle's commendation. He then turned to his mother, declaring, Mom, watch closely. This year, I am definitely going to get into a good middle school. And when school starts, I will astonish my peers and let them know of my genius. All right, don't get too proud. It must be your uncle's excellent teaching. Lu Na replied, serving a chicken leg to her son and then to Lu Yuan, saying, I heard from your mother that you start school tomorrow? Yes. University begins just like elementary school, Lu Yuan responded. Lu Na then took out a stack of cash from her bag, saying, Here is 2,000 yuan for you to use when you return to school. Sister, there's no need. Lu Yuan waved his hand in refusal. Take it. I've been working overtime with triple pay, so I have the means. Besides, you've been tutoring Han Zimo for quite some time, as his sister. I must show my appreciation. Do you have any idea how expensive private one-on-one tutoring is? Each session costs 100 or 200 yuan. Is it really that costly? Lu Yuan was taken aback, as he had no idea tutoring was so expensive. Indeed, a good teacher charges 200 yuan per session, while an average one costs between 60 and 100, Lu Na insisted, pressing the money into Lu Yuan's hands. 2,000 is not too much, you should take it. I'm still benefiting from your generosity. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yuan decided not to decline further. It is not that he genuinely desires the 2,000 yuan from his sister as a tutoring fee. Rather, it is the nascent idea of opening a training class that has taken root in Lu Yuan's mind. Establishing such an institution necessitates capital, and Lu Yuan finds himself devoid of funds. This 2,000 yuan can be regarded as his sister's investment in the venture. The absurdity of the situation is not lost on him. A college student earns a mere 20 yuan for a single tutoring session. Even though group classes are somewhat cheaper than one-on-one sessions, it is inconceivable that they could be as low as 20 yuan each. Why not simply undertake this endeavor independently instead of working part-time at a tutoring center? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lu Yuan resolved to pursue the establishment of his own tutoring class. Working a conventional job is not an option for him in this lifetime. Only those lacking ability resort to such measures. Chapter 5. The Dawn of Mathematics, February 25th, a day of clear skies with a temperature of 614 degrees. Today marks the 17th day of the Lunar New Year, coinciding with the commencement of the university semester. After a winter break that felt longer than 30 days, Lu Yuan eagerly anticipated his return to campus. Thus, early in the morning, he rode his electric bike towards his school. Residing in the Shushan district of Fatty City, Lu Yuan's school is situated in the Baohe district, necessitating over an hour of biking. It was just past 9 a.m. when he finally arrived at the campus. The college grounds buzzed with vitality, teeming with students returning to campus, some noticeably heavier, dragging their suitcases behind them. After parking his electric bike in the charging area, Lu Yuan made his way to dormitory 306 in building 16. Upon opening the door to his dormitory, he found it empty. His 3 roommates, not hailing from Fatty province, would likely arrive in the afternoon. As the first to arrive, Lu Yuan opened the windows to let in some fresh air and tidied up a bit. After sipping some water, he hurriedly left dorm 306. Having made the resolute decision to never work a conventional job, Lu Yuan understood that everything concerning the tutoring class would rest solely on his shoulders. Renting a space, purchasing desks and chairs, printing flyers, recruiting students, and ultimately teaching. While it may sound daunting, it is not insurmountable. However, it is certainly no simple task. After 5 hours of searching, Lu Yuan identified a location for his tutoring class. It was in a dilapidated old community, and the landlord, an elderly gentleman, held a large collection of keys. At this moment, they were engaged in the final negotiations regarding the price. Sir, 2,000 yuan a month is truly exorbitant. Can we not negotiate a lower rate? Lu Yuan expressed his discomfort. With his sister, Lu Na, having provided him with 2,000 yuan, and his living expenses for the semester totaling 4,000 yuan, a 3-month lease would deplete his entire budget. Although he was currently in a precarious situation, he still needed to eat. 2,000 is already quite a bargain for you, young man, the landlord replied, unfazed. He weighed the keys in his hand and continued. You must know that nearby is the prestigious Fatty No. 10 middle school, and many parents rent here for their children. There is no shortage of tenants. Lu Yuan was acutely aware of the proximity to the school, which was precisely why he had chosen this location. Aiming to attract high school students from Fatty No. 10. Is there truly no room for negotiation? Lu Yuan pressed once more. No, the landlord shook his head firmly. Clenching his teeth, Lu Yuan declared, I am a university student. Surely you could offer a discount. Upon uttering those words, he felt a pang of guilt for invoking his status as a student. In the future, I will ensure that I uphold the dignity of university students. University student? The landlord paused, taken aback. Are you truly a university student? I have encountered individuals who claim the same, only to be involved in unsavory activities shortly thereafter, leading to my involvement with the authorities. Lu Yuan was momentarily stunned. Could anyone truly impersonate a university student for housing? It was disheartening to think that such deceit tarnished the reputation of genuine students. I assure you, I am indeed a university student, he said, producing his student ID. Oh, you are indeed a student from Hefei University of Technology, majoring in computer science, the landlord remarked after examining the ID. Very well. Here is my offer. I will rent you the place for 1,000 yuan a month, but I have a condition. What condition? Lu Yuan inquired. My granddaughter is currently in her 3rd year at the middle school, Since you are running a tutoring class, I would like her to receive free tutoring from you. His granddaughter? A third-year student? This was precisely the demographic he sought. Certainly, I have no objections, Lu Yuan replied, recognizing that he had little choice. Let us finalize the contract. After signing the agreement, Lu Yuan transferred 3,000 yuan to the landlord. Once he received the keys, he set about cleaning the space, purchasing desks and chairs, and printing promotional materials. By the time he completed all these tasks, exhaustion overwhelmed him, and he collapsed onto the sofa in the rented apartment. After hours of labor, with even lunch consisting of mere bread, he was utterly fatigued. Yet, glancing at the sign for distant mathematics affixed to the wall, he felt a sense of satisfaction. He was now, in some sense, a small business owner. Once again, he reiterated to himself, I would rather starve than resort to conventional employment. Distant mathematics was the name he had chosen for his tutoring class, lacking any profound significance. After all, Lu Yuan did not possess a teaching qualification, nor had he registered his tutoring class. He was operating without a license. If the number of students remained small, it was manageable, but should the class expand, various formalities would inevitably come into play. After stretching and glancing at his phone, he realized it was already past 9 p.m., and it was time to return to school. He looked forward to enjoying a cumin beef rice bowl from the cafeteria, loaded with spices. Just as Lu Yuan prepared to lock the door, two figures emerged from the darkness, accompanied by a heated exchange. Grandpa, you are truly mistaken. Our teachers are all graduates from prestigious universities, and our mathematics instructor is an alumnus of Fudan University. You want me to study with a college student? Why not give it a try? Your math grades are poor, and I thought this college student, also running a tutoring service, might help improve your scores. I have no need for that. What could a freshman possibly offer in terms of teaching? It would be a mere waste of my time. Try it. What if it works? As the voices drew nearer, an elderly man and a young girl came into view. The older gentleman was, of course, the landlord Lu Yuan had encountered earlier. The young girl, appearing to be around 16 or 17, wore a high school uniform and had her hair tied in a ponytail. Hello, landlord, Lu Yuan greeted politely, casting a glance at the girl. She was unadorned, yet possessed a fair and radiant complexion, standing at 165 centimeters. Her ponytail accentuating the youthful grace typical of a high school girl. However, her large eyes were filled with skepticism as they scrutinized Lu Yuan. Was she doubting his teaching abilities? Lu Yuan smiled, not feeling angered. After all, as a first-year college student, he indeed lacked any formal teaching experience. And skepticism was to be expected. Yet, he knew he possessed a unique advantage. With the backing of his system's comprehension, memory, and logical abilities, he was more than capable of teaching. Thus, distant mathematics welcomed its very first student. Faraway mathematics has officially commenced. Chapter 6. Profitable Transactions. Lu Yuan invited the two individuals into the room. The living room was furnished with a few tables and chairs. Though somewhat antiquated, they were impeccably clean. On the western wall hung the bold characters of Faraway Mathematics, accompanied by two small blackboards propped on tripods beneath. It exuded the semblance of a training class. Lu Yuan approached the corner water dispenser, poured 2 cups of warm water, and handed them over, feigning ignorance with a question. Dear landlord, might I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Clearing his throat, Grandpa Li awkwardly explained, Did I not mention this afternoon? I have a granddaughter who is currently in her senior year of high school. She heard I was looking for a training class for her. So she came to have a look and perhaps attend a trial session. Very well, Lu Yuan replied with a nod, then turned his gaze toward the young girl beside him. Do you have any mathematics mock exam papers? What for? She retorted. I wish to assess your overall performance. He stated, without any exam papers or teaching materials at hand, and having yet to prepare high school textbooks, Lu Yuan found himself at a loss. The girl stood unmoved, clearly uninterested in receiving tutoring from him. Nevertheless, since they were already there, he continued, your grandfather has already paid, so why not give it a try? If you find it worthwhile, you may stay. If not, you may leave. I will ensure your grandfather receives a refund. Although he spoke thusly, Lu Yuan had no intention of returning the money. He was no fool to refund the rent secured by a signed contract. Then hurry up. I need to return home to complete 2 more exam papers, she replied impatiently. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, Li Mengqi retrieved a stack of exam papers from her tote bag, selecting one to present. This is the mathematics exam paper from the day before yesterday. Good. Lu Yuan responded, taking the paper and glancing at the score, 91, just barely passing. While this score might allow her to apply to universities, it would certainly not suffice for the prestigious 985 or 211 institutions. Why do you care? Li Mingqi snapped. Lu Yuan chose to remain silent. Every situation has its exceptions. He recalled a classmate who had scored over 620 on the college entrance examination, but had only achieved a meager 78 in English. Why is the last question on the back of the paper left blank? Lu Yuan inquired, feigning ignorance as he pointed to the empty space. There wasn't enough time. She replied, and what about the first part of the problem-solving question? Why is that blank as well? Li Mengqi, on the verge of anger, suppressed her irritation and reiterated. There wasn't enough time. Ah, it seems you have fallen into my grasp, Lu Yuan thought, understanding that she simply could not solve the problems. Observing her rising frustration, he felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, if one's performance falters, there is no room for arrogance. Allow me to demonstrate, he declared, embracing the role of the ace instructor. Through testing with others, Lu Yuan had come to realize that his exceptional teaching system significantly enhances students' interest in learning. As the saying goes, interest is the best teacher. Once a student becomes engaged, their focus naturally intensifies, leading to improvements in other areas as well. With pen in hand, Lu Yuan swiftly began solving the problems from Li Mengqi's paper, ignoring her initial lack of response. However, after a while, her curiosity piqued, and she turned her attention to him. Before long, she was captivated. Lu Yuan marveled inwardly at the truth of the saying, indeed, interest is the best teacher. With his exceptional teaching abilities, there were no students who would refuse to learn. How do you find it? He asked after solving several problems. You have some skill? Li Mengqi conceded, albeit begrudgingly. Lu Yuan continued without acknowledging her comment. Meanwhile, the landlord, who had not left, watched in astonishment. He had not anticipated that the instructor from faraway mathematics would indeed possess remarkable abilities. After all, he had sought numerous tutors for his granddaughter, but none had satisfied her as much as this one. Excellent. I have merely spent 1,000 yuan on rent reduction and found such an outstanding teacher. The landlord thought to himself, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. It was indeed a transaction that bore no loss. Chapter 7. To submit or not to submit. Time passed inexorably. When Li Mengqi arrived at faraway mathematics, it was already past 9 p.m. Initially insistent on leaving, she found herself engrossed in Lu Yuan's tutoring, and before she knew it, the clock indicated that it was already 11 p.m. She stretched and, upon realizing the time, was taken aback. She had not expected the hours to pass so swiftly. While studying mathematics, she had previously felt that time dragged on interminably. The words of academic achievers proved true. Learning could indeed bring joy. Li Mengqi could not help but exclaim in wonder. Studies have shown that when individuals solve mathematical problems, their brains release more dopamine than during romantic encounters. This is one reason many scholars and mathematicians are so passionately devoted to unraveling mathematical enigmas. Of course, the dopamine release from solving high school math problems might not be as pronounced, but it certainly brings joy. High school students can surely relate. After spending several minutes, or even hours, deciphering a challenging sequence of problems, the ensuing sense of satisfaction and accomplishment is truly indescribable. At that moment, Li Mengqi was experiencing such a state. Well then, would you like to return to faraway mathematics tomorrow? Lu Yuan inquired. Li Mengqi hesitated, contemplating the genuine knowledge she had just acquired. Finally, she replied, I will come. What? Did I hear incorrectly? I said I will come, she reiterated loudly, exasperated. Let us depart. The landlord, who had been waiting on the balcony, was now visibly fatigued. He took his granddaughter and left. By the time Lu Yuan returned to his dormitory at the school, it was well past 11 p.m. Initially, he had contemplated spending the night at faraway mathematics, but aside from a sofa and a bare hard bed, there was nothing else available. I'm back, he announced weakly as he pushed open the door to room 306. His roommates, engaged in a game of League of Legends, greeted him as he settled into his seat. Xiao Yuan, where have you been? Why are you back so late? Li Jiejun, who was busy with the red buff, looked up to ask. I started a tutoring class and have been occupied with that, Lu Yuan responded, opening a takeout container of grilled meat rice and devouring it hungrily. A tutoring class? Is that for real? Li Jiejun questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. Xiao Yuan, you are secretly dating someone behind our backs, are you? Chimed in another roommate. Kai Zhao, with disbelief. It was common for first-year students to take on part-time jobs, but starting a tutoring class was a rare occurrence. Dating? What do I need that for? Lu Yuan said earnestly, taking another bite of his meal. Meanwhile, Li Jiejun, whose screen had gone black, cursed under his breath and then turned his attention to Lu Yuan, saying earnestly, Xiao Yuan, that mindset is perilous. In our computer science and engineering program, there are only 6 girls. If you think like that, you will undoubtedly remain single for 4 years. Absolutely, Kai Zhao concurred, while simultaneously focusing on the game. I met a senior on the train today who has already entered the workforce. He offered me a piece of advice. What advice? One must have a girlfriend in college. Otherwise, once you start working, programmers hardly have time for dating. By the way, the senior I encountered is now 31 years old and has never held a girl's hand. Li Jiejun. Roommate C. Lu Yuan. Chapter 8. Understanding Distance Mathematics. The topics of conversation in the boys' dormitory seemed perpetually tethered to women. Even after Lu Yuan finished his evening routine and lay down in bed, his roommates continued to discuss the trivial matter of finding girlfriends. They even believed that failing to secure a girlfriend during university was a source of great shame. However, in this era, where the ratio of men to women is heavily skewed and many women possess unwarranted confidence, it is perhaps inevitable that some individuals remain single. This is particularly true in the computer science field, where the gender imbalance is alarmingly disproportionate, with some classes boasting a staggering ratio of 30-1. Consequently, many students graduating from computer science remain unencumbered by romantic attachments. Of course, one cannot entirely rule out the possibility that some students have chosen to relinquish their innocence to establishments of ill repute. As a man chosen by the system, Lu Yuan has a clear vision for his future. When the time comes in his second year to change majors, he intends to transition to mathematics. This is not to say that computer science is inferior, but rather that mathematics is the foundation of all knowledge and a discipline essential for those aspiring to academic excellence. The following morning, Lu Yuan awoke early. After 4 classes, he rode his electric bike to Fatty S 10th Middle School. What was his purpose, you may ask? Distributing flyers. Currently, distance mathematics has only one student, Li Mengqi, which is insufficient for the financial viability of the tutoring center. It is worth noting that Lu Yuan has invested nearly 4,000 yuan into this endeavor. Presently, he has only 2,000 yuan left. This sum must sustain him for 4 months, averaging a mere 500 yuan per month, which is hardly sufficient for a college student with a hearty appetite. At the entrance of Fatty S 10th Middle School, Lu Yuan struck what he believed to be a commendable pose. Classmate, do you need tutoring? My math skills are exceptional. Come, take a look at Distance Educational Training Institute. Do you wish to enhance your mathematics? Come and give distance mathematics a try. Excuse me, parent, do consider distance mathematics. It can bolster your son's mathematical abilities. Not necessary, my son is first in his grade. Lu Yuan. The situation was somewhat unexpected. He had distributed dozens of flyers. Yet not a single person acknowledged him. Most of the flyers were discarded shortly thereafter, either on the ground or in the trash. Was his method of distribution flawed? Or perhaps his handsome appearance rendered him unconvincing as a serious student. Standing amidst the crowd, Lu Yuan found himself questioning life. Society truly is overly reliant on appearances. Can a handsome individual not also be academically gifted? Lu teacher? Just as Lu Yuan was mulling over existential questions, a familiar voice broke through. Following the sound, he saw 2 students from the 10th Middle School, arm in arm, both standing at approximately 165 centimeters tall. The one on the left, with fair skin and clad in a school uniform, boasted an impressive figure. Who else could it be but Li Mengqi? Encountering an acquaintance, Lu Yuan smiled, showing no signs of concern. During their initial meeting yesterday, Li Mengqi had been defiant, but subsequently, she had displayed a more compliant demeanor. Naturally, Lu Yuan bore no grudges. Classmate, have you considered distance mathematics? Observing the poised young lady before him, Lu Yuan grinned and handed her a flyer. Chapter 9. I am truly exceptional. Gazing at Li Mengqi, who stood before him with her large, captivating eyes fixed upon him in indignation, Lu Yuan awkwardly rubbed his nose. Yesterday, he had merely been observing the system's holographic 3D projection, not fixating on Li Mengqi's figure. Any such interpretation was purely coincidental. However, explaining the intricacies of the system to Li Mengqi was out of the question. Caught in the act, Lu Yuan found himself at a loss for words, as this was a conundrum without a solution. Ah, it's you, Li Mengqi. Is school out? He inquired. Don't forget to attend the tutoring session after evening study. Of course, if you have time during lunch in the future, you may come as well. With a forced smile, Lu Yuan gazed at Li Mengqi. His eyes shone with the clarity and righteousness characteristic of a teacher. Li Mengqi hesitated, feeling a sense of respect for her teacher, and for a moment, she pondered whether she had misjudged him the previous day. Is this your classmate? Would you be interested in attending distance mathematics? Lu Yuan inquired, glancing at the student beside Li Mengqi, who was also dressed in a school uniform. She is my desk mate, Li Mengqi affirmed. The primary reason she approached Lu Yuan was indeed to introduce her desk mate. Dream Chi, is this the tutor you mentioned? At this moment, her desk mate, Chao Nana, scrutinized Lu Yuan, saying, Are you sure he is impressive? He looks about our age. Could he possibly be your friend? What are you saying? Li Mingqi blushed, pinching her deskmate before responding earnestly. He is indeed very impressive. He is a teacher at distance mathematics. Pausing briefly, Li Mingqi continued. This morning, our math teacher discussed a set of test papers. Do you know what I mean? Yes, I do. What about it? In fact, he explained it to me last night, and I understood everything with ease. Furthermore, she pondered for a moment before adding, today in class, I even compared his explanations with our math teachers. I genuinely believe our math teacher does not explain as well as he does. The disparity is quite significant. Is that true? Chao Nana exclaimed in surprise. Our teacher, Zhang Wentao, graduated from Fudan's mathematics department. How could he not be as good? Chao Nana appeared skeptical. Not only because their math teacher was a Fudan University graduate, but also due to Lu Yuan's youthful appearance, which belied his capabilities. Absolutely true. Li Mingqi was adamant. Otherwise, she wouldn't have brought her deskmate along. I am truly exceptional, Lu Yuan declared, standing tall in response to Chao Nana's doubtful gaze. He possessed unwavering confidence in his teaching abilities. To suggest that even a teacher from Fudan University, or even a professor from Tsinghua or Peking University, could surpass his explanations was laughable. How much do you charge? Chao Nana inquired. It is clearly stated on the flyer, Lu Yuan replied, gesturing toward it. 4,000 yuan per month. Classes are available every morning, evening, and Sunday, entirely tailored to your schedule. That seems a bit pricey, Chao Nana remarked, handing the flyer back to Lu Yuan. Is it really expensive? Lu Yuan, unaware of the market rates for tutoring, felt justified in his pricing, having set it at 4,000 yuan. 4,000. My grandfather mentioned it would be 1,000 yesterday, Li Mingqi interjected. That's because I have limited funds. I rent from your grandfather. Hence the discounted rate of 1,000 yuan as it offsets the rental fee. For others, it is 4,000. Oh, Li Mingqi blinked, feeling as though she had struck a fortunate deal. After witnessing Lu Yuan's teaching prowess, she would willingly pay even 40,000 yuan for a month of his instruction. She found it entirely worthwhile. Of course, the primary reason remained that her family was financially stable. Have you considered it? My teaching is genuinely exceptional. Noticing Chao Nana's hesitation, Lu Yuan asserted, moreover, I am not limited to teaching mathematics. I can also instruct in physics, chemistry, biology, and literature. I am a versatile educator. This pertains to the speed of the Lu Yuan system's upgrade. Each additional student could yield a fraction more experience. Most importantly, Lu Yuan could replenish his empty wallet. Presently, he has invested several thousand yuan without seeing a single cent in return. He is truly in need of funds. Unfortunately, not all families are affluent. For the wealthy, a monthly sum of 4,000 yuan is not substantial, yet for an average family, it is quite considerable. I will ponder this further. Holding a flyer, Chao Nana pulled Li Mingqi away. She hails from a modest household, and 4,000 yuan a month is precisely her mother's monthly salary. To spend her mother's entire wage on a training class is simply unfathomable for her. Watching the two depart, Lu Yuan shook his head regretfully. He understood that Chao Nana would most likely not enroll in his tutoring class. Is 4,000 yuan per month excessively expensive? Perhaps he should consider lowering the price. Lu Yuan found himself in a quandary. The majority of his students come from ordinary families, some of whom are even less fortunate. These children would not contemplate attending Lu Yuan's tutoring class. However, considering his own financial situation and his family, Lu Yuan shook his head again, deciding against a price reduction. Poverty is a peculiar affliction, one that Lu Yuan currently lacks the means to remedy. He could contemplate such matters later, when he possesses the capacity to do so. Furthermore, knowledge is invaluable. In comparison to certain internet celebrities who boast of receiving hundreds of thousands, even millions, of yuan for merely soliciting gifts for an hour, charging 4,000 yuan for a month of tutoring is indeed not exorbitant. Chapter 10. The remarkable improvement in Han Zimo's mathematics score. In the city of Pengzi, at New Village Primary School, mathematics teacher Wang Jing hurriedly approached the classroom of the 6th grade, Class 3, clutching a stack of graded mathematics papers. Silence, please, she announced as she entered, clearing her throat. I have finished grading the math exams from last night. I will now distribute them. When I call your name, please come up to collect your paper. The classroom fell silent. As students on the cusp of entering junior high, most of them were already around 11 or 12 years old. Many had begun to understand the importance of academic performance. Han Zimo, sitting at the back near the trash can, nervously rubbed his small face. After a winter break of intensive mathematics tutoring from his uncle, Han Zimo was aware of his progress. His uncle Lu Yuan had tested him on several math papers, all scoring above 80, with some even reaching 90. Yet, those were completed at home, not in the classroom. Thus, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Li Dong, 78 points. Needs improvement. Wang Xiangxiang, 95 points. Good job. Keep it up. Hao Xiaokuei, 60 points. Needs improvement. Wang Shui, 99 points. Very good. Continue to maintain this. At the front, as Wang Jing announced the scores, students eagerly approached to collect their papers. However, when Han Zimo's name was not called, his anxiety intensified. What was happening? Why hadn't he been mentioned? Just then, Wang Jing spoke again. This time, we have one student who deserves special recognition. That is Han Zimo. He scored 96 points, ranking 6th in the class. A round of applause erupted. Wang Jing was the first to applaud, yet the rest of the class seemed bewildered, staring at Han Zimo, who sat beside the trash can. 96 points? What? The student who was usually associated with the trash can had achieved a score of 96 and ranked 6th in the class. Amidst their astonishment, Han Zimo stood up, suppressing his excitement, and walked toward the podium. Heaven knows how elated he felt at that moment. 96 points, 6th in the class. He was finally rising up. Han Zimo, you have made tremendous progress. Excellent work, Wang Jing praised as she handed him his paper. It seems that you truly dedicated yourself over the winter break, or perhaps you have discovered effective study methods that you could share with everyone. While her compliments were genuine, Wang Jing felt an inkling of doubt, struggling to comprehend the situation. She vividly remembered this student, often regarded as the class's underperformer, typically hovering around a score of 60. His sudden leap to over 90 points was astonishing. However, as the paper was her own creation and she had monitored the exam herself, she ruled out any possibility of cheating. A genius, simply learning casually, Han Zimo shrugged, unwilling to elaborate on his methods. Han Zimo, why not share your secret? Yes. Lao Han, if you tell me, I'll give you half of my cigarette cards. Come on, Han Zimo, spill the beans. The classmates buzzed with excitement. Several students struggling academically were eager to glean some insight from Han Zimo's remarkable improvement. Just tell us, Wang Jing urged, her curiosity piqued. Fine, Han Zimo replied. I was actually in tutoring all winter. Tutoring? Was it a training class? Which one? Wang Jing pressed eagerly. Given the competitive nature of education today, Wang Jing was aware that many students attended tutoring sessions outside of school. However, none of his classmates had made such rapid progress as Han Zimo. If it truly was the result of a training class, she would be keen to observe their teaching methods. It wasn't a training class, it was my uncle. Your uncle? Yes, Han Zimo nodded proudly. My uncle is Lu Yuan, and he is a brilliant university student. Wang Jing did not receive the answer she had hoped for. A university student? Wasn't he that something everyone could claim? After sharing this, Han Zimo strutted back to his seat, basking in the envious glances of his classmates, feeling elated. Lao Han, you're amazing. As soon as he sat down, his desk mate began to flatter him, pointing to a girl in the third row. You scored 96. Just 3 points less than Wang Shui. Surpassing her is just a matter of time. Han Zimo glanced at the most beautiful girl in the class, brimming with confidence. His desk mate handed him a collection of cigarette cards, saying, Lao Han, can you take me with you when you go for tutoring with your uncle? I'll give you all these cigarette cards. Ah, the rental apartment. Lu Yuan dragged his weary body through the door, placing the flyers on the table and gulping down a large glass of water, feeling a bit more comfortable. For several consecutive days, Lu Yuan had distributed hundreds, if not thousands, of flyers. Yet, not a single person was willing to join his math class, leaving him feeling quite helpless. Why, when he is undeniably capable? Does no one seem willing to trust him? Nevertheless, this is not something that can be rushed. With a deep sigh, Lu Yuan tried to calm his thoughts. Just then, his phone rang. Checking the screen, he saw it was his sister Luna calling. Hello, sis. It's me, your uncle. This is Han Zimo. Oh, it's you. You little rascal, Lu Yuan replied, momentarily taken aback. What is up? Is there something you need? Uncle, are you coming back this weekend? Han Zimo's cheerful laughter echoed through the phone. Right now, I've opened a tutoring class, so I want to have time to return. Oh, you're not coming back? What will happen to my tutoring? That's no problem. Just have your grandmother take the subway and bring you over. Okay. On the other end of the phone, Han Zimo exclaimed with delight, unable to contain his laughter. Uncle, I scored 96 in my math exam, ranking 6th in the class. Ha ha ha, you wouldn't believe the envious looks from my classmates. It feels so amazing. I no longer have to sit next to the trash can. Hearing the excitement in his nephew's voice naturally brought joy to Lu Yuan, although he replied with a teasing tone, only 6th in the class? Don't let anyone hear you mention your Uncle Lu's name with that ranking. It's a bit embarrassing. Chapter 11, Advancement. Math Level 3. It was 11 p.m. in the rental apartment. Lu Yuan was teaching Li Mengqi High School mathematics as usual. Ding. Congratulations to the host for teaching Li Mengqi trigonometric functions, yielding a critical reward of 100 trigonometric problems, granting 30 teaching points and 10 math experience points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for teaching Li Mengqi vector analysis, yielding a critical reward of 67 vector problems, granting 14 teaching points and 6 math experience points. After each explanation, Lu Yuan's gaze was fervently fixed upon the system's holographic 3D projection. Almost there. Just one more experience point until leveling up. His heart raced with excitement. Although the rewards for teaching had gradually diminished over time, the total value was steadily increasing, and he was finally on the brink of a significant upgrade. Math Level 2, 999-1000. As this marked the first upgrade since acquiring the system, Lu Yuan was elated. Here it comes again. Li Mengqi instinctively placed a hand over her chest. She had grown accustomed to such peculiarities. The instructor at this tutoring center was exceptionally gifted and quite handsome, yet his behavior was somewhat eccentric. He often exhibited bursts of enthusiasm that puzzled her. Li Mengqi couldn't fathom what Lu Yuan found so delightful. But one thing she was certain of was that he was not a lecher, nor was he spying on her. Perhaps all math enthusiasts were a bit odd, she mused. With a subtle shake of her head, she categorized Lu Yuan as a math fanatic, hoping to shield her own focus on her studies. Just a little more, and the experience points would reach 1,000. Ding. Congratulations to the host for teaching Li Mengqi ellipse equations, yielding a critical reward of 99 ellipse problems, granting 20 teaching points and 9 math experience points. Finally, as another problem was explained, Lu Yuan heard the system's prompt resonate in his mind. Congratulations, host. Math experience points have reached 1,019, and the mathematics subject has leveled up to level 3. Congratulations, host. The mathematics subject has advanced to level 3, granting 1 schematic analysis. What a relief. Lu Yuan felt as if he were a deflated balloon, sprawled in his chair, filled with joy akin to soaring through the skies. However, upon earnestly contemplating the changes that came with his advancement to level 3, he was taken aback. Why was there no transformation? Where was the promised enlightenment? Why were there no advanced math problems flooding his mind? Something felt amiss. Lu Yuan had anticipated that leveling up would reward him with a plethora of mathematical problems, yet he found none beyond high school level. Was it possible that a subject upgrade did not confer any knowledge points, but rather a shift in perspective? Upon further reflection, he discerned that there indeed had been a subtle shift. After upgrading to level 3, he felt an altered perception of mathematics. It was akin to moving up to middle school and finding elementary problems trivial, or advancing to high school and perceiving middle school questions as easy. This was a transformation in understanding, a change in how he perceived knowledge. Lu Yuan was experiencing this newfound perspective. Teacher Lu. Lu Yuan felt a gentle shake on his arm, jolting him from his reverie, and turned to Li Mengqi. What is it? I'm fine. Oh, that is good. Li Mengqi sighed in relief upon seeing Lu Yuan's expression return to normal. Moments ago, he had looked utterly invigorated, his eyes sparkling as if he had won the lottery, which had startled her. I was just pondering a challenging math problem, Lu Yuan explained, realizing he had perhaps acted a bit unusually during his upgrade. Oh, you can still think about math problems while teaching me. Impressive, Li Mengqi remarked with a smile. Her awe evident. Gifted, indeed, Lu Yuan replied with mock annoyance. How is the task of recruiting students coming along? Why hasn't anyone joined our tutoring center yet? That is not my fault. I've handed out flyers to our classmates, but they just don't believe it, Li Mengqi responded, feeling somewhat innocent. It was frustrating that such a talented instructor had yet to attract students. Glancing at the clock and seeing it was already 11 p.m., Lu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Let us call it a night. I'm not in the mood to teach anymore. Oh, Li Mengqi gathered her papers, and as she reached the door, she peeked her head out and said, Instructor Lu, don't be too upset. Trust me, I will definitely bring you students in a few days. And then you owe me a milk tea. With that, she flicked her ponytail and departed. Li Mengqi felt a strange sense of familiarity towards Lu Yuan. Although he was her teacher and should be revered, she did not harbor the usual fear or respect one might have for a teacher. This could be due to their earlier unpleasant encounter or perhaps her rebellious student mindset, finding satisfaction in witnessing her exalted instructor's frustration. The exact reason eluded her, and she was too indifferent to ponder it further. Tomorrow was the monthly exam. Don't worry, I will surely shine brightly and bring you many students. Beneath the moonlight, Li Mengqi walked cheerfully ahead, feeling that her senior year was no longer a burden and studying was no longer a torment, especially with mathematics, which had once been her greatest headache. Chapter 12. Proving an answer to a problem. In the rental apartment, after Li Mengqi left, Lu Yuan closed the door and proceeded to freshen up. For the past few days, if tutoring sessions ran late, he had opted to stay here instead of returning to campus. Lying on his bed, Lu Yuan gazed at the ceiling, then focused intently. Suddenly, a holographic 3D projection materialized before him. His eyes turned to the section displaying the system's rewards. Upon reaching mathematics level 3, he had been granted a blueprint for analysis, which he had yet to delve into. System, activate the blueprint analysis, Lu Yuan murmured. Instantly, a line of text appeared in the holographic display. Proof process of the Boolean function sensitivity conjecture. Lu Yuan's eyes widened. As a non-mathematics student, he was unfamiliar with the nuances of Boolean functions, yet he understood the fundamental principle. Any mathematical formula associated with the term conjecture escalates in complexity. Indeed, upon seeing the conjectural formula on the analysis blueprint, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell?" The conjectural formula stated, there exists a polynomial p such that for all Boolean functions f, bs, f, ps, f holds true. While the formula seemed straightforward, comprising fewer than 10 symbols, Lu Yuan recognized every character individually, yet their collective meaning eluded him. Was this truly something a level 3 mathematics student could tackle? The system had overestimated his capabilities. Offended yet lacking evidence, he thought, damn it, a man cannot be insulted. System, you've made a grave error. Instantly, his fatigue dissipated, and he rose to open his laptop. After some research, he grasped the nature of the blueprint analysis before him. This was indeed the solution to a proof problem proposed in 1992 by Noam Nissen of the Hebrew University of Jerusalem and Mario Segedi of Rutgers University. Recognized as one of the pivotal conjectures in theoretical computer science. Over the past 3 decades, many self-proclaimed geniuses had attempted to unravel this conjecture, all to no avail. The Boolean sensitivity function conjecture had thus become one of the most significant and perplexing open problems in computer science. System, you jest too much, Lu Yuan chuckled softly, adrenaline surging as his hands trembled involuntarily. As a man chosen by the system, Lu Yuan was not destined to remain confined to the realm of pedagogy. The plethora of elementary and high school mathematics problems awarded by the system, while abundant, could hardly satiate his intellectual appetite. As a university student, his aspirations transcended such limitations. His fingers danced over the keyboard, tirelessly exploring various knowledge domains and literature. The system had provided the proof process. And now Lu Yuan's task was simple: comprehend and internalize this proof, ultimately inscribing his name and publishing a paper. The process was as stated, albeit with challenges along the way. Fortunately, after ascending to mathematics level 3, his aptitude for mathematics had noticeably enhanced. For instance, the concept of Boolean functions, which would have been daunting to his former self, now seemed manageable. He perceived a newfound affinity for these function formulas, feeling the significance of each character and its application. It was a remarkable sensation. Perhaps this was the essence of the system's upgrade in the mathematical discipline, a newfound affinity for mathematics, or perhaps mathematical talent. Lu Yuan began to appreciate the implications of the system's enhancement. Time passed, and by 7 a.m., Lu Yuan finally paused his work. Despite having a reference answer, he recognized he was not yet comparable to Gauss. He had yet to fully grasp the proof provided by the system. Of course, if Gauss were to tackle this problem, he too would likely falter. As the proof of the Boolean function sensitivity conjecture was not merely a mathematical challenge, but leaned towards computational mathematics, an area that did not exist in Gauss's time. For now, he decided to cease his endeavors. After a brief morning routine, Lu Yuan hopped on his electric bike and headed to Hefei University of Technology. Auntie, 10 meat buns and a bowl of millet porridge, please. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, he collected his breakfast and settled into an unoccupied corner. Despite his efforts to distract himself from the Boolean function sensitivity conjecture swirling in his mind, he found it impossible to resist. It was as if he were possessed, his brain incessantly yearning to solve this enigma, leaving him restless. How to describe this feeling? It was akin to a breathtakingly beautiful woman waiting on his bed, anticipating his next move. What would one do in such a situation? Xiao Yuan, you stayed out all night again and claim you're not dating anyone. You must be seeing someone. I bet my character on it. Just then, Lu Yuan felt a tap on his arm, jolting him from his thoughts. It was his roommate's. Damn. Seeing Lu Yuan's pale complexion, weary eyes, and dark circles beneath, Kai Zhao exclaimed with concern, I understand you've just bid farewell to singlehood. But young man, you should take care of your health. Get lost. Lu Yuan retorted, I don't need a girlfriend. He had repeatedly explained to Kai Zhao that he was not in a relationship, yet his roommate remained unconvinced. It seemed the others shared the same disbelief. Did staying out all night necessarily imply one was dating? Envy, indeed, was palpable. What's there to envy? Roommate C bit into a bun, though you neglect your health. The joy you experienced last night is beyond what we single dogs can fathom. Chapter 13, The Gifted Oddity. Originally, Lu Yuan planned to have breakfast and then catch up on sleep in his dormitory. However, having encountered his roommates, they decided to attend class together. Besides, Lu Yuan felt he wouldn't be able to rest even if he lay in bed. Lecture Hall 101. This spacious classroom accommodated hundreds of students and hosted an advanced mathematics course shared by the computer science and engineering, network security, and service science and engineering programs. After taking attendance, Professor Tang Shikai adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and stated, "In our last class, we discussed basic elementary functions. Now, let us transition to a new chapter, the limits of functions." Professor Tang passionately delivered his lecture while Kai Zhao and the others diligently took notes. Despite their usual carefree demeanor and penchant for playing League of Legends in their dorms, they rarely skipped classes and were attentive learners, fully aware of the importance of those 45 minutes in the classroom. The same was true for their peers. As Hefei University of Technology ranked second among the 211 universities in Anhui Province, the academic atmosphere and the dedication of its students remained commendably high. Lu Yuan, however, did not attend the lecture. It was not due to his lack of diligence or effort, rather, at his level 3 in mathematics. He found it unnecessary to follow the professor's pace in learning, just as the 9-year-old Gauss could create an arithmetic sequence. Later developing the concept of the normal distribution while studying measurement errors, Lu Yuan, with his level 3 mathematical talent, did not possess Gauss's remarkable genius. However, during the brief moment when Professor Tang Shikai called attendance, Lu Yuan managed to glance through some mathematical formulas in his textbook and gleaned a general understanding of concepts such as functions, limits, derivatives, and calculus. He retrieved his notebook from his backpack and continued with the proof of his Boolean sensitive function conjecture from the previous night. As the saying goes, once a notion is associated with conjecture, its complexity inevitably escalates. After last night's study, Lu Yuan was thoroughly familiar with Boolean functions. He comprehended the steps involving eigenvalues and eigenvectors in the proof provided by the system, as well as the adjacency matrix. Yet he remained perplexed by the Cauchy interlacing theorem in the proof on the system diagram. If A is an nxn matrix and B is an mxm principal submatrix of A, with eigenvalues of A being 1, 2, n and eigenvalues of B being 1, 2, m, then their eigenvalue relationship is nm. But why is this special relationship established in such a manner? Furrowing his brow, Lu Yuan could not discern how the relationship nm was derived. Did you see it? As time ticked away, Lu Yuan was left pulling out strands of his hair in frustration, still unable to grasp it. Damn system, it's all your fault. Couldn't you provide a more detailed proof in your diagram? Or at least some references? Lu Yuan could not help but complain internally, aware that it was ultimately his own inadequacy. With his level 3 mathematics skills, facing the vast array of mathematical concepts and formulas at the university, he could often deduce some of the simpler equations at a glance. Yet, when confronted with topics that clearly surpassed undergraduate mathematics, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed. What on earth are you scribbling? At that moment, Kai Zhao, sitting beside Lu Yuan, peered down, covering his mouth with wide eyes at the scrawled notes on Lu Yuan's draft paper. Nothing much, just doodling, Lu Yuan said, shaking his head as he tucked the paper away. It wasn't that Lu Yuan was deliberately concealing anything. It was just that Kai Zhao had an eccentric nature, always comparing height, weight, academic performance, and even dating status. Just doodling? Kai Zhao eyed Lu Yuan skeptically. As a university student at Hefei University of Technology, he surely recognized what Lu Yuan was jotting down. Although he couldn't fully comprehend it, he had certainly seen the function formulas. Are you sure there's nothing more to it? Really? Kai Zhao ceased his inquiries, but feigned indifference. By the way, what did you score in last semester's advanced mathematics? I think it was 84, Lu Yuan replied nonchalantly. To him, grades had become mere numbers. Oh, I didn't perform well either. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's score of 84, Kai Zhao's tone noticeably lightened. Actually, I didn't do much better. I also didn't perform well. Is that so? What did you get? 99, Lu Yuan thought. Here we go again. He started comparing scores. If it had been before, Lu Yuan would have simply accepted it, as he truly could not compete with Kai Zhao academically. However, now, he randomly flipped through his advanced mathematics textbook to an unstudied section and found a problem. Kai Gu, could you take a look at this question? Let me see. Kai Zhao straightened up. as the top student in their dorm. He often volunteered to explain problems his roommates couldn't solve. But when he glanced at the question, Kai Zhao frowned. This involves multivariable calculus, which we haven't learned yet. Oh, really? I didn't notice. Lu Yuan smiled, trying to provoke him. I thought you would know. Kai go. Let me give it a shot. After taking a look at the problem, Kai Zhao relaxed his frown. I previewed it during the winter break, so it shouldn't be too difficult. I was careless. I didn't pay attention. Lu Yuan felt a twinge of regret for stirring up trouble. But it wasn't entirely his fault. Who could expect a college student to preview their coursework over the winter break? Fortunately, Lu Yuan did not falter. Although Kai Zhao had indeed previewed the material, he was not a prodigy. After solving the second part of the problem, he found himself unable to tackle the third. I can't go any further. This third question is a bit tough. Kai Zhao conceded, thinking it wouldn't diminish his reputation. After all, being able to solve the first two questions without having attended the class was already a significant achievement over the academically challenged Lu Yuan. However, to his surprise, Lu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. No need to solve the third question. I've already figured it out. How could you possibly do that? Kai Zhao blurted out. Then realizing it sounded inappropriate, added, Are you sure you can do it? Pass me the pen, Lu Yuan said, avoiding unnecessary chatter. As he wrote, he explained. To determine the longest and shortest distances of the curve, we can set x, y as points on the curve, with the objective function as f, x, y, xy, and then construct the Lagrange function. Thus, we find the longest distance is 4, and the shortest distance is 1. In a matter of moments, Lu Yuan resolved the problem. Kai Zhao was left dumbfounded. Is this something that Lu Yuan, the academic underachiever, could accomplish? Did you secretly take extra classes over the summer? He blurted out, feeling his status as a top student in the dorm slipping away. Extra classes? Who would take extra classes? The professors? So you did preview? How could I have previewed? I only opened the book today, Lu Yuan replied, and Kai Zhao believed him, knowing Lu Yuan had been frequently absent from class. Yet, this only deepened Kai Zhao's confusion. How could a slacker like Lu Yuan solve such a problem? Oh, I didn't entirely neglect my studies. I glanced through the mathematical formulas when the professor called attendance. The moment Lu Yuan spoke, Kai Zhao felt even more unsettled. You managed to understand everything just by skimming the formulas? That is absurd. This semester, I've had an epiphany. I'm now a prodigy. Lu Yuan joked as the class bell rang, and he hurriedly left, preparing to return to his dorm for some much-needed rest. Meanwhile, Kai Zhao remained seated, unwilling to accept the notion of Lu Yuan as a prodigy. He felt increasingly troubled. Chapter 14. I can't learn, I just can't. After leaving the lecture hall, Lu Yuan rode his little electric scooter back to the dormitory. Unable to suppress a smirk, it was quite satisfying to see Kai Zhao, who was usually so confident, humbled. Of course, Kai Zhao, despite his quirks, was inherently good-natured. However, having been a top student in high school, he found it difficult to adjust to university life, often resorting to comparing grades and explaining problems to those he deemed less capable. This encounter with Lu Yuan marked the first time he had met his match. Nonetheless, it cannot be denied that Kai Zhao was indeed a scholar, at least the best among their dorm. He had scored 650 points on the college entrance examination, a score sufficient to vie for admission to Fudan University, yet he opted for Hefei University of Technology. As he would say, why go to Fudan? I'd rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Little did Kai Zhao anticipate that before he could firmly establish himself, he would encounter the prodigious Lu Yuan. In the realm of academia, innate talent holds paramount significance. One may gain admission to prestigious universities through sheer diligence. Yet without the requisite talent, even the most relentless efforts cannot secure a place at Tsinghua or Beida, while hard work may lead one to scholarly pursuits. True innovation in academia is unattainable without inherent ability. Throughout history, few have made a mark in the academic field, and even fewer have ascended to the pinnacle of its hierarchy. Figures like Gauss, Newton, Einstein, Hua Luogang, and Yang Zhining stand as exemplars. And it is inevitable that Lu Yuan, a product of the 21st century, will join their ranks. It is merely a matter of time. Awakening from a fitful slumber, Lu Yuan found himself plagued by incessant thoughts of various Boolean functions and conjectures swirling in his mind. In a fog of disorientation, he was roused by the persistent chime of a WeChat notification. Upon checking the caller ID, he saw it was Li Mingqi. Hello, what's the matter? Lu Yuan replied, his tone tinged with annoyance at having his dreams disturbed. Lu Yuan, why haven't you shown up for the tutoring session? Li Mingqi, standing at the entrance of the mathematics department, exclaimed with frustration. Oh, I stayed up too late last night and dozed off, he finally admitted. Let us postpone today's session. I need some rest. All right, Li Mingqi said, disappointment evident in her nod. She had intended to share that she had performed well on her math exam that morning. Make sure you rest well these next couple of days. Definitely, Lu Yuan replied. But she added, but you must come the day after tomorrow, or else I will deduct your tutoring fee. Fine, I understand. Lu Yuan dismissed her concern, masking his own anxiety about the situation. With the mathematics tutoring center having only one student thus far, Li Mingqi, his initial hopes for financial gain were swiftly dwindling. This weekend, he had spent over 200 yuan treating his nephew to KFC, further straining his already meager finances. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, interrupting his thoughts. A transfer? He checked to find Li Mingqi had sent him 5,000 yuan, accompanied by a message. Lu Yuan, take care of your health and buy some nutritional supplements. Upon seeing the transfer, Lu Yuan's anger flared. Pressing the voice message button, he exclaimed, Li Mingqi, what does this 5,000 yuan transfer mean? I assure you, I am in good health and do not require any supplements. He scolded her, though deep down, he did covet the money. However, a man of integrity should not accept unsolicited gifts. Moreover, if this were to be reported, it could lead to trouble, especially since Li Mingqi was still a minor. Placing his phone in his pocket, Lu Yuan forcefully pushed aside the curtains of his dormitory bed. Preparing to wash his face before heading to the library to rigorously engage with the complexities of Boolean function sensitivity conjectures. However, as he drew back the curtain, he was met with the wide-eyed stares of his roommates. Lu Yuan, please accept my admiration. Teach me the art of living comfortably while maintaining such confidence, Li Jiejun implored. Gazing at him in awe, Lu bro, please teach me as well. Roommate C chimed in, raising his hands in surrender. Meanwhile, Kai Zhao, somewhat envious, turned away. Furiously tackling advanced mathematics problems, a tear escaping his eye as he lamented the widening gap between himself and Lu Yuan. What to do? The disparity is becoming insurmountable. I don't know how to live comfortably. Lu Yuan was baffled. Living comfortably? My friends, you've misinterpreted my earlier conversation. The 5,000 yuan was a transfer from a student who insisted on sending it to me. I've already told you I run a tutoring class. Lu bro, at this point, don't hide behind your tutoring class as an excuse. There's no shame in being supported, Li Jiejun insisted, unconvinced. Stop concealing your talent. Teach me, and even 1,000 yuan a month would suffice. I'm in good health and don't need supplements, roommate C added, gazing at Lu Yuan with longing. Get as far away as possible, Lu Yuan retorted, weary of their antics, and grabbed his wash basin, heading towards the communal washroom. As he passed Kai Zhao's bed, he noticed him working through problems and curiously commented, you've made an error in your selection. Clearly, it's monotonically increasing when x1 and x232 are considered. With that, Lu Yuan exited without a backward glance. Kai Zhao, momentarily stunned, quickly checked the reference answers and realized Lu Yuan had indeed identified two solutions. How did he discern that there were two answers so effortlessly? He was leagues ahead of me. But that was not the crux. The real question was how Lu Yuan managed to live with such confidence. I can't learn this, Kai Zhao thought, biting his lip, tears of frustration welling up. Chapter 15, just a little more. In her rented room at the tutoring center, Li Mingqi unlocked the door and took her usual place to study. However, recalling Lu Yuan's voice message from earlier made her seethe with anger. I only transferred you money because I noticed how hard you work and that you barely eat anything but instant noodles. I thought it would help you. Not because I want anything from you. She berated Lu Yuan in her mind, questioning whether her actions were inappropriate. Typically, when a boy transfers money to a girl, it indicates affection, often portraying him as a simp. Conversely, when a girl transfers money to a boy, it usually implies a romantic relationship or a sugar daddy arrangement. The thought of being involved in such a scenario made Li Mingqi shudder. How could I ever support Lu Yuan? He has trouble. He was already eyeing my face during our first tutoring session. Her cheeks flushed at the recollection, shaking her head to clear her thoughts. She refocused on the pile of errors on her desk. With an exam in mathematics that afternoon, she felt it was finally time to assess her progress after all the tutoring. Lu Yuan, just wait and see. I'm sure I'll achieve excellent results this month. And then I'll attract many more students. After finishing his meal at the cafeteria, Lu Yuan made his way to the library at Hefei University of Technology. As a 211 university, its educational resources were evidently advantageous. The library was truly impressive, and it was Lu Yuan's first visit. Despite it being midday, the library remained eerily quiet. After searching for a while, he finally found an empty seat on the third floor. Settling down, Lu Yuan pulled out his laptop and a thick stack of draft paper, continuing his research on Boolean function sensitivity conjectures. During his earlier nap, He had dreamt of vibrant mathematical symbols dancing in his mind. He believed that these characters might hold the key to understanding the proof of the Boolean function sensitivity conjecture, a critical issue that he could not fully grasp. As he recalled the mathematical symbols that had appeared in his mind, Lu Yuan gradually entered a focused state. Although the Boolean function sensitivity conjecture is a challenging problem in theoretical computer science, it demands a considerable level of mathematical proficiency. This might explain why, after nearly 30 years, this theoretical computer science conundrum remains unsolved. Setting aside its research significance, it is often the case that individuals adept in mathematics do not excel in computer science, and those proficient in computer science may lack deep mathematical understanding. Lu Yuan's own computer skills were merely average, fortunately. The conjecture did not delve into particularly advanced computer science concepts, and he had access to a systematic reference answer. However, one should not assume that having a reference answer simplifies matters. This is not merely a high school math problem with a straightforward solution. It is a global challenge that has lingered for 3 decades. With the reference answer in hand, Lu Yuan concentrated all his energy. The clock on the library wall ticked rhythmically as time passed. He lost track of how long he had been working until fatigue overwhelmed him, forcing him to stop writing. Exhausted, he slumped in his seat, unable to lift his arms. Engaging in mental activity, particularly of such intense and prolonged nature, can be as taxing on the body as running a marathon. Rubbing his sore, tingling hands, Lu Yuan slowly rose to relieve himself. However, as he stood, his legs wobbled, nearly causing him to collapse. Damn it, could it be true what Li Mingqi said? I might really need to buy some nutritional supplements. Leaning on the table, he steadied himself, his legs regaining strength, and he felt relieved. At his young age, Lu Yuan certainly did not wish to end up like someone confined to a wheelchair for life. Speaking of which, didn't the system reward him with teaching points that could be exchanged for various items? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and his eyes lit up. After each teaching session, the system provided rewards not only in the form of problems, but also in experience points and teaching points. The experience points were naturally for upgrading subject levels, while the teaching points could be exchanged for various items. Lu Yuan had accumulated over 1,000 teaching points, but had yet to use them. Supporting himself against the wall, he released his metabolic waste while silently invoking the system. System, do you have any gene serums? I would like to exchange for one. Lu Yuan had quite the appetite. The system's holographic projection displayed 2 words, none. How about any potions that could enhance physical fitness? Lu Yuan lowered his request. None. Then do you have anything that could increase size and length? He asked the question that every man secretly desires to know. None. Frustration welled up within him. What good are you then? Lu Yuan grumbled. The system replied. Teaching points can only be exchanged for items beneficial to the host's teaching, such as memory potions, clarity potions, and various papers, problems, translations, etc. At this moment, a detailed explanation of the teaching point usage appeared in the system's holographic 3D projection. Damn it. It's all about teaching students. This was of little use to him. Lu Yuan grumbled internally. Just as he was about to voice his complaints, he suddenly froze. Wait a minute. The system allows exchanges for papers and problems. Could this be my breakthrough? With this thought, Lu Yuan promptly said, System, exchange for the proof process of the Navier-Stokes equations. The Navier-Stokes equations, a set of equations describing the conservation of momentum for viscous, incompressible fluids, are renowned as one of the 7 unsolved problems in the world. Do you wish to exchange for the Navier-Stokes equations? Yes, yes, yes. Lu Yuan eagerly nodded. This exchange requires 10 million teaching points. Your balance is severely insufficient. Please focus on teaching. Staring at the requirement of 10 million teaching points, Lu Yuan was taken aback. He had anticipated that he would not have enough points to exchange for the Navier-Stokes equations, but he had not expected the disparity to be so vast. It was no wonder this problem was a global challenge with a reward of $1 million from the Clay Mathematics Institute. Its difficulty was indeed formidable. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yuan curiously inquired, System, how many points are needed to exchange for the proof of the Boolean function sensitivity conjecture? Based on the host's current mathematical ability, knowledge structure, and research level on the Boolean function sensitivity conjecture, an additional 600 points are required. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lu Yuan's furrowed brow relaxed. The consumption of teaching points was clearly calculated based on his actual capabilities. Lu Yuan could leverage this feature in the future to assess his progress on any given problem. And now, with only 600 teaching points needed to exchange for the proof process of the Boolean function sensitivity conjecture, it indicated that he was merely a step away from fully comprehending the proof process. Chapter 16. Li Mingqi's Surging Mathematics Scores. Fatty's 10th Middle School. Wow. She actually scored 138 points. Zhang Wentao gazed incredulously at the mathematics test paper in his hands. Achieving over 130 points in high school mathematics is no small feat, however. It was not unheard of in class, as many mathematically inclined students attained such scores. Zhang Wentao was astonished, primarily because this particular test paper belonged to a student who was not known for excelling in mathematics. In fact, she was considered to be among the weaker students in that regard. "What's wrong, Teacher Zhang?" Hearing Zhang Wentao's surprised exclamation, the chemistry teacher, Li Tong, who sat beside him, inquired with curiosity. Li Tong, a young graduate of Fudan University, had a strong admiration for Zhang Wentao. This admiration stemmed not from romantic inclinations, but from a recognition of his professional capabilities, a respect from an experienced teacher towards a promising young educator. "It's nothing. Just something I can't quite figure out." "Can't figure out?" Li Tong paused, adjusting her glasses and asking, "Is there really something that a master's graduate from Fudan University cannot comprehend? Please don't tease me. I've only been teaching for a few years," Zhang Wentao chuckled, then looked up and asked, "Li teacher, with your rich experience, may I ask you a question?" "Go ahead. In all your years of teaching, have you ever encountered a situation where a student's scores suddenly skyrocketed?" "Scores skyrocketing?" Li Tong paused for a moment before responding. "Of course, I've seen that before. In senior year, it is quite common for certain students to make significant progress. I once had a student who, during their first 2 years, and even the first semester of senior year, scored quite poorly, around 400 points, but ended up with 620 points in the college entrance examination." Li Tong added, "But there is a prerequisite. That student had been performing very poorly, so there was ample room for improvement. You know that the higher the score, the more challenging it becomes to improve. Additionally, the student must possess a certain level of academic talent. Such occurrences are actually quite rare." Zhang Wentao nodded thoughtfully. He understood Li Tong's reasoning. Learning is indeed a gradual process, and he was well aware of that. However, the situation with Li Mengqi's test score of 138 was entirely different from what Li Tong described. In just 10 days, a mere 10 days, Li Mengqi had improved her math score by over 40 points. This was the source of Zhang Wentao's astonishment, as he found it somewhat implausible. "What happened? In your class, there is a student whose mathematical prowess has soared remarkably. Indeed, the progress is substantial. This phenomenon is not uncommon. Some students may awaken to their potential rather late, perhaps experiencing a sudden epiphany." Li Tong explained with a smile. As an experienced educator, she has encountered such instances before. Although the notion of a student awakening to learning lacks scientific basis, she has witnessed many such occurrences. Numerous students initially struggle, unable to grasp concepts. Yet at a certain juncture, it is as though they have unlocked their inner potential, causing their academic performance to skyrocket. "Perhaps I am overthinking this." Zhang Wentao pondered for a moment, setting aside his doubts. He resolved to observe further. As for the question of whether Li Mengqi had cheated to achieve a score of 138, he completely dismissed the idea. Setting aside the absurdity of high school students deceiving themselves through cheating, he held no doubts about the character of his students. After swiftly grading the final few examination papers, Zhang Wentao stood up, clutching the completed mathematics tests, and headed toward Class 10 of the senior year at the Fatty High School. It was still evening study time. Following the recent monthly examination, the students' tense nerves had slightly relaxed. However, this relaxation was merely superficial. Each student remained earnest in their studies, diligently working on exercises to address their weaker knowledge areas. After all, the countdown to the college entrance examination, with only 97 days remaining, was no jest. Seated in the third row, Li Mengqi maintained her long ponytail and sat upright, with her arms resting on the desk. She did not allow the conclusion of her first mock exam to diminish her vigilance towards her studies. At that moment, she was deeply engrossed in a physics test. Recently, her tutoring sessions with Lu Yuan in mathematics had instilled a tremendous sense of confidence and interest in her learning. What is the greatest challenge in education? It lies in confronting those perplexing problems that can be quite daunting, whether in mathematics, physics, chemistry, or biology. Each challenging question serves as a significant stumbling block to a student's enthusiasm and self-assurance. Once you overcome these hurdles, your performance naturally improves, and learning becomes increasingly effortless. Conversely, if you fail to surmount these obstacles, your grades may decline, leading to a downward spiral in your academic journey. However, during her recent sessions with Lu Yuan, Li Mengqi felt as though there were no barriers to her learning. Those previously daunting questions, after Lu Yuan's explanations, seemed simple, even within her grasp. This realization bolstered her confidence. In the forthcoming days, she considered shifting some of her mathematical focus towards physics. Perhaps, with only 97 days until the college entrance examination, achieving admission to a prestigious university was not beyond reach. After conquering a challenging physics problem, a fleeting smile graced Li Mengqi's fair, snow-like complexion. Previously, Li Mengqi's academic performance hovered around the threshold for first-tier universities. If she performed well on the college entrance examination, she might secure a spot. But a poor performance would relegate her to a second-tier institution. However, now, the first tier was no longer her ambition. Her sights were set on several esteemed universities in the country. Isn't it remarkable that the math papers have already been graded so swiftly, Teacher Zhang? Oh, now I won't be able to sleep well tonight. It's so frustrating. At that moment, a chorus of complaints echoed through the classroom. Li Mengqi glanced up to discover that, unbeknownst to her, Zhang Wentao, the mathematics teacher and homeroom instructor, stood at the podium. Why linger in slumber while life is fleeting? You shall have ample time to rest after the college entrance examination. With merely 97 days remaining, the time for sleep will come after the exams. Hearing the students' grievances, Zhang Wentao cleared his throat, signaling for silence. Once the room settled, he clapped the mathematics tests in his hands and spoke, as this was the first mock examination. The difficulty of the questions was somewhat elevated. Nevertheless, there are students in this class who have made significant progress compared to their previous scores. Chapter 17. Choice is greater than effort. A student has made considerable progress? Everyone couldn't help but smirk, secretly wishing that the recognition applied to themselves. In the senior year, there is always that one student whose performance dramatically improves during a specific period. However, such cases are often exceptional. For this round of results, Zhang Wentao refrained from announcing each individual score, opting instead to distribute the tests directly. Of course, the class's overall results would be posted outside the classroom. This approach was intended to honor the pride of some students and protect the self-esteem of others. Zhang Wentao arrived and left swiftly, yet chaos ensued in Class 10. The recent examination's difficulty had taken its toll. As students glanced at their scores, uproar erupted. What? I dropped 20 points compared to last time. This is a disaster. Oh, I also saw a decline. This is disheartening. I won't sleep well tonight. Damn it, I only scored 89 points. Just one more point would have sufficed for a passing grade. My aspirations for university seem so distant now. Within the class, students engaged in fervent discussions, most displaying expressions of distress. Yet, a minority remained unaffected, including several top students. In the senior year, especially with less than 100 days remaining, those high achievers had already stabilized their scores, often surpassing the expectations set for the college entrance examination. Whether the exam was challenging or easier, their scores remained consistent, unless there were regional disparities in difficulty. The evening study sessions soon concluded. During the third evening study, Li Mengqi did not attend, even contemplating foregoing evening study altogether in favor of her mathematics tutoring sessions with Lu Yuan. As she gathered her materials for the evening studies, she prepared to head towards her mathematics class. Just as she exited the classroom, she noticed a few classmates following her. Li Mengqi couldn't help but smile inwardly. Some students might appear indifferent on the surface, but if they learned that a peer had improved due to specific reasons, they would certainly want to try as well. As a senior student, Li Mengqi was well aware of this. Why are you following me? Li Mengqi inquired, feigning ignorance while smiling. Hee. I thought I would see you shoot up in math scores like a rocket, and I wanted to give it a try too, one student replied. Is the teacher at the distant math tutoring center truly that exceptional? You must understand, I am quite hopeless in mathematics. Can he really help me improve? Another struggling student asked tentatively. Li Mengqi recognized their skepticism, but chose not to elaborate. You'll find out once you attend, if you've made up your mind. Then come along with me, she encouraged with a smile. Being classmates, she would naturally be pleased if any of her peers improved their scores through her suggestion. Moreover, given that Lu Yuan had been focusing solely on her tutoring, she was somewhat concerned about the sustainability of his enterprise. Wait, Wang Jinxiu, you're seeking tutoring too? Li Mengqi suddenly spotted an unexpected figure among the crowd. It was none other than the top student of Class 10. She hadn't anticipated that this academic achiever would attend. Logically, one would assume that top students would not require additional tutoring. I'm just here to observe. Wang Jinxiu adjusted his glasses and smiled. As the class's top performer, he certainly did not need tutoring. He was simply curious or perhaps wary of his classmates being misled. All right, if you wish to see, then see you shall. Li Mengqi paid no heed to Wang Jinxiu's thoughts. Previously, she would have found it hard to believe that a mere instructor from a small training class could so rapidly enhance her mathematics scores. Yet, it was only through experience that she grasped the remarkable prowess of Lu Yuan's teaching. Accompanied by a few classmates, Li Mengqi departed from Class 10. Sometimes, choices outweigh effort. In this moment, Li Mengqi felt her decision was indeed the right one, and these classmates would undoubtedly prove to be a wise selection. Chapter 18. Making a Splash at Hefei University. Within the library, Lu Yuan sighed as he set down his nearly depleted pen. He had initially thought that he was mere moments away from comprehending the proof process of the Boolean function sensitivity conjecture. However, he had not anticipated that it would take him an entire day to grasp it. He was surprised to find that the items redeemable with 600 teaching points from the system were quite challenging to study. Upgrading was essential. If he were at mathematics level 4, he would surely comprehend this concept swiftly. Lu Yuan mused to himself. Nevertheless, he remained unhurried, as he had just discovered that redeeming the proof process of the Boolean function sensitivity conjecture from the system now required only 200 points. This meant that his day's efforts had saved him 400 teaching points. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already 8:30 p.m. Time had flown by. He hastened to the cafeteria for a meal before heading to Yuanshang Mathematics. Having made up his mind, Lu Yuan quickly gathered his draft paper and notebook. In the rental apartment at Yuanshang Mathematics. Wang Jinxiu, you scoundrel, what brings you here? If someone at the bottom of the class can attend, why can't I? I came here precisely because my grades were poor, while you, the top student, what do you need to improve for? You think everyone has given up like you? Who has given up? You insolent fool, I was merely distracted for a moment. Is that what you call being distracted? You didn't study well, did you? Chao Chuang. Wang Jinxiu, cease your bickering. Li Mengqi interjected, hands on her hips, fuming. I brought you here to improve your grades, not to argue. Both of you, as top students, better behave, or I want to let teacher Lu Yuan teach you. Li Mengqi believed that, as Lu Yuan's first major disciple, she should assist him in maintaining discipline within the training class. Upon seeing the class flower speak, the two arguing students from class 10 fell silent. Driamki, is this what you refer to as Yuanshang Mathematics? The conditions seem rather rudimentary. Is this teacher really that impressive? A bespectacled girl adjusted her black frames, questioning with skepticism. Impressive indeed. I've said it countless times. When teacher Lu Yuan arrives, you will naturally understand. Do you think I could deceive you? Li Mengqi explained. Fine. The bespectacled girl pondered for a moment before stating, if it's not good, I want to enroll. Worry not. When the teacher arrives, I'll test his abilities. And we'll see how impressive he truly is. Wang Jinxiu, a confident student from class 10, adjusted his silver-framed glasses. Do you need to test? Can't the class flower deceive you? You just want to show off, don't you? Chao Chuang expressed his discontent. Although he and Wang Jinxiu had grown up as neighbors, their relationship had shifted since high school. He felt his companion enjoyed flaunting his academic success, which irked him further, especially since their parents often compared their grades. Li Mengqi frowned at Wang Jinxiu's words. While she understood her classmate's skepticism was normal, she simply could not tolerate it. Outside the door, Lu Yuan parked his electric scooter, surprised to see the brightly lit Yuanshang Mathematics training class. Was it being robbed? And so many thieves at that. Upon pushing the door open and spotting Li Mengqi along with dozens of students clad in the uniforms of the 10th middle school, Lu Yuan began to comprehend the situation. These were Li Mengqi's classmates? Teacher Lu Yuan has arrived. Just as Lu Yuan was still processing the scene, Li Mengqi approached and seized his arm, leading him before the group. Everyone, this is teacher Lu Yuan, a first-year student from Hefei University. The students from class 10 turned their attention to Lu Yuan. Recognizing his youth and handsome appearance, clad in a somewhat faded jacket and light denim jeans, he presented a modest demeanor. Aside from his charm, there was nothing particularly extraordinary about him. This training class teacher appeared quite ordinary, even without glasses, defying their expectations of greatness. Noticing their skepticism, Lu Yuan smiled warmly and greeted them, before immediately turning to Li Mengqi. What is happening here? And how do you possess the key to my tutoring class? The key? What key? Li Mengqi feigned ignorance, her face lighting up. Teacher Lu Yuan, these are my classmates, and I invited them here. However, they wish to assess your abilities before the lessons commence. Assess my abilities? Why? How will they do that? Without waiting for Lu Yuan to respond, Li Mengqi promptly continued. Wang Jinxiu, weren't you just doubting teacher Lu's capabilities? Come, let us have you compare. With that, Li Mengqi produced 2 blank test papers from her backpack. These papers were, in fact, the mathematics exams from her recent monthly assessment. Upon noticing the words first mock mathematics exam of the 10th middle school on the test papers, Lu Yuan began to understand. It seemed that Li Mengqi had performed admirably on her recent exam, prompting her classmates to come to Yuanshang Mathematics out of curiosity about her results. However, they now questioned their own abilities upon arriving. Understanding the entire scenario, Lu Yuan looked at Li Mengqi, who was now batting her large eyes, signaling her eagerness to showcase her skills. This clever girl had prepared the test papers in advance, evidently anticipating this moment. While her grades may not have been exceptional, her resourcefulness was commendable. In truth, Lu Yuan was reluctant to showcase his talents in front of high school students, feeling it diminished his dignity. Nevertheless, circumstances had led to this point. For the sake of the tutoring class and the associated fees, he reluctantly agreed. However, who would be the unfortunate soul to be compared against him? Surely, they wouldn't be left with any psychological scars. Lu Yuan mused, directing his gaze toward the student named Wang Jinxiu, sporting silver-framed glasses, pale skin, and a few youthful blemishes. It was evident that this student was no stranger to academic success. How will we compare? We'll see who finishes the test first, and also the final scores. All right. Lu Yuan nodded. Chapter 19. Even the scholar can lose, and a loss is to be acknowledged. When it comes to tackling problems, especially high school mathematics, Lu Yuan could confidently assert that even if Li Mengqi's mathematics teacher were present, he would be outclassed. It would be a complete rout. However, it must be said that some high school mathematics teachers may not necessarily outperform their students in problem solving or examinations. Some mathematical prodigies can achieve a score of 150, while their teachers may not match that. I find this unfair. I have previously completed this monthly mathematics exam and scored 143. Wang Jinxiu pushed up his glasses, firmly declining. As the top student in class 10, he felt a sense of pride. Although he did not achieve a perfect score on the exam, he had already reviewed the errors he made. In comparison to Lu Yuan, he found the situation to be quite unfair. However, Lu Yuan, upon hearing this, simply waved his hand and calmly suggested, "Let us compete in speed then." Wang Jinxiu hesitated for a moment. "Are you concerned that even if you win, it won't be honorable?" he asked. "Rest assured, you might not even win." He added, "Let me tell you, Teacher Lu Yuan can write faster even with his eyes closed." Wang Jinxiu was taken aback, while the other students in class 10 gasped in astonishment. Lu Yuan glanced at Li Mengqi, feeling a mix of exasperation and disbelief. "Such confidence in me is overwhelming," he thought. "While writing the problems backwards is manageable, closing my eyes and writing is beyond my capabilities." After a brief debate, Wang Jinxiu ultimately agreed to the challenge, with the stipulation that the time limit for completion would be 5 minutes, which would serve as his final score. Lu Yuan, eager to conclude the competition swiftly, nodded in agreement. As Li Mengqi retrieved a timer from her pocket, the atmosphere in the rented room grew tense. The faces of the dozens of students in class 10 flushed with excitement. Competing against the top student in their class was an exhilarating prospect. With a press of the timer, the challenge commenced. Wang Jinxiu surged ahead, completing all the multiple-choice questions in a mere 20 seconds. He swiftly tackled the fill-in-the-blank questions, finishing those in just a few more seconds. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan had yet to move his pen, still reviewing the test paper. Observing this, several students from class 10 began to believe that Lu Yuan was destined to lose. After all, Wang Jinxiu had already completed this exam previously, finishing the multiple-choice and fill-in-the-blank questions in just 1 minute. How can this be a fair competition? They thought. This is a contest where the outcome is already known. Li Mengqi, aren't you putting teacher Lu Yuan in a difficult position? Anyone else would surely lose, Chao Nana whispered, tugging at Li Mengqi's arm. Although Wang Jinxiu was the top student, she did not wish to see the tall, handsome Lu Yuan, who came from a humble background like herself, suffer defeat, at least not in front of so many people. Relax, Li Mengqi replied confidently. Anyone else would undoubtedly lose, but teacher Lu Yuan will not. Why? Because he is not merely human, he is a deity. Chao Nana thought her desk mate was losing her mind. Just then, the last student in class 10, Chao Chuang, exclaimed in surprise, garnering Chao Nana's attention. She quickly looked up to see Lu Yuan, who had been reviewing the paper moments before, now rapidly writing down the answers to the multiple-choice questions. In the blink of an eye, he had completed the fill-in-the-blank questions as well. His speed was astonishing, rivaling that of Wang Jinxiu. How is this possible? Chao Nana gasped, her eyes wide in disbelief. What she witnessed was nothing short of extraordinary. A person writing answers directly on a high school math exam without any rough draft. It was simply unbelievable. The expressions of the other students mirrored her astonishment. They had never seen such an impressive display of skill. Only Li Mengqi, standing nearby, was secretly amused, thinking, at last, "You all are witnessing the formidable prowess of teacher Lu Yuan. You have no idea what I have endured these past few days. Now you can truly feel the fear that comes with being overshadowed by such a prodigy." As time progressed, Lu Yuan swiftly surpassed Wang Jinxiu's pace. When the timer displayed 7 minutes and 28 seconds, Lu Yuan halted his writing. Rubbing his slightly sore wrist, he expressed dissatisfaction. I got stuck on the parabola question for 30 seconds. That was quite frustrating. The students in class 10 were left bewildered. You're dissatisfied? You completed a high school math exam in 7 minutes. What more could you want? Are you trying to leave us no chance at all? Should I perish for your amusement? Chao Chuang exclaimed, overwhelmed by excitement. Li Mingqi, where did you find such a miraculous tutor? He is truly remarkable. As the self-proclaimed top student, Wang Jinxiu felt the pressure mounting. He managed to finish the exam in 12 minutes, 4 minutes and 32 seconds longer than Lu Yuan. But that was not the critical point. The real significance lay in the fact that Lu Yuan had completed the exam in 7 minutes and 28 seconds, achieving a perfect score of 150 points. The gap between them was undeniably vast. After all, Wang Jinxiu had already seen this exam before, while Lu Yuan had not. As for the possibility of collusion between Lu Yuan and Li Mingqi, Wang Jinxiu dismissed the notion entirely. He trusted Li Mingqi's integrity and believed that, as students preparing for the college entrance examination, neither would jeopardize their studies. Furthermore, the modestly dressed man before him, exuding confidence, would never trivialize the time of high school students. That would be utterly unethical. I concede, Wang Jinxiu said, lowering his proud head. Chao Chuang, unable to contain himself, laughed heartily. As the lowest achiever in the class, he had never witnessed such a spectacle. The thrill of seeing Wang Jinxiu, the top student, being bested was exhilarating. Despite still working on the problems, Wang Jinxiu furrowed his brow, enduring to finish the exam. Chapter 20. Publishing an SCI paper. Now that's impressive. Lu Yuan had not anticipated that a top student would join his mathematics training class. As the organizer of the training program, Lu Yuan welcomed all eager learners. Wang Jinxiu was the most academically gifted among them, and Lu Yuan believed he could aim for admission to prestigious universities such as Tsinghua or Peking University. Therefore, Lu Yuan intended to adopt a unique teaching approach for Wang Jinxiu, ensuring that he would secure admission rather than merely having the potential to succeed. As for the other students in Class 10, whose performance was comparable to Li Mingqi's, Lu Yuan could teach them collectively. However, he found himself somewhat troubled by Chao Chuang, the class's underperformer. With only 96 days until the college entrance examination, Chao Chuang had scored a mere 303 points in the monthly test. He was undoubtedly destined for a life of manual labor. When Lu Yuan first met Chao Chuang's hopeful gaze, he felt a mix of compassion and resolve. Is there still hope for me, Teacher Lu? He asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. Having witnessed Lu Yuan's earlier performance, Chao Chuang now regarded him as a deity. There is hope, Lu Yuan replied, though he did not want to discourage the boy's enthusiasm. However, your monthly tutoring fee will be 6,000 yuan. 6,000? Chao Chuang questioned skeptically. Aren't they all for 1,000? It's because you don't inspire me. Lu Yuan replied bluntly. Chao Chuang responded, if you're coming, then come. If not, you might as well hit the gym to build some strength for when you graduate and need to work. Come on, come on. Seeing that Lu Yuan was reluctant to accept him, Chao Chuang immediately said, Lu Shun, as long as you can improve my college entrance examination scores, I am willing to pay any amount. I will return and tell my father that starting from the current score of 300, for every point I score above that in the exam, he will give you an additional 10,000 yuan, an extra 10,000 for each additional point. His father must be quite wealthy. Is he perhaps Li Gang? At that moment, Wang Jinxiu, who was working on a problem, interjected, Lu Yuan. He has promised me that his father is a developer and usually drives a big Range Rover to school. They are indeed affluent. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Yuan nodded. I will agree, considering your father's position. However, Lu Yuan was not motivated by money. His philosophy was to never abandon any student. Nevertheless, he did set his own conditions. Chao Chuang, you should stop attending school. Tell your teachers that you have a broken leg and take sick leave. From now on, come directly to my training class every day. Huh? Why? Because attending school is merely a waste of time. In the following period, Lu Yuan became increasingly busy, primarily shuttling between the dormitory, the library, and the remote mathematics training institution. With Chao Chuang as his student, Lu Yuan spent significantly more time at the training center, and the nights he spent away from his dormitory grew in number. Despite the busyness and fatigue, Lu Yuan felt invigorated. One reason was that he was earning money. With Chao Chuang's tutoring fee of 6,000 yuan a month, and the other 9 students contributing 4,000 yuan each, the total came to 42,000 yuan. Earning 42,000 yuan a month was more than enough for him, allowing him to indulge in lavish meals at the cafeteria. Another source of Lu Yuan's joy was that he had finally comprehended the proof process of the sensitivity conjecture of Boolean functions that had been swirling in his mind. Although the pace was slow and the proof process was provided by the system, Lu Yuan could now articulate the entire process word for word by his own capability. This challenging problem now belonged to him. However, he found himself perplexed about how to publish this SCI paper and where it should be submitted. As a timid freshman, he knew nothing about publishing SCI papers, and the few upperclassmen he was acquainted with had never published one either. Then, a name came to Lu Yuan's mind, their academic advisor, Hong Jun. Despite being merely a university advisor, Lu Yuan had heard from his classmates that Hong Jun was a master's graduate from Tsinghua University. Thus, he understood the importance of not underestimating any teacher, even an advisor, as they might possess the highest educational qualifications and knowledge that students would encounter in their lifetime. Parking his small electric scooter at the base of the office building, Lu Yuan recalled that he needed to go to the 4th floor, room 403. Guided by his memory, he arrived at the door of 403. Just as he was about to knock, he caught sight of a familiar face, Kai Zhao. What was he doing here? Kai Zhao also noticed Lu Yuan, raised his brows, and asked, "Are you here to sign up too?" Sign up? For what? For the National College Student Mathematical Modeling Competition? Oh, I'm not interested. Nor do I have the time. Lu Yuan glanced at the sea of students from the University of Engineering ahead and shook his head. I'm here to find advisor Hong Jun. Oh, he's over there at his desk. He might be in the restroom. Just wait a moment. He'll be back. Upon hearing that Lu Yuan was not registering, Kai Zhao sighed in relief. Recently, he had felt a bit intimidated due to the pressure Lu Yuan exerted in higher mathematics. Recognized as the academic ace of their dormitory, Kai Zhao had been contemplating his performance and decided he needed to step up. That was why he thought about entering the National College Student Mathematical Modeling Competition. This was something he kept to himself, intending to surprise his roommates with a medal later, particularly Lu Yuan, and leave him dumbfounded. All right, I understand. I'll wait for the advisor over there. Good luck. Lu Yuan had no interest in participating in the National College Student Mathematical Modeling Competition. Was there money involved? Perhaps, but definitely not much. Besides, he believed that such mathematical competitions were meant for top students. Why should he, a so-called genius, join in on their festivities? To put it differently, he would rather spend his time leveling up, claiming the system's rewards for his paper's proof process, and delving into SCI papers. Publishing an SCI paper would truly be impressive. Chapter 21. The Surprised Advisor, Hong Jun. After waiting for approximately 3 minutes in front of the advisor's desk, Lu Yuan saw a young man in his 30s approach. Wearing glasses and possessing a slender physique. Lu Yuan? After taking a sip from his thermos filled with goji berry water and catching his breath, Hong Jun finally looked up and asked. Yes, Lu Yuan nodded, surprised that the advisor remembered his name. After all, he was the only teacher in the university who could call him by name. Lu Yuan, your class monitor mentioned that you've been skipping classes quite a bit recently. Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting this to be the reason for the advisor's awareness of him. It's a bit personal, he quickly explained. Hong Jun, observing that Lu Yuan was fine, did not inquire further. In university, there was little enforcement of rules regarding students. It relied entirely on self-discipline. Professors only took attendance as a formality. It was up to the students whether they attended or not. After all, tuition had already been paid, and whether one learned or not was their own affair. Advisor, I've been writing a paper recently and would like your guidance on where to submit it. Being mindful of everyone's time, Lu Yuan got straight to the point. A paper? Hong Jun was somewhat taken aback. A freshman writing a paper? You must be joking. No. Really? Could you help me see which journal would be appropriate for submission? Lu Yuan handed over the printed paper on the sensitivity conjecture of Boolean functions. Although the system had rewarded him with the proof process, it was merely that, a proof process, not a full paper. This document had been painstakingly typed out by Lu Yuan word for word on his computer. All right, let me take a look. Hong Jun, naturally, could not refuse. Although he likely deemed the paper to be of little merit, he felt compelled to engage with the student's enthusiasm for learning. Adjusting his glasses, Hong Jun focused on the paper in his hands. Title: The Sensitivity Conjecture of Boolean Functions. Abstract. In 1992, Noam Nissen and Mario Seghetti from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem proposed an important conjecture in theoretical computer science, the sensitivity conjecture of Boolean functions, which has gradually attracted research and recognition over nearly 30 years. Keywords: sensitivity, Boolean functions, polynomials. Sensitivity conjecture. Main text. I believe there exists a natural mapping relationship from strings of n zeros and ones to points in an n-dimensional cube. Therefore, can the proof of the sensitivity conjecture be reduced to solving simple problems about cubes in different dimensions? As a master's graduate from Tsinghua University, Hong Jun certainly did not possess the qualifications to review or judge an SCI paper. However, what can be expected from a freshman's paper? At most, it would reflect the level of an undergraduate, or perhaps even fall short of that, which is precisely why he felt emboldened to assist the student. Yet, the unfolding of events took him by surprise. The topic of this research paper was somewhat challenging, if not exceedingly so. Initially, Hong Jun thought he could easily pinpoint a few issues and provide some guidance to the student. However, the more he read, the more astonished he became. From the abstract to the main body, he found no discernible flaws. Most critically, he struggled to comprehend the content. The knowledge areas covered in this paper were evidently beyond his grasp. Soon, beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead. After enduring for another 5 minutes, he set the paper down, adjusted his glasses, and awkwardly turned to Lu Yuan. I cannot offer any suggestions on this paper. Indeed, Hong Jun was at a loss for advice. He could barely understand the paper, let alone discern its value, much less recommend a suitable journal for submission. But do not rush. Have a sip of water and wait a moment. The initial ease he felt had evaporated. So he hurriedly rose to pour Lu Yuan a glass of water, gesturing for him to take a seat on the dark leather sofa in the office. Holding Lu Yuan's paper, he walked towards Professor Tang Shirkai's desk. Hong Jun's hands trembled slightly, not due to embarrassment from earlier, but because of the paper he held. He recalled that during his senior year at Tsinghua University, he had only written his first paper, which was his graduation thesis. While he had penned several more during his master's studies at Tsinghua University, they were all rather subpar. These mediocre papers could only find a home in lesser domestic journals with low impact factors. It was not that Hong Jun was lazy and unwilling to write quality SEI papers for high-impact journals. Rather, he simply lacked the capability. Producing a significant SEI paper was not a task feasible for a graduate student, even one from Tsinghua or Peking University. Thus, Hong Jun felt a tremor in his hands as he held Lu Yuan's paper, for he sensed its high research value. Most importantly, this SEI paper was authored by a freshman and, moreover, a student under his guidance. There was no reason for him not to be excited and trembling. As he pushed through the students gathered around Professor Tang Shirkai's desk, Hong Jun apologetically said, "Professor Tang, may I take 5 minutes of your time? What is it?" Professor Tang looked up, his stern face revealing a hint of displeasure. As the guiding professor for the recent National College Student Mathematics competition, he was dissatisfied with the students who had registered. The mathematics department at Hefei University of Technology was already weak, and these subpar candidates could hardly be compared to those from elite institutions like Tsinghua and Peking universities. It would be a disgrace to his reputation. However, he could not refuse the task assigned by the university, considering his expertise in mathematics and computer modeling. "One of my students has written a paper and seeks your assistance in reviewing it." Facing the austere old professor from the mathematics department, Hong Jun felt a twinge of apprehension. A paper? Professor Tang furrowed his brow. Did everyone really think they could seek him out for paper reviews? Oblivious to the value of his time? "Yes, I cannot comprehend the mathematical portion of this paper and require your guidance." Hong Jun mustered the courage to reply. "Leave it there. I will attend to it once I finish," Professor Tang said tersely. "All right, thank you." Placing the paper on the desk, Hong Jun quickly retreated. In the office, Professor Tang was known for his stern demeanor, and Hong Jun was most reluctant to disturb him. Yet, he felt there was no other option. Only Professor Tang possessed the stature to evaluate this paper. However, just as Hong Jun turned to leave, a calm voice from behind interrupted him. "Wait, who authored this paper?" Chapter 22. Are you calling this a freshman? Upon hearing Professor Tang's inquiry, Hong Jun turned back with a flicker of joy, only to be met with the professor's stern countenance. Hong Jun swiftly concealed his smile, as it was evident that the professor was displeased. The other students gathered around the desk instinctively took a step back, sensing the formidable aura emanating from Professor Tang. The professor was angry, very angry. A graduate student from Hefei University of Technology, who had been under Professor Tang's tutelage for years, was well aware of his professor's demeanor. He had never witnessed a smile on the professor's face, and this was the first time he had encountered such a thunderous expression. What is going on? Why is Professor Tang suddenly upset? Kai Zhao sensed the ominous energy radiating from Professor Tang and quietly inquired of his senior and fellow townsman. "It is likely about that paper." "The paper?" Kai Zhao was taken aback, glancing at Lu Yuan, who was leisurely sipping tea on the other side of the office, feeling a wave of concern. Earlier, Kai Zhao had seen the paper in Lu Yuan's hands upon entering the office, and now it lay on Professor Tang's desk. "Who is it? Which student?" "Bring them to me," Professor Tang said with a placid yet commanding tone directed at Hong Jun. "Lu Yuan, come here." Hong Jun beckoned to Lu Yuan, sensing an ominous turn of events, though he did not understand the specifics. Could there be an issue with the paper? A flurry of thoughts raced through Hong Jun's mind. Hearing his name called by the counselor, Lu Yuan set his cup on the glass table and approached Professor Tang with small, cheerful steps. He was well aware of Professor Tang, having attended a few of his lectures. The old professor, while serious, was undeniably competent. Lu Yuan greeted him cheerfully. "Hello, Professor Tang. Did you write this paper?" A stern voice cut through the air, causing Lu Yuan to freeze momentarily. He looked at Professor Tang's thunderous expression and replied, "Yes." "Are you in the mathematics department?" "No." "Are you certain you authored this paper?" Professor Tang inquired again, causing Lu Yuan to furrow his brow. The proof process for the Boolean function sensitivity conjecture was a reward he received from the system when his mathematics level reached level 3. At that time, Lu Yuan had also researched it online, discovering it was an unresolved problem. Recently, he had poured all his efforts into mastering the proof process that the system had rewarded him with. This was indeed his work. "Yes, Professor Tang. I wrote this paper," Lu Yuan affirmed confidently. Professor Tang snorted coldly, remaining silent as he opened a nearby computer. He typically held disdain for 3 types of students: those who lack diligence, those without talent yet overestimating themselves, and students like Lu Yuan who attempted to cheat and take shortcuts. Professor Tang was well acquainted with the Boolean function sensitivity conjecture and did not believe that this freshman, who was not even in the mathematics department, could have authored such a paper. It simply defied logic. As Professor Tang's cold snort echoed, the temperature in the room plummeted, and the surrounding students held their breath, treading carefully with their every inhale. Kai Zhao cautiously grasped Lu Yuan's arm and whispered, "Lu Yuan, did you really write this paper? Indeed, it is more genuine than gold. I trust you." This time, rather than comparing, Kai Zhao chose to believe in Lu Yuan. "Thank you." Time passed by second. Professor Tang Shirkai had been engrossed in his computer for over 10 minutes before finally halting his actions. His expression had transformed from a grim frown to one of profound confusion. He had found no evidence online to support the proof of the Boolean function sensitivity conjecture, nor any related papers. He even conducted a plagiarism check, revealing a mere 2 overlap, an exceptionally low rate of similarity. Could it be that this paper was genuinely authored by this student? But he is only a freshman. How could he have accomplished this? This was utterly implausible. Suppressing his doubts, Tang Shirkai's demeanor towards Lu Yuan softened slightly, yet his tone remained flat as he stated, "Since you claim this paper is your own, I shall pose a few questions to you." "Ask away," Lu Yuan replied, unperturbed. Professor Tang, armed with a pen, quickly began jotting down mathematical formulas on a blank sheet of draft paper. Soon, the page was filled with complex equations. The students participating in the national mathematics competition could not help but cover their eyes at the sight of these symbols. What on earth is this? Is this meant for anyone to comprehend? However, Lu Yuan, undaunted, seized his pen and, after glancing at the problems posed by Professor Tang, formulated his answers in his mind. In recent days, he had diligently researched and studied the relevant knowledge to fully grasp the Boolean function sensitivity conjecture. Yet, his pace was not swift. After all, Professor Tang's questions were far from trivial high school mathematics, but rather substantive combinatorial problems related to Boolean functions. Though Lu Yuan was not fast, each character he inscribed evoked a visceral reaction among the onlookers, akin to a heavy blow to the chest. It was suffocating. Some struggled to breathe. "You call yourself a freshman? Is this what a freshman should be doing?" Not only the surrounding students, but also the counselor, Hong Jun, felt his heart race as he observed Lu Yuan's unexpected performance. During his own studies at Tsinghua University, he had encountered several exceptionally gifted peers, but none seemed to rival Lu Yuan's capabilities. Professor Tang raised an eyebrow. As Lu Yuan penned the 3rd line of equations, he realized he had misjudged him. This paper undeniably stemmed from the hands of this freshman. After approximately 10 minutes, Lu Yuan set down his pen and raised his gaze to meet Professor Tang's. By this time, the ashen hue had vanished from Professor Tang's face, replaced by an awkward smile. With fervent eyes, he addressed Lu Yuan. "Lu Yuan, would you be interested in participating in the national mathematics competition?" Chapter 23. Kai Zhao's heart ached. Lu Yuan stared, bewildered, gazing at Professor Tang's smile, which was more painful than a frown. He hesitated before responding, "Professor Tang, I am not a mathematics major." "I know. That is inconsequential. What matters is whether you wish to participate. Moreover, if you desire to transfer to the mathematics department, it can be arranged without any application. I can contact the department leaders on your behalf." Professor Tang's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. He had always cherished 3 types of students: those who excelled academically, those who excelled and were diligent, and those with extraordinary talent. Clearly, Lu Yuan embodied all 3. In a university like Hefei University of Technology, A mere brick could hit a top student, yet it would take 100 bricks to find someone with true talent. Exceptional students were common, but prodigies were rare. How could Professor Tang not be excited? Could this be declined? Lu Yuan hesitated. He had little interest in participating in the National Mathematics Modeling Competition. Should he explain his reasoning? It was simply too time-consuming and ultimately unproductive. Lu Yuan stated earnestly. The students observing the National Mathematics Modeling Competition felt somewhat offended. What do you mean by unproductive? Are we here merely to admire your pretentiousness? Yet, that scene was indeed exhilarating. It was true, for Lu Yuan. This competition held little value. Professor Tang pondered for a moment, acknowledging Lu Yuan's point. The onlookers felt once again slighted. Kai Zhao, too, sensed the offense. After all his hard work and connections to secure a spot in the National Mathematics Modeling Competition, Lu Yuan had the audacity to dismiss it. Such disrespect. Lu Yuan. You are utterly disrespectful. Kai Zhao bit his lip, feeling disheartened. Competing with a prodigy was truly daunting. The proof process of the paper was manageable. Yet the formatting and some terminology were rather cumbersome. I shall assist you in revising it, he thought. Despite Lu Yuan's unwillingness to join the competition, Professor Tang remained unfazed. Flipping through the paper. Thank you, Professor Tang. Lu Yuan expressed his gratitude politely, finding Professor Tang rather amiable. No need for thanks. Professor Tang waved his hand. You possess remarkable talent in mathematics. Glancing at Hong Jun beside him, he added, have you considered transferring to the mathematics department? Counselor Hong Jun interjected, I am still here. Are you directly poaching students? This is rather disrespectful. That is acceptable, Lu Yuan nodded. Mathematics is the foundation of all knowledge, and as a top student, honing one's mathematical skills is essential. Naturally, he was willing. Excellent. I will handle this matter directly. If there is nothing else, you may return to your activities. Professor Tang gestured. Lu Yuan swiftly departed. Sensing the resentment from the surrounding students at Hefei University, he feared he would be ambushed if he lingered. You all should leave as well. I have no inclination to guide you in the mathematics modeling competition for the next few days. Dong Yang Yang. Take these students registered for the competition to a classroom to practice on your own, Professor Tang instructed after Lu Yuan exited. The smile vanished from his face, returning to his usual stern demeanor. Understood, Professor Tang, Dong Yang Yang replied, nodding, though internally he wondered why Professor Tang's mood shifted so suddenly. This is quite disrespectful to us. However, he dared not voice his thoughts, well aware of his mentor's temperament. As long as one excelled academically and exhibited talent, they could enjoy certain privileges. At the foot of the office building, do you know that freshman from earlier? He's incredible. Indeed, truly remarkable. I couldn't even comprehend the numerical formulas Professor Tang wrote. Yet he could solve them. Don't envy him. This must be what they call a super scholar. We cannot compare. Furthermore, this junior is rather handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Being only a freshman, he probably doesn't. We still have a chance. Kai Zhao listened to the conversations of the upperclassmen, feeling a twinge of envy. Not only did he find Lu Yuan's performance before Professor Tang impressive, he also recognized that his own efforts were not solely for academic accolades, but for the admiration that accompanied them. Alas, it seemed that Lu Yuan had seized all the glory. I must strive even harder. I shall write a paper as well, Kai Zhao resolved internally. Kai Zhao. At that moment, a beautiful senior's voice interrupted his thoughts. Hello, senior. I am Kai Zhao. Feeling the presence of the tall senior beside him, Kai Zhao's cheeks flushed as he inquired about her fragrance. He dared not raise his gaze towards the beautiful third-year student, and in a voice as soft as a whisper, he asked, Senior, is there something you need from me? Well, may I have your contact information? Sure. Kai Zhao hurriedly retrieved his phone from his pocket and opened WeChat. All right, I've scanned your code. Don't forget to approve my request, said the senior, bouncing away towards the distant crowd. Only then did Kai Zhao look up, watching her elegant silhouette fade. Feeling as though his heart was melting, he realized he was in love. Throughout the journey, Kai Zhao felt as if he were walking on air. Even the air he breathed seemed sweet. As he pushed open the dormitory door, he immediately spotted Lu Yuan, who was busy organizing his clothes. Xiao Yuan, you're back already? I was wondering why I hadn't seen you. Kai Zhao casually approached Lu Yuan's bed. Yes, I came back early. The weather is warming up. So I thought I'd tidy up my clothes. Lu Yuan glanced at his peculiar roommate, puzzled. It was unusual for Kai Zhao not to inquire about his thesis. Do you remember the senior we met earlier at the National College Mathematics Modeling Competition? Which senior? Lu Yuan responded, confused, as the crowd surrounding Professor Tang Shikai's desk had obscured his view of the girls. The one with waist-length hair, wearing silver-framed glasses, Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan? I haven't heard of her. What's the matter? Lu Yuan sensed something odd about Kai Zhao. It was strange that his eccentric roommate hadn't asked about academic matters. Clearing his throat, Kai Zhao deliberately raised his voice so that the other two roommates could hear. Oh, it's nothing much. Lu Yuan just asked for my WeChat. Lu Yuan's expression turned to one of confusion. He realized that Kai Zhao was attempting to outshine him in the realm of romance since he couldn't compete academically. I wish you soon reached the shores of Normandy. Lu Yuan gave a thumbs up to his eccentric roommate, then hurriedly left the dormitory. With Sunday approaching, he intended to return home before nightfall. What does reach the shores of Normandy mean? Moreover, Lu Yuan's literary skills seemed lacking. He couldn't even distinguish between punctuation marks. Kai Zhao couldn't help but smile as he watched Lu Yuan's hasty departure. In the ongoing comparison with Lu Yuan, he finally felt a sense of superiority. The pressure he had endured in recent days had finally found release. What is happening? Why am I hearing the enchanting name Lu Yuan? Kai Gu, did a senior ask for your WeChat? Li Jiejun, who had been playing League of Legends with roommate C, put down his game to investigate. Oh, you heard that? Kai Zhao feigned indifference as he walked back to his bed. It's nothing much, just a contact. What do you mean, just a contact? Kai Gu, I don't like how you phrase that. You might be the first guy in our dorm to lose your virginity, exclaimed roommate C, his face brimming with excitement. Hurry, open the chat window and start chatting. Li Jiejun urged. Look at you two single dogs. Kai Zhao shot a glare at his roommates, feeling a surge of superiority. In truth, he was eager to chat with the senior. However, upon opening the WeChat chat window, he hesitated, unsure of what to say. After all, his romantic history was a blank slate. What should I send? Kai Zhao murmured to himself, seeking his roommate's opinions. Why hesitate? Just send I love you. Will you be my girlfriend? Suggested roommate C. No, I think that's inappropriate. It might scare her, countered Li Jiejun. Then how should I send it? Just send it directly. No, that's too bland. It doesn't showcase Kai Zhao's uniqueness. Just say I like you. Men should be direct. Shut up. You two single dogs be quiet. I'm the one in a relationship, not you. Kai Zhao interrupted his roommates. After pondering for a moment, he clicked on the WeChat emoji function and chose a smiley face to send, accompanied by the message, "It's a pleasure to meet you." As he sent the message, his roommates excitedly pounded the table, exclaiming, "The battle has begun." Kai Zhao felt a swell of pride as he looked at the message he had just sent. He believed that this approach would not offend her, and the smiley face perfectly reflected his gentlemanly demeanor. Thus, the three of them awaited her response. After some time, there was still no reply. Was Lu Yuan busy? Kai Zhao began to feel anxious. Just then, his phone vibrated. Quick, see how the senior replied. Li Jiejun eagerly pounded the table, full of excitement. Roommate C was equally enthusiastic. Kai Zhao wiped his phone screen and unlocked WeChat. Junior, hello. Upon reading this, Kai Zhao felt a sweet sensation in his heart, his mind conjuring the image of the senior's silhouette. Buzz. Another message arrived. Junior, I heard from Senior Dong Yang that you and Lu Yuan are roommates. Could you please share Lu Yuan's contact information? I'd like to get to know him. Huh? Why does she want Lu Yuan's contact information? Kai Zhao was puzzled for a moment, but upon reading the last part, he understood completely. Senior Lu Yuan was interested in Lu Yuan, not him. She added him on WeChat solely to obtain Lu Yuan's contact details. FK. Kai Zhao couldn't help but curse, feeling the familiar dread cast by Lu Yuan return. It seemed as though fate were conspiring against him. Why must Lu Yuan exist? Roommates C and Li Jiejun quietly left to avoid getting caught in the crossfire, silently offering their condolences to Kai Zhao. Kai Ge, hang in there. Unbeknownst to Lu Yuan, who was riding his electric bike home, such events transpired in the dormitory after his departure. He merely felt a series of sneezes on the road, sensing someone was speaking ill of him. After over an hour of cycling, he finally arrived home, at a modest four-room house in Xiaomiao Town, Shushan District. The house was somewhat aged, appearing dilapidated compared to the modern two- or three-story houses surrounding it. I'm back. Pushing open the gate, Lu Yuan stepped inside. His mother, Tang Xiumin, beamed with surprise upon seeing him. You didn't give me a heads up before coming home. Let me whip up some dishes. She ushered him inside, showering him with care. All is well, Lu Yuan cheerfully replied. Entering the house, he noticed his father, Lu Chong, looking up from a small table. You haven't eaten. Have you? Come, let us eat, he said. The small table was set with 2 bowls of rice, a plate of stir-fried seasonal vegetables, a plate of spicy stir-fried meat, a small dish of peanuts, and a bottle of cheap liquor. Care for a drink? Lu Chong poured a small cup of liquor. I'll have a little, Lu Yuan nodded. Lu Chong, a construction worker, enjoyed indulging in a couple of drinks after work to unwind. Lu Yuan, however, was not fond of alcohol, particularly white liquor, which he found harsh and difficult to swallow. With a gentle sip, The spicy sensation indeed spread throughout Lu Yuan's mouth. However, unlike before, he did not spit it out, but swallowed it down. Lu Chang chuckled as he took a hearty gulp, smacking his lips in sheer enjoyment. Compared to the bitterness and spiciness of life, the sharpness of the liquor seemed trivial. After finishing the fiery drink in his cup, Lu Yuan's face flushed slightly. Yet he did not forget the purpose of his visit today. He retrieved 4 stacks of vibrant red bills from his backpack and, with a decisive thud, placed them on the small table. "Dad, Mom, this is the money I earned this month. Please take it." For some reason, uttering these words filled Lu Yuan with excitement, exhilaration, and joy, more so than when he fully grasped the sensitivity conjecture of the system's reward function. "So much money. You earned this." Lu Chang was momentarily taken aback, forgetting to lower his glass of liquor. His mother, Tang Xiumin, widened her eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "Son, did you rob a bank?" Lu Yuan had anticipated his parents' reaction. A college freshman suddenly revealing such a sum of money, claiming it was his earnings from just 1 month, would bewilder any parent from a typical family. In truth, Lu Yuan could have chosen to lay the groundwork, explaining the context before revealing the money, which might have made it easier for his parents to accept. However, he opted not to do so, as he wanted to convey to them. Their son had grown up and could now drink liquor without flinching. They could afford to ease their burdens. Ultimately, Lu Yuan spent an hour clarifying the background and convincing his parents. "4,000 a month? My son is truly remarkable." His mother's initial concern transformed into pride. In the summer, any parent witnessing their child still in school earning 4,000 a month would be immensely pleased. Lu Chang, typically reserved, seemed to drink more than usual today. "By the way, Mom, please give my sister 10,000 tomorrow. I initially started this tutoring class thanks to her support of 2,000. Although Lu Yuan had only consumed 1 glass of liquor, he felt a bit lightheaded. "What do you mean, give? No way. Save that money for your future house and wedding," Tang Xiumin replied, somewhat displeased. "Why not? I mentioned this was a loan. It counts as my sister's investment. Besides, my sister's family is struggling too." "No, absolutely not. That money is for your future," Tang Xiumin insisted, continuing. "When other families marry off their daughters, they offer tens of thousands, while your sister's Haven Tea contributed a dime to our family. And now that you're in college, your sisters aren't even sending you any living expenses. No, I want to allow it. That money is for your future home." Lu Yuan felt quite helpless. His mother epitomized the traditional mindset prevalent in many families, favoring sons over daughters. Silently, he noted his intention to compensate his sister from the tutoring fees he would receive next month. Feeling somewhat dazed, Lu Yuan returned to his room and fell asleep. The next morning, he awoke with a slight headache. Rubbing his temples, he vowed never to drink liquor again. After washing up, he noticed a breakfast prepared by his mother on the table, indicating that his parents had likely already left for work. The revolution was not yet won. Earning money required continued effort. While 4,000 was a considerable amount, it was far from enough to allow his parents to relax and enjoy life. Moreover, given the current housing prices, even a dog would shake its head in disapproval. After finishing breakfast, Lu Yuan tidied up the house and noted that it was already 10 in the morning. He hopped on his fully charged electric bike and set off toward the distant math tutoring center. Lu Yuan was quite devoted to the tutoring center, as teaching not only provided him with income, but also served as fuel for system upgrades. Unfortunately, the rewards and experience points for teaching math were meager at present. In contrast, physics, chemistry, and biology still offered decent rewards. However, Lu Yuan speculated that once these subjects reached level 3, their rewards would diminish to the same paltry level as math. Perhaps soon, teaching high school students would purely be a labor of love. Yet, once a teacher, always a mentor. As a mentor, he was determined to nurture the students at the distant math tutoring center, guiding them toward prestigious universities. Thinking of his students brought a smile to Lu Yuan's face. Over time, he had grown fond of them. After more than an hour, he finally arrived at the tutoring center, parked his bike, and pushed open the door. "Children, your teacher has returned. Let us take a break, have a meal, and then resume our studies." Lu Yuan had purchased some food while passing by the entrance of the 10th middle school. Lu got his back. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, Chao Chuang tossed his pen aside and hurried over to take the food from him. "I've truly fallen in love with distant math. Not only does it improve my grades, but it also comes with meals and accommodation." Chao Chuang cheerfully distributed the food among the other students in class 10. "Chao Chuang, your tuition fee will increase by 1,000 next month." "Why? Rent?" Lu Yuan teased with a smile. As the student with the lowest grades in class 10, Lu Yuan had invested the most time in Chao Chuang, sometimes tutoring him until the early hours of the morning, hence he often ended up sleeping there. "Chao Chuang, a wealthy second generation, was surprisingly eager to learn and worked hard, which took Lu Yuan a bit by surprise. However, it made sense. All 10 children enrolled in distant math had actively signed up, demonstrating their determination to study. Everyone, hurry and eat. Afterward, I'll review the test papers you completed at noon. Combining 4 small tables, a dozen students gathered around, joyously eating together, knowing that for them, studying was the most important thing. Lu God, I completed a math test paper at noon. Do you know what I scored? Chao Chuang asked excitedly, taking a big bite of chicken leg. How much? 92. I passed. Ha. Chao Chuang beamed with pride. As someone who had once scored in the single digits in math, seeing Chao Chuang pass filled Lu Yuan with immense joy. Very good, Lu Yuan thought to himself, but he said, only 92? You're still far behind your good friend, Wang Jinxiu. Who has friends with him? Chao Chuang shot a disgruntled glance at Wang Jinxiu. Wang Jinxiu, the class valedictorian, adjusted his glasses with a finger, appearing as if he had something to say, yet ultimately remained silent. After lunch, Lu Yuan began reviewing the test papers completed by the students. The papers fell into 3 categories, one for Wang Jinxiu, another for the other 8 students, and the third for the struggling Chao Chuang. Lu Yuan first examined Wang Jinxiu's paper. Over the course of the morning, Wang Jinxiu had completed 3 math test papers, all formulated by Lu Yuan and tailored to their needs. Quickly scanning the answers of the 3 papers, Lu Yuan remarked nonchalantly, not bad. He then pointed out a minor issue in the last question of the second paper. There's a small mistake here. You might lose 3 points. Receiving the paper, Wang Jinxiu glanced at it and immediately replied, I understand. Thank you, Lu God. After witnessing Lu Yuan's fierce criticism of a high school mathematics exam for 7 minutes and 28 seconds, the top student of class 10 developed a deep respect for him, even addressing him with a formal you. Moreover, after a period of training, Wang Jinxiu was overjoyed as his mathematics score improved from an average of 145 to 149. Out of nearly 5 sets of exams, he could achieve a perfect score on 4. Although this increase may seem modest, a mere 5 points, the significance of these points is extraordinary. Chapter 26. This school is not absolutely necessary. Tsinghua and Peking University are the dream institutions for every student in the Great Xia, representing the pinnacle of academic excellence. The annual college entrance examination score requirements for these universities range from 685 to 750 points. However, to gain admission into Tsinghua or Peking University and choose a desired major, a score of 685 is still insufficient. Thus, a pressing question arises. To secure admission and select a favored discipline, every subject must be at the top level. Except for Chinese, which is uncontrollable. No subject should lose more than 5 points. Hence, Wang Jinxiu's 5-point improvement in mathematics becomes particularly crucial. After reviewing Wang Jinxiu's exam paper, Lu Yuan began to assess the papers of Li Mengqi and a few others. Compared to Wang Jinxiu, they worked at a slower pace, managing only 2 sets of exams in the entire morning. Once Lu Yuan finished his evaluations, he remarked casually, very good, substantial progress. Thank you, teacher Lu Yuan. Li Mengqi's deskmate, Chao Nana, joyfully received her exam papers and gazed at the scores of 138 and 132 as if in a dream. This teacher is truly remarkable. Her scores had stabilized above 130, a feat she had never imagined possible. Yet, the monthly training fee of 4,000 was a source of discomfort. Nevertheless, Chao Nana understood that such investment would yield significant returns. Finally, Lu Yuan examined Li Mengqi's paper. After reviewing it, he frowned slightly and calmly advised, Li Mengqi, you should focus more on physics and biology moving forward. It wasn't that Li Mengqi performed poorly on this exam. Rather, she had not made any progress. Lu Yuan had already noticed that once her mathematics score reached 140, it stagnated. Even with a system that provided a teaching comprehension of 30, memory of 30, and logical ability of 30, it proved ineffective. Lu Yuan understood the underlying reason, a lack of mathematical talent. Although the system enhanced his teaching capabilities, it could not alter inherent talent. Of course, Lu Yuan was an exception, being favored by the system. Li Mengqi, realizing her inability to further improve her mathematics score, took her paper. However, as she was leaving, she pretended to accidentally step on Lu Yuan's foot. Lu Yuan winced in pain, scolding her for lacking respect for her teacher. Back at her seat, Li Mengqi pouted, her chest rising and falling with discontent. She felt frustrated that she had reached her limit in mathematics, her intelligence insufficient. Moreover, she regretted assisting Lu Yuan in recruiting so many students. Initially, when Lu Yuan taught her alone in one-on-one sessions, he was attentive to her learning. Now, With so many other students, he hardly paid any attention to her progress during class. Li Mingqi slumped her head on the desk, internally cursing Lu Yuan for not giving her, his top disciple, any special consideration. The online adage proved true. Men are like clumsy beasts, calling you little sweetheart when pampering you, and Madam Cow when they neglect you. Li Mingqi felt that she, as the top disciple, received no special treatment. After wrapping up the tutoring business, Lu Yuan returned to school at 10 o'clock in the evening. Since it was a Sunday, he did not keep the students studying until 11:30, but concluded the session by 9:30, as everyone needed rest. He even granted them a 2-hour break. "I'm back," Lu Yuan announced as he pushed open the door to dormitory 306. Upon entering, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. Li Jiejun and his roommate C were not playing League of Legends, but sitting at their desks, engrossed in a mobile game. Even more peculiar was Kai Zhao, who was already lying in bed before 10. What was going on? Hadn't a senior added Kai Zhao on WeChat? Why was he not out socializing? Lu Yuan approached roommate C, puzzled, and asked, "What is going on?" "Don't say anything, Lu Gu." Roommate C quickly covered Lu Yuan's mouth and gestured for silence. Li Jiejun hurriedly stood up and pulled Lu Yuan to the window. Lu Yuan looked bewildered, more confused than ever. "Xiao Yuan, you're back. You have no idea how we've been living today," Li Jiejun whispered, expressing their frustrations. "What happened? Shouldn't you be happy that the senior added Kai Zhao on WeChat?" "Don't mention that. Be careful, or Kai Zhao might do something reckless," Lu Yuan exclaimed in shock. Roommate C recounted the events. It turned out that the senior had not added Kai Zhao's WeChat, but rather sought her own. Lu Yuan felt a bit helpless upon learning the truth. However, he could sense that this situation was genuinely distressing. What should he do? Perhaps he should counsel Kai Zhao. Observing Kai Zhao lying motionless in bed, Lu Yuan felt a twinge of concern. He understood his roommate well. He was particularly fond of comparisons. While comparisons in academics might be acceptable, relationships were a matter of personal preference and could not be measured. No. We've said all we can. This matter ultimately depends on oneself. If you can endure it, you will. If not, then what? Roommate C shrugged and added, "But don't worry too much, Xiao Yuan. This afternoon, I already bought insurance for the 3 of us online." Insurance? Lu Yuan's mind went blank. During his first year of college, the ethics and law instructor had emphasized the importance of getting along with roommates and provided numerous examples of dormitory conflicts. For instance, the case of Ma, who killed 4 roommates, and Lin, who poisoned his roommate. Lu Yuan had thought that if he sensed anything amiss with his roommates, he would slip away quickly. This school is not absolutely necessary. "Guys, I've just remembered that I forgot to lock the door to my tutoring center. I need to head back," Lu Yuan said, bidding them farewell and making a hasty exit. This place was truly not suitable for lingering. "Lu Gu, wait for me. Take me with you," roommate C quickly chimed in. Me too. Li Jiejun followed closely behind. Chapter 27. The Dharma Academy Mathematics Competition. That night, Lu Yuan indeed spent the night at the remote mathematics training center. Roommate C and Li Jiejun did the same. Lu Yuan had a restless sleep, feeling a chill in his neck, as if someone were about to stab him. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning that he discovered the window was open, allowing him to relax. The next day, Lu Yuan was awakened by the persistent ringing of a phone. Checking the caller ID, he saw an unfamiliar number. "Hello?" Lu Yuan answered the call. "This is Lu Yuan. Your counselor, Hongjun counselor?" Lu Yuan nodded and rubbed his neck, which had inexplicably stiffened. "Teacher Hongjun, what's the matter? Come to my office right away." The counselor Hongjun's voice was urgent on the other end of the line. Lu Yuan's expression changed instantly. Could it be something unusual regarding Kai Zhao? Did he perhaps cause a ruckus in the neighboring dormitory last night due to the absence of occupants in room 306? Oh no, this could be serious. Lu Yuan's mind raced with thoughts of tomorrow's headlines. Out of jealousy for his handsome roommate, a male student from a certain university attacks his classmates with a sword. Hastily dressing, Lu Yuan pushed open the door to his bedroom. Lu Xueshan, Chao Chuang, who was studying in the living room, looked up and greeted him. Lu Yuan nodded, too preoccupied to engage. He stepped outside and hopped onto his electric scooter, speeding toward Hefei University of Technology, maintaining a speed no less than 50 km/h. However, upon opening the door to the office building where the counselor was located, he was taken aback. The person standing behind a group of senior students from Hefei University was none other than Kai Zhao. Lu Yuan's entrance was rather forceful, causing Kai Zhao at the back of the crowd to turn his head at the sound. "You didn't kill anyone, did you?" Lu Yuan asked timidly. Kai Zhao looked perplexed. How could a person who wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken possibly commit murder? "Have you lost your mind?" "That is good to hear." Lu Yuan sighed in relief. It seemed that as an academic achiever, He had been overly applying his divergent thinking from mathematics. "What brings you here?" Kai Zhao asked, his tone urgent. "Nothing much. The counselor called me in." "Oh, then you should go see the counselor." Kai Zhao turned away. In fact, Kai Zhao had been feeling quite depressed throughout the day, pondering a troubling question. Why had the once formidable academic achiever of high school vanished? Why had the confidence that once captivated the girls faded away? After a night of deep reflection, Kai Zhao finally identified the root of his discontent. It was Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's presence had overshadowed the brilliance that should have been his at Hefei University. Having pinpointed the cause, Kai Zhao also devised a solution: to disregard Lu Yuan's existence, or, more precisely, to avoid comparisons with him. Kai Zhao believed that his score of over 650 on the college entrance examination should have propelled him toward Fudan University, not merely allowed him to drift along at Hefei University. Why should there be both Zhuge Liang and Zhou Yu? While Zhuge Liang is often lauded, Zhou Yu was also a notable military strategist in the Three Kingdoms period. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan approached the desk of Counselor Hong Jun. "I'm here," he said. Hong Jun had noticed Lu Yuan's arrival. "Yes," Lu Yuan nodded politely. "What do you need me for?" "It's not me looking for you. It's Professor Tang Shikai." Hong Jun pointed to the other end of the office where Professor Tang was reprimanding students participating in the National College Student Mathematical Modeling Competition. "Oh, is it about the paper?" "It should be," Hong Jun replied. After waiting for about 10 minutes while listening to Professor Tang chastise the group of students, Lu Yuan noted Tang's fiery temperament. The students, under scrutiny, resembled frightened rabbits, hardly daring to lift their heads. "A bunch of useless fools. You can't even construct a simple mathematical model like the classic merchant's bridge problem in a single night. How can you hope to compete with students from Qingbei? Surrender now. Enough. Get out of here. If I don't see satisfactory results by tomorrow morning, the modeling team will be disbanded." With that, Professor Tang waved his hand, signaling the students to leave. "Lu Yuan, come here," Professor Tang called after dismissing the modeling team. Coming, Lu Yuan jogged over. Professor Tang pulled a USB drive from his desk drawer. "I have finished reviewing your paper on the Boolean sensitivity function. Aside from some formatting issues and wording adjustments, I've made some improvements and translated it into English. You just need to find a suitable journal for publication." "Thank you so much, Professor Tang." For even translating it into English, Lu Yuan expressed his genuine gratitude as he accepted the USB drive. Although Lu Yuan's paper was only 6 pages long, translating it into English would have been a time-consuming task without proper assistance. From the heavy dark circles under Professor Tang's eyes, it was clear he had burned the midnight oil. "There's no need for thanks," Professor Tang waved his hand dismissively. "You are the most mathematically gifted student I have seen in years. Don't squander your talent. Rest assured, I will strive diligently in my studies and contribute to the great national cause of our country." Lu Yuan began to respond, but Professor Tang interrupted. "All right. Enough with the flattery. Actions speak louder than words." "Yes," Lu Yuan nodded solemnly, feeling a surge of emotion from his earlier proclamation. Professor Tang then pulled another document from his drawer and tossed it onto the desk. "Take a look at this." "What is it?" Lu Yuan asked as he received the papers. "You didn't want to participate in the National College Student Mathematical Modeling Competition, but you could consider entering the Alibaba Demo Academy Mathematics Competition. Can I decline?" Before Lu Yuan could finish his sentence, Professor Tang interjected. "Don't say you don't have time. This is an online competition that doesn't require training, just pure mathematical ability." "All right then." With the conversation reaching this point, Lu Yuan felt he had no grounds for refusal. This revision of his paper had left him indebted to Professor Tang. "Good," Professor Tang nodded, his expression softening. In truth, he wasn't adamant about Lu Yuan participating in the Alibaba Demo Academy competition. It was merely a private math contest with average prestige. However, given that last year the academy had employed several graduates from Hefei University and donated $5 million to the school, the institution felt compelled to send someone to the competition. Professor Tang, who was not one to cut corners, had thought of Lu Yuan. Chapter 28. Tonight, a significant task awaits. Holding the document regarding the Demo Academy Mathematics competition, Lu Yuan exited the office, contemplating whether to simply brush it off. After all, why participate in various math competitions? Was it not to cultivate mathematical skills and thinking? Yet, Lu Yuan felt he had no need to compete. He could simply focus on improving his math grades systematically. Most importantly, was there any monetary reward involved? Lu Yuan was quite valuable, and time was money. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he realized he might indeed need a medal. As a top student, or rather, as a student, how could he lack accolades? Not to mention, displaying those medals at math training sessions would present a certain stature. As he walked, Lu Yuan perused the document in his hands. What? His eyes widened in disbelief. The gold medal for the Demo Academy Mathematics competition offered a reward of 30,000 RMB. 30,000 RMB was equivalent to over 200,000 in cash. The cafeteria's 3 dishes and a soup were not something to be taken lightly. Lu Yuan recalled that other math competitions in Daxia, such as the National College Student Mathematical Modeling Competition that his roommate Kai Zhao participated in, offered no monetary rewards aside from certificates. Of course, winning a modeling competition would yield a symbolic monetary reward of a few hundred or thousand yuan from the school. However, when compared to the substantial prize of over 200,000 from the Demo Academy, a few hundred or even a few thousand feels rather humiliating. In an instant, Lu Yuan felt a surge of excitement. He was determined to participate in this competition, not solely for the monetary reward, but out of a pure passion for learning. What are you looking at? At that moment, a voice startled Lu Yuan, and he looked up to see his roommate, Kai Zhao. Why haven't you left yet? Glancing at Kai Zhao, who was standing beside his electric scooter, Lu Yuan's mathematical thinking began to expand. He wondered if his roommate had tampered with his scooter. Could it be that last night's failed sabotage had turned into an attempt at murder? Images of car accidents due to brake failures flashed through Lu Yuan's mind. His scooter, though not as fast as a car, could still reach a speed of 60 km/h. What about roommate C and Li Jiejun? Were they planning something together? In the March heat, Lu Yuan found himself sweating. Fortunately, Kai Zhao's next words eased his mind. I was in the wrong yesterday. I disturbed everyone's rest. After a night of reflection, I've come to understand that there will always be someone stronger. I shouldn't focus too much on comparisons or gains and losses. Today, I'd like to treat everyone to dinner as an apology. Kai Zhao spoke earnestly, his face full of regret. We're all good brothers in the same dorm. There's no need for apologies. Lu Yuan smiled, swinging his leg over his scooter and patting the back seat. However, I certainly wouldn't mind the dinner. Kai Zhao took a seat on the back of the scooter, a smile returning to his face. Let's go to that newly opened Northeast dumpling restaurant by the school. Why? Lu Yuan was not fond of dumplings. After my thorough comparison, I found that this dumpling restaurant not only offers generous portions and delicious flavors, but also has reasonable prices. It is the most cost-effective restaurant near our school. Oh, by the way, Xiao Yuan, were you holding the Demo Academy's mathematics competition paper earlier? Yes, why? I'd like to sign up as well. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow. Haven't you already participated in the National College Student Mathematical Modeling Competition? Yes. But what does that have to do with anything? A senior in our second year participated in 3 competitions at once. If he can do it, so can I. Lu Yuan felt a sense of unease. It was peculiar. Although Kai Zhao had admitted his mistake, he seemed unchanged. To borrow a popular phrase, I know I'm wrong. But I refuse to change. Fortunately, Kai Zhao's competitive focus had shifted from Lu Yuan to others. Nightfall. At the remote mathematics training class, it was 11:40 p.m. After sending off the 10th grade students, Lu Yuan turned his gaze towards his roommates. Why are you still here? You came over after lunch. Initially, Lu Yuan thought they would leave after a short nap, yet it was nearly midnight, and they were still around. We're not leaving tonight. There are rooms, air conditioning, and big beds. It's quite comfortable. Roommate C lay on the bed in the guest room, showing no intention of leaving. Lu Yuan finally understood why couples often preferred to rent places together. Li Jiejun was also lounging beside roommate C, looking quite content. Why? The bed is spacious. There's room to stretch out. Elaborate. Like this, and that, and this. Forget it. I won't bother with you guys anymore. There are only 2 rooms left. You 3 can sort it out among yourselves. Lu Yuan couldn't be bothered. The 3-bedroom apartment was certainly spacious enough for them. After freshening up, as Lu Yuan prepared to return to wash up, Kai Zhao approached him, fidgeting. Xiao Yuan, can we discuss something? What is up? Could I join your tutoring class? No. I mean, teach the 10th grade students. That evening, Kai Zhao had seen Lu Yuan explaining problems to the 10th grade students, who showed him great respect. Kai Zhao found it impressive and stylish. He believed he could do it too. After all, he had scored over 650 on his college entrance examination. Are you sure you want to come? Lu Yuan looked at Kai Zhao. Absolutely, and I won't need any payment. Kai Zhao was resolute. He wished to reclaim that confident self who once excelled in high school, explaining problems to classmates. No payment. Lu Yuan smirked, thinking this was a fortunate arrangement. Adhering to the principle of not turning down free labor, Lu Yuan patted Kai Zhao on the shoulder and said, You've passed the interview. You can start tomorrow. Although Kai Zhao's teaching abilities could not compare to Lu Yuan, who had the advantage of a systematic enhancement, he was still a man who had achieved a score of 650 on the college entrance exam. Occasionally, when Lu Yuan was overwhelmed, Kai Zhao could still be of some use. After refreshing himself, Lu Yuan hummed a tune as he returned to his room. It was already midnight. But Lu Yuan had no intention of sleeping. Tonight, he had an important task to accomplish. Rising from his bed, he approached his second-hand desk, opened his laptop, and plugged in his USB drive. This evening, he would submit the paper he had been working diligently on for quite some time. Chapter 29. Do I need to register as a member to submit a paper? In recent days, Lu Yuan had been immersing himself in various academic forums and journals. No longer a novice in the realm of publishing papers. Numerous journals exist worldwide for publishing SCI papers. Among them, two of the most renowned comprehensive journals, or rather, the pinnacle of SCI journals, are 1. Nature 2. Science. These two are at the apex of the global academic pyramid, boasting an impact factor exceeding 50, with citation counts from scholars worldwide. Of course, aside from these comprehensive journals, there are also prestigious journals such as Lancet and Cell, both with substantial impact factors, with Lancet's being over 160. However, these two journals are specialized. One focuses on medicine and the other on biology. Lu Yuan's paper, which proves the sensitivity function of Boolean logic, could not be submitted to these top-tier journals. Nature and Science were beyond his qualifications, while the other two were not aligned with his field of study. This was quite vexing. After gaining a clearer understanding of various journals, Lu Yuan continued to sift through his options. After 2 hours, he finally set his sights on AR14, a repository for physics, mathematics, and computer science, with a reasonable impact factor. As for why Lu Yuan did not choose some domestic SCI journals, it was simply due to the lack of quality. Many could be published merely by paying a fee, which diminished their influence. While he wished to contribute to the development of domestic journals, the time was not yet ripe. One day, when he could wield authority and influence that surpassed even the most prestigious journals, he would no longer care about where his work was published. Upon opening the AR14 website, Lu Yuan registered his information and proceeded to input his paper. However, just as he was about to submit it, a pop-up appeared, stating that he was not a member. What? Lu Yuan was taken aback. You can't submit a paper without being a member? This is quite unfair to diligent students. He felt a surge of frustration. Nonetheless, there was no turning back. He had to register as a member. Yet, the next moment left him dumbfounded. He discovered that there was an $80 fee for submitting a paper. Who was he supposed to discuss this with? Isn't it just submitting an SCI paper? Why are there so many fees? Can I opt out of this? Lu Yuan felt helpless, gritted his teeth, and ultimately paid the amount. After spending the money, his paper was indeed submitted successfully, yet Lu Yuan couldn't shake off a sense of dissatisfaction. The membership registration and submission fees had cost him a staggering 280,000 credits, equivalent to a hefty 844 renminbi. And that was not the end of it. Lu Yuan discovered that once accepted, there would be additional costs in the thousands of credits for the paper to be published in a journal. It was disheartening, truly heart-wrenching. Lu Yuan vowed that in the future, should he publish another SCI paper, he would consider himself a fool. Last month, he earned 42,000 from tutoring, giving 40,000 to his parents. Although he had a few thousand left, he had recently set up a broadband connection for a distant math program and purchased a water dispenser among other miscellaneous items. Lu Yuan was now left with only 1 or 2,000. Having once held 42,000 in his hands, he now felt that 1 or 2,000 was hardly anything, leaving him with a profound sense of insecurity. Thus, he resolved to seize the 200,000 prize from the Damo Institute's math competition. Not even the arrival of Jesus could deter him. As days slipped by like fleeting smoke, Lu Yuan, while relieved from the burden of paper submissions, still carved out time for study amidst the relentless pursuit of RMB. Though the preliminary round of the Damo Institute's math competition was not overly challenging, covering only topics from undergraduate-level higher algebra, abstract algebra, commutative algebra, algebraic geometry, and number theory, Lu Yuan's sights were set far beyond the preliminaries. He aimed for the finals. The difficulty of the final questions was comparable to the content studied by first-year PhD students in mathematics. For Lu Yuan, who had achieved level 3 in mathematics, this presented a pressure, albeit a slight one. After reaching level 3, he felt a distinct difference between himself and ordinary university students. While he did not consider his IQ to be extraordinarily high at 150 or 160, he was acutely aware of his mathematical talent. Talent is a mysterious entity. It cannot be seen or touched, yet its existence is undeniable. Lu Yuan, with his level 3 mathematics, could, through diligent effort, thoroughly explore the proof process of the Boolean sensitivity function awarded by the system in just a week. a feat that at least 999 others would find insurmountable. Of course, this modest mathematical talent was still a far cry from that of renowned mathematicians like Gauss, whom Lu Yuan regarded as a paragon of mathematical genius. Time slipped away, and after a morning spent perusing 5 mathematics books, Lu Yuan, feeling his stomach rumble, left in dissatisfaction. A fellow student preparing for graduate exams was left dumbfounded. How could one be dissatisfied after reading 5 books in a morning? After finishing lunch in the cafeteria, Lu Yuan hurriedly rode his electric scooter to the distant math program. During this period of training, the number of mathematical problems in his mind had soared to tens of thousands. However, the experience points awarded by the system dwindled, sometimes even reaching 0, which was quite frustrating. On a brighter note, his biology and chemistry had both ascended to level 3 just days prior, a welcome development. This afternoon, he taught Chao Chuang physics, striving to elevate the physics subject to level 3 before nightfall. With all subjects at level 3, he would be able to summon the dragon. On the way, Lu Yuan could hardly contain his excitement. Throughout the afternoon, he relentlessly drilled Chao Chuang in physics, not even allowing him a bathroom break. Finally, just before darkness fell, Lu Yuan successfully elevated the physics subject to level 3. Unlike the previous upgrades in biology and chemistry, which did not yield any rewarding documentation, Lu Yuan was curious about what the system would bestow upon him for achieving level 3 in physics. He was ready to seize the opportunity. Chapter 30, Physics Upgrade to Level 3. Come forth, my system. While sending Chao Chuang to buy food, Lu Yuan summoned the system. A sci-fi holographic 3D projection appeared, accompanied by a transparent pop-up window. Congratulations, host. The physics subject has been upgraded to level 3. Reward: teaching ability to draw inferences from one instance to another. The pop-up flashed by before Lu Yuan could fully comprehend the reward. However, the sensation of having physics elevated to level 3 was unmistakable, akin to the feelings experienced during the upgrades of mathematics, biology, and chemistry. Initially uncomfortable, the process grew more arduous, culminating in a sense of euphoria. It felt as though Lu Yuan's crown was opened, and gradually, something called talent was infused into him. Talent is enigmatic. It cannot be articulated, yet it is vital, especially for a scholar. Had Lu Yuan not broken through level 3 in mathematics, he would not have possessed the capability to independently grasp the proof of the Boolean sensitivity function conjecture provided by the system. Without talent, one cannot traverse the path of mathematics or any academic endeavor far. Yet, talent is not bestowed upon everyone. Some gifted individuals, once they reach a certain age, can entertain themselves without instruction, finding comfort in their pursuits, while those lacking such gifts must rely on others for guidance. Similarly, in the realm of learning, talent allows for an effortless and joyous acquisition of knowledge without the need for a teacher. With just a modicum of talent, one remains ordinary. Without any talent, one is but a lump. Now, Lu Yuan had become a well-rounded prodigy in mathematics, physics, biology, and chemistry. Using a popular online expression, a versatile hexagonal warrior. After a brief moment of excitement, Lu Yuan composed himself and opened his personal attribute panel. Host: Lu Yuan, Core Disciplines. Mathematics. Level 3, 267, 210. 000. Physics. Level 3, 310, 000. Chemistry. Level 3, 23, 310, 000. Biology. Level 3, 19, 910, 000. Humanities. Omitted. Teaching value. 3. 350. Experience points. 0. Allocated to physics. Teaching abilities. Comprehension boost. 30. Memory boost. 30. Logical ability boost. 30. Ability to draw inferences. 30. Documentation. Proof of the Boolean sensitivity function conjecture. The sight of all subjects at level 3 brought immense satisfaction to the perfectionist in Lu Yuan. However, the 10,000 experience points needed for the next upgrade to level 4 left him pondering when he would ever achieve that. Randomly, Lu Yuan's gaze fell upon the teaching abilities. Noticing a new addition, likely the reward from when physics reached level 3. Ability to draw inferences, 30 boost. Lu Yuan pondered this for a moment, and his eyes brightened. The ability to draw inferences is easily understood. It means that upon mastering one problem, one can analyze and solve another, or even 3 additional problems based on that. This is an advanced ability reserved for top students. While the system's boosts to comprehension, memory, and logical thinking can transform a struggling student into an exemplary one, the addition of the ability to draw inferences can elevate an already proficient student into a scholar. Lu Yuan silently analyzed this. Li Mingqi and Chao Nana have been hovering around a score of 140 in mathematics for some time, unable to surpass 145. Lu Yuan felt quite helpless regarding this. However, if they could develop the ability to think critically and apply knowledge, these obstacles might be easily overcome. His faraway mathematics program seemed likely to produce not just one, but potentially two, or even more students bound for prestigious universities like Tsinghua and Peking. Lu Yuan felt a surge of excitement at the prospect. The emergence of two top-tier students from a small training class would indeed be sensational. His faraway mathematics would undoubtedly shine as the brightest gem in Pengzi City. Just then, Chao Chuang, who had been sent out by Lu Yuan to buy food, rushed in, panting and holding a meal for Lu Yuan. "What's the matter? You seem flustered," Lu Yuan remarked, momentarily disengaging from his system to focus on Chao Chuang. "I just ran into our homeroom teacher, Zhang Wentao, on my way back," Chao Chuang gasped. "So what? You bumped into him. It's no big deal," Lu Yuan said dismissively as he took the food from Chao Chuang. "Impressive. You managed to run so fast without spilling a drop. With that coordination, you'd be well suited for the military." "No, Lu God," Chao Chuang insisted. "I mean, I ran into our homeroom teacher. And you told me to ask him for leave because I broke my leg." Lu Yuan smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten about that. Chao Chuang, quickly, close the large iron gate at the entrance and take down the sign outside, Lu Yuan instructed urgently. While it was not a serious issue for high school students to take leave, fabricating a story about a broken leg was indeed problematic. Of course, that was not the main concern. The crux of the matter was that the idea for the leave had originated from Lu Yuan. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's orders, Chao Chuang dashed towards the entrance. However, halfway there, a middle-aged man with glasses, pale skin, and a thin frame suddenly appeared at the doorway. "Chao Chuang, didn't you say you broke your leg? Why are you running so fast?" Zhang Wentao scrutinized the lowest-performing student in his class. Although Chao Chuang's grades were dismal, and he had little hope of attending university, Zhang Wentao was not one to give up on a student. He believed that even if Chao Chuang never made it to university, he should not falter morally. "Mr. Zhang," Chao Chuang said, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. As the class's underperformer, he struggled academically, but was not a troublemaker. He still held a degree of respect and fear for his teacher. Lu Yuan turned to see Zhang Wentao entering the room, his gaze filled with curiosity and a hint of irritation. The atmosphere grew tense. Just as Lu Yuan was about to speak, a throng of students appeared at the door, led by the enthusiastic voice of Li Mingqi. "Instructor Lu, have you eaten? I brought you the best sweet and sour pork and ribs from our school gate." Lu Yuan looked up to see Li Mingqi, along with Wang Jinka and several other students from Class 10. He felt a surge of exasperation, unsure if he should express it or not. The situation had grown complicated. Chapter 31, The Monthly Exam, A Moment of Truth. Time, 66 days until the college entrance examination. Location, faraway mathematics. Characters, Lu Yuan, Zhang Wentao. Dozens of students from Class 10 at Pengzi No. 10 Middle School. Event, class students tutoring incident, Chao Chuang's deceitful leave request. Wang Jinka, you're the top student in our class. Why are you here at this training class? Zhang Wentao questioned. I can understand Li Mingqi and Chao Chuang coming, but you, a top student, still need extra tutoring? What can a small training class teach you? Can it really improve your grades? That is absurd. Zhang Wentao even resorted to using the term absurd, indicating his considerable frustration. While he did not oppose high school students attending extra classes, he certainly did not support the idea, as the academic pressure in their final year was already overwhelming. Moreover, he had little respect for the tutors at such establishments. What qualifications could they possibly have? If they were truly knowledgeable, why would they be running a tutoring center? Even if, hypothetically, the tutors were exceptional. It was embarrassing for a top student like Wang Jinka to seek help from a training class. Don't be absurd, Mr. Zhang, Wang Jinka replied calmly, adjusting his glasses. Under Lu God's guidance, I've made significant progress. So have Li Mingqi and Chao Chuang. This moment left Zhang Wentao momentarily speechless, taken aback by the normally obedient top student's rebuttal. Do I not care about face? Lu Yuan shot Wang Jinka an approving glance. Realizing he was not merely a bookish scholar, but someone capable of standing up for his peers at crucial moments. Seeing Wang Jinki's confidence, Li Mingqi and the others chimed in. Mr. Zhang, we have all improved significantly. Chao Chuang added, Mr. Zhang, my math skills have become excellent. Observing their newfound confidence, Zhang Wentao's furrowed brow began to ease, and he calmed down. In the end, grades were paramount for high school students. As long as they did not disrupt their studies, Zhang Wentao would not intervene excessively. Furthermore, students' decisions to attend extra classes were ultimately their own. This was the tutoring class Li Mingqi had mentioned. where her math score had reportedly increased by over 40 points. It didn't seem particularly impressive, Zhang Wentao mused as he surveyed the faraway mathematics program. His gaze finally settled on Lu Yuan, a young man who appeared to be nearly the same age as his students, yet his eyes revealed depth and confidence. Was Li Mengqi's 40-point improvement solely due to his influence? Did he possess such remarkable teaching abilities that even the top student, Wang Jinke, held him in high regard? Even referring to him as Lu God. What an ostentatious nickname. Zhang Wentao exchanged glances with Lu Yuan for a few moments, feeling indignant but remaining silent. He then turned his attention to the other students in Class 10. Your choice to attend tutoring is your own, and I should not comment on it. However, if your grades decline, I will have to intervene. Coincidentally, the second mock exam was just around the corner. Let everything be judged by your results, he concluded before leaving. However, he could not help but turn back to Chao Chuang and add, I will address your fabricated leg injury after the second mock exam. All right, Mr. Zhang. I will definitely be the one who shows the most improvement in our class. Chao Chuang waved goodbye to Zhang Wentao. The students of the faraway mathematics training class were least concerned about their studies. The situation resolved itself far more easily than Lu Yuan had anticipated. As for Zhang Wentao's mention of the upcoming exam, Lu Yuan paid it no heed. After all, how could students, who had diligently studied under his guidance for nearly a month, possibly see their grades decline? Such a scenario was utterly implausible. The probability of this occurrence is even lower than that of a relatively prosperous nation being invaded by a minor power. After a brief interlude, Lu Yuan continued to engage the students of Class 10 in their studies. This also served as an opportunity to test the newly acquired teaching ability, teaching by analogy, awarded by the system upon upgrading to level 3 in physics. The students were earnest in their learning, and Lu Yuan was equally enthusiastic, eager to witness the progress his students had made over the past month of diligent instruction. As for the students of Class 10, their desire to see their own growth during this period was palpable. 3 days later, the second mock examination at Fatty High School commenced. Compared to the first mock exam, the second set of questions was more aligned with the difficulty of the college entrance examination. Generally speaking, the results of this second mock exam were highly indicative of the students' potential performance on the actual exam, which is why every high school places immense importance on it. At the entrance of Class 10, Wang Jinxiu, Li Mengqi, Chao Nana, and Chao Shuang gathered among dozens of others. Class Flower, why have you gathered us here just before the exam starts? I am in the last examination room on the 5th floor, and I still have to climb up. It's quite exhausting, Chao Chuang said, casting a puzzled look at Li Mengqi. Do you remember the agreement made by teacher Zhang Wentao? Li Mengqi replied, dismissing Chao Chuang, her gaze shifting to the others. Yes, if our scores decline, we are not permitted to attend Lu Xin's tutoring classes, Chao Nana chimed in. Exactly. Therefore, none of us can afford to falter, not even one of us, Li Mengqi declared emphatically, her voice resonating with determination. Calm down. I am confident that I cannot possibly regress. I scored just over 20 in mathematics last time, with a total score of only 300. I have no room for decline. Chao Chuang responded. I was not including you in that statement, Li Mengqi shot back with a glare. Then why did you call me down? Chao Chuang retorted, dissatisfied. Who told you to be in the mathematics WeChat group from afar? Is that my fault? Chao Chuang felt a sense of grievance, but dared not voice it further. After all, he was the least academically inclined among the group. May a hex be cast upon you all. May you all achieve perfect scores. Li Mengqi ignored Chao Chuang's antics, turning her attention to the academic leader Wang Jinxiu. Wang Jinxiu, you are the top student in our class. Having scored 687 in the first mock exam, you cannot afford to be careless this time. Wang Jinxiu had indeed achieved the highest score in the first mock examination. Yet paradoxically, he had the least room for improvement. A moment's inattention could even lead to a decline in his performance. Oh, so the class flower gathered us all out of concern that I might drag everyone down, he remarked. That was not my intention. After all, achieving a score above 680 is genuinely challenging, and I am well aware of that, Li Mengqi replied, attempting to clarify. Wang Jinxiu interjected, adjusting his glasses with a casual flick of his middle finger. You need not worry about me. I have made significant progress under Lu Xin's guidance. With that, he strode confidently toward the first examination room. Prepare yourselves, students of Class 10, for the fear I shall instill in you. Chapter 32. The unrivaled scholar Wang Jinxiu. As they watched Wang Jinxiu's retreating figure, Li Mengqi and the others were momentarily taken aback. They could sense the intense confidence radiating from him, a hallmark of a top student. This confidence was even more pronounced than before. What a show-off, Chao Chuang muttered, somewhat disgruntled. Yet, during this period of training alongside Lu Yuan, he had experienced a shift in his perception of his childhood neighbor. At times, he understood that Wang Jinxiu was not merely boasting, but stating a fact. Nonetheless, he still found it displeasing. Just like now, I feel he is just showing off. He claims to be the least concerning one. The one who should be least worried is me, Chao Chuang, the most handsome guy in class 10. I'm off. I have to go too. Wang Jinxiu waved as he ascended the stairs toward the last examination room, unwilling to dwell on the matter. His current focus was on how to astonish the underperformers in class 10. With Wang Jinxiu and Chao Chuang's departure, the other students from the mathematics training class began to disperse. All right, let us head out as well. Class Flower, you really need not worry too much. You are well aware of Lu Shen's teaching capabilities, Chao Nana said, smiling as she tugged at Li Mengqi, both heading to their respective examination rooms. Their scores had been similar in the previous mock exam, so they shared the same examination venue. Li Mengqi smiled in response, knowing of their progress during this period. Yet anxiety lingered in her heart. Oh, you don't mean to say you've developed feelings for Lu Shen, do you? Chao Nana asked casually. No, certainly not. Li Mengqi exclaimed, covering her face, her heart racing, denying it hurriedly. Her original plan had been to abstain from romantic relationships until after graduation. At Fatty High School, in an office on the first floor, Zhang Wentao and several teachers convened. Checking the time, the head of the senior grade, Gong Chong, announced, "It's time to head to the examination rooms. Remember, the second mock examination is the closest simulation to the actual college entrance exam, and we must ensure the students achieve their true potential." The supervising teachers nodded in agreement. There was no need for the head of the grade to emphasize the importance of this occasion. With only 2 months remaining until the actual exam, the room for improvement was minimal, and this score would likely represent their actual performance. The results of this mock exam would reflect their hard work over the past 3 years, impacting not only their reputations, but also the school's funding. Zhang Wentao, holding a stack of Chinese examination papers, made his way to the first examination room, originally assigned to a different room. He had requested a change because the first room housed Wang Jinxiu, the top student of class 10. While he was concerned about the scores of Li Mengqi and the others, his primary focus remained on Wang Jinxiu. The morning exam was Chinese, and Zhang Wentao did not pay it too much attention, understanding that success in this subject relied heavily on accumulated knowledge. In the afternoon, as the mathematics examination commenced, Zhang Wentao felt invigorated. 5 minutes into the exam, he set down his mathematics journal and casually approached the 6th seat in the first examination room. Wang Jinxiu had achieved the highest score in the previous mock exam, ranking 6th overall in the school, trailing the top student by a mere 6 points, essentially the value of a single multiple-choice question. At that time, Zhang Wentao had reassured Wang Jinxiu not to be disheartened, as luck had simply not been on his side. He told him that those among the top 10 in the school had a genuine chance of aiming for prestigious universities like Tsinghua and Peking. Silently, Zhang Wentao positioned himself behind Wang Jinxiu, adjusting his glasses, and pretended to casually glance at Wang Jinxiu's paper. What? Zhang Wentao was taken aback. In just 5 minutes since the exam began, Wang Jinxiu had already completed the last multiple-choice question. In the province's college entrance examination, mathematics was scored out of 150. With 60 points allocated to multiple-choice questions, 12 questions in total, 8 single-choice and 4 multiple-choice, 20 points for 4 fill-in-the-blank questions, and 70 points for 6 problem-solving questions. Under normal circumstances, a reasonable allocation of time for the multiple-choice questions would be around 20 minutes, given their complexity. Yet, Wang Jinxiu had astonishingly finished them in just 5 minutes. This was quite extraordinary. Although Zhang Wentao was aware that the speed at which top students solved problems was naturally swifter than the multiple-choice questions of theoretical science, completing them in 20 minutes seemed implausible. Even with pen in hand, he doubted he could finish the relatively simple questions in 5 minutes. Shaking his head, he dismissed these thoughts, redirecting his gaze back to Wang Jinxiu's exam paper. To his astonishment, he found himself frozen in disbelief. Had Wang Jinxiu truly completed the fill-in-the-blank questions within such a brief moment? This defied logic. Zhang Wentao widened his eyes, his mind seemingly paralyzed. After a moment, he hurriedly glanced at the clock on the back wall of the examination hall, 15:08. This meant that only 8 minutes had elapsed since the start of the exam. In just 8 minutes, Wang Jinxiu had finished both the multiple-choice and fill-in-the-blank questions, shattering Zhang Wentao's comprehension of the situation. Breathing rapidly, he took a deep breath to regain his composure, fixating his gaze unwaveringly on Wang Jinxiu's paper. He was determined to observe closely how this student managed such a feat. Surely, even with the aid of stimulants, this level of speed was extraordinary. Wang Jinxiu, sensing the presence of Zhang Wentao behind him, remained undistracted. At that moment, his mind felt as if it had been unleashed like a dam overflowing with water, thoughts and calculations flooding forth effortlessly. The mental calculations that had once eluded him now flowed with ease, and the obstacles in his thought process vanished. This was a state Wang Jinxiu had never experienced before. Yet he recognized its invincibility. No student from Fatty No. 10 High School, nor any senior student nationwide, could compare to him in this moment. He, Wang Jinxiu, was a force of unrivaled prowess, dominating all scholars. With focus, he lifted his pen. The sound of the pen gliding rapidly across the blank paper echoed in the silence, his speed accelerating to the point where it left a blur in its wake. Zhang Wentao had not moved an inch, his initial astonishment replaced by a rigid expression, his mouth agape in disbelief. As time ticked by, the minute hand approached the half-hour mark. When it pointed between 3 and 4, Wang Jinxiu set down his pen and turned to glance at the clock, 15:30. It had taken him 30 minutes to complete the exam, and a frown creased his brow in mild dissatisfaction. Comparing himself to that man, he felt a significant disparity. Yet, he did not dwell in envy. He had placed that man in a realm of the divine. What brought Wang Jinxiu joy was the realization that he had seemingly reached a new understanding of mathematics and learning, ascending to a higher plane of comprehension. "Can I submit my paper?" he quietly asked Zhang Wentao, who had snapped back to attention. "Are you not going to check it?" Zhang Wentao replied, still recovering from his stupor. "No need," Wang Jinxiu stated nonchalantly. "Very well, go ahead and submit it. Although it's a bit early. Early submissions are permitted in the college entrance exam." Handing his paper to Zhang Wentao, Wang Jinxiu stood and approached the entrance of the examination room to retrieve his backpack. However, as he raised his head, he caught the gaze of the top student in the school seated at position 1. Coincidentally, the top student was also looking at Wang Jinxiu at that moment. Their eyes met for a brief second. Wang Jinxiu, accustomed to adjusting his glasses with his middle finger, offered a calm smile before turning away. The top student furrowed his brow. He had not seen arrogance in Wang Jinxiu's eyes, nor mockery, only an air of indifference. As if he, the top student, were of no consequence to Wang Jinxiu. This left the top student feeling somewhat displeased. How could a student ranked 6th in the school disregard him? He had yet to acknowledge Wang Jinxiu's presence. Shaking off his thoughts, the top student refocused on answering the questions. After the first day of mock exams concluded, Li Mengqi, Chao Nana, and Wang Jinxiu entered the room. Li Mengqi still carried dinner packed for Lu Yuan. "How did it go? How was the exam?" Lu Yuan inquired, unabashedly taking his dinner from Li Mengqi. "Average," Wang Jinxiu responded, as succinct as ever. "I did fantastic. I feel like I'll astonish the slackers in our class," Chao Chuang exclaimed, already envisioning the expressions of his peers who usually performed at his level. Lu Yuan nodded, confident in his teaching abilities, especially after upgrading his physics skills to level 3, which had enhanced his capacity to impart knowledge effectively. "Professor Lu, what is this math problem? I can't make heads or tails of it," Li Mengqi remarked, glancing at the laptop resting nearby. "Of course you can understand. This is university-level mathematics," Lu Yuan replied nonchalantly, taking a bite of his now-cool chicken leg, reminding Li Mengqi to hurry next time. "What? University math? I want to see." Chao Nana and the others leaned in curiously. "Ugh, my head hurts. I feel nauseous. Why can't they write a bit more in Chinese?" Chao Nana covered her eyes, quickly departing. "I wouldn't choose math as my major either. It's too taxing on the brain." "Me neither. I absolutely refuse to select mathematics as my field." The others echoed, fear of the subject evident in their expressions. "Those who excel in mathematics are truly extraordinary, like our Professor Lu." Chao Chuang looked at Lu Yuan with admiration, throwing in a compliment. Wang Jinxiu frowned, scrutinizing the problem for a long while before finally declaring, "This is not simply a university math question. I've seen higher mathematics before." "Correct, but there's no reward," Lu Yuan said, finishing his meal swiftly before heading to the laptop. "I'm still in a competition. Keep your voices down." "Competition? What competition?" "Oh, the Ari Baba Damo Institute Mathematics Competition." Lu Yuan's fingers flew across the keyboard. He didn't need scratch paper for such problems. This scene made Wang Jinxiu's eyelids twitch. Was this truly the extent of Lu Yuan's prowess? Even the Damo Institute Mathematics Competition problems could not compel him to use scratch paper. The Damo Institute Mathematics Competition? What kind of competition is that? Sounds impressive. Li Mengqi asked curiously, her headache momentarily forgotten despite her confusion over the symbols. "It is a grassroots competition organized by Alibaba, with the grand prize reportedly exceeding 200,000. Lu Yuan had no time to engage with Li Mengqi, while Wang Jinxiu explained from the side. a prize of over 200,000. With such a sum, Lu Yuan, as a lecturer, would surely find himself financially secure in the future. The thought of no longer being able to bring him meals left Li Mengqi feeling somewhat disheartened. What do you expect? Alibaba is affluent, and those participating in the competition are all prodigies from top-tier mathematics departments across Daxia. As a privately run mathematics contest, it naturally needs to elevate the prize to attract attention. Li Mengqi rested her chin on her hands, puffing out her rosy lips, lost in contemplation. The preliminary round of the Dharma Academy's mathematics competition commenced at midnight today, lasting a total of 24 hours, during which participants could select any of the 8-hour segments to compete. Note, this is a parallel universe, with differing timelines, prizes, and settings. Do not delve too deeply. Lu Yuan, having taken a midday nap, began his participation after 3 o'clock. To his dissatisfaction, he spent 2 hours only to reach the final question. He steeled himself and picked up his pen, hastening his problem-solving pace. Wang Jinxiu quietly withdrew, unwilling to let his recently forged resolve be disrupted. The next day marked the second day of the simulated exam at Shizhou. Seizing the opportunity while his tutoring class students took their examinations, Lu Yuan rode his electric scooter back to Hefei University of Technology. As a current student, he had been skipping classes rather excessively. No, it was more accurate to say he had hardly attended at all. Although the teachers did not call roll often and his roommate C had been helping him with attendance, the lingering guilt of not showing up weighed heavily on him. He felt it was essential to make an appearance today to reassure the teachers that this student still existed in their class. In the afternoon, during Professor Tang Shirkai's open lecture on Advanced Mathematics 2, Lu Yuan found himself idly stifling yawns. It wasn't that he was disinterested, but rather that he simply could not concentrate. Advanced Mathematics 2 was as elementary as Mathematics I, and he feared that excessive exposure might dull his intellect. Did you not sleep well yesterday? His roommate Kai Zhao inquired, diligently taking notes. I slept quite well. Perhaps it's just the monotony, Lu Yuan replied, glancing at the clock and realizing there were still 10 minutes until class ended. He could hardly sit still. Oh, the students from Shizhou will finish their exams tomorrow, right? Yes, today is the second day. Ah, then I still have to tutor Chao Nana tomorrow afternoon, Kai Zhao replied earnestly. Suit yourself, Lu Yuan nodded nonchalantly. He saw no reason not to utilize Kai Zhao's free labor. Initially, Lu Yuan thought Kai Zhao's interest in distant mathematics was merely a fleeting whim. But it had become apparent that Kai Zhao was genuinely enthusiastic, attending whenever he had the chance, almost making Lu Yuan feel like a secondary stakeholder in the distant mathematics training program. This puzzled Lu Yuan. Were university students truly so idle? Was labor so undervalued? With a glint of mischief in his eyes, Lu Yuan turned to Kai Zhao and teased, "Have you taken a liking to Chao Nana?" Kai Zhao froze momentarily, then hastily covered his eyes as he stammered, No, I haven't tea." Observing Kai Zhao's flushed face, almost ready to leap from his seat, Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow in confusion. If you haven't, then why the excitement? He couldn't be bothered to analyze Kai Zhao's feelings for Chao Nana. Apart from his penchant for comparison, a rather annoying quirk, Kai Zhao was otherwise a commendable roommate. Finally, the class concluded, and Lu Yuan was the first to rise, eager to grab a meal at the cafeteria. However, just as he reached the door, Professor Tang Shirkai called out, "Lu Yuan, wait a moment." Turning to face the professor, Lu Yuan greeted him politely, noticing how the students hurriedly slipped away to their meals, no doubt anxious about the impending rush once the second, third, and fourth-year students finished their classes. "What have you been up to lately?" Once the students had exited, Professor Tang Shirkai picked up his textbook and focused his attention on Lu Yuan. "What have you been up to?" "Nothing much," Lu Yuan replied, somewhat puzzled. "Then why have you skipped so many classes?" "I've inquired with your other professors, and apart from your advisor and my course, you haven't attended any others." Lu Yuan was taken aback. Hadn't the professor stopped taking attendance? Wasn't his roommate covering for him? How had his truancy been uncovered? Fortunately, Professor Tang did not seem overly concerned about Lu Yuan's absences. Stepping out of the classroom, he inquired, "Have you thought about changing your major? Considering mathematics?" "What else could I consider? I love mathematics." Lu Yuan quickly waved his hands, adding a compliment. "Furthermore, I aspire to dedicate my life to mathematics, much like you." Professor Tang. He held a favorable view of Professor Tang. To other students, he appeared strict, rigid, and difficult to approach. But Lu Yuan believed that Professor Tang simply devoted himself to teaching and academia, indifferent to the nuances of social interaction. Hearing Lu Yuan express his love for mathematics, Professor Tang's brow softened, but upon hearing the latter half of his statement, he couldn't help but scold. "You little rascal, you're still quite young. Yet your flattery rivals that of some administrative leaders. Does Professor Tang dislike flattery? Lu Yuan noted this in his mind and replied, Professor Tang, you're mistaken. I merely speak the truth. Enough, there is no need for flattery in front of me. In our academic circle, we value straightforwardness. Let us communicate efficiently. Professor Tang sighed, feeling that Lu Yuan, being only a freshman, still possessed a youthful naivete. Discussing future academic circles seemed rather premature. Subsequently, Professor Tang produced a course schedule from his black briefcase and handed it to Lu Yuan. This is the course schedule for the first-year mathematics department. He nodded, stating, I've already discussed your major transfer with the leadership of the computer science department. Your student status is now officially with the mathematics department. Officially with the mathematics department. Lu Yuan was momentarily stunned. Typically, most universities required students to be in their second year to transfer majors, alongside corresponding examinations. Yet, Lu Yuan had not even filled out an application form and had successfully transferred. It could only be said that having connections within the school was advantageous. At Hefei University of Technology, Lu Yuan had indeed established a network. He would need to cling tightly to Professor Tang's coattails in the future. As they walked, Professor Tang paused for a moment, then turned to Lu Yuan and asked, Is my class really that dull? Not at all. Lu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Then why have you been yawning throughout? Lu Yuan had initially planned to offer a flattering excuse, but recalling Professor Tang's aversion to insincerity, he replied candidly, Professor Tang, your lectures are decent. However, they are rather elementary for me, lacking any substance, even less engaging than self-study. Professor Tang halted momentarily, and after a brief pause, he said, Undergraduate courses are indeed somewhat simplistic. In that case, you can manage your own schedule, attend if you wish, or self-study in the library if you prefer not to attend. I will also try to speak to the other professors, and you won't have to worry about attendance records. Is that really possible? Lu Yuan felt a surge of joy. No classes. Professor Tang had essentially granted him a pass to skip lectures, a privilege many students would envy. This was the kind of status reserved for top scholars. He resolved to celebrate with a hearty meal of 4 dishes and a soup at the cafeteria. Do not revel too much in your triumph, for I have my own conditions. Observing Lu Yuan lagging behind, Professor Tang raised his voice. What conditions? You must not score below 95 in any subject's final exam this semester. That is manageable. Furthermore, by the end of the year, you are to submit a research paper with an impact factor of no less than 10 in an SCI journal. What? Lu Yuan hesitated. While submitting another paper with an impact factor around 10 was not overly challenging for him, the financial burden of publishing in an SCI journal was considerable. Membership fees, initial drafts, peer reviews, and subsequent publication costs easily exceeded 10,000 yuan. Is there a problem? Professor Tang observed Lu Yuan's hesitation and raised his voice. As long as you don't lack the will. Chapter 35. The results of the second mock exam are out. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Yuan acquiesced to the conditions laid before him. Achieving over 95 in the final exams and submitting another paper with an impact factor around 10 in exchange for a coveted exemption from attending classes was, in Lu Yuan's perspective, a worthwhile trade. Attending classes had become somewhat of a time-wasting endeavor for him. Professor Tang nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that despite some minor youthful shortcomings, this student was quite remarkable, diligent, confident, youthful, and possessing an exceptional mathematical talent. Particularly the last trait was of utmost importance. With such virtues, Lu Yuan, with a little refinement, could very well ascend to prominence within the mathematical community of Xia. At the very least, he could achieve a status akin to that of Wei Dongyi. Hence, Professor Tang's keen interest in Lu Yuan. Had it been anyone else, even the president's son, he would not have expended such effort. Not attending class, and yet you expect no record of absences? How naive, Professor Tang exclaimed. Let me assure you, even if it were the governor, if they missed more than 4 classes without cause in my course, I would ensure they failed the final. After engaging in some irrelevant small talk, they arrived at Professor Tang's office building. You may return now, he gestured dismissively. Goodbye, Professor Tang. Lu Yuan looked up at the professor entering the building before turning to leave. Back at the teaching building, he mounted his electric bike and sped toward the cafeteria. The cafeteria was still teeming with crowds. He had arrived too late. Upperclassmen had already commandeered the place. After packing a meal of 6 dishes and a soup, Lu Yuan returned to dormitory 306. Hey, little Yuan's back, exclaimed his roommate C, slightly surprised by Lu Yuan's return. Recently, Lu Yuan had been spending less time in the dormitory, often staying overnight elsewhere to focus on mathematics. Have you eaten? I'm eating now. Come, everyone. Let's have a meal together, Lu Yuan called out to Li Jiajun and Kai Zhao. Coming. What delicious food did you bring? Cold beef, braised pork with yellow beans, ribs, a large chicken leg, shredded potatoes, egg soup, and brave charge beer. Since the dormitory had beds above the desks, they moved a small table and sat on high stools, bending over to enjoy their meal. Thanks for covering for me during class. I know it must have been tough, Lu Yuan remarked. He couldn't drink strong liquor, but he could manage a couple of beers. It's just shouting. It's no big deal, his roommate C shrugged, downing a can of beer. Being the only Northeasterner in the dorm, he had a good tolerance. Little Yuan, it's not right to skip classes every day for your tutoring sessions. If you fail your finals, don't say I didn't warn you, Li Jejun cautioned. Although he and roommate C were aware of Lu Yuan's tutoring, they were oblivious to the fact that he had submitted an SCI paper and participated in the Dharma Academy mathematics competition. If you fail, no, if we all fail. Lu Yuan will definitely not fail, Kai Zhao retorted. Li Jejun appeared puzzled by Kai Zhao's sudden confrontation. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yuan pulled out a course schedule from his pocket and slapped it onto the table. What is this? Kai Zhao picked it up to examine it. Lu Yuan nodded, saying, I am now part of the mathematics department, so you all won't have to shout for me anymore. What is going on? Roommate C and Li Jejun looked bewildered. Kai Zhao, understanding the implications, recalled how Professor Tang favored Lu Yuan and felt a twinge of disappointment. You're not moving dorms, are you? Despite Lu Yuan's presence overshadowing him in 306, Kai Zhao secretly hoped he wouldn't relocate. No, Lu Yuan waved his hand. I just want to check in with the mathematics department. Professor Tang said I don't have to attend classes anymore. Other professors will also turn a blind eye, and I want to fail my finals. What? Li Jejun exclaimed. Roommate C gasped. What? Kai Zhao exclaimed. As university students, the notion of not having to attend classes while other professors overlooked such an arrangement sounded incredulous. Roommate C and Li Jejun doubted Lu Yuan, suspecting he was boasting. However, Kai Zhao believed him wholeheartedly, filled with envy. Let us not dwell on this. Let us enjoy the drinks, Kai Zhao sighed, raising his beer in a toast. Lu Yuan initially intended to have just one beer, but Kai Zhao kept urging him to drink more. Running low on beer, he purchased 5 more packs from the dormitory store, finally concluding the evening's feast. Rubbing his weary head, Lu Yuan realized that his plans to study mathematics elsewhere were dashed for the night. He had already informed the students of Class 10 that they need not attend the mathematics session today after their exams. After all, it was the day after a mock exam, and having not had a single day off in a month, even the most resilient would be fatigued. Lu Yuan lay on his dormitory bed. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already 9:30 p.m. He pulled out his phone, intending to check on how Class 10 fared in their exams, but after several attempts, he could not locate the chat group. His vision began to blur, and dizziness set in. If I drink again, I'll be a dog, Lu Yuan murmured softly, closing his eyes. At the Fatty's 10th middle school, although it was already 10:30 p.m., the office for the senior class remained brightly lit. The students were exhausted, often studying late into the night, while the teachers bore their own fatigue from grading papers. How is the grade entry progressing? The grade director Chen Jie inquired as he entered the office. Director, the scores for Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science have all been entered. We're just waiting on the final English results from this afternoon, reported a teacher responsible for compiling the statistics. Please expedite the process. Ensure the students see their scores by tomorrow morning. Chen Jie nodded, noting the weariness on many teachers' faces. Aside from English, other subject teachers should head home early to rest. Everyone has worked hard these past few days. Upon hearing the director's words, many teachers responsible for subjects other than English departed. However, one remained, Zhang Wentao, seated at his desk, showing no intent to leave. He knew that without seeing Wang Jinqiu's results tonight, he would not find sleep. Chapter 36. Reviewing the scores, Zhang Wentao was left in shock. In recent days, Zhang Wentao has been supervising the examination in the first examination hall. Yesterday, when he witnessed Wang Jinqiu complete the mathematics paper in a mere 30 minutes, he was utterly bewildered, filled with disbelief and existential doubt. He found it scientifically implausible, although lacking extensive teaching experience and perhaps having encountered few academic prodigies. His own educational background is substantial. As a master's graduate from the mathematics department of Fudan University, he certainly encountered many mathematical geniuses during his studies. However, the notion of completing a high school mathematics examination in 30 minutes is indeed rare. Thus, he naturally paid keen attention to Wang Jinqiu's subsequent examinations. During the morning's comprehensive science test, Wang Jinqiu, the top student in the class, did not exhibit the same level of exaggeration as in mathematics, but still submitted his paper 40 minutes early. As for the afternoon's English examination, it held little relevance. This simulated exam conducted at the FATSI No. 10 high school strictly adhered to the format of the college entrance examination, designed to familiarize students with the testing process. As a proctor, Zhang Wentao lacked the authority to grade papers and, consequently, did not have access to them. However, unlike the college entrance examination, he could access the scores on the very first day after the test concluded. Therefore, when the grade director instructed all proctors to leave, Zhang chose to remain behind. As time ticked away, his heart began to race. Hearing the clattering of keys from colleagues tallying scores, Zhang knew that the moment of revelation was near. At last, a somewhat weary yet relieved voice reached Zhang's ears. Finally, all the scores for over 300 students in the senior class have been entered. What a tiring task. He quickly turned his gaze to teacher Li Xiaona, who was in the corner of the office. Sensing his scrutiny, Li Xiaona noticed Zhang and inquired, Teacher Zhang, why haven't you left yet? Didn't the grade director say that proctors could leave early? Oh, my home is nearby, and I still have some work to finish. So I stayed, Zhang chuckled, pouring himself a glass of water. Teacher Xiaona, have all the students' scores been entered? Yes, everything has been recorded, she replied, adjusting her bangs. But I cannot let you see the scores for class 10 just yet. Li Xiaona seemed to understand Zhang's reason for lingering and playfully teased. If you treat me to dinner, I might consider showing you. That's negotiable. Zhang hesitated before responding. Sensing the straightforward charm emanating from him, Li Xiaona retorted, all right. Let us skip dinner. Just treat me to a milk tea tomorrow instead. With that, she returned to her desk and opened the Excel spreadsheet containing the scores for all senior students. However, the scores were disorganized and lacked ranking. This posed little challenge for Li Xiaona, who was adept at Excel. With a few keystrokes, she rearranged the data, revealing the rankings for the mathematics scores in the simulated exam. With a smile, Li Xiaona showcased her work, then glanced at the spreadsheet. The first place in mathematics achieved a perfect score. Oh, it seems to be Wang Jinxiu from your class 10. A perfect score indeed. Having reviewed Wang Jinxiu's paper, Zhang had a rough estimate of his performance. Now, let us check the rankings for the comprehensive science scores, he urged, eager to see the results. As a mathematics teacher, he was aware that while Wang Jinxiu had submitted the comprehensive science paper early, he lacked detailed knowledge of its scoring. All right, Li Xiaona replied, inputting another function into the Excel sheet. The rankings updated once more, this time reflecting the overall scores for comprehensive science. What? Someone achieved a perfect score in comprehensive science? Li Xiaona exclaimed, taken aback when she saw the name at the top of the list. The comprehensive science exam in FATSI province consisted of 3 parts, physics, chemistry, and biology, with a total of 300 points. Achieving full marks across all subjects was indeed a formidable feat. Wait, Teacher Zhang, the one with the perfect score is also Wang Jinxiu from your class. Li Xiaona exclaimed in astonishment. Both subjects had been mastered with perfect scores, a rarity in the history of previous candidates, yet today, she found herself witnessing such an extraordinary occurrence. Without needing to be reminded, Zhang had already caught sight of the results. Though silent, his mind was ablaze with tumultuous thoughts. Wang Jinxiu has made tremendous progress. Completing mathematics in just 30 minutes and submitting comprehensive science 40 minutes early while achieving perfect scores in both is nothing short of a transformation. In that instant, Zhang's expression was a tapestry of emotions, shock, disbelief, and an impending surge of joy. Quick, let us see the overall school ranking. Where does Wang Jinxiu stand? He urged, pointing at the computer, his hand trembling with anticipation. Yes, I too wish to see, Li Xiaona responded, already beginning her calculations, equally stunned by Wang Jinxiu's dual perfect scores. Years of teaching had not prepared her for witnessing such an achievement. Furthermore, it seemed that a student destined for a prestigious university might be emerging from FATSI No. 10 high school. One would be mistaken to think that gaining admission to elite institutions like Tsinghua and Peking was commonplace for top students. In reality, the competition was fierce, often beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. With a few more keystrokes, Li Xiaona executed another function in the Excel sheet, and the rankings updated once again. Both Zhang and Li Xiaona widened their eyes in disbelief as they beheld the results. Chapter 37. The Cycle of Fate. Who can escape its grasp? Chinese, 130 Mathematics, 150 English, 145 Comprehensive Science, 300 Physics, 110 Chemistry, 100 Biology, 90 Total score, 725. When this remarkable score materialized on the Excel sheet, it was undeniably striking. 725. Wang Jinxiu scored 725 points. Li Xiaona exclaimed, astounded. Goodness, Wang Jinxiu is exceptional. He is merely 25 points shy of a perfect score. Despite being from a different class, witnessing the top score in the school, a score that would likely secure the title of provincial champion, was exhilarating for her. Such a high score. Wang Jinxiu has also improved in both Chinese and English. Although Zhang had anticipated progress, he could hardly suppress the rapid beating of his heart. A provincial champion may emerge from our class. Zhang was elated, incredulous, and at a loss for words. He was filled with joy and eager to celebrate, wanting to dance with abandon. In a moment of excitement, he embraced the equally single teacher Li Xiaona, exclaiming loudly, 725 points. Incredible, truly remarkable. This score is undoubtedly that of a top provincial candidate. Although Zhang Wentao was aware that this was not the actual college entrance examination, but merely a mock test. The format and procedures mirrored those of the real exam. With the college entrance examination merely 2 months away, could Wang Jinxiu's performance possibly decline? No. Zhang Wentao believed it would not. Wang Jinxiu had evidently taken a significant step towards the gates of Tsinghua University. Ahem, Teacher Zhang, please calm down and let go, Li Xiaona said, her face flushing as she came back to her senses from the earlier excitement, gently pushing Zhang Wentao, who had enveloped her in a tight embrace. Oh, my apologies, Teacher Li. I got carried away, Zhang Wentao stammered, realizing his behavior was inappropriate, his face reddening as he hastily released her. It was understandable for a student to celebrate such a score. Li Xiaona, adjusting her bangs and still slightly blushing, sat down at her desk. Glancing at the time on her phone, she paused before speaking to ease the somewhat awkward atmosphere. Teacher Zhang, you've seen the results you wanted. Let's call it a day. It's already 12:30. You should head home and rest. Then I won't disturb you any longer, Teacher Li, Zhang Wentao replied. Though he still wished to review the scores of other students in the class, especially those from the distant mathematics training class, including Li Mengqi's students. However, considering the late hour and the previous incident, it seemed best for them to part ways. As he walked home under the pure white moonlight, Zhang Wentao began to regain his composure. His heart no longer raced, and his emotions were no longer tumultuous. It was not that he had never encountered such situations before. Rather, as a novice teacher, having a student achieve admission to Tsinghua University was a notable accomplishment, not to mention the substantial bonuses the school would provide. It would also serve as a vivid example to boast about to future students. Amidst the excitement, Zhang Wentao was still filled with questions. He found it perplexing how Wang Jinxiu had made such significant progress, rising from 6th in the school to outperforming the once top student. Could it be that this distant mathematics training class possessed some magical remedy to enhance student performance? Li Mengqi had previously improved her scores by over 40 points. And now Wang Jinxiu had surged to 725 points. It was worth noting that Wang Jinxiu had never previously surpassed 700 points, not even reaching 690. High scores were notoriously difficult to achieve, but Wang Jinxiu had remarkably improved by 40 points compared to the last mock examination. The more he pondered, the more he found it astonishing and felt an insatiable curiosity towards the distant mathematics training institution. Similarly, he was filled with skepticism about Lu Yuan, whom he had only met once. As the moon climbed higher in the sky, time slipped away quietly. A night passed in the blink of an eye. At Fatsino, 10 Middle School, Class 10, students were reciting classical poetry and English vocabulary during the morning self-study session, while others munched on buns and sipped soy milk, their eyes fixed on the mathematics test papers. Of course, some students were engrossed in playing King of Glory, having already given up on preparing for the college entrance examination. These students were likely to be in the back rows, especially those in the corner. Hey, isn't that our brother Chao Chuang? It's been ages, exclaimed Wang Biao, who was late to morning self-study and entered through the back door, spotting Chao Chuang in the corner. Chao Chuang glanced up at Wang Biao, but said nothing, returning his attention to the English vocabulary handbook in his hands. Studying was the only thing Chao Chuang did aside from basic bodily functions. With just 63 days until the college entrance exam, you're still studying vocabulary? Wang Biao commented, we're not supposed to be worrying about college right now. Chao Chuang remained unfazed, continuing to memorize his vocabulary. Cut it out. You scored 300 last month. At this point, effort won't change much. Why not join me for a couple of rounds of King of Glory instead? Wang Biao pulled out his phone and started a game, deliberately turning the volume up loud. Hey, turn that down. You're disturbing my studies. Chao Chuang shouted back, somewhat irritated. You're quite bossy, Wang Biao retorted, but seeing Chao Chuang's towering figure, he reluctantly lowered the volume, though he couldn't resist throwing a few sarcastic comments. You're starting to act like the top student, Wang Jinxiu. What is next? Gonna tell the teacher we're distracting you? Besides, can someone with your 300 points really get into a university? Several students in the back, who were also struggling academically, turned their heads, some stifling laughter. Those with less academic success love to gossip. I don't care if you believe me or not. I genuinely want to go to college, and I will. Xiao Chuang initially felt anger rise within him, wanting to confront Wang Biao. But remembering how he had treated the top student, Wang Jinxiu, in the past, he held back. Xiao Chuang glanced at Wang Jinxiu in the front row, suddenly realizing he had once been a fool. He had caused trouble in class and had often clashed with Wang Jinxiu, who had reported him to the teacher. It was precisely for this reason that he had come to resent Wang Jinxiu for flaunting his academic prowess. Now, however, the tables had turned. Though he was not a top student, Xiao Chuang couldn't help but lament, the wheel of fortune turns, and who is spared by fate? Chapter 38, Work Hard. You have a bright future. Xiao Chuang had no desire to engage with Wang Biao, a struggling student. Soon, after seeing his mock exam results, he planned to return to the distant mathematics training class. Wang Biao, on the other hand, was relentless, as if he had heard the greatest joke. Xiao Chuang, you can't be serious about wanting to go to college, can you? That's delusional. Scoring 300 in the monthly exam, with just 2 months left. Even a deity couldn't help you get into college. Why waste your time? You might as well think about working on a construction site after the exams. Wang Biao didn't mean to be overly mocking. He simply wanted to convey that Xiao Chuang's aspirations were unrealistic and that it might be better to join them in giving up and enjoying the present. Other struggling students felt similarly. They weren't inherently bad at studying. They had tried hard but eventually realized they weren't cut out for it and gave up after repeated failures. Xiao Chuang remained silent, his gaze fixated on the English vocabulary handbook in his hands. Soon, the results would be released, and Wang Biao's doubts would be rendered moot. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling of anxiety as the imminent announcement of results approached, causing his palms to sweat. In the teacher's dormitory of Fatsi No. 10 Middle School, Zhang Wentao groggily opened his eyes, glancing at the clock to see it was already 9 a.m. Goodness, it's so late. What a sin. I missed morning self-study. He hurriedly rose to get dressed. As an accomplished single teacher, he resided alone in a spacious 3-bedroom apartment provided by the school, spanning 127 square meters. Its advantages lay in its size, while its drawbacks included a sense of emptiness and the absence of anyone to rouse him from slumber. In a hurried manner, Zhang Wentao hastily washed up and sprinted towards the school. After an exhilarating night spent reviewing Wang Jinxiu's results, he had only fallen asleep at 4 in the morning, leading to him oversleeping. On his way, with quick strides, Zhang took out his phone to check the WeChat group for any significant updates. Fortunately, there was nothing pressing. The grade director had merely instructed the homeroom teachers to collect the simulated exam score reports from the conference room. It appeared that all the score reports had been finalized, suggesting that teacher Li Xiaona must have worked late into the night. He wondered how the other students in his class had fared, particularly those among Li Mengqi's group. If their scores had also surged dramatically, he would certainly need to pay a visit to that distant mathematics tutoring center. Lost in thought, Zhang Wentao arrived at the conference room, without the need to knock. He could see through the glass window that the room was filled with homeroom teachers from various senior classes. Director, Teacher Zhang Wentao has arrived. Teacher Li Xiaona quickly spotted the tardy Zhang. Gong Chang, the grade director, immediately turned his gaze towards Zhang as he entered. Tall and slender, with fair skin and glasses, Zhang exuded a youthful vigor, his eyes reflecting a calm confidence. The other teachers shifted their attention to this new instructor, feeling the weight of their stares. Zhang nervously searched for an empty seat. Why was everyone looking at him? Had he neglected to wash his face properly, leaving traces at the corners of his eyes? Once seated, a sense of unease gripped him. At that moment, Director Gong Chang clapped his hands, drawing the attention of the other teachers, who followed suit. The conference room soon resonated with a continuous wave of applause. Zhang Wentao felt somewhat bewildered, yet he discerned that the applause was directed towards him. Regardless of the reason, he felt a surge of satisfaction. As a young educator, despite having graduated from Fudan University's mathematics department, he was acutely aware that every teacher present was also a product of prestigious institutions. Thus, he found the applause quite gratifying. After the applause subsided, Director Gong Chang spoke. In this simulated exam, Teacher Zhang Wentao's class 10 not only boasted a student who scored 725 points, but also had 15 students achieving over 650 points. The average score is the highest in our grade. As a newcomer, such teaching accomplishments are commendable and worthy of encouragement and emulation. Once more, the room erupted in enthusiastic applause for Zhang Wentao. Listening to the accolades, Zhang was not as elated as one might expect. Instead, a colossal question mark loomed in his mind. How was it possible that 15 students in his class scored over 650 points? That was simply inconceivable. He counted on his fingers, unable to fathom how Class 10 could have produced so many high achievers. A score of 650 represented a gateway to numerous universities, with the exception of a few elite institutions. Such a score was a source of pride for any teacher in their school. Yet, the notion that Zhang's class had 15 such students was hard for him to accept. All right, let's conclude the meeting here, said Director Gong Chang, gesturing for silence from his central position. Teachers of classes that performed well should not become complacent, and those who did not fare as well should not lose heart. Our ultimate goal remains the college entrance examination in 2 months. We must not relax until the very last moment. With that, Director Gong made his exit but paused at Zhang Wentao's seat to pat him on the shoulder, saying, "Work hard. The school will not neglect you. Rest assured, Director. I will give it my all." Zhang expressed his gratitude as he rose. As the other homeroom teachers began to leave the conference room, they cast envious glances towards Zhang Wentao. "You were late. Were you caught off guard?" Teacher Li Xiaona approached him with a smile, glancing at Zhang's bewildered expression while holding a score report. With a thud, she placed the report on the table and said, "Look at this score report, and you'll understand everything. And don't forget our promise for milk tea from last night." Zhang had no time to respond to Li Xiaona, as his gaze was already fixed on the complete simulated exam score report for Class 10. Just a glance sent his breath quickening. Chapter 39. The astonishing 725 points from Class 10. At the end of the last morning class at Fatty High School, Chao Chuang was somewhat disappointed as he packed his bag. He had waited all morning without seeing the results of the simulated exam. The school was taking too long to announce the scores. Had he known, he would not have come to school. Complaining inwardly, he decided to attend the distant mathematics tutoring session with Lu Yuan in the afternoon. At that moment, a tall and slender figure appeared at the entrance of Class 10. "Wow, it's the tall bamboo coming in. Has the simulated exam result been released? No wonder he's so fast." Feeling uneasy, the students initially intending to go for lunch returned to their seats. As Zhang Wentao approached the podium, he raised his hand to signal for silence. Adjusting his glasses, he scanned the students of Class 10, his gaze briefly landing on Li Mengqi, Chao Nana, and finally resting on Wang Jinxiu. "As you may have noticed, the results are out. I would like to take this opportunity to discuss the simulated exam results." Zhang Wentao struggled to suppress his inner excitement, fearing he might burst into laughter and betray the stern demeanor he usually maintained in front of his students. Indeed, as expected, the tall bamboo was quick. The students of Class 10 whispered amongst themselves, sensing that their teacher was in a good mood today. "Hey, Jinxiu, how do you think you did this time?" Xiao Fifan nudged Wang Jinxiu with his elbow, inquiring softly. As the second-ranked student in Class 10, Xiao Fifan consistently performed well, but always found himself overshadowed by Wang Jinxiu. Having been in second place for years, Xiao Fifan was harboring a sense of frustration. Consequently, he had switched to a sprinting mode, studying until the early hours of the morning. He had also noticed that Wang Jinxiu seemed to be slacking off recently, occasionally leaving study sessions early or skipping them altogether. This gave Xiao Fifan a glimmer of hope. Perhaps he could surpass Wang Jinxiu this time. After 3 years of being overshadowed, Xiao Fifan did not aim for the prestigious Tsinghua or Peking University. He merely wished to claim the top spot in the class within the 60 days remaining until the college entrance examination. Wang Jinka felt the touch from her deskmate on her arm. Instead of turning her head, she instinctively pushed her glasses with her middle finger and remarked, "I feel I did not perform well this time." Did not perform well? Xiao Fifan was elated. He sensed that an opportunity had presented itself. Today might be the day he could finally escape the shadow of being the perennial second place. However, Wang Jinki's next statement left him somewhat displeased. "But I am still the top of Class 10. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fifan curled his lip and fell silent, awaiting the class teacher's announcement to counter Wang Jinka's assertion with a resounding blow. On stage, Zhang Wentao collected his thoughts and began, "This time, our Class 10 performed exceptionally well, achieving the highest average score in the entire grade." His gaze shifted to Wang Jinki's seat as he raised his voice. "Our Wang Jinka scored an impressive 725 points, securing the top position in the entire school, and in a commanding fashion." Instantly, a hush fell over Class 10. All students were rendered speechless, their eyes collectively fixed on the one they had long known to be the best. However, this time was different, as the top of the class had also claimed the title of the top in the entire school, 725 points, a staggering lead. Gasping, some students could not help but exclaim, "Wow, 725 points. She only lost 25 points." With this utterance, chaos erupted in Class 10. "Incredible. Wang Jinka, our class's top student, is simply phenomenal." Xiao Fifan, who had been seated beside Wang Jinka, turned to her with disbelief and questioned, "Didn't you say you didn't perform well?" How did you score 725 points? He felt once more under her overpowering presence, a sense of helplessness washing over him. Scoring 725 points was beyond his reach, even with all-night study sessions. In response to Xiao Feifan's incredulity, Wang Jinke smiled lightly, adjusted her glasses, and replied calmly, I truly did not perform well. I should have scored 735. Xiao Feifan was left utterly perplexed. This was beyond comprehension. He almost choked on his words, struggling to find a counterargument, but none surfaced. In truth, he realized he was no longer in a position to compare himself with Wang Jinke. On stage, Zhang Wentao chuckled, anticipating the stir among Class 10 students. After the initial excitement subsided, he continued, apart from Wang Jinke, the rest of our class also performed commendably, due to time constraints. I will not name each of you individually, but will announce the scores in order of ranking. Xiao Feifan, 672 points. Good progress. Hearing his name, Xiao Feifan was torn between joy and despair. He was pleased with his score of 672, an improvement from the previous mock exam, yet disheartened to still hold the position of the perennial second. Moreover, the gap between him and Wang Jinke had widened to an astonishing 53 points, a chasm that could not be bridged by mere effort. Li Mingqi, 668 points, significant improvement. Li Dong, 667 points, great progress. He Tingting, 662 points, steady performance. Chao Nana, 657 points, remarkable advancement. Was there something wrong with his hearing? As Zhang Wentao announced the scores, Xiao Feifan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. What was happening? Had his classmates taken some sort of miraculous enhancement? Doubt clouded Xiao Feifan's mind as he pondered his own capabilities in light of his classmates' sudden academic leaps. Chapter 40. Dreams drive us, each in our own way. Xiao Feifan found himself questioning life. After enduring countless nights of strenuous study, he had not managed to catch up to Wang Jinke, the academic prodigy. Yet, how could those who had previously lagged behind him now surge ahead with astonishing scores? At this rate, he feared he might soon find himself at the bottom. Not only Xiao Feifan, but the entire class 10 wore expressions of disbelief. Li Mingqi, Chao Nana, and many others had made remarkable strides in their scores. So much so that terrifying seemed a fitting description. In just a month, their improvement was staggering. As Zhang Wentao continued to read out the mock exam results, he understood the confusion among the students, but had no explanation to offer, as he too was baffled. When he reached the name Chao Chuang, he paused momentarily before declaring, the student with the most significant improvement this time is actually Chao Chuang. Last month, his mock exam score was 303, and this time he scored 553, a remarkable leap of 250 points. A collective silence enveloped Class 10, as the students were left in shock. The last-ranked student, Chao Chuang, had scored 553 points. What? You scored 553? In the back row, Wang Biao, who had been engrossed in a mobile game, lifted his head in disbelief, stammering as he looked at Chao Chuang. He could hardly believe that someone who had previously scored lower than him had now surpassed him by 200 points. The other students in the back row exchanged incredulous glances, realizing that their own standings would now be affected. As the once last place, Chao Chuang had moved into the ranks of the average scorers. Unbelievable. Observing Wang Biao's shaken expression, Chao Chuang shrugged and smiled nonchalantly. The arduous training sessions under Lu Yuan had been grueling, but all the effort felt worthwhile in this triumphant moment. Feeling the need to express himself, Chao Chuang added, as I've said before, back then I was carefree and unaware of competition. Now, all it takes is a slight effort from me to surpass you all. You're not good at games, nor basketball. And now you're falling behind in studies as well. Perhaps it's time you consider a different path. With that, Chao Chuang slipped his hands into his pockets, understanding why Wang Jinke often appeared condescending. For in that moment, he too felt that if learning was not utilized to showcase superiority, it would be utterly meaningless. Wang Biao stood frozen, unable to find words. The other struggling students were equally speechless, their sense of dignity deeply wounded. This was a clear insult from a scholar to the underachievers. Most infuriatingly, the individual who insulted them was once the lowest-ranked student in their class, and they could not refute him. Meanwhile, seated in the sixth row, Li Mingqi and Chao Nana exchanged glances that reflected their elation. Last year, the cutoff score for the top-tier universities in Phat Province was 530, and their previous scores hovered around that mark. However, upon seeing their results today, which astonishingly exceeded 650, how could they contain their excitement? Chao Nana's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she grasped her deskmate's hand and exclaimed, Mingqi, I scored 657. I can go to university. Coming from a humble background, Chao Nana had always worked diligently, Yet sometimes effort did not yield visible results, and her grades fluctuated around the threshold. But today, she no longer had to worry. She had far surpassed last year's cutoff. Yes, Nana, we can both attend prestigious universities now, replied Li Mengqi, her eyes also reddening. With a proud pout and an elegant arch of her neck, she resembled a regal swan. As the belle of Class 10, there were times when she wished her beauty were less pronounced, as the attention it attracted often led to cruel judgments about her academic performance. Whenever she stumbled, whispers circulated, suggesting she was merely a pretty face destined to be a trophy. This notion pained the proud Li Mengqi deeply. Is it wrong to be beautiful? How can they say such things? I refuse to be a mere ornament. I, Princess Li Mengqi, aspire to be a formidable lawyer. In that moment, all her frustrations were unleashed. With a score of 668, ranking third in the class, she had silenced any and all rumors. Mengqi, why are you crying too? Chao Nana asked. Noticing the redness in Li Mengqi's eyes, her concern evident. These are tears of joy, Li Mengqi replied with a smile, blinking her large, expressive eyes. We owe our gratitude to Instructor Lu. His tutoring over the past month has been invaluable. Indeed, Instructor Lu is truly remarkable. But how should we express our gratitude? Pondered Chao Nana before turning to Li Mengqi. Why don't you offer yourself to him? How absurd. I wouldn't dream of it. Li Mengqi laughed and retorted. Why don't you offer yourself? Instructor Lu is quite a decent person. I would love to, but I doubt Instructor Lu would notice me, Chao Nana replied, throwing her hands up in mock innocence. At the podium, Zhang Wentao swiftly announced the student scores before embarking on a motivational speech. I know the past few weeks have been incredibly taxing for everyone. Some of you have barely managed 6 hours of sleep each night. It has indeed been exhausting. However, I want to emphasize that all your hard work and dedication have been worthwhile. Many of our classmates have made remarkable progress, bringing them closer to their dream universities. And that is certainly worthy of celebration. Of course, some students may not have performed as well as hoped. Do not be disheartened. With 63 days remaining until the college entrance examination, there is still an opportunity for you to make a comeback, just like Li Mengqi and Chao Nana. Keep pushing forward, never abandon your dreams. Victory belongs to us and shall be ours. Chapter 41. Even the dog at Aunt Wang's house can now solve trigonometric functions. At the University of Engineering, Lu Yuan made a brief appearance in the mathematics department before summoning his free labor, Kai Zhao, to assist with the math course. Kai Zhao had been at the math department for some time now. While his teaching ability did not match Lu Yuan's, his tasks, fetching food, filling water, cleaning, and supervising students, lightened Lu Yuan's workload considerably. As they rode on the electric scooter, Kai Zhao rubbed his throbbing head and lamented, I swear, I will never drink again. My head is still pounding. Your tolerance is as weak as your calculus skills, Lu Yuan replied, massaging his own temples in exasperation. This guy had been indulging heavily the night before and was now pledging abstinence. Hurry up, we'll be late. Class 10 should have been dismissed by now. Kai Zhao urged from the back. No rush, safety first, Lu Yuan replied unconcernedly, knowing full well that today was the day Class 10 would receive their mock exam results. So the students wouldn't arrive at the math department early. Sure enough, when they reached the math department, it was deserted. Even Chao Chuang, who had taken a long leave due to a leg injury, had gone to school to await the exam scores. Xiao Yuan, I don't understand why you want to start a tutoring class, Kai Zhao inquired curiously after gulping down a glass of water. Because I'm bored, Lu Yuan replied. Then you should focus more on studying math. You've switched to the math department, and Professor Tang Shikai values you highly. You shouldn't waste your time on a tutoring class. Lu Yuan sensed a hidden agenda. Glancing at Kai Zhao with a smile, he asked, what about my students? That's simple. I can help you teach. I think I could score 650 on the college entrance exam, Kai Zhao boasted. Lu Yuan could already envision the scenario. If he entrusted the tutoring class to Kai Zhao, it wouldn't be long before the entire dorm, no, the entire computer science department, would know Kai Zhao had started a tutoring class. Kai Zhao would undoubtedly brand himself as a pioneer in student entrepreneurship. No way. Lu Yuan shook his head. Why not? Because I need the money. I don't want your money. 42,000 a month. Don't you want that? What? 42,000 a month. Kai Zhao exclaimed, astonished. You mean a tutoring class with only 10 students could earn that much? Correct, Lu Yuan replied, picking up a bag of trash and striding toward the door without further engaging in the conversation about earnings. He would never abandon the math department, regardless of how much money he could make. His proficiency in math, physics, chemistry, and biology, all elevated to level 3, depended on the students of Class 10. He had developed a genuine affection for them. Moreover, he was eager to see how many of the children he had personally taught would gain admission to prestigious universities. As he accurately tossed the garbage into the large bin at the entrance, Lu Yuan turned to head back inside, only to hear a familiar voice call out, "Instructor Lu." It was none other than that mischievous Li Mingqi. He turned to inquire how the students of Class 10 had fared in the mock exam, only to find Li Mingqi standing with her arms crossed, surrounded by a throng of students, at least several dozen. If he hadn't recognized the fat province now, 10 middle school uniforms most of them wore, he might have thought he was facing a gang. "Instructor Lu," Li Mingqi playfully approached him, puffing out her chest and gesturing to the students behind her. "These are all my recruits. You recruited them?" Lu Yuan hesitated for a moment, glancing at the crowd blocking the entrance, swallowing hard. "You didn't bring your entire class, did you?" "Uh-huh." Li Mingqi blinked her large eyes and turned to the group of students from Class 10. "Shout for Teacher Lu. Teacher Lu." They all chorused in unison. "Not Teacher Lu. This is the divine Lu." Standing amidst the crowd, Chao Chuang exclaimed loudly. The students, their eyes gleaming with fervor, directed their gaze towards Lu Yuan and without a hint of hesitation shouted in unison, "Lu God." The uproar was deafening, drawing the curious heads of nearby onlookers from the upper floors. At that moment, Kai Zhao hurriedly dashed out from afar, brandishing a broom while calling out, "What are you doing? If you have the guts, challenge me one-on-one." He had initially peered through the window and, unable to see clearly, thought these individuals had come to confront Lu Yuan. However, upon reaching Lu Yuan's side and seeing the sea of students clad in uniforms, he began to grasp the situation. His mouth agape in astonishment. These are students. Indeed, he was correct. Lu Yuan chuckled, taking the broom from Kai Zhao's hands, signaling him to remain calm, and then turned to introduce to the students of Class 10, "This is your teacher, Kai Zhao." "Hello, Teacher Kai." The multitude of students greeted in unison. Witnessing the respectful and fervent gazes from the students, Kai Zhao's legs went weak, nearly causing him to topple over. He vowed he had never experienced such exhilaration before. Kai Zhao could hardly fathom that being a teacher could be this gratifying. "All right, everyone come inside. The room is a bit small, so please be cautious." With the students gathered, Lu Yuan felt no inclination to turn them away. He could surmise the unfolding events. There was indeed significant progress this time. As he walked ahead, Lu Yuan glanced at Li Mingqi, who walked beside him. "That is certainly the case. We ranked third in the entire class, with a total score of 668. Li Mingqi, hands on her hips, lifted her chin with pride, exuding an air that seemed to beckon praise. "Not bad," Lu Yuan replied with a mild smile. Then turned his attention to Wang Jinxiu, the academic achiever of Class 10. "What about you, Jinxiu? How did you fare this time?" Wang Jinxiu, noticing Lu Yuan's gaze, hastily adjusted his glasses with his middle finger to mask his nervousness and replied, "I performed quite well, scoring 725. For some reason, he felt an innate pressure from Lu Yuan, a sense of innate superiority that rendered him unable to display arrogance. It was discomforting, yet he found himself powerless against it. Lu God, what about me?" Chao Chuang, brimming with excitement, squeezed through the crowd. "Oh, what did you score?" 553 points. That's barely passing the first-tier score, right? You've been slacking off for a month, and even the dog from Aunt Wang's house next door has grasped trigonometry, yet you only managed this?" Chao Chuang retorted. Chapter 42. Monthly salary of 260,000. Take note. Observing the densely packed crowd that filled the living room, balcony, and even part of the bedrooms, Lu Yuan felt a headache coming on and ran his fingers through his hair. The few desks that had been arranged in the living room were only sufficient for a dozen students, making it impossible to teach with such a large group. In fact, the apartment Lu Yuan had rented could accommodate 2 desks on the balcony, barely allowing for 20 students. However, Class 10 had a total of 64 students. Teaching under these conditions was simply unfeasible. Reluctantly, Lu Yuan had no choice but to dismiss the students temporarily while he sought a larger space. Alternatively, it seemed time to establish a more sophisticated tutoring institution. Faraway mathematics could no longer remain confined to a small rental property functioning as a mere workshop. In truth, Lu Yuan had not given much thought to expanding faraway mathematics into a prestigious tutoring center. Initially, his aim was simply to earn some money and gain experience in upgrading his mathematical expertise. The sudden influx of 64 students had disrupted his plans. "Xiao Yuan, you've hit the jackpot." Once the students from Class 10 had departed, Kai Zhao approached with a look of exhilaration. Lu Yuan had an inkling of what was coming. "I just tallied it up. Class 10 has a total of 64 students. If we follow your pricing structure, you could earn 256,000 a month. Actually, it should be 258,000, as Chao Chuang's tutoring fee is 2,000 more than the others," Lu Yuan corrected Kai Zhao. "Kai teacher, When did 2,000 become insignificant in your eyes? Lu Yuan chuckled at Kai Zhao. Setting aside the system rewards for teaching experience, earning 260,000 a month, especially as a freshman, was quite satisfactory for Lu Yuan. Unlike some individuals who boast about their disinterest in money while their bank accounts overflow with billions. Perhaps one day in the future, when Lu Yuan's bank account contains such an inexhaustible sum, he might also profess indifference. But for now, he simply wanted to exclaim loudly, "I've become a big shot with a monthly salary of 260,000. Take note, 258,000, almost reaching 260,000. Even graduates from Qingbei don't earn that much," Kai Zhao mused. How vulgar it is to measure a person's worth in monetary terms. Teacher Kai, your mindset needs to elevate, Lu Yuan stated earnestly. The title of Teacher Kai brought a sense of comfort to Kai Zhao. Yes, Lu teacher is right. He nodded eagerly, accepting the title without modesty. Suddenly recalling something, Kai Zhao added, Teacher Kai believes he cannot continue to work for free. It does not suit his status. I think what Teacher Kai says is reasonable. Well then, we should at least set a monthly salary of 5,000, right? Let us go with your suggestion, Teacher Lu. All right, I'll get to work, Kai Zhao replied, excitement bubbling within him. The thought of earning 5,000 a month as a freshman made Kai Zhao feel a twinge of exhilaration. As the students addressed him as teacher, Kai Zhao felt a sense of disorientation, especially under the fervent gazes of the Class 10 students, as if he had opened the door to a new realm of existence. Regarding Kai Zhao's request for a salary, Lu Yuan would not refuse, especially now that the number of students had increased. He could hardly manage alone. However, this would only extend to some mundane tasks, as Lu Yuan intended to personally handle the actual teaching. After all, it pertained to his responsibility towards the students and the speed of his system upgrades. With 64 students, the rate of experience growth would multiply several times over. Yet, this was not the time for such considerations. A larger, more suitable house was urgently needed. At the 10th middle school, Zhang Wentao paced back and forth in his office, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. He had now fully concluded one thing. The improvement in the grades of Li Mengqi, Chao Nana, Wang Jinxiu, and others was undoubtedly due to the young man he had observed a few days prior. After the results were announced at noon, he had lingered outside Class 10, eavesdropping on the students' conversations. Whether it was Wang Jinxiu, Li Mengqi, or Chao Chuang, they all mentioned the faraway mathematics tutoring class and the term Lu God. The imposing title of Lu God was indelibly etched in Zhang Wentao's memory. Teacher Zhang, why are you still not heading to lunch? Upon returning to the office after lunch, Li Xiaonao inquired, puzzled by Zhang Wentao's demeanor. Logically, after being praised by the grade coordinator, he should have been elated, boasting about it while devouring more rice during lunch. Yet, he wore a grim expression, as if someone owed him money. Indeed, the minds of science students often eluded understanding. Oh, there are a few matters I need to ponder, Zhang Wentao replied, lifting his gaze to Li Xiaonao and suddenly recalling something. He added, by the way, I'll buy you your milk tea in a few days. Li Xiaonao made an odd gesture and settled in at her desk to scroll through her phone. Zhang Wentao resumed his pacing in the office, and sensing that Li Xiaonao had grown weary of him, he steeled himself, made a decisive choice, and briskly exited the office. At the entrance of the head of grade Gong Chang's office, Zhang Wentao knocked on the door. Come in. Upon seeing Zhang Wentao, Gong Chang paused his work, feeling quite pleased with the new teacher the school had hired. Setting aside the fact that Zhang Wentao's uncle was a professor at a prominent university, the remarkable results of Class 10 in the recent mock exam warranted Gong Chang's respect and consideration for Zhang Wentao. Director, I have something I wish to discuss with you. Oh, go ahead. Any request you have, the school will accommodate. Gong Chang rose to fill a cup with water from the dispenser and handed it to Zhang Wentao before sitting beside him. He was also eager to engage with this young teacher, hoping to exchange teaching insights that Zhang Wentao could share with other educators in the next meeting. Actually, there seems to be an issue with the mock exam results of Class 10. What? An issue? Were the students cheating? Gong Chang's expression changed as he settled into his chair. No, the students did not cheat. Their results are entirely legitimate. Zhang Wentao quickly waved his hands, adding, what I mean is that their improvement isn't significantly due to my teaching, especially for outstanding students like Wang Jinxiu and Li Mengqi. Their success stems from attending a distant mathematics training class. A training class? Gong Chang looked at Zhang Wentao skeptically, suspecting he was joking. How could a training class elevate students' performance? What would be the purpose of their school then? Having worked in education for decades, Gong Chang had never heard such a claim. While some students might improve through private tutoring or extra lessons, that was typically limited to those struggling academically. Training classes and private tutors provided a conducive learning environment for underperforming students, but the students in Class 10 were already high achievers, with Wang Jinxiu scoring an impressive 725 points. Director, I am serious. Noticing Gong Chang's incredulous expression, Zhang Wentao took a tactical sip of water and continued. I can vouch for the truth of my words with the honor of our principal, by Mang. Chapter 43. Zhang Wentao visits distant mathematics. Seeing Zhang Wentao's earnest demeanor, Gong Chang furrowed his brows. Teacher Zhang, I will tentatively trust you. However, there is no need to use our principal's name for assurance. Even though he may not hold much prestige, then I will use your name, Director, as assurance. My words are indeed truthful. Gong Chang remarked. Are all science students this straightforward? Please elaborate further. Gong Chang nodded. Subsequently, Zhang Wentao recounted everything he knew, beginning with Li Mengqi's sudden improvement a month ago. Gong Chang's frown deepened, transforming into a straight line. Logically, the exceptional scores of Wang Jinxiu, Li Mengqi, and Xiao Nana in Class 10 were indeed connected to the distant mathematics training. This revelation astonished him, leaving him in disbelief. After the initial shock, Gong Chang fell into contemplation, realizing that this matter could not be made public. It would be inappropriate to inform the entire school, including teachers and students, that the top students in Class 10 had achieved their results due to a training class that could significantly enhance their performance, regardless of whether others believed it. Such an announcement would undoubtedly disrupt the normal order of the school. With the college entrance examination only 60 days away, the school could not afford any disturbances. So, Teacher Zhang, what is your suggestion? Gong Chang inquired, turning his gaze toward Zhang Wentao. Director, I believe we should invite the teacher from that training class to our school to instruct our students. With only 63 days until the college entrance examination, perhaps other students could also rapidly improve their scores, allowing our fatty number 10 high school to soar. Zhang Wentao's eyes gleamed with fervor. That is not advisable. Gong Chang immediately shook his head in dissent. Why not? Standing from the students' perspective, the intention to enhance their scores was noble, but Gong Chang replied sternly. Our school has not just students, but also hundreds of teachers. Allowing a tutor from a training class to teach here would violate regulations and show a lack of respect for our faculty. Moreover, which class would this tutor teach? It is impossible for one instructor to manage over 1,000 students in the senior grade. What would our other teachers do? Clean the toilets? Gong Chang's rhetorical questions left Zhang Wentao momentarily speechless. His concern for the students had overshadowed his consideration of other factors. Reflecting on it, it made sense. With 20 classes and over 1,000 students in the senior grade, how could a single tutor manage to teach effectively? Even if there were an appropriate setting, what would be the role of the current teachers, who earned substantial salaries, if they were not needed? Not feasible, decidedly not feasible. Director, I have not thought this through, Zhang Wentao admitted, recognizing the logical inconsistencies in his reasoning. This is not your fault. If I were not the head of the grade, I would likely think the same way, Gong Chang reassured him, devoid of any reproach. After a moment of silence, Zhang Wentao stood to take his leave, saying, Well, Director, I have nothing else to discuss, so I will take my leave. All right, Gong Chang nodded. But as Zhang Wentao reached the door, he called out unexpectedly, Teacher Zhang, if it does not disrupt the school's teaching order, we can consider a small-scale trial to enhance student performance. A small-scale trial? Zhang Wentao asked, puzzled. Do you mean to allow the teacher from the training class to teach our students in Class 10? I did not say that. You said it yourself, Gong Chang smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. I said it. Director, I only wish for him to teach in our Class 10 and only during evening study sessions, ensuring that it does not interfere with other teachers' classes, and it will remain confidential. Zhang Wentao's brows lifted in delight as he grasped Gong Chang's implication. Observing Zhang Wentao's departing figure, Gong Chang felt a sense of relief in his own brow. It would be a pity to entirely dismiss such a remarkable tutor from the training class. He wondered what changes could occur in Class 10's performance with only 63 days remaining until the college entrance examination and what marvels the future might bring to Fatty No. 10 High School. As he sat at his desk, Gong Chang reminisced about his own time teaching students. Although he was now the head of the grade and taught less frequently, his intrinsic concern for student performance remained steadfast. Allowing an external training class instructor to teach was already the utmost he could do as the head of the grade. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of Fatty No. 10 High School, Lu Yuan returned to the distant mathematics training class after a long afternoon stroll. I'm truly exhausted. After a busy day, Kai Zhao collapsed into a chair, voicing his fatigue. Exhaustion is one thing. The main issue is that we simply cannot find a suitable location. What will we do about teaching today? We'll manage somehow. Lu Yuan sighed deeply. Earning a monthly salary of 260,000 was certainly not easy. Today, he and his roommate Kai Zhao had scoured every rental property within a 5-kilometer radius of fatty number 10 high school, yet they found nothing appropriate. Xiao Yuan, what should we do? We have searched everywhere near number 10 high school, and there are no suitable options. Some larger spaces are already occupied, and the others are merely small units that cannot accommodate 63 students. Kai Zhao cast a worried glance at Lu Yuan. How about we explore a bit further tomorrow? Is the commute to class too far for the students? Their time is precious, especially for those in their senior year. There's nothing we can do about it. Lu Yuan replied with a resigned shrug, unwilling to let the opportunity of earning 260,000 slip away. Just then, a series of knocks echoed through the room. A tall, slender young man in his 30s, resembling a bamboo stalk, entered. Is that you, Mr. Zhang Wentao, the homeroom teacher of class 10? Lu Yuan questioned, slightly taken aback. As he stood to greet him. Hello, Lu Shun, Zhang Wentao smiled, unaware of Lu Yuan's actual name. Please, just call me Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan replied with a warm smile, gesturing for Kai Zhao to pour Zhang Wentao a glass of water and inviting him to sit down. I wonder what brings you here today, Mr. Zhang. Lu Yuan recalled that Zhang Wentao had visited the Farm Mathematics Training Center before the mock exams and had made a pact with him then. Now that the results were out, every student from his training class had shown remarkable improvement, none of them performing worse than before. This informal agreement had been a victory for Lu Yuan. But what could Zhang Wentao want now? Chapter 44. A proposal for the lecturer. While Lu Yuan pondered this, Zhang Wentao struggled to find the right words. Their last meeting had not been particularly pleasant. After a moment of silence, Zhang Wentao finally spoke up. Mr. Lu Yuan, I would like to invite you to teach our class 10. Lu Yuan was taken aback. He had never imagined Zhang Wentao would extend such an invitation. After all, he was merely a freshman, still associated with the Farm Mathematics Training Center. To the school? Lu Yuan confirmed, incredulous. Indeed, Zhang Wentao nodded. After your training, students like Li Mengqi and Chao Nana have made significant progress. I thought you might have some time to help the other students in class 10 as well. Of course, it would only be during evening self-study sessions. The students still need to attend regular classes during the day. The reality of teaching class 10 began to sink in for Lu Yuan. Kai Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment. Did I just hear that correctly? A freshman, a teacher without a business license, is being invited to teach a senior class, and the homeroom teacher himself has come to extend the offer. Rest assured, Mr. Lu Yuan, this will not be without compensation. There will be a salary, Zhang Wentao added, noticing Lu Yuan's silence, assuming he was hesitant. After all, a training center is a profit-driven institution. Without money, there is little room for sentiment. Salary? Lu Yuan's spirits lifted at the prospect. He had been worried about finding a suitable place to teach class 10, and now Zhang Wentao was presenting an opportunity right at his doorstep, along with remuneration. That would effectively mean 2 salaries. Yes, but not immediately, Zhang Wentao clarified. Our school rewards students who perform well in the college entrance examinations. And the homeroom teacher of the class will also receive a reward. Zhang Wentao's salary was substantial, but he wouldn't be personally footing the bill for Lu Yuan's pay. How much does your school typically reward students who gain admission to Tsinghua University, and how much do the teachers receive? Lu Yuan inquired with curiosity. That I cannot say for certain. Our school hasn't had any students admitted to Tsinghua in recent years. However, the bonuses are definitely generous, at least around 100,000. As for the homeroom teacher's reward, it should be around 20,000, Zhang Wentao estimated. 20,000 is not insignificant. If 10 students from class 10 are admitted to Tsinghua University, that's 200,000 in bonuses. If all the students from class 10 gain admission, that would exceed 1.2 million. Lu Yuan calculated swiftly, extending his hand to Zhang Wentao. Mr. Zhang, I accept the offer. Lu Yuan's motivation was not solely financial. It was primarily about the education of the children. Oh, you've agreed. Zhang Wentao was surprised by Lu Yuan's prompt acceptance. Yes, of course. Do we need to sign a contract? Lu Yuan countered. A contract is necessary, Zhang Wentao replied, pulling out a 2-copy contract from his black briefcase and handing it to Lu Yuan. Employment agreement, hereby appointing as a lecturer to tutor and teach the students of class 10 during evening self-study sessions. The lecturer shall not engage in romantic relationships with students, shall not tease female classmates, shall not violate school rules and regulations, and shall not act in ways that may damage the school's honor. Compensation will be based on the student's college entrance examination results, with a guaranteed minimum of 60 of the school's teacher bonuses. As stated above, if there are any additional conditions, Mr. Zhang Wentao may amend them at any time or terminate the contract at will. Lu Yuan skimmed the document. He felt slightly dissatisfied with being referred to as lecturer rather than teacher. However, considering he was still a university student without a teaching certificate, being called a lecturer was a concession. As for the restrictions in the contract, such as not engaging romantically with students or breaking school rules, Lu Yuan dismissed them. He was an upright individual, not a rogue. Sounds good, Mr. Zhang, I will sign. After inscribing his name and affixing his fingerprint, Lu Yuan shook Zhang Wentao's hand. Yes. Zhang Wentao reciprocated with his own mark. This contract was his own idea, and should anything arise, he would take personal responsibility, a decision he had carefully considered before coming. Though somewhat impulsive, Zhang Wentao was willing to take the risk for the sake of the student's academic performance. After engaging in casual conversation for a while, Zhang Wentao took his leave. However, the quiet contract lying on the desk signified that Lu Yuan had seemingly become a lecturer at the 10th middle school. As for the title of lecturer, Lu Yuan was indifferent. His ultimate goal was not to be a lecturer or a teacher in the future. His aspirations lay in the vast expanse of academic excellence. The teaching he was currently undertaking was merely a means to advance and to fill his wallet. Perhaps one day, Lu Yuan would become a professor, a researcher with endless funding, and he would no longer need to worry about money. But that was a future concern, not a present one. Lecturer, Xiao Yuan, have you really become a lecturer at the 10th middle school? Kai Zhao exclaimed after Zhang Wentao had left, repeatedly reading the contract over 10 times before reluctantly putting it down. He wished for such an opportunity as well, but Zhang Wentao had barely acknowledged him, leaving Kai Zhao feeling a bit bitter. It's just a nominal title. It does not come with state subsidies, summer breaks, or social security benefits. It's of little use, he lamented. Lu Yuan chuckled dismissively, tucking the contract into his pocket. Yet, you will enjoy the affection of the students in Class 10, Kai Zhao retorted. A lecturer. Such an impressive title, and yet you belittle it, he added. Do you wish to join? Lu Yuan glanced at Kai Zhao. Yes, Kai Zhao nodded eagerly. But can I? The contract only bears your name. That's not a problem, Lu Yuan thought to himself. Surely, in the vast 10th middle school, there would be room for Kai Zhao. After all, he was a man with a score of over 650 on the college entrance examination. Then I shall accompany you tomorrow, and this time, I won't ask for a salary. Upon hearing the news of the opportunity, Kai Zhao hurriedly approached Lu Yuan from behind, massaging his shoulders, and cautiously requested, when you feel weary during your lecture, may I take the stage for a few minutes? I shall handle the teaching. Then what shall I do? Lu Yuan retorted. Carry the lecturer's bag. Chapter 45, Lecturer Lu Yuan, on stage. The following day, after concluding the last linear algebra class in the mathematics department, Lu Yuan swiftly made his way back to the dormitory. Having promised Zhang Wentao to serve as a lecturer, he naturally had to teach Class 10. With his daytime commitments to tutoring Chao Chuang no longer pressing, Lu Yuan found himself with some free time. And he felt it inappropriate to skip too many classes after just transferring to the mathematics department. Attending at least once a week was imperative. Thus, he diligently attended all his classes today, and even Tang Shikai expressed surprise upon seeing him in class. Afterward, Tang caught him to inquire about his recent endeavors. Lu Yuan dared not disclose his tutoring activities and awkwardly claimed to be preoccupied with writing papers. Speaking of papers, Lu Yuan felt a surge of frustration. His conjectural paper on Boolean sensitivity functions submitted to AR14 had been stuck at the required reviews completed stage for several days without any progress. He understood that foreign journals typically had slow publication processes, but as a man chosen by the system, he had hoped for a quicker turnaround. It turned out that in the realm of submitting to SCI journals, everyone is treated equally. Fortunately, he noted that once this review stage passed, the pace would likely accelerate. Pushing open the door to dormitory 306, Lu Yuan called out, Teacher Kai, we can head to class now. In truth, whether Kai Zhao accompanied him or not did not significantly impact Lu Yuan's lecture. Yet he felt a slight twinge of nervousness at the prospect of teaching at such a formal institution for the first time. Once he became accustomed to the process, whether Kai Zhao was there or not would be inconsequential. Kai Zhao emerged from the restroom, impeccably dressed in a suit, exuding an air of maturity. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Is something amiss? Did you just buy that suit today? Kai Zhao, adjusting his waxed hairstyle, felt a flicker of anticipation for their visit to Class 10. Looks fine, Lu Yuan remarked, though he thought it made his own attire appear less impressive. Shall we? He prompted. Wait, is there anything else I need to bring? Kai Zhao inquired. Yes, please carry my bag, Lu Yuan replied, riding on a small electric scooter. They soon arrived at the corpulent Class 10. At this hour, students were exiting their classes for lunch. Lu Yuan called Zhang Wentao, and only then did the security guard permit them entry. Upon reaching Zhang Wentao's office, Lu Yuan noted his unease and relayed a few additional instructions, mentioning that he would be auditing a class. To Lu Yuan's indifference regarding Zhang's attendance, he felt an overwhelming confidence in his teaching abilities. Yet, a flutter of anxiety stirred within him. "Xiao Yuan, I can't help but feel my legs trembling," Kai Zhao confessed. "I think I'm too nervous." Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he felt out of place seated in a chair meant for another teacher. "You're nervous about nothing. I will be the one teaching," Lu Yuan reassured him. Indeed, bringing Kai Zhao along had proven to be a wise decision, as his words immediately calmed Lu Yuan's racing heart. The familiar sound of the school bell signaled the start of evening self-study sessions, prompting students to gradually enter the classroom for a prolonged study period lasting 23 hours. "Has Lu Shun found a suitable place to stay?" Li Mengqi asked, noting that he had just messaged her, stating he had yet to secure accommodation. "Tonight's additional tutoring session seems unlikely," she concluded, causing Chao Chuang to deflate in despair. Having missed a few sessions at the distant mathematics center, he felt a lack of motivation. The lessons taught by his teachers felt utterly unpalatable, and he could scarcely absorb any information. However, just as Chao Chuang dejectedly turned back to his seat in the rear, he caught sight of a figure in the corridor by the classroom door. "Lu Shun," he exclaimed. As Chao Chuang's shout echoed, Li Mengqi turned to look, just in time to see Lu Yuan approaching the entrance. His eyes were deep and confident, his complexion fair, and a subtle smile graced his face. Other students also turned their gazes toward Lu Yuan, whispering among themselves. "Lu Shun has arrived. Why is he here for class 10? One student speculated. "Perhaps the homeroom teacher invited him to assist us with our studies?" "It seems so. Did you not notice that Zhang Wentao is also present?" Another student replied. "How wonderful. After 2 days of anticipation, we finally get to see if Lu Shun truly possesses the remarkable skills that can elevate our scores by over 100 points in a month." "Indeed, Lu Laoshi is quite handsome," one remarked. Under the attentive gaze of the students, Lu Yuan straightened his posture and confidently stepped onto the podium of class 10. Although familiar with the classroom environment from his own studies at the distant mathematics center, this occasion felt distinctly different. It was as if a sense of purity, tranquility, and sanctity enveloped the classroom. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yuan banished any lingering nervousness. He looked out at the 64 students before him, smiled, and declared, "From now on, I shall be your lecturer during evening study sessions. My sole purpose here is to enhance your academic performance and ensure that each of you gains admission to your ideal university." Instantly, the classroom erupted in cheers. Chao Chuang shouted enthusiastically, "Lu Shun! Lu Shun!" While Li Mengqi, Chao Nana, and Wang Jinxiu believed wholeheartedly in Lu Yuan's words. Others who had not experienced his teaching remained skeptical, particularly the students seated in the back, their doubts etched across their faces. "Is that really possible? I only scored 345 on my last mock exam. Can Lu Shun truly help me get into university?" Wang Biao questioned, standing to voice his skepticism. Seeing that Chao Chuang had achieved a score of 553, Wang Biao's envy was palpable. After all, who would choose to remain a poor student when there was hope for a bright future? "Wang Biao, be quiet. How can you speak to my idol like that?" Chao Chuang protested vehemently. A living testament to success, having risen from 303 to 553, he was incensed by Wang Biao's doubts. "I was merely asking, is that a problem?" Wang Biao shrugged. "Chao Chuang, return to your seat," Lu Yuan instructed, ignoring Wang Biao entirely as he focused on the entire class. "With only 60 days remaining, I cannot guarantee that every one of you will gain admission to university. After all, some may choose not to study, and there is little I can do about that. However, I can assure you this. If you follow my guidance diligently, even a pig can achieve a bachelor's degree." Chapter 46, An Incomprehensible Teaching Method. A pig can earn a bachelor's degree? The students of class 10 erupted into laughter, yet upon reflection, a look of astonishment spread across their faces. If a pig could attain such an accomplishment, what about a human? Lu Yuan's statement, though absurd and exaggerated, cleverly instilled a sense of confidence within some of the struggling students. If even a pig could achieve a bachelor's degree, surely a living, breathing person had the potential to do so as well. Thus, I am confident that I can gain admission to university. I am far superior to a mere pig. This is the mindset of a student with average grades, who, albeit with cautious optimism, is willing to give it a try. Most of the top-performing students have already aligned themselves with Lu Yuan. At this moment, all students in class 10 have rekindled their zeal for learning. The underachievers strive to enter university. The average students aim for better academic performance, while the high achievers are racing towards elite institutions. This lecturer, Lu Yuan, is truly remarkable. Zhang Wentao, who has taken a seat in the back row, gazes up at the young man on stage, filled with admiration. Regardless of whether Lu Yuan's words can be realized, the mere power of his statements has stirred the enthusiasm of all the students, earning his respect. After all, this is Lu Yuan's first time teaching this class. As a newcomer, to instantly establish a sense of authority and trust within the class is of utmost importance. It took Zhang Wentao over half a year to earn the respect of 80 of his students. On stage, Lu Yuan observes the fervor in the eyes of each student, realizing that his motivational speech, or rather, his promise, has taken effect. The first step is deemed a success. However, mere words are insufficient. Without demonstrating true skill, everything remains an empty promise. Lu Yuan contemplates this and, avoiding unnecessary chatter, picks up a piece of chalk from the podium. With swift strokes, he delineates 2 vertical lines on the expansive blackboard, partitioning it into 3 sections. What is he up to? In the puzzled gaze of many Class 10 students, Lu Yuan begins to write. Problem 1. Let set A be defined as x2, where z represents the set of integers. Determine the number of elements in set A. Problem 2. Given the function f, x, sine, x, cosine, x2, where a is a real number in the interval 2, 2, 1, find the maximum and minimum values of f, x, over the interval 0, 2. If f, 2, 0, f, 1, 0, determine the value of a. Problem 3. In the Cartesian coordinate system, the parametric equation for curve C1 is x2 cosine t, y3 sine t. Establishing a polar coordinate system with the origin O as the pole and the positive x-axis as the polar axis, the polar equation for curve C2 is P2. 1. Find the Cartesian equation for C1 and C2. 2. Given Mn are the upper and lower bounds of curve C1, and point P is any point on curve C2. Determine the maximum value of Pm, Pn. Within mere moments, 3 distinct problems appeared in the left, middle, and right sections of the blackboard, each differing in difficulty. What is he trying to accomplish? Zhang Wentao in the back row furrowed his brow, puzzled by Lu Yuan's intentions. Lu Yuan, however, had no intention of concealing his plan. He expertly tossed the dwindling piece of chalk into a nearby trash bin and, with a piercing gaze, addressed the entire Class 10. As you can see, there are 3 problems. Problem 1. Students with math scores below 80 will begin in 3 minutes. Problem 2. Students with math scores around 80 to 125 will begin in 5 minutes. Problem 3. Students with scores above 125 will begin in 8 minutes. Now, let us commence. Lu Yuan bellowed, exerting every ounce of his strength. Each student in the audience was acutely aware of their respective performance levels. Simultaneously, many students began to grasp the underlying message. This is education tailored to individual needs. Zhang Wentao in the back row widened his eyes in astonishment. Initially, the presence of 3 problems of varying difficulty on the blackboard left him perplexed. However, upon hearing Lu Yuan's explanation, he quickly realized the approach. This method addresses students of different score ranges with tailored teaching. This teaching model is a first for him. Yet, he wondered if Lu Yuan could effectively manage such diverse levels of students. Zhang Wentao's breath quickened, and his complexion turned slightly flushed. As a mathematics teacher, he had never encountered such a teaching strategy, which piqued his profound interest. He gazed at the composed and insightful Lu Yuan on stage, developing a growing admiration for this young man. Zhang Wentao understood that Lu Yuan's approach is challenging, yet this young individual dared to experiment, even in his inaugural lesson. Regardless of the outcome, such courage is commendable. The first problem appears manageable. This teacher has not abandoned us. The underperforming students in the back glanced at the first problem, beginning to comprehend its relevance. This problem is clearly designed for them. They felt a sense of gratitude for the teacher who, rather than disregarding them, has left a portion of the blackboard for their exercise. After the second year of high school, they struggled to keep pace with their teacher's explanations. Yet teachers seldom accommodated these underachievers. The students with scores between 80 and 125 have already begun working on their problems. The final problem is far too difficult for them. While the first problem lacks challenge, the second problem aligns perfectly with their capabilities. As for the last problem, it belongs to the high achievers. Naturally, the high achievers do not require prompting. They are disinterested in attempting the first 2 problems. At this moment, Class 10 has become somewhat quiet, with only the sound of pens scratching against paper and the rhythmic beating of students' hearts filling the air. Time ticks by. Lu Yuan, too, keeps track of the minutes. And as the 3-minute mark approaches, he states, all students with math scores below 80 cease writing. The others may continue. In truth, The other students of varying performance levels remained focused on their work, as 3 minutes is insufficient to solve their respective problems. Zhang Wentao's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. Chapter 47. The Astonishing Zhang Wentao. On stage, Lu Yuan surveyed the room, noting that some students had lifted their heads, primarily those seated in the back, indeed. The underachievers with scores below 80. Absent the support of systematic teaching skills, Lu Yuan would lack the confidence to guide these students toward university admission. Yet, equipped with a systematic understanding of comprehension, memory, logic, and the ability to draw inferences, they all have a chance if they exert effort akin to that of Chao Chuang. This problem is a straightforward set theory question, encompassing concepts such as integer sets and set theory. Set A is defined as. Lu Yuan spoke rapidly, seamlessly incorporating fundamental concepts for the benefit of the students in the back row. I understand. Simple. Lu Yuan, you underestimate us underperformers. This problem is quite easy. It feels reminiscent of returning to the first year of high school. Problem 1 is the simplest problem Lu Yuan has presented, and after explaining the concepts, even the students in the back row can grasp it. Lu Yuan, however, chose to disregard their reactions and promptly erased problem 1 from the board. What is he doing? All the students in the back row looked bewildered. Amid their confusion, Lu Yuan replaced the original problem with a new one. Still simple, but slightly more challenging than the previous version. Students scoring below 80 attempt this problem. Lu Yuan paid no mind to the back row's underachievers, and, having completed the new problem, loudly announced, students scoring between 80 and 125, prepare to listen. At that moment, precisely 5 minutes had elapsed, coinciding with the time all students with average scores should have finished examining problem 2. Unlike the previous explanation of the topic, Lu Yuan this time refrained from discussing any concepts or equations. Instead, he directly delved into the thought process and calculation procedures for solving the problems. After all, the students scoring over 80,125 already possessed a grasp of concepts and mathematical formulas. They simply lacked the finesse in applying them. Upon completing the explanation for the second problem, which took precisely 3 minutes, Lu Yuan promptly introduced a new problem. At that moment, the students who had achieved scores above 125 were finishing up the third problem. Without a moment's pause, Lu Yuan began elucidating the third problem for those high achievers. Stunned by this innovative teaching method, Zhang Wentao, who was observing from the back row, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. As a Master S student in mathematics at Fudan University, he was taken aback by Lu Yuan's series of actions. He had never envisioned that a lecture could be conducted in such a manner. Lu Yuan was effectively performing the duties of 3 teachers simultaneously. The boy was truly remarkable. Out of concern, the grade director, Gong Chang, had also stealthily come to observe and was equally astounded by Lu Yuan's approach. Director, have you ever witnessed such a teaching method? Zhang Wentao inquired, turning to Gong Chang. No, in my over 20 years in this profession, I have neither seen nor even heard of such a thing, Gong Chang replied. The sequence of Lu Yuan's explanations is exceptionally ingenious. Just as he finishes explaining the first problem, the students tackling the second problem are ready to move on. And by the time he concludes the explanation for the third problem, the students struggling with the first problem have completed a new one. It's a perfect closed-loop cycle. Gong Chang analyzed Lu Yuan's teaching strategy, his eyes widening in amazement. He is indeed accomplishing the work of 3 teachers. Not only that, Zhang Wentao interjected. Lu Yuan's method has the added advantage of catering to the varying abilities of all students in the class. Precisely, this is tailored instruction. The high achievers, average students, and those struggling correspond perfectly to the first, second, and third problems. This way, there is no concern about weaker students grappling with complex problems or high achievers wasting time on simpler ones. It's a masterstroke. The more Gong Chang contemplated this teaching style, the more he found it astonishing. A masterstroke indeed, he echoed. Zhang Wentao felt a sense of understanding resonate within him. As the mathematics teacher and homeroom instructor for Class 10, he often grappled with the dilemma of assigning problems that were either too difficult for weaker students or too simplistic for the high achievers, thus wasting precious time. Lu Yuan's approach, however, seemed to accommodate all students effectively. Yet, Gong Chang remarked, such a teaching style demands immense energy from the instructor. Zhang Wentao looked up, and sure enough, he noticed Lu Yuan wiping the sweat from his brow. Mental labor is never an easy task. Moreover, Lu Yuan was expending not only mental but also physical energy. Is this guy really just a freshman? Gong Chang mused, his curiosity piqued. Indeed. He hails from Hefei University of Technology, Zhang Wentao confirmed with a nod. He is truly a talent. No, a genius, Gongchang praised, eliciting a puzzled look from Zhang Wentao. He was fine with Lu Yuan being recognized as talented, but the notion of him being a genius stirred a sense of rivalry within Zhang Wentao, a graduate student from Fudan's mathematics department. A genius? Surely that's an exaggeration, he thought, wondering aloud about Lu Yuan's mathematical prowess. While Zhang Wentao acknowledged Lu Yuan's teaching capability, he remained skeptical of his mathematical skills, considering that all of this revolved around high school mathematics. You're viewing this too superficially, Gongchang chuckled lightly. Have you not noticed that Lu Yuan has been writing all the problems directly on the board without consulting any exam papers or textbooks? That could be feasible with sufficient preparation, Zhang Wentao countered. Yes, but what if there were not 6 but 9 or 12 problems? Memorizing them all would be quite a feat, he pondered, showcasing his analytical mindset. Moreover, I doubt Lu Yuan can sustain this pace indefinitely. This is merely the second round of problem solving, Zhang Wentao asserted. Gongchang smiled but remained silent. Indeed, as Zhang Wentao suggested, it was possible to write problems directly on the board with adequate memorization. However, Gongchang observed not just the problems Lu Yuan effortlessly penned, but also the precision with which he articulated each character and punctuation mark, providing accurate solutions for all the problems without a single scrap of paper, executing calculations flawlessly without a moment's hesitation. This was no ordinary feat, nor could it be achieved merely through rote memorization. While these were indeed high school mathematics problems, they required exceptional computational abilities and remarkable mathematical talent. At the age of 55, Gongchang had only seen this level of talent in one other individual, the professor who had delivered a mathematics lecture during his university years, a man named Chen Jingran. As time ticked by, Lu Yuan continued to cycle through these 3 problems without pause. 6, 9, 18, 24, 30. Zhang Wentao, now silent and flushed with embarrassment, regretted his previous remarks, realizing he had underestimated Lu Yuan's capabilities. Having completed 30 problems, all handwritten on the board, Zhang Wentao felt that this surpassed the limits of mere memorization. Mathematics, unlike English or literature, comprises unique numbers and symbols for each problem, making memorization exceedingly challenging. Furthermore, Zhang Wentao discovered a daunting realization. The problems Lu Yuan wrote progressively increased in difficulty, perfectly aligning with the student's advancing capabilities. This revelation sent chills down his spine. As he gazed at the young man at the front, Zhang Wentao no longer felt arrogant. He humbly acknowledged his inferiority to Lu Yuan. This guy was truly a prodigy. Having handwritten 33 problems, one had to wonder how such a vast array of mathematical challenges could fit in his mind. Observing Lu Yuan's relentless pace, Zhang Wentao felt a sense of numbness wash over him. What he witnessed today was more fantastical than any science fiction film. On stage, Lu Yuan felt his undershirt soaked with sweat. Gongchang was right. This mode of instruction demanded an immense physical toll. After explaining the first problem, he had to write a new one, then proceed to explain the second, and so forth. Lu Yuan was like a spinning top, tirelessly cycling through teaching and writing. This was an enormous drain on him. Yet, he had no concerns about whether the students could comprehend the material. With the system's enhancement of understanding, memory, logical reasoning, and the ability to draw inferences from one example to another, under Lu Yuan's exceptional communication skills, no student would be left behind. Of course, this comes with a prerequisite. Students must possess a certain level of understanding and foundation. One cannot expect to comprehend the problems elucidated by Lu Yuan if one struggles to grasp even the most basic concepts. Lu Yuan, often referred to as God Lu, is indeed an exceptional teacher, yet he is not infallible. He possesses no magical powers. As time slips away once more, the cycle of teaching and writing continues, and Lu Yuan's voice begins to grow hoarse. He perseveres on stage, gritting his teeth, not out of a desire to continue, but because halting this repetitive teaching method would plunge the classroom into disarray, disrupting the students' rhythm and wasting precious time. When the bell for the second evening study session rings, Lu Yuan finally completes his explanation of the last problem. At this point, he is significantly fatigued. He turns to his roommate, Kai Zhao, who has been stationed at the door. "Teacher Kai, could you assist me?" Kai Zhao, still immersed in the analysis of the last problem, quickly jogs over, grasping Lu Yuan's arm and noticing that his jacket is already damp. "Why are you so exhausted? Do you think a monthly salary of 260,000 is easy?" Lu Yuan brushes it off, admitting he was careless today and had forgotten to bring a change of clothes. This teaching method was a spur-of-the-moment idea he had last night, and he hadn't anticipated it would be so physically demanding. Kai Zhao fetches a stool for Lu Yuan to sit on and hands him a large bottle of water. which provides him with a semblance of relief. This diligent secretary of his is not without merit. Setting down the empty bottle, Lu Yuan finally raises his head to address the students seated before him. At this moment, all of Class 10 is gazing at him. Their expressions a tapestry of emotions: shock, astonishment, disbelief, and concern. "Teacher Lu, are you all right?" Li Mengqi cannot help but exclaim, having witnessed Lu Yuan's earlier moment of weakness. "I am perfectly fine," Lu Yuan replies, smiling and waving off their concerns. "From now on, this will be our teaching format. Those unfamiliar with this approach should take the time to adapt. Did anyone struggle to comprehend the problems I discussed? I trust that everyone understood." He turns to the back row, looking at Wang Biao, the student who initially voiced skepticism. Upon hearing his name, Wang Biao quickly stands up, exclaiming, "Teacher Lu, no. God Lu, I understood everything. I want to go to college, just like you." This heartfelt admission reveals that he has been thoroughly won over by Lu Yuan's teaching prowess. Although he may be academically challenged, it does not signify a lack of aspiration for learning or achieving good results. Over the past 3 years, he had secretly endeavored to improve, only to find that his earnest attempts yielded poorer results than random guessing. Consequently, he had given up. Others like Wang Biao, who struggle academically, share similar experiences, prompting them to question themselves. Do they wish to attend college? Do they want to give it a shot? Previously, they would have chosen to surrender, but this time they are resolved. They want to try? They are willing to trust Lu Yuan and believe in his words. "In the last 60 days, if you study diligently with me, even a pig can earn a bachelor's degree. You can do it." Lu Yuan nods, refraining from further motivational speeches. The knowledge the students have absorbed during the intense session serves as their best inspiration. For the high school seniors, the pursuit of college is not merely a goal. It is their mission, a significant endeavor in their lives at this juncture. All right, that concludes our evening study session. Lu Yuan gestures, showing no intention of lingering. He is utterly exhausted and in need of rest. Just as he reaches the door, a chorus of voices from Class 10 erupts behind him. "God Lu! God Lu!" This chant begins from the last row, gradually spreading through the middle, until the entire class joins in. Amidst the fervor, there are shouts like, "I want to attend college. I want to go to college." And with God Lu, even a sow can earn a degree. Lu Yuan cannot discern who is voicing these sentiments. But regardless of the source, he feels a surge of joy. Chapter 49. The problems resurface. Incredible, truly incredible. I actually understood everything. Yes, I did too. This teacher seems to possess an enchanting power. Even someone like me, who struggles with basic mathematics, could comprehend his lessons. It is no wonder he is called God Lu. Enough said. Tonight I will stay up studying because there are only 60 days left, and I am determined to strive for college. After Lu Yuan departs, Class 10 descends into a frenzy of excitement. All the students express their exhilaration, particularly the group of academically challenged students in the back row, who had previously believed they had no chance of attending college. Now, they feel invigorated by a newfound confidence. In the third row, Xiao Fifan, the second-ranked student in Class 10, reflects on the numerous problems he has just encountered, his eyes widening in astonishment. Unlike the struggling students in the back, Xiao Fifan exclaims, "Wow, I understood everything. Incredible, God Lu." He possesses a clear awareness of his mathematical capabilities, including his strengths in problem types, solving speed, efficiency, logic, and calculation. Yet, it is precisely this self-awareness that leaves him astounded. After a night of learning, he senses a breakthrough. Indeed, he has experienced a revelation. As a perennial top scorer with over 140 points in mathematics, he typically loses marks on the final 1 or 2 questions, which often involve sequences or conic equations. These types of problems require extensive calculations and adaptive logical reasoning, and he often finds it challenging to avoid mistakes. However, at this moment, he feels confident and even adept when confronted with these problem types, a realization that greatly astonishes him. Could this be the reason he scored 725 on the last mock exam? Xiao Fifan glances at Wang Jinxiu, who is meditating with his eyes closed. "Hey, with my newfound training from God Lu, you'd better watch out," he teases, knowing full well that there remains a gap between him and Wang Jinxiu, who scored 725 points, a full 50 points ahead of him. Yet, he cannot help but feel irked by Wang Jinxiu's air of confidence. With God Lu as his extraordinary mentor, he dares to believe that he might just have a chance to surpass Wang Jinxiu. This time, Wang Jinxiu opened his eyes, donned his black-rimmed glasses, and with a faint smile remarked, "In the last 2 months under teacher Lu Yuan's guidance, you may experience significant progress. Yet, to catch up with me, you shall never succeed." "Never succeed? Wang Jinxiu, are you too arrogant?" Xiao Fei Fan felt a twinge of defiance. He was aware of the considerable gap in their academic performance, but the phrase "never succeed" irked him. "Because your innate learning ability pales in comparison to mine," Wang Jinxiu coolly replied. "Pales in comparison?" Xiao Fei Fan was taken aback, but quickly retorted with a smile. "My learning aptitude is not lacking. You are overly confident." Wang Jinxiu, just wait to be astonished. With that, Xiao Fei Fan felt a surge of exhilaration and hurriedly shouldered his backpack. Vowing to study all night upon returning home, Wang Jinxiu merely shook his head in silence. He harbored no fear of Xiao Fei Fan. He dismissed Zhao's words as inconsequential. Not even the former top student, Wang Jinxiu, held any regard for him. "I, Wang Jinxiu, am invincible at No. 10 Middle School." In the office of the grade director, Gong Chang instructed Zhang Wentao to pour himself a glass of water while he reclined on the sofa, a faint blush still lingering on his face. "Did you witness the students' reactions just now?" "Indeed, I did. Every student in our class is now brimming with determination. Even those in the back row, the underachievers, are fervently proclaiming their desire to attend university." As Zhang Wentao approached with the filled glass, his own excitement was evident in his flushed cheeks. "This training class's teacher is truly remarkable." Gong Chang described it as remarkable. Lu Yuan had not only employed an unprecedented teaching method, but had also garnered a palpable response from the students, who all seemed to comprehend the material. "Indeed, it is quite remarkable. Lu Yuan possesses a unique teaching prowess that I have never encountered in any other instructor. His lessons are both accessible and memorable." As the homeroom teacher of Class 10, Zhang Wentao felt a wave of joy seeing his students so motivated to learn. Even those who had previously been resigned to failure now filled with ambition. He experienced a fleeting illusion that perhaps all the students in Class 10 could indeed gain admission to university, leaving none behind. "Director, have you noticed that the topics Lu Yuan discussed earlier are still vividly etched in your mind?" Zhang Wentao suddenly inquired. "Ah, indeed," Gong Chang responded, reflecting on the problems Lu Yuan had explained during the evening self-study session. Several of those problems were indeed fresh in his memory. However, he brushed it off with a playful remark. "This indicates that teacher Lu Yuan truly possesses some sort of magic. You in Class 10 have struck gold this time." Gong Chang then adopted a serious tone. "From now on, let us conduct the evening self-study sessions in this manner. Remember, it is imperative that the students of Class 10 do not disclose this arrangement." Inviting Lu Yuan to No. 10 Middle School is already the limit of what I can manage. If any uncontrollable incidents arise, it could throw the entire school into chaos. Fortunately, it appeared that having Lu Yuan teach during evening self-study sessions did not significantly disrupt anything and would not hinder the other instructors. Everything remained under control. "Rest assured, Director, I will ensure the students maintain discretion. Lu Yuan's presence will be confined to Class 10 and solely during evening self-study." Zhang Wentao fully grasped the gravity of the situation and promptly assured him. Nonetheless, he continued to ponder why the topics Lu Yuan had covered remained so vividly in his mind, a phenomenon he found astonishing. He too desired such an ability. Could it be that teacher Lu Yuan truly possessed magic? Chapter 50. Fortune bestowed with a billionfold critical hit reward. If Lu Yuan were aware of Zhang Wentao's thoughts, he would undoubtedly chuckle. How could a master's student in mathematics from Fudan University not believe in science? Magic? I might as well believe in Ultraman's energy waves. System, teaching reward system. Upon returning to the tranquil realm of mathematics, Lu Yuan sprawled on his bed and immediately summoned the system. While teaching the students of Class 10 during the evening self-study, Lu Yuan heard a triumphant chime resonating in his mind. This struck him as peculiar, for the system had never behaved in such a manner before. As Lu Yuan silently contemplated, a familiar holographic 3D projection materialized above him. "Congratulations, host. You have taught students problems on set theory, returning 99 set theory problems, rewarding you with 10 teaching points and 10 experience points. Congratulations, host. You have taught students problems on spatial geometry, returning 89 spatial geometry problems, rewarding you with 10 teaching points and 10 experience points. Congratulations, host." Lu Yuan idly perused the pop-up windows displaying the rewards. As he scrolled through, the problems returned by the system, along with the corresponding teaching points and experience points, flooded into his mind and system panel. Occasionally, Lu Yuan felt astonished. After all, according to conventional logic, human brain capacity is limited, and so are memories. Yet, he had encountered tens of thousands of high school mathematics problems over these days, and his mind remained intact, with the ability to summon these problems at will. This left him bewildered about how his brain managed such feats, as it defied scientific reasoning. However, considering he was already bound to the system, He chose not to expend mental energy on these incongruities. Suddenly, as Lu Yuan accepted the various system rewards, a new pop-up caught his attention. This window was bold and larger than the others, making it stand out significantly. Could this be the source of the resounding chime? Lu Yuan's spirits lifted, as he sensed a potential flaw in the system. However, when he turned his gaze to this pop-up, he was rendered speechless. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a billion-fold critical hit, rewarding you with the blueprint for the proof of the distribution of Mersenne primes. Staring at the reward content, Lu Yuan was left dumbfounded. Was this truly the fortune of the lucky? A billion-fold critical hit had been activated. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yuan made an effort to compose himself and promptly opened his personal attribute panel. Indeed, in the blueprint section, alongside the Boolean sensitivity function conjecture, there was an additional blueprint. And this blueprint was none other than the proof of the distribution of Mersenne primes. Lu Yuan was no longer a novice in the academic realm. Having published his paper on the Boolean sensitivity function, he considered himself a semi-member of the scholarly community. Thus, he had some familiarity with Mersenne primes. The distribution of Mersenne primes is also known as the Zhou conjecture. Does that sound more familiar? The name Zhou conjecture originates from a 1992 paper by a mathematician and linguist named Zhou, where he provided an accurate expression in the distribution of Mersenne primes, which led Mersenne primes to become a fervent subject of research among many scholars and mathematicians. Sometimes, ideals are beautiful, yet reality is harsh. The Zhou conjecture has undergone decades of scrutiny and study by mathematicians, but its mysterious facade remains unsolved. Of course, over these decades, mathematicians have made progress. The distribution of Mersenne primes has been studied in great detail, yet they still lack that final push to unveil its last layer. Lu Yuan never anticipated that this crucial step would fall into his hands. How graciously the mathematicians have yielded. I, Lu Yuan, shall not be modest. With a sense of delight, Lu Yuan immediately began to delve into the blueprint. The holographic 3D projection on the ceiling underwent a transformation, and the diagrams unfolded in an instant, revealing the entire proof process before Lu Yuan's eyes. He focused intently, beginning to scrutinize the proof. 1 minute passed, then 2, 3, and after 10 minutes, Lu Yuan silently closed the diagrams and exited the system, tears of regret welling in the corners of his eyes. Why did I open it in the first place? This is so disheartening. I can't comprehend it. Lu Yuan felt a sense of humiliation, yet found himself at a loss. The branches of mathematics are indeed vast and numerous. Among the more popular branches are number theory, algebra, mathematical analysis, functional theory, ordinary differential equations, partial differential equations, and geometry. There are also lesser-known branches such as quantum mathematics, fuzzy mathematics, operations research, and mathematical statistics, totaling nearly 30 branches. The distribution rule of Mersenne primes, which Lu Yuan had yet to encounter, falls into a category he had never explored. Although Lu Yuan's mathematics level was at level 3, the system's upgrades merely enhanced his cognitive abilities, talents, or perhaps his mathematical intuition. This did not imply that he could solve problems without having previously encountered mathematical formulas, definitions, or concepts. Lu Yuan possessed talent, yet the ability to create and derive mathematical formulas from thin air was beyond him. Throughout the annals of mathematics, only the likes of Gauss and Euler have demonstrated such capacity for spontaneous creation of mathematical formulas. Perhaps, in the future, as Lu Yuan's mathematical proficiency ascends, he too may achieve the ability to derive mathematical formulas from scratch and redefine mathematics. But at his current level 3, that was entirely unattainable. In the following days, Lu Yuan found himself once again engrossed in a routine of library visits, attending classes at the 10th middle school and the dormitory, maintaining a steady lifestyle. By day, he immersed himself in books at the library, and by night, he engaged in teaching. Despite the busyness, Lu Yuan reveled in the ocean of mathematical knowledge. At level 3, he resembled a sponge with a remarkable capacity for absorption. His time spent in the library allowed him to become more saturated with knowledge. Of course, the high school mathematics problems returned by the 10th class students were still numerous, yet these high school concepts offered little enhancement for Lu Yuan, who found them simplistic, merely basic logical operations that hardly qualified as mathematics. As for the proof process of the Mersenne prime distribution, Lu Yuan diligently studied it during this period. Yet without any progress, he understood that such matters could not be rushed. After decades, countless mathematicians globally had yet to resolve this world-class problem, and it was unrealistic to expect a freshman like him to do so effortlessly. Even so, one must adhere to a certain logic. While naivety may have its place, it should not be excessive. It was a Friday when Lu Yuan arrived at classroom 401 of the 4th teaching building at the University of Science and Technology of China. Today, he had 2 classes of mathematical analysis taught by Professor Tang Shikai, who had specifically called upon Lu Yuan to attend. Given his recent history of skipping classes, having not attended at all, Lu Yuan felt compelled to comply, arriving early to sit at the back of the classroom. Do not inquire why he chose the last row. It was simply to leave the better seats for his classmates. He pulled out a book borrowed from the library regarding primes and began to leaf through it. What is this? Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback by the sight of pages filled entirely with numbers, pondering the author's sanity. This book spanned 719 pages and contained only one prime number, designated as M77232917, M representing Mersenne primes, a class of numbers expressed as 2 in 1. 719 pages filled solely with numbers. What a waste. As he inspected the book further, he noticed its title was the largest prime, and he instantly understood. This book was published by a country that was quite well off, which explained the absurdity. The inhabitants of that nation seemed to possess peculiar minds. If a book could be published containing only one prime number, Lu Yuan mused that he too could publish a book titled The Longest Non-Repeating Irrational Number. Hey, big shot, you're here for class. Just as Lu Yuan was lost in such thoughts, 2 individuals approached him, likely fellow students from the mathematics department. He glanced up at them, filled with curiosity. Since transferring to the mathematics department, Lu Yuan had been somewhat of an invisible presence, aside from knowing how many people were in his freshman class and the course schedule. He was oblivious to everything else, including the number of girls in his class, their appearances, or whether they had boyfriends. Hey, let me introduce myself. I'm Zhang Bo, the class monitor of our mathematics class. A tall, slender young man with transparent glasses introduced himself. Hello, monitor, Lu Yuan replied with a smile, shaking Zhang Bo's hand. Recognizing the importance of maintaining a good rapport with the class leader. Noticing that Zhang Bo was staring intently at him, Lu Yuan felt a bit uncomfortable and paused to inquire. Monitor, are we collecting class fees? I can transfer it to you right now. No. You've misunderstood. Big shot. Zhang Bo hurriedly shook his head. The class fees were collected at the beginning of the semester, and they're sufficient. Furthermore, you don't need to pay the class fees. I'll cover them for you for the next 4 years. Lu Yuan's expression turned skeptical. It wasn't a matter of class fees. Did he really have to have someone else pay for him? Was it due to his looks? That thought troubled him. Recently, many girls from the 10th class had asked Lu Yuan for his WeChat, leading to messages appearing on his phone such as "Good morning, Lu God. Take care of your health. And Lu God, you are so handsome. I know I'm handsome. There is no need for you to remind me." Thus, he had not responded to any of those messages. But what did Zhang Bo mean? Lu Yuan was aware that the girls from the 10th class were admiring his looks. But Zhang Bo was a male. Big shot. Let's add each other on WeChat, Zhang Bo said, pulling out his phone and gazing at Lu Yuan with fervor. Feeling uneasy under Zhang Bo's intense gaze, Lu Yuan thought to himself that after this class, he would never return, no matter what. My name is Lu Yuan, and I'm male. Please don't call me Big Shot. It feels odd. Reluctantly, he took out his phone and opened WeChat. Big Shot, you really didn't know? Zhang Bo looked puzzled at Lu Yuan's bewildered expression. Know what? You really don't know. Zhang Bo's face reflected an expression of bewilderment as he swiftly retrieved his phone, eager to clarify something. However, at that moment, Professor Tang Shikai entered the classroom, instructing all students to return to their seats. No, what should I know? Clarify before you leave. Though Zhang Bo failed to articulate his thoughts, Lu Yuan noticed Zhang Bo's earlier intent to scroll through his phone. Could it be that the paper on Boolean sensitivity functions had been published? A sudden realization struck Lu Yuan, prompting him to open his social media accounts on Weibo and Douyin to search for his name. Yet, after a thorough search, he found no mention of himself. Only frequent appearances of a girl's name. This young girl was remarkable. A vocational student who managed to secure a position in the preliminary round of the Demo Academy mathematics competition. By the way, do you also have a system? After all, it was exceedingly rare for a vocational student to achieve such a ranking in a competition dominated by competitors from prestigious universities like Tsinghua, Peking University, and MIT. The Demo Academy mathematics competition. How could I have forgotten about this? In an instant, Lu Yuan understood. He too had participated in this contest. It was, after all, his first competition, and he felt a surge of excitement. Lu Yuan clicked on the trending topic of the competition, searching for the results. Soon, he discovered a score sheet from the preliminary round of the Demo Academy mathematics competition. Instantly, his eyes fell upon his name. Ranking 1, Institution, Hefei University of Technology. Name, Lu Yuan. The result did not come as a surprise to Lu Yuan. The difficulty of the mathematics problems posed by the Demo Academy was substantial, yet certainly not insurmountable, especially since it was an open-book examination. For someone like Lu Yuan, who could independently research Boolean sensitivity functions, it was merely a trivial task. Bowing his head, Lu Yuan began to scroll through the comments on Weibo, curious to see how netizens were reacting to his scholarly achievement. However, upon reaching the last comment, he found no mention of himself. Lu Yuan was taken aback. He had made it to the trending list, yet remained unnoticed. Chapter 52, Professor Tang's Praise. Lu Yuan, feeling a mix of disbelief and annoyance, randomly opened several other trending topics related to the Demo Academy mathematics competition, only to find a similar lack of acknowledgement. This was quite disheartening. How to describe this feeling? He was the first-place winner in the preliminary round, a noteworthy achievement that should have drawn attention. Yet he could not find a single comment about himself, as if he were invisible. If his results had indeed been unsatisfactory, Lu Yuan could have accepted that. But the outcome was commendable, surpassing students from Tsinghua, Peking University, and MIT. Why then was there no attention on him? Ultimately, Lu Yuan resigned himself to the fact that he had made the trending list without garnering any real fame. After enduring 2 rather dreary classes, Lu Yuan eagerly rose at the sound of the bell, ready to slip out of the back door towards the cafeteria for a hearty meal to vent his frustrations. Lu Yuan, come here for a moment. Class is over, Professor Tang Shirkai called out just as he reached the door. Professor Tang, aren't you aware that the seniors are headed to the cafeteria to grab food? Lu Yuan thought to himself, but nevertheless, he approached the professor with respect. As a prominent figure at Hefei University of Technology, Lu Yuan held Professor Tang in high regard. Goodbye, Professor. We're off to eat, Zhang Bo. The class president of the mathematics department greeted Lu Yuan as he passed by. Other students from the mathematics department also glanced at Lu Yuan, some with intentionality, others perhaps unwittingly. Goodbye, class president. Lu Yuan waved with his small hand, suddenly realizing why Zhang Bo had looked at him with such fervor before class. Why he referred to him as Big Shot. It was a gaze filled with admiration for a powerful figure. If viewed from this perspective, it was not that no one was aware of Lu Yuan's achievement in the Demo Academy mathematics competition. Rather, the attention of netizens was predominantly focused on the young vocational student. After all, a 17-year-old girl, a vocational student, managing to rank 12th amidst a sea of academically elite competitors from prestigious universities was truly commendable. Furthermore, the majority of netizens were ordinary individuals who revel in stories of overcoming adversity. When students from renowned universities achieve results, it is merely considered par for the course. However, when a vocational student excels, it is deemed a remarkable triumph. Having comprehended this logic, Lu Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Did you see your preliminary results? After all the students had exited, Professor Tang Shirkai turned his gaze toward Lu Yuan. Yes, Lu Yuan nodded vigorously, resembling a chick pecking at grain, believing that the professor wished to commend him. After all, securing first place among students from prestigious institutions like Tsinghua and MIT was indeed praiseworthy. Professor Tang nodded, then departed the classroom with his black briefcase. Lu Yuan stood there, somewhat disoriented. Wait, what does that mean? Is that a compliment? Although Professor Tang had intended to praise Lu Yuan, upon seeing the eager expression on the young man's face, he changed his mind. Wait, you're really leaving? Watching Professor Tang's retreating figure, Lu Yuan hurriedly followed after him. As Lu Yuan rode his electric scooter, Professor Tang, carrying his black briefcase, walked through the campus of Hefei University of Technology. Professor Tang led the way, while Lu Yuan leisurely followed behind. What have you been up to lately? Eventually, Professor Tang could not resist asking. Although he had adopted a hands-off approach regarding Lu Yuan's attendance, he still made it a point to inquire about the student's academic progress from time to time. I've been spending my days in the library, engrossed in my studies, Lu Yuan replied, maintaining pace with the professor on his scooter. And in the evenings? Of course. I return to my dorm to continue studying, Lu Yuan replied, his expression unchanging. In truth, he did not strictly need to study books. During his free time, he could also peruse academic journals, exploring the latest mathematical research and selecting topics of interest to delve into. Those academic journals require a subscription, Lu Yuan remarked with a sense of resignation. These days, even finding a single math problem on platforms like Zhihu or Baidu requires a membership. No membership? How can you access paid content? What are you thinking? Professor Tang was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had not considered Lu Yuan's financial situation. I am indeed quite short on funds, Lu Yuan nodded, resembling a chick pecking at rice once more. Although he currently held over 200 8,000 yuan from tutoring fees. He could never have too much money. Very well, I will reserve a spot for you in our mathematics department's national scholarship and college scholarship this semester. Can you even do that? Lu Yuan was taken aback. The national scholarship at university was worth over 8,000 yuan, while the college scholarship, though modest, still amounted to several thousand. Just maintain good grades, and it will be yours, Professor Tang assured him, then muttered under his breath, "It's a pity you're only a freshman. I can't take you for research yet. I'm quite busy at the moment, but next year, when you're a sophomore, I can take you along for some research. I can join you for research in my sophomore year? Isn't that something reserved for graduate students?" Lu Yuan was once again astonished. In university, it was typically graduate students who had the opportunity to work on research topics with their advisors, often backed by research funding allocated by the university and various companies. Why not? I'm the advisor. If I say you can, then you can, Professor Tang asserted decisively. Observing the professor's unwavering demeanor, Lu Yuan felt immensely fortunate to have such a formidable mentor. He was indeed a strong pillar of support. In the second year of university, enjoying a salary similar to that of a graduate student seems quite appealing. By the way, how far along is your paper on Boolean sensitivity functions? As he pondered, Professor Tang Shirkai inquired. It has reached the acceptance stage. It should be coming soon, right? Lu Yuan checked the AR14 website a few days ago. Oh, that is quite swift, Professor Tang nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Generally, the process from submission to publication of an SCI paper requires over 26 months, influenced by various factors including editors and reviewers, rendering the timeline rather uncertain. If luck is not on one's side, it is not unusual for a paper to remain unpublished for a year after submission. The fact that Lu Yuan's paper reached the acceptance stage in under 2 months was beyond Professor Tang's expectations. The two remained silent as Lu Yuan escorted Professor Tang to the entrance of the office building of Hefei University of Technology before turning towards the cafeteria. However, as he was about to leave, Professor Tang called out to Lu Yuan, "A reporter from the school should be coming to interview you soon. Please prepare for that." An interview with a reporter? Yes. You ranked first in the preliminary round of the Dharma Academy mathematics competition, and the school naturally wishes to publicize this. After a moment of hesitation, Professor Tang finally expressed his unspoken praise. "You did quite well this time." Chapter 53, School Reporter Interview. Is Professor Tang offering praise? Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress a smile that crept onto his lips, and only left after Professor Tang's figure disappeared into the office building. He was not particularly fond of compliments, nor was he someone enamored with vanity, yet hearing praise from Professor Tang inexplicably brought him a sense of joy. As he walked towards the cafeteria, even the breeze felt sweet. "Auntie, I would like a large chicken leg, a serving of tomato and egg, and a portion of cabbage and vermicelli." Holding his tray, Lu Yuan ladled a scoop of free seaweed and egg soup and casually found a seat. Contemplating what to say during the upcoming interview, he did not eat hastily. One after another, students left or took seats nearby, and he occasionally caught snippets of their conversations. Wow, this vocational student is truly impressive. Despite being surrounded by prestigious universities, he achieved 12th place. Incredible, really incredible. This is quite a remarkable feat. A vocational student, self-studying mathematics for 2 years, achieving such results. How many can accomplish that nationwide? Only geniuses can excel in mathematics. I get a headache just looking at those numbers and symbols. Have you noticed that girl is rather pretty? Hee, you noticed too. She does look good. A male student from the adjacent table joined in the discussion, chuckling as he spoke. Lu Yuan eavesdropped for a while before tuning out. The first place winner of the Dharma Academy mathematics competition is sitting right beside you. Yet you cannot see him. Is your eyesight failing? No wonder you struggle with mathematics. Your vision must be an issue. Finishing the last few bites of his meal, Lu Yuan returned to dormitory 306. Upon pushing the door open, he saw several roommates already in the room. They glanced up at Lu Yuan's return before continuing with their tasks. The latter half of the sophomore semester had already passed, and roommates C and Li Jiejun had reduced their gaming time, busily coding these days. Oddly enough, Kai Zhao was not coding but was busily typing on his phone, looking quite excited. "Hey, what are you up to?" Lu Yuan asked curiously. "I'm commenting on my goddess's posts. It's amazing, truly amazing. A vocational student, and he ranked 12th. Ping Mei is going to be my goddess," Kai Zhao exclaimed, his fingers flying over the screen as he typed praises for Ping. Lu Yuan, feeling somewhat disenchanted, left and placed his backpack on the desk before opening the closet. What should I wear for the interview? He had forgotten to ask Professor Tang where the interview would take place. The closet was filled with old clothes, and after searching for a while, he finally settled on a relatively decent white shirt. Excuse me, is Lu Yuan in this dormitory? Just as Lu Yuan finished changing into his white shirt, a knock sounded at the door, accompanied by a girl peeking in from the doorway of room 306. It was rather rare for a girl to appear in the male dormitory, except during the beginning of the academic year or for cleanliness inspections. Kai Zhao immediately put down his phone upon hearing the voice, while Li Jiajun and roommate C also paused their activities. Lu Yuan is my roommate. What do you need him for? Kai Zhao stood up, placing a hand on the desk behind him, striking what he thought was a good pose. Lu Yuan is your roommate? Hello? The girl smiled sweetly as she entered room 306. I'm the school reporter, Li Tiantian, here to interview Lu Yuan. Li Tiantian explained her purpose to Kai Zhao. An interview? Kai Zhao was taken aback, glancing toward Lu Yuan, who had just changed clothes on the balcony, and hesitated. What is the interview about? You don't know? Li Tiantian did not elaborate further, leading a few students carrying filming equipment into the dormitory. Hello. Are you Lu Yuan? Hello, I am Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan smiled faintly. Although he had prepared his responses, he felt a wave of nervousness wash over him, as this was his first time facing a camera for an interview. Hello, Lu Scholar. Li Tiantian extended her hand to shake Lu Yuan's, her gaze subtly assessing him. With fair skin, a straight-backed posture beneath his white shirt, and eyes brimming with intelligence, he was somewhat handsome and piqued her interest. Are we interviewing here? Lu Yuan asked, observing the students Li Tiantian had brought, who were already preparing the filming equipment. Right here in the dormitory, it's more relatable to our university life. It also allows everyone to see your study environment, Lu Scholar. Li Tiantian explained, handing Lu Yuan a list of interview questions and elaborating. Here are the questions we will be asking. Take a moment to look them over. Lu Yuan was taken aback. The interview questions were actually prepared in advance. Was this a common practice? Had he just wasted time conjuring up impassioned speeches? Unfamiliar with interview protocols, Lu Yuan accepted the list and skimmed through it, finding it comprised simple inquiries about study habits and methods, with even pre-written template answers. None of the grandiose questions he had imagined about contributing to the rise of the summer or aiding the nation's development were present. At the dormitory entrance, observing Lu Yuan perusing the interview questions, Kai Zhao, Li Jiajun, and roommate C quietly gathered together. Wow, little Yuan looks really handsome in that outfit, exclaimed roommate C. It's decent, Kai Zhao replied casually, although his gaze was fixed on Lu Yuan, who sat upright in the chair in his white shirt, awaiting the interview. He thought to himself that he would surely look even better than Lu Yuan in a white shirt. By the way, what has little Yuan done to warrant an interview from the school reporter? Li Jiajun asked curiously. I'm not sure. Little Yuan has been coming and going at odd hours lately, so who knows what he has been up to? Roommate C shook his head. You think he might have done something heroic? Li Jiajun speculated. Probably not. Did you not hear the beautiful reporter call him Lu Scholar? Roommate C shook his head. I know. Kai Zhao suddenly had an epiphany and immediately pulled out his phone, opening Douyin. On Douyin, Kai Zhao noticed the comments he had previously left for the goddess. Setting those remarks aside, he opened the app to check the rankings of the preliminary round of the Demo Academy mathematics competition. Moments later, an image displaying the results appeared before him. Lu Yuan's name prominently occupied the top position. Chapter 54. Do academic elites harbor such grand aspirations? As Kai Zhao gazed at the rankings on his phone, a flicker of disbelief crossed his face. Damn it. He had only remembered to comment 666 for the goddess and completely overlooked that Xiao Yuan was also participating in the Demo Academy mathematics competition. The most crucial point was that he had secured the first place. How infuriating. Once again, Lu Yuan had outshone him. This damn Douyin. Why is it that the top achievers are not featured in promotional videos, yet all that is pushed are clips of the goddess? Muttering under his breath, Kai Zhao turned his attention to the ongoing interview. Congratulations, Lu Yuan, on achieving first place in this preliminary round of the Demo Academy mathematics competition. Dressed in a sleek black suit and heels, Li Tiantian sat upright beside Lu Yuan, a smile gracing her face as she held the microphone in front of him. Thank you, Lu Yuan replied, flashing a charming smile. Lu Yuan, as a typical student from Hefei University of Technology, I am quite curious about how you managed to stand out among students from prestigious institutions such as Tsinghua, Peking University, Fudan, and MIT, and secure first place in the preliminary round. After a brief congratulatory opening, Li Tiantian transitioned into the formal question and answer segment. Perhaps it's simply a matter of putting in a bit more effort regularly, paying close attention during lectures, and participating in public seminars whenever possible. Most importantly, one should spend ample time studying in the library, Lu Yuan responded, looking into the camera, adhering to the template of the interview script with a smile. By this time, He had seemingly shed any nervousness. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Kai Zhao couldn't help but scoff inwardly. This guy had hardly attended any classes this semester. It appeared that academic elites indeed achieved their status through diligent effort, with libraries serving as their second homes. Everyone should learn from Lu Yuan's example. Li Tiantian, with a smile, summarized this point for the camera before shifting to more personal inquiries about Lu Yuan's life. He answered effortlessly, often adding praises about the university, the professors, and the hard work of the students. Sensing that the questions had become somewhat repetitive, Li Tiantian awkwardly smiled and redirected the conversation back to the competition. Lu Yuan, did you encounter any particularly challenging problems during this competition, and how did you resolve them? This question was not part of the interview script. It was Li Tiantian's own idea, believing that students would prefer such engaging dialogue. Not really. The problems were quite simple. Li Tiantian paused, taken aback. Oh well. It wasn't entirely without difficulty. Lu Yuan realized he was still in an interview and smiled as he added, actually, the difficulty was substantial. Especially the last question, which consumed quite a bit of my time. The last question? That makes sense, she replied. I heard from a professor in the mathematics department that the final question was a combination of geometry and topology. I can't recall the specifics, but it seemed to require proving that G is a flat manifold. Lu Yuan cast a surprised glance at Li Tiantian, impressed by her thorough preparation for a journalism interview. Indeed, the task was to prove that G is a flat manifold, he confirmed with a nod. And how long did it take you to solve the final question? Li Tiantian inquired curiously. A significant amount of time, probably around 6 minutes, Lu Yuan replied. Though he couldn't quite remember. Li Tiantian raised an eyebrow in disbelief. 6 minutes is considered a long time. Can we have a proper conversation here? Fortunately, Li Tiantian was no novice at interviews and quickly eased the tension with a smile. Academic elites are truly impressive. Those who excel in mathematics are indeed extraordinary. And Lu Yuan is a pride of Hefei University of Technology. Hearing the pride of Hefei University of Technology, Kai Zhao felt his heart break. When would he ever receive such accolades? Lastly, I have one final question for you, Lu Yuan. Sure. As an academic elite, do you have any advice or thoughts you would like to share with all the students at Hefei University of Technology? This question was part of the interview script, but Lu Yuan momentarily blanked. Fortunately, this question was not difficult, having frequently encountered similar prompts in essays throughout his schooling. Lu Yuan quickly responded, I believe that as university students, we should strive to learn, to fight, and to persevere. We must shoulder the mission of studying for the rise of Daxia, take on the great rejuvenation of Daxia, and promote the advancement of civilization worldwide. Li Tiantian, Campus Reporter Group, Kai Zhao, what a show-off. Roommate C, Lu Gu is amazing. Li Jiejun, Lu Gu has grand aspirations. What is wrong with what I said? Lu Yuan asked, perplexed by their odd expressions. As a man bound by the system, he felt these were indeed his future responsibilities, and he was always prepared for them. You are an academic elite. Everything you say is valid. Li Tiantian chuckled, pondering if all academic elites held such lofty ambitions. Fortunately, the interview concluded without any major flaws, and the process was largely seamless. The minor issues that arose could easily be rectified in post-production. Lu Yuan, thank you for your time. The interview has concluded. Li Tiantian reminded him, still seated upright. Thank you for your efforts, Lu Yuan replied politely. Not at all. This is part of our work as journalism students. Li Tiantian smiled, maintaining an optimistic demeanor. Academic elite, let us add each other on WeChat. Li Tiantian took out her phone and added Lu Yuan as a contact, feeling a sense of certainty that they would encounter each other again in the future. The edited interview video would be ready by tonight at the earliest or tomorrow morning at the latest, to be posted on the Hefei University of Technology campus website. With that, Li Tiantian and the other campus reporters took their leave. After sitting up straight for several minutes, Lu Yuan finally stretched his arms and moved his waist, vowing to himself never to participate in another interview again. The experience was far more exhausting than he had anticipated, especially since the questions were pre-prepared by others. Once the reporters had departed, roommate C rushed over, wrapping his arms around Lu Yuan's leg. Lu Gu, you're my support from now on. Do you need another leg to lean on? Li Jiejun joined in by hugging Lu Yuan's other leg. Kai Zhao, however, approached Lu Yuan calmly, casting a sidelong glance and saying, Xiao Yuan, the next time you give an interview, could you let the reporters interview us as well? I've never been on TV. Chapter 55. Lu Shun, the unrivaled academic, suppressing all elites and prodigies. Lu Yuan was taken aback by how swiftly Li Tiantian and the campus reporters worked. Just 2 hours after the interview, The edited video was ready, and she had sent him a copy. Upon opening the video and seeing the handsome young man in a white shirt on the screen, Lu Yuan smirked. So charming. With such looks, debuting as a star wouldn't be out of the question. Of course, Lu Yuan had no aspirations to become a celebrity. Generally, those lacking talent pursued such fame, while those with genuine skill became scientists. Satisfied, he replayed the video several times before finally shutting off his phone. Noticing the time, he realized it was already 5:10, and it was time to head to the 10th middle school to fulfill his role as a lecturer. By day, Lu Yuan studies at the library, and by night, he teaches class 10. This is an accurate reflection of his current life. Compared to the abstract pursuit of the Wu conjecture during the day, Lu Yuan finds greater joy in imparting knowledge to the students of class 10. After all, being a lecturer not only earns him the admiration of his students, but also a monthly salary of 260,000, which certainly boosts his confidence. With the month drawing to a close, it is time for Li Mengqi to remind him to collect the tutoring fees for the upcoming month. The final mock exam for class 10 should be approaching as well, and he wonders what surprises it may bring. Contemplating these thoughts, he dressed neatly and left dormitory 306. At Fatty's 10th high school, class 10. Wow. Lu Yuan is incredible. He has triumphantly secured first place in the Demo Academy mathematics competition, exclaimed Chao Chuang, his face alight with excitement as he shouted after the last class. Upon hearing Chao Chuang's enthusiastic proclamation, all the students in class 10 turned to look, some even gathering around to witness the commotion. In class 10, every student knows Lu Yuan. The nearly month-long evening study sessions have significantly elevated the overall performance of the students. Although they have yet to undergo a formal mock exam, the students can feel their improvement through the regular quizzes. Oh my goodness, Lu Yuan truly lives up to my expectations, defeating the likes of Qingbei and MIT to claim first place. As Chao Chuang's deskmate, the underachiever Wang Biao was the first to see the content on Chao Chuang's phone. Unable to contain his excitement as he raised his arms in jubilation, he even snatched the phone from Chao Chuang, eager to share the news with his classmates. Wow, Lu Yuan is amazing. Look at the students below him from Qingbei and MIT. Who would have thought that Lu Yuan not only excels in teaching, but also in academics? Is that all Qingbei students are worth? They are merely suppressed by Lu Yuan. Wang Biao, filled with pride, declared. I thought Lu Yuan was just an average student from Hefei University. A few underperforming students in the back row were equally ecstatic. Seeing their lecturer achieve such heights naturally filled them with pride. Hey, Ma Feifei, have you lost your mind? After listening to Lu Yuan's lessons every day, you still can't perceive his brilliance? Perhaps Lu Yuan's admission to Hefei University was due to a missed exam. Upon hearing Ma Feifei suggest that Lu Yuan's results were merely average, Wang Biao immediately grew displeased. Lu Yuan was now his idol, and he would not allow anyone to question that. Ma Feifei, are you asking for trouble? Do you have any idea of Lu Yuan's prowess? Chao Chuang echoed, clearly incensed. He had witnessed Lu Yuan tackle a math exam in just 7 minutes, effortlessly outclassing the top student in class 10, Wang Jinxiu. Missing an exam would mean he only scored above average at Hefei University? If he hadn't missed it, wouldn't he have surpassed a perfect score? Ma Feifei scoffed. You really are itching for a fight. Chao Chuang rolled up his sleeves and recounted the tale of how Lu Yuan had swiftly defeated Wang Jinxiu during the college entrance examination, emphasizing that he had personally witnessed Lu Yuan's prowess in the Demo Academy mathematics competition. Wang Jinxiu was defeated by Lu Yuan? Ma Feifei was momentarily taken aback. While he had no doubts about Lu Yuan's teaching abilities, he remained skeptical of Lu Yuan's academic achievements at Hefei University. As for Wang Jinxiu's prowess, Ma Feifei could not dispute it, given his impressive score of 725, the highest in the entire school. Wang Jinxiu, is this true? Ma Feifei turned to the front row where Wang Jinxiu sat. The other students began to murmur with curiosity. Clearing his throat, Wang Jinxiu, who had only intended to listen in, found himself the center of attention. I am not as good as Lu Yuan. In fact, I am far from it. As he adjusted his glasses under the scrutiny of his peers, Wang Jinxiu continued. Though Lu Yuan attends Hefei University, it does not necessarily reflect his true capabilities. There are disparities even among top universities like Qingbei. Academic performance does not define everything. Perhaps, as Wang Biao suggested, Lu Yuan might have missed an exam or had other reasons for his score. Nevertheless, I, Wang Jinxiu, acknowledge Lu Yuan's mathematical prowess. Lu Yuan is also my idol. The classroom erupted in astonishment. Wang Jinxiu had dominated class 10 for 3 years, and his words carried weight. Once again, the students delved into lively discussions, particularly intrigued by the gossip surrounding their top student. Wow, Lu Yuan is so formidable. Even Wang Jinxiu admires him. The excitement in the room was palpable as students clamored for more stories about Lu Yuan's experiences at the mathematics training camp, eager to hear about Wang Jinxiu's reactions. Is there any truth to this? Xiao Feifan, the second-best student in the class, was not typically one to indulge in gossip. But he was genuinely curious about the tales of the student who had kept him in second place for 3 years. Indeed, there is. Wang Jinxiu confirmed with a nod. My goodness, you even have a day when you were bested. Xiao Feifan stifled a laugh, almost bursting out with laughter. How delightful. This once arrogant Wang Jinxiu has also faced defeat. Just because I am not as good as Lu Yuan does not mean I cannot prevail over the rest of you. Wang Jinxiu retorted, pushing up his glasses defiantly. In Fatty's 10th high school, I, Wang Jinxiu, am still number 1. Chapter 56, The Awkwardly Direct Lu Yuan. Meanwhile, after leaving the dormitory, Lu Yuan rode his electric scooter to the third cafeteria of Hefei University for a quick meal before heading to Fatty's 10th high school. It was only 6:35, and the senior class's evening study session had yet to commence. However, all the students in Class 10 had already arrived, many still dining. No student was late for Lu Yuan's evening classes. They were eager not to miss a single moment of his instruction. At the podium, Lu Yuan plugged in his prepared USB drive into the multimedia computer, adjusting the microphone as he readied himself for the lecture. After experiencing the exhaustion of his first lecture, he had learned to prepare in advance, recording lessons onto the USB drive to save his voice, even purchasing a microphone for this purpose. Once everything was set, Lu Yuan looked up at the students of Class 10. Why do you all have such peculiar looks? He asked, noticing their gazes. Is it that your lecturer has become even more handsome? The class erupted in laughter. After a month of evening study sessions, the students had grown familiar with their lecturer, who was nearly their age, and had adapted to the playful atmosphere he cultivated. Standing up from the back, Ma Feifei asked, Lu Shun, could you share how you managed to outsmart Wang Jinxiu during your time at the mathematics training camp? What was it like? Oh, that? Lu Yuan smiled nonchalantly. You might as well ask Wang Jinxiu for the details. As for how it felt, it was nothing significant, like effortlessly crushing an ant. He punctuated his statement by pinching the air with his fingers, prompting another wave of laughter from the students of Class 10. Especially for those top students who have been overshadowed by Wang Jinxiu, their smiles radiate like blooming chrysanthemums. Ahem, Lu Yuan gestured for silence among the students, then turned to Wang Jinxiu and said, You need not feel disheartened, Jinxiu. You are quite formidable in your own right. After all, I am a lecturer with a higher education, while you have yet to attain that level. Teacher, I am not disheartened. I am convinced. Wang Jinxiu expressed no dissent, merely wishing for the topic to conclude swiftly. Initially, during their remote mathematics sessions, Lu Yuan had presented him with exceedingly challenging problems. At first, Wang Jinxiu resisted, but eventually, he fully capitulated. It was this rigorous training that he felt had enlightened him, rendering him stronger. Lu Yuan playfully gestured once more, then shifted into a serious tone to commence the evening study session. Today's lecture would focus on physics. As the old adage goes, a disciple need not be inferior to their teacher, nor must a teacher be superior to their disciple. This encapsulates the phenomenon within the teaching and learning process. In high school, there are instances where top achievers excel in certain subjects beyond their instructor's capabilities. In some second-tier high schools, the questions posed by these brilliant students often stump their teachers. When a student seeks guidance and the teacher cannot provide assistance, it becomes a rather awkward situation. Fortunately, such a scenario would never arise with Lu Yuan. The stronger the students, the stronger Lu Yuan became. The more they learned, the more he reciprocated. As the evening study session concluded, Lu Yuan emerged even more knowledgeable, his mind brimming with thousands of high school problems. At present, he had evolved into a veritable repository of questions. Regrettably, the recent teaching endeavors had not triggered any extraordinary rewards, nor had they yielded any groundbreaking conjectures such as the Zhou conjecture. It remains uncertain whether the system's reward mechanism for teaching is influenced by specific triggers or simply a matter of fortuitous luck. Lu Yuan pondered this quietly, knowing that world-class problems like the Zhou conjecture are rare and cannot be sought after easily. With a small bee and a USB drive tucked into his backpack, Lu Yuan raised his voice with an encouraging tone. There are just over 30 days until the college entrance examination. We must study diligently to secure our spots in prestigious universities. Following Lu Yuan's lead, the students of Class 10 echoed the rallying cry, studying with the god Lu. Even a pig can earn a degree. Lu Yuan found their slogan rather tiresome, too cliché. At last, he turned his gaze to Li Mengqi, saying, Li Mengqi, please step outside with me. Upon hearing her name called, Li Mengqi sprang up and hurried out. Once outside the classroom, Lu Yuan sought a quieter corner. In early May, the weather in Pengzi City had begun to warm, and wearing school uniforms felt increasingly uncomfortable. Li Mengqi was adorned in a white knee-length dress paired with canvas shoes and white ankle socks, standing gracefully beside Lu Yuan with her hands clasped behind her back. Lu Yuan paused thoughtfully, then addressed Li Mengqi. "A new month has begun." "Indeed," she replied, slightly rising on her toes as the gentle breeze blew. "May has arrived." Lu Yuan raised his voice. Li Mengqi nodded, a sweet smile gracing her face. "Yes, May is a beautiful month, transforming from lush green to golden hues. From seedlings to robust growth, filled with tender affection and fervent passion." "Stop, stop, stop! Who asked you to recite poetry?" Lu Yuan interrupted. "I merely wanted you to assist me in collecting some tutorial fees, and here you are, waxing poetic." Li Mengqi looked puzzled. "It's May. A new month has commenced. The tutorial fees are due." Noting her lack of understanding, Lu Yuan directly stated, "Please help me collect them." "Oh, so you called me out just to collect tutorial fees? What else?" Lu Yuan pointed at a couple holding hands on campus, sternly adding, "Do not indulge in romance. There are just over 30 days until the college entrance examination. Don't follow their example. After graduation, they will likely part ways. One will be hauling bricks, while the other toils in a factory." Li Mengqi retorted, "You are truly a dense man." She pouted in frustration. She was confident in her ability to secure a place in college. Most importantly, she believed that Lu Yuan had brought her out for a leisurely stroll to alleviate the stress of their final year. Little did she expect that he was actually asking her to collect money. Infuriating. "You need to gather all the tutorial fees within these 2 days. Hurry up," Lu Yuan suggested, contemplating offering her a treat. "Afterward, I will treat you to milk tea. I couldn't care less for your milk tea. 2 cups? Not interested. Don't compel me to give you extra lessons after class. 2 cups, and we have a deal," she quickly agreed, realizing that if she refused, she might miss out on the milk tea and perhaps even face extra practice sessions. Recently, Lu Yuan had been exceedingly rigorous with the top students of Class 10. Aside from Wang Jinxiu, no one had managed to pass the additional worksheets he had given. It was brutal, truly brutal. "By the way, I have been renting your grandfather's house for nearly 3 months now. Please inform him I will not be renewing the lease." Suddenly recalling something, Lu Yuan called out to Li Mengqi, who was heading back to class. "Ah, are you no longer continuing the remote mathematics sessions?" She turned, astonished. "Not exactly. It's just that the house is no longer needed. Even if you don't need it, you can't just close it down." Li Mengqi firmly shook her head, hands on her hips. "That is my door. No. It is our shared space for studying and the place where our class persevered through our youth. We must not shut it down. Then let it remain." Lu Yuan replied nonchalantly. A monthly rent of 1,000 yuan was but a trifling sum for him now. Moreover, the remote mathematics sessions had been the inception of his tutoring career, and it held sentimental value. "That is more like it," Li Mengqi huffed, executing a graceful turn and cheerfully striding toward the brightly lit classroom. "Don't forget what I said." "Understood, dense man. Just make sure to be prompt." "I got it." "You're quite nagging." Chapter 57. The school is unbearable. Am I a dense man? You think I'm too verbose? Just wait until I throw a trigonometric function at you. Lu Yuan dismissed Li Mengqi's assessment. He considered his emotional intelligence not particularly high, but certainly not lacking in sensitivity. Upon reaching the bicycle shed at Pengzi No. 10 Middle School, Lu Yuan was about to unlock his electric scooter when he suddenly heard a shout from behind. "Which class are you from? You two, stop right there." Lu Yuan turned to see a shadow vanish into the night. Moments later, he spotted the senior grade director, Gong Chang, adjusting his wig while dragging a boy from the shadows, accompanied by a torrent of reprimands. "Early romance. You're only in your 2nd year and already involved in a relationship? Do you not wish to attend university? You are still minors. What do you expect from such affairs? If you do not study hard, one will be hauling bricks while the other works in a factory." Gong Chang relentlessly scolded the 2 love-struck students for 10 minutes, and Lu Yuan observed for an equal duration. It was not that Lu Yuan wanted to intrude, but rather he was blocked from leaving. Gong Chang, being the grade director, was adept at lecturing, and soon the 2 students were in tears. Ultimately, they were made to confess and write a 10,000-word reflection before the encounter concluded. "Lu Yuan, you haven't left yet?" After reprimanding the students, Gong Chang turned his attention to Lu Yuan. "You were blocking the way." Lu Yuan nodded with a smile as Gong Chang greeted him. "Oh, my apologies. I wasn't paying attention." Gong Chang awkwardly chuckled and stepped aside to clear a path. As Lu Yuan was preparing to depart, Gong Chang called out to him, saying, "Instructor Lu Yuan, may I trouble you with a small request?" "Of course," Lu Yuan replied with a smile. "In about 10 days, our school will be conducting the final mock examination. I was wondering if you could assist us by creating a set of mock exam papers. During a conversation today with teacher Zhang Wentao, Gong Chang learned of Lu Yuan's achievement in securing first place in the Demo Academy mathematics competition. This and various other signs led Gong Chang to perceive the promising future of this young man. If he continues on this path, it is merely a matter of time before Lu Yuan ascends to the role of professor. With a bit more social acumen, he could very well become an academician. And even greater heights are not beyond reach. For someone with such potential, Gong Chang deemed it wise to sow the seeds of friendship, just in case it proves beneficial in the days to come. Creating the exam papers? That's fine. Lu Yuan hesitated briefly but eventually nodded in agreement. After all, he had already established a connection with the school. What level of difficulty are you aiming for? Lu Yuan inquired. Slightly easier than the college entrance examination. This final mock exam is primarily intended to boost the student's confidence. Understood. When do you need it? Lu Yuan asked. There's no rush. Within 7 days will suffice. No problem. Lu Yuan contemplated. I will have it ready for you within 3 days. If it doesn't meet your expectations, you will have ample time to prepare a new set. I trust in your abilities, Instructor Lu Yuan. Then I shall let you be on your way. Do ride carefully. Gong Chang said, and with that, they parted ways. Lu Yuan was not particularly fond of dealing with Gong Chang, who exhibited a somewhat bureaucratic demeanor. However, such individuals abound in Xia, and even within the academic circles, one cannot entirely avoid them. At Hefei University of Technology, at 7 in the morning, Lu Yuan woke, freshened up, and left his dormitory with his backpack. The early May morning was pleasantly cool, with a gentle breeze that inspired him to spend more time in the library. Although he had 2 classes on Advanced Algebra 2 scheduled for that morning, Lu Yuan decided against attending them. After having breakfast in the cafeteria, he made his way directly to the library, waited in line for a bit, and then found a spot by the window with a power outlet. He plugged in his notebook and began typing up the questions for the high school exam papers. Despite his reluctance to engage with someone like Gong Chang, he felt obliged to fulfill his promise. Fortunately, drafting the exam papers was not a challenging task for him. Rapidly, his fingers danced across the keyboard. And after less than an hour, he had completed 2 sets of papers for mathematics and integrated sciences, physics, biology, and chemistry. Just as he was about to tackle the Chinese and English papers, a shy female classmate with glasses approached him. Lu Yuan, may I add you on WeChat? WeChat? Am I really so charming that a girl would ask for my contact information? Lu Yuan wondered. Without much hesitation, he pulled out his phone. There was no shame in such a request, after all. Just as he was about to resume typing, another male student approached with a grin. Hey, Big Shot. Can I add you on WeChat? Big Shot. That title sounds familiar, Lu Yuan noted, recalling how the class representative from the mathematics department, Zhang Bo, had addressed him similarly a few days prior. He declined to add the male student's WeChat, questioning, do you know me? Of course. You're Lu Yuan, the academic prodigy. How could I not know you? The acne-faced student replied excitedly. Your achievements have been broadcasted on the campus network, and banners celebrating you are everywhere. You're truly impressive, surpassing students from Tsinghua and MIT. The student continued, please, let me add you on WeChat. I would love to consult you about any math problems in the future. Reluctantly, Lu Yuan added the student, now understanding the reason behind the sudden attention. The school has certainly gone overboard with the interviews and banners, he thought, but decided to let it slide this time. Subsequently, Lu Yuan added the WeChat contacts of several classmates in the library, finally achieving a moment of peace. Just as he thought the chaos had subsided, a large group of students suddenly surged into the library, all heading straight for him. Lu the academic. Can I add you on WeChat? Me too. Lu Yuan, my idol, I want your autograph and a selfie. Look, Lu the Big Shot is actually in the library. Come quick, everyone. With him around, we won't have to worry about calculus. Can we take a picture together? You look even more handsome in person than in the video. Lu Yuan, I'm the most beautiful girl in the English department. Can we go on a date? Lu Yuan thought to himself, consulting me about questions is one thing. But dating? What is this nonsense? Ultimately, Lu Yuan executed a clever escape from the library, covering his face as he bought a mask from the campus store. With the mask on, he felt a bit more at ease wandering through the campus. However, upon seeing the lengthy banner proclaiming the triumph of Lu Yuan in the preliminary round of the Demo Academy mathematics competition, he felt a wave of panic. I understand that triumphing over students from Tsinghua and MIT is worth celebrating, but is it really necessary to unfurl such a lengthy banner? He realized that he could no longer visit the library, or any crowded place for that matter. It seemed that he had no refuge left within the entire university. In Chapter 58, the narration reflects on the maturity expected of a university student, urging rationality. As Lu Yuan contemplated his predicament, he decided to temporarily retreat from the university. He resolved to seek refuge at a distant mathematics training class until the fervor surrounding his academic prowess subsided. With his mask on, he headed back to his dormitory to gather some clothes. However, upon reaching the entrance of the dormitory building, he was met by a throng of students gathered outside. A chubby boy at the forefront shouted, "Lu Yuan is in room 306 of building 16. A friend of mine, who is my fellow countryman, is in the same major as Lu Yuan, but he isn't in the dorm right now. Everyone, let's wait here. We're bound to catch a glimpse of Lu Yuan soon. All right, let us wait here. I want to learn about Lu Yuan's study methods. I just want to see if Lu the idol is as handsome as in the videos. Hey, beauty, I'm quite handsome too. Why don't we give it a try? Get away from me." Lu Yuan, at the back of the crowd, cautiously assessed the situation before retreating step by step. There was no way he could return to the dormitory now. Hefei University was completely overrun. There was no longer a place for him to hide. "Ladies and gentlemen, we won't be dancing today. Instead, I'll be live-streaming our super scholar from Hefei University. Yes, he is indeed Lu Yuan, the first-place winner of the Demo Academy Mathematics competition. They say he is quite handsome." Suddenly, a girl approached him, tapping his arm, and asked, "Is Lu Yuan in this building?" Feeling his arm being tapped, Lu Yuan turned to see a girl holding her phone for a live stream. Lowering his head, he replied, "Yes, he is in this building. Thank you, handsome." "No need." He waved his hand dismissively, distancing himself from the crowd, thinking, little did you know, the handsome guy you're looking for is none other than Lu Yuan himself. Standing at a distance, he called his roommate, Kai Zhao, asking him to bring a few changes of clothes. Kai Zhao didn't question him and promptly hung up. Lu Yuan waited there as more and more students arrived, many holding phones to live stream the scene. Lu Yuan couldn't help but shake his head and sigh at the phenomenon before him. What has become of this world? Even the students of Hefei University of Technology are aspiring to be internet celebrities? Truly, such a lack of ambition. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, he finally spotted a familiar figure pushing through the crowd. "Over here," Lu Yuan called out as Kai Zhao, scanning the surroundings blindly, waved his hand and dialed a number. "Why are you wearing a mask?" Upon seeing Lu Yuan, Kai Zhao made his way over. "I can't go without a mask." Lu Yuan pointed towards the throng ahead. Today's students are truly lacking in aspirations. Instead of pursuing a respectable career as scientists, they chase after celebrities? Kai Zhao criticized, looking displeased at the crowd ahead. "I don't think I'm a celebrity, am I?" "Almost. We now have our Hefei University of Technology's top student internet celebrity." Kai Zhao shoved his clothes into Lu Yuan's hands and left without looking back. What with the inexplicable anger? Lu Yuan shook his head and lowered his gaze, hastily departing from this contentious place. Whoever wishes to be an internet celebrity can do so. It's of no concern to him, Lu Yuan. For a while, Lu Yuan stayed in a distant mathematics training class. Fortunately, the fervor surrounding the internet celebrity status at Hefei University was confined to the campus. His daily life outside the university remained largely unaffected. Moreover, the hype that began so swiftly also dissipated just as quickly. Throughout these days, Lu Yuan kept in touch with his roommate Kai Zhao. Hearing that the banners around the school had been taken down, Lu Yuan knew that after a few more days of hiding, the students of Hefei University would forget about him, the one who overshadowed the top students of Tsinghua, Peking University, and MIT. Although his fame at Hefei University was gradually waning, his notoriety on the internet was beginning to rise. Of course, it wasn't just him. There was also a girl from the Ali mathematics competition preliminaries. For several consecutive days, she had dominated the trending charts on Douyin. Lu Yuan hadn't paid much attention to her. After all, she was a genius girl. He, Lu Yuan, was no slouch, having outperformed the students of Tsinghua, Peking University, and MIT in just 2 months. There was a clear disparity in their levels. Those detestable trolls were truly bothersome. In recent days, an increasing number of trolls online claimed that his goddess had cheated. It was infuriating. On the other end of the line, Kai Zhao angrily cursed. "How did she become your goddess?" Lu Yuan retorted, not in the best of moods. "What is wrong with that? She is beautiful and inspirational. Isn't that enough?" "That is sufficient," Lu Yuan replied with a sarcastic smile, thinking, "I've yet to see you consider me your idol. Don't let the online comments upset you. You're a mature university student. Be rational." Regarding the comments online about Kai Zhao's goddess, Lu Yuan took a cursory glance. There was no evidence, just baseless fabrications. Just because someone has a lower educational background, they are suspected of cheating? That makes no sense at all. Shouldn't he, as a student from Hefei University, who easily overshadowed the top scholars from Tsinghua, Peking University, and MIT, also be subject to such suspicion? As for the doubts regarding Kai Zhao's limited study time, Lu Yuan found that understandable. Mathematics is a subject that relies heavily on innate talent. For the average person, mastering undergraduate-level mathematics within 2 years is a formidable challenge. But those gifted individuals can do so in just a few months. Such people are true mathematical prodigies. Wei Shun from Yenjing University could be considered one of them. The older generation of mathematicians, like Hua Luogang and Chen Jingrun, certainly belong to this category. Even further back, the one who created the arithmetic sequence at age 9 and solved the problem of the regular 17 gone in one night at age 17, Gauss, was also among them. In modern times, such prodigies still exist. Indeed, the person Lu Yuan was referring to is none other than himself. Chapter 59, The Arrogance of Nephew Han Zimo. At New Village Primary School, today marks the day of the midterm exam results announcement. Wang Jing, the mathematics teacher and homeroom teacher, walked into the classroom holding the test papers. "The teacher is here," a student shouted. Upon seeing the teacher, all the students quickly returned to their seats in an excited flurry. As elementary school students, they still harbor a genuine fear of their teachers. Han Zimo calmly returned to his seat in the middle of the third row. Indeed, as someone who had once spent years alongside a trash can, he now occupied the central position in the class. The reason is simple. He had excellent grades. "My goodness, this midterm exam paper was exceedingly difficult. I probably didn't do well," murmured the chubby boy sitting next to Han Zimo, trembling slightly. "Was it that difficult?" Han Zimo raised an eyebrow. He felt it was overly challenging while writing. "It was hard. I heard that this time the questions were based on those used for junior high school admissions. And I couldn't finish." "Oh," Han Zimo nodded, not wanting to stir up any resentment. After all, he had completed the exam. At the podium, mathematics teacher Wang Jing began announcing the results. Hearing the scores of his classmates, Han Zimo furrowed his brow. Why are they so low? Many students who previously scored 90 were now barely above 80. After a long time, only 2 students had scored above 90. It seems the paper was indeed difficult. But why didn't I notice that during the exam? Han Zimo pondered, but just then, teacher Wang Jing called out his name. "Here." Han Zimo responded, and quickly stood up to walk toward the podium. Wang Jing did not immediately announce his score. Instead, she addressed the class, saying, "This math test was quite challenging, as many of the questions were derived from junior high school admission exams. Therefore, many students' scores have dropped compared to the last test. However, Han Zimo is an exception. He scored a perfect 100 this time. Everyone has witnessed Han Zimo's hard work during this period, so let us give him a round of applause." Suddenly, the classroom erupted into thunderous applause. Han Zimo, a bit surprised, took the test paper from the teacher. Looking at the 100 marked on it, he felt an overwhelming joy. "My uncle is truly amazing." Although he had attended tutoring sessions with his uncle, it was only on weekends, and sometimes his uncle didn't have time, so he didn't go. Yet, Han Zimo had not expected his score to still be a perfect 100, and a dominating one at that. Only he had achieved a perfect score in the entire class. "Han Zimo, as the top scorer in the class, could you share some of your study experiences with everyone?" At this moment, Wang Jing addressed Han Zimo. "Didn't I mention this last time?" Han Zimo turned to the math teacher and earnestly said, "My significant improvement in mathematics is all thanks to my uncle." "Well, my uncle is a university student," Han Zimo added. "Wang Jing, I'm a graduate student, you know?" Shaking her head, Wang Jing chose not to inquire further. After all, she couldn't really go looking for her student's uncle. Wang Jing didn't delve deeper. However, the classmates were envious. Han Zimo's grades this semester skyrocketed to the top of the class, making it hard for others not to feel envious. After class, Han Zimo was surrounded by his classmates. "Old Han, here are all my cigarette cards. I have dozens of Chinese ones. Will you take me to your uncle's tutoring?" "Take me too, old Han. I'll give you all my cigarette cards and my entire collection of Doloa comic books." "Han, can you take me along? I'll treat you to milk tea." Looking at the boys surrounding him, Han Zimo waved his hand dismissively, saying, "As a top student, I don't play with cigarette cards." However, he felt a bit shy to refuse the girls' requests. "Milk tea is fine, but I still want to eat strawberry sundae." Lu Yuan furrowed his brows as he tore yet another sheet of draft paper filled with mathematical formulas and symbols, feeling an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. He had been studying the distribution of Mersenne primes for quite some time, yet he remained at a loss regarding the proof of the conjecture he envisioned. While he could somewhat accept the observational and incomplete induction methods, the reverse induction method felt too abstract. He resolved to dedicate some time to thoroughly researching reverse induction. With a sigh, Lu Yuan did not allow himself to succumb to discouragement. The path of tackling such world-class problems is naturally arduous. The vast majority give up halfway. A smaller fraction persevere until 80, and only a select few manage to persist until 90 before faltering. However, Lu Yuan was different. He had already reached the finish line. All that remained was to retrace his steps back to the starting point. Upon leaving the library, Lu Yuan received a call from his nephew, which reminded him that it was Saturday. High school students in class 10 naturally attended classes on Saturdays, but elementary school children enjoyed a break. For some time now, Lu Yuan had been tutoring his nephew on Saturdays. Riding his electric bike, he was taken aback upon arriving at the math center. His nephew, Han Zimo, was not alone. He was surrounded by dozens of peers. Although many were tall, some even exceeding 1.8 meters. The cigarettes in their hands and the Ultraman backpacks on their backs immediately indicated to Lu Yuan that these were Han Zimo's classmates. "Uncle!" Han Zimo shouted upon spotting Lu Yuan. The other elementary students turned their heads in unison. "Uncle, you're so handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? My sister is also a university student. You two could date." The group of elementary students surged forward, encircling Lu Yuan. Overwhelmed by this sudden influx of nephews and nieces, Lu Yuan felt a mix of helplessness and amusement. However, since his nephew had brought his classmates along, he could only do his best to assist. Fortunately, the elementary school curriculum was not particularly extensive or challenging, so it did not impose a significant burden on him. After a day of tutoring, the admiration in the eyes of the elementary students towards Lu Yuan intensified, with them clamoring to return next week. "You're welcome to come, but next time, make sure your parents bring you," Lu Yuan advised as he saw them off. "Don't worry, uncle." "Thank you, uncle. You're so handsome." "Goodbye, university uncle. Don't forget what I said. My sister is really pretty, and you must date her." As time passed, Lu Yuan remained diligently occupied, spending his days studying at the library and evenings tutoring class 10 students. Although the system's upgrades in various subjects progressed slowly, Lu Yuan was in no rush. He believed that progress must be made gradually. One cannot devour an entire feast in one bite, lest they stumble under the weight of excess. On this particular day, after concluding his teaching session with Class 10, Lu Yuan completed his duties as a lecturer. His current efforts were solely for the purpose of self-improvement. Habitually, he offered his students a motivational speech before departing. However, just as he mounted his electric bike and prepared to leave, Zhang Wentao hurried over, followed closely by the grade director, Gong Chang. "Lecturer Lu, you're in trouble." Zhang Wentao's voice reached him even before he arrived. Lu Yuan frowned, glancing at the sweaty Zhang and the serious expression of Gong Chang. "What is going on? Don't you know about the situation online? I don't often use my phone." Before the system, Lu Yuan occasionally browsed his phone, but now he hardly had time. To him, it was merely a communication device. Zhang sighed. "You're in serious trouble." He retrieved his phone from his pocket and handed it to Lu Yuan. Frowning, Lu Yuan accepted the phone and focused on the screen. Hefei University of Technology. First-year non-mathematics major Lu Yuan outshines students from Tsinghua and Peking and numerous top universities to win first place in the Dharma Institute mathematics competition. Ha ha ha, truly astonishing. Aren't you curious? How can a first-year student from a non-mathematics major surpass students from top universities? Investigation ongoing. This was a post on Weibo. Though the content was brief, sometimes the severity of an issue is not determined by its word count. Despite its brevity, Lu Yuan's name, school, and achievements were prominently featured. If this post had been made by an ordinary individual, it might not have caused much impact. However, the situation was exacerbated by the fact that the post originated from a prominent figure, a professor from Yin University with hundreds of thousands of followers and an official verification badge. Lu Yuan's brows knitted tighter. Although he feigned calmness, he was far from tranquil within. He had limited experience with the internet. Yet he understood the power of public opinion. Once manipulated by malicious intent, matters could escalate beyond expectations. And now, this Yin University professor had set his sights on him. "There's no evidence," Lu Yuan stated, trying to sound relaxed. Yet Zhang Wentao, appearing conflicted, collected his thoughts and continued. "However, the professor who made this statement is a renowned commentator. This post will undoubtedly attract a lot of attention swiftly, potentially sweeping across the entire internet. You know, the news of your victory in the Ali mathematics competition is already all over the web. So, Mr. Zhang, why have you come to find me?" Lu Yuan inquired after a moment of silence, turning his gaze to Zhang Wentao. "Well, you know that there are less than a month left until the college entrance examination for the third-year students. I don't want this matter to affect their studies, nor do I want it to impact the school. So, I was thinking, for the time being, you should take a break, and once this blows over, you can return." As he spoke, Zhang appeared somewhat embarrassed, clearly feeling guilty towards Lu Yuan. This action could be seen as an emergency measure to protect the school's reputation. More severely, it could be interpreted as sacrificing Lu Yuan for the sake of the institution. Although Lu Yuan was not an official teacher at Class 10, he had been teaching those students for over a month in his capacity as a lecturer. He was, in essence, part of the teaching staff, albeit without formal status. Lecturer Lu, please understand us. Noticing Lu Yuan's silence, Gong Chang approached and smiled, saying, "The school is a collective, and Mr. Zhang and I find ourselves in a difficult position. If the principal or any other school leaders were to learn of this, it is highly likely they would not approve of your continuation. Of course, I personally believe in your achievement of first place. I understand. I will take a break for a while." Lu Yuan nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He had not intended to remain a lecturer for an extended period. His silence stemmed from his reluctance to part with the Class 10 students, who had come to refer to him as lecturer. He wished to guide them through to the day before their exams. Yet, as Mr. Zhang and the grade director indicated, the school could not associate itself with anyone under suspicion or doubt. "I sincerely apologize, Lecturer Lu. However, rest assured, if the students perform exceptionally well on their exams, the bonuses in the contract will be awarded to you in full," Gong Chang added, aware of the lecturer contract previously signed with Lu Yuan. "Thank you." Lu Yuan nodded without lingering too long. He understood the actions of Zhang Wentao and Gong Chang, yet it did not mean he felt pleased. Although he ultimately did not lose any money, the feeling of being abandoned by his colleagues left him quite displeased. Upon returning to dormitory 306, as he had expected, his roommates, including Kai Zhao, were already aware of the online situation. "Xiao Yuan, don't be too upset. That scoundrel is merely riding the wave of popularity." Roommate C was the first to console Lu Yuan. "Indeed, Xiao Yuan, don't let it bother you too much. Yuan Xianghong is notorious for his sensational commentary. Whenever there is a hot topic, he is sure to jump in." Li Jiejun chimed in with a smile. Kai Zhao stood to the side, wanting to say something. But Lu Yuan interrupted him directly. "All right, let us wash up and sleep. This lecturer does not require consolation." After placing his backpack down, Lu Yuan picked up a basin and towel to wash up. He truly wasn't overly concerned about the matter. As he always said, Lu Yuan was innocent. He had nothing to fear from doubt. "Did you hear that? What are you all worrying about? Our leg brother is totally unfazed. Go back to coding." Kai Zhao dismissed roommate C and Li Jiejun, then followed Lu Yuan into the washroom, whispering, "Brother Lu, may I ask you for a favor?" "What is it? Could you share your plan for revenge with me?" Kai Zhao whispered. Having witnessed Lu Yuan's capabilities firsthand, he naturally believed in his integrity. "What for?" "To avenge my goddess Jiang." "How childish." Lu Yuan shot a disapproving glance at Kai Zhao. Spitting out the foam from his toothpaste, he lightly remarked, "Do I seem like the type to seek vengeance?" Chapter 61. Lu Yuan's support in the deep of night, at a professor's dormitory at Yin University. Despite it nearing 1 a.m., Yuan Xianghong felt no fatigue. His newly registered Douyin account had amassed 200,000 followers within just a day, and the numbers were still climbing rapidly. As an elderly man over 55, he had never fancied engaging in activities meant for the youth. Yet, could one overlook the potential for profit? As a renowned commentator, the advertising revenue he garnered over the years through Weibo had far surpassed his salary multiple times. To his surprise, the internet users had shown tremendous support. In just a few days, he had gained 200,000 followers. Observing the rising follower count on his newly registered Douyin account, Yuan Xianghong felt a surge of joy. Initially, he had not intended to publish his Weibo thoughts regarding Lu Yuan. After all, the student who ranked first in the Demo Academy mathematics competition was from the University of Science and Technology of China. Although not a top-tier university, it held a respectable status within the realm of Daxia, and its students were no doubt competent. However, upon overhearing students discussing that the first-place winner was merely a freshman and not even from the mathematics department, an idea sparked within him. A freshman, non-mathematics major. Securing first place? Wasn't he this a perfect subject for suspicion? Wasn't he this just the kind of hype he needed? Though Yuan Xianghong could not find evidence of Lu Yuan's alleged cheating, nor did he care whether Lu Yuan was a mathematical genius. As long as there was traffic and profit to be made, he was all in. Without hesitation, he published his doubts on his Weibo account. Is it illegal to express doubt? Is there anything wrong with netizens voicing their concerns? Furthermore, Yuan Xianghong had prepared an escape route. If Lu Yuan could indeed prove himself online, he would simply delete the post or issue an apology. This would not affect him. In fact, if Lu Yuan proved his innocence, he would commend him and invite him to Yin University for a discussion, thereby garnering even more attention for himself. In his view, he was invincible in this situation. As for how netizens would react or spread their thoughts, that was of no concern to him. As anticipated, Yuan Xianghong's second article captured the attention of numerous netizens upon publication. Wow, as expected of Professor Yuan, he immediately catches two math majors in a scandal. These individuals are truly reckless. How could they cheat during a competition? Support Professor Yuan. He stands for justice. With a nod of approval on a comment supporting him, Yuan Xianghong continued to browse through the netizens' reactions. At the University of Science and Technology of China, Lu Yuan, as per his routine, arose early, washed up, brushed his teeth, and shouldered his backpack. Observing Lu Yuan preparing to leave, Kai Zhao, still lounging in bed, curiously inquired, "Xiao Yuan, where are you off to so early?" "To the library," Lu Yuan replied with a faint smile. "The library? You still have the heart to go there." Kai Zhao immediately sprang from his bed, pulling Lu Yuan along. "Leg brother, your priority should be to take revenge on that old scoundrel Yuan Xianghong, not to study at the library. Don't you know that after a night, the rumors about your competition cheating have escalated and are trending? Has it escalated so quickly?" Lu Yuan was somewhat taken aback. Yes, the speed of information spread online is astonishing. Old Yuan has even registered a Douyin account, clearly intent on bringing you down. Just like my goddess. He can't bring me down. I can prove my innocence at any moment. Lu Yuan frowned. However, your reputation is already tarnished. And even our university's reputation is affected, Kai Zhao pointed out. Lu Yuan did not contest this statement. The internet often disregarded the truth behind events. And this was precisely what worried him. As a student of the University of Science and Technology of China, he did not profess an overwhelming love for his school. But he certainly did not wish to bring shame upon it. This old scoundrel, not only did he cost me the lecturer position, but now he wants to embarrass me. I can tolerate a lot, but this is beyond what I can bear. Lu Yuan couldn't help but curse under his breath. So, leg brother, we should take action. Kai Zhao, seeing Lu Yuan riled up, rubbed his hands together in excitement. Besides Douyin, should we flood the Weibo comments to berate him or post defamatory messages? Do you have any other good suggestions? Lu Yuan turned to Kai Zhao. Not at the moment, but we could dig up some dirt on Professor Yuan Xianghong. Don't. Do you think you're a paparazzo? Lu Yuan waved his hand, instantly refusing. Instead of wasting time discussing trivial matters with Kai Zhao, Lu Yuan preferred to head to the library and read more books. Wait, leg brother, let us brainstorm together. If all else fails, we could go live on Douyin and you can prove your innocence. After all, the problems from the Demo Academy mathematics competition should be a piece of cake for you. Seeing Lu Yuan ready to leave, Kai Zhao grew anxious. Thanks for the thought, but I've got this. Lu Yuan turned back with a smile. Just remain calm. I have a plan to deal with that old scoundrel Yuan Xianghong. Inside the library, Lu Yuan slowly opened his laptop, contemplating. Indeed, as his roommate Kai Zhao suggested, if Lu Yuan hosted a live problem-solving session on Douyin or other platforms to demonstrate his mathematical prowess, it would suffice. While netizens often followed trends, they were not mindless. Once Lu Yuan started the live session and showcased his abilities, Yuan Xianghong's doubts would crumble, and netizens would render their own judgments. However, Lu Yuan felt that his actions were somewhat unfair to Yuan Xianghong, the old veteran. How could it be that a casual tweet or a Douyin video could compel me to prove my innocence? Who do you think you are? The notion of proving one's innocence is rather foolish and can be quite irksome for the person involved. Yet, as a freshman, Lu Yuan found himself powerless against Yuan Xianghong. Fortunately, he was not an ordinary university student. He possessed his own means of retaliation. 3 days. Let this old veteran bask in his glory for just 3 more days. Lu Yuan's gaze flickered towards the Edu email on his laptop, a faint smile playing on his lips. This email from across the ocean was indeed Lu Yuan's leverage. Chapter 62. The Frenzied Students of Class 10. In the 10th class of Fatty No. 10 Middle School, the students were in an uproar. What? Lucian won't be teaching us anymore? How could this be? Just because of a tweet online questioning Lucian's academic integrity? This is utterly unreasonable. Don't you know Lucian's capabilities? How could he possibly cheat? I only wish to learn from Lucian. Other teachers lecture as if we are defending our theses. Indeed, I can only comprehend Lu Yuan's lectures. After finally having a chance to enter university, how could they deny him? Upon hearing Zhang Wentao mention that Lu Yuan would no longer be tutoring Class 10, the students were filled with indignation, expressing their strong dissatisfaction. Zhang Wentao had anticipated some reaction, but he did not expect it to be so intense, with students even comparing other teachers' lectures to thesis defenses. Your homeroom teacher and math instructor is still here. Is this really the time for such remarks? He replied, I, too, wish for Lu Yuan to continue teaching you. However, the school does not operate solely on my authority. I assure you, once Lu Yuan proves his innocence, I will invite him back immediately. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Wentao remained calm and made a commitment to Class 10. He understood the reasons behind the students' passionate reactions. After all, Lu Yuan had spent a month guiding them during their evening study sessions, and Zhang had witnessed the miraculous improvement in many students' grades. Although he was uncertain if Lu Yuan could return to Class 10, Zhang knew he had to maintain order among the students. With the college entrance examination approaching and tomorrow being the final mock exam for all seniors, he did not want any disruptions in Class 10. What am I even doing at this wretched school? Isn't this a betrayal of Lu Xun? Some negative opinions circulating online had led the school to dismiss Lu Xun. This was excessive. This is outrageous. Chao Chuang exclaimed from the back, vehemently expressing his discontent. Indeed, the school's actions are truly disappointing. I hardly attend classes during the day. I only study the problems Lu Yuan explains in the evenings. Now that Lu Xun won't be teaching, what's the point of being here? Wang Biao chimed in, Chao Chuang. We only have a month left. Let us follow Lu Xun instead. During this month of studying with Lu Yuan, Wang Biao had made significant progress. What once seemed like an impenetrable textbook was now manageable. He could even pass the occasional small test. This gave him hope for university and a glimpse of a life beyond merely working on a construction site. If Wang Biao isn't going, then neither am I. I, too, wish to learn from Lu Xun and won't be returning to school. I believe studying here offers no chance of entering university. Learning from Lu Xun is the only opportunity. Wang Biao's words seemed to spark a wave of agreement among the back row, where students who were typically struggling began voicing their thoughts. Observing the reactions of his peers, Chao Chuang felt a twinge of concern. Was this crowd too large? Yet he did not hesitate long, gritting his teeth and declaring, "The school's betrayal of Lu Xun disgusts me. For the next month, we will rally behind Lu Xun. Brother Chuang is formidable." Others echoed, "Brother Chuang is powerful." "You're being rather unfair, Chao Chuang." After Zhang Wentao left, Li Mengqi sauntered to the back row, plopping down on a classmate's desk. "Have you all decided to seek out Lu Yuan without including us? Are we not a united front?" Chao Chuang swallowed hard, glancing at Li Mengqi and the other students in front. "Isn't it true that your grades are good enough not to need Lu Xun's tutoring? Why join us struggling students? Getting into university shouldn't be a problem," Li Mengqi replied, pouting. "However, the school's actions are utterly ridiculous. We cannot abide by their decisions. So we must stand up for Lu Xun." Chao Chuang retorted, "This is insane, utterly insane." For the first time, he realized that even the academically successful students in the class had such boldness. Lu Yuan remained oblivious to Chao Chuang's conspiracies. He had spent the day in the library, feeling as though the students from the university were whispering and pointing at him. Unlike before, he sensed that they were not discussing his good looks, but rather questioning the validity of his achievements in the DMO Academy mathematics competition. Damn it, Yuan Laodang. Just wait. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. The internet could be incredibly thoughtless. A single baseless comment could create immense turmoil for someone. Not long ago, Lu Yuan had basked in the admiration of being the pride of the university, but now, within just a few days, he had become its pariah. Such is the tumult of life, with its dramatic highs and lows. Yet this shift felt particularly extreme. If I can't confront it, I can certainly avoid it. Unable to endure the stares from surrounding students any longer, Lu Yuan stuffed his books and notebooks into his bag. Just as he stepped out of the library, his phone rang. Checking the caller ID, he found it was Zhang Wentao. Furrowing his brow, he answered the call. "Lu Yuan, have you seen our Class 10 students?" Zhang Wentao's urgent voice came through as soon as the call connected. Lu Yuan was taken aback. "What? This information is rather overwhelming. But isn't it evening study time? Shouldn't they be in class?" He glanced at his phone's clock, questioning Zhang. "Yes, precisely because it is evening study time. Yet, not a single student from Class 10 is in the classroom." Lu Yuan was startled. "Not one. Where could they have gone?" "I don't know. I've searched the school and even outside, but I can't find anyone," Zhang replied, sounding anxious. As the teacher of Class 10's first cohort, he had never encountered such a situation. "Don't worry, Teacher Zhang. I'll call Li Mengqi and the others to ask. I'll check the mathematics wing to see if they're there." These kids were truly a handful, Lu Yuan muttered under his breath after hanging up, though he felt a slight tug at his heart. He had a hunch about why Class 10 students were absent from evening study. Now, he needed to confirm his suspicion. "Lu Yuan, who are you calling a handful?" Just as Lu Yuan ended the call, a familiar voice rang from the front. He looked up to see a tall, slender girl in a high school uniform with a ponytail, her face alight with a smile as she looked at him. This individual cannot be anyone other than Li Mengqi. Behind her stands a group of students clad in high school uniforms, all gazing intently at Lu Yuan. A tremor of emotion surged through Lu Yuan's heart. Chapter 63. Instructor Lu Yuan, we have come to seek your guidance. As Lu Yuan beheld the sudden appearance of Li Mengqi and her classmates from Class 10, he was momentarily taken aback. Upon hearing Zhang Wentao mention that the Class 10 students had skipped their evening study session, he had speculated whether they might be seeking him out. However, he had been uncertain at the time. Thus, when he finally saw these students standing before him, he felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. Instructor Lu Yuan, why are you silent? Are you surprised, delighted, and moved by our presence? Li Mengqi playfully winked and waved at the students behind her. Instructor Lu Yuan, we believe in you. Their voices rang out in unison. All the senior students from Class 10 raised their heads to look at Lu Yuan, their eyes filled with unwavering conviction. Lu Yuan paused, at a loss for words. He had intended to admonish them for their irresponsibility so close to the college entrance examination, but the words caught in his throat. In this moment of online skepticism and public criticism, with less than 30 days until the exam, the entire Class 10 had actually chosen to skip their evening study session to support him, proclaiming their belief in him. Are you all aware of the situation online? Lu Yuan finally managed to ask Li Mengqi. Of course. This morning, Teacher Zhang Wentao informed us that there were doubts about your top score, and we were furious. Those commenters are truly unreasonable. Moreover, Teacher Zhang mentioned that you wouldn't be allowed to come to our school for additional lessons. Hearing that, we were naturally unhappy. The school's actions are utterly treacherous. Li Mengqi recounted the situation succinctly. So what now? We, the students of Class 10, have come to seek your guidance. Instructor Lu Yuan. The chorus echoed. What is this? Lu Yuan wondered. Was this an act of rebellion against the school? You are all nearly adults. How could you engage in such reckless behavior? Have you lost your minds? Lu Yuan sighed, gently tapping Li Mengqi's forehead in admonition. Do you realize how little time remains until the exam? You actually encouraged your classmates to skip their evening study session? You have quite the audacity. Are you not afraid of receiving serious disciplinary action from the school? I did not encourage them. They came of their own accord, Li Mengqi retorted playfully, sticking out her tongue. Besides, I am not afraid of any disciplinary action. Instructor Lu Yuan, we are all here of our own volition. We are not afraid of the school, Chao Chuang interjected earnestly. With less than a month remaining, I want to learn from you and gain admission to a prestigious university. Exactly, Instructor Lu Yuan, we all wish to follow you to university. We are not scared, chimed in several other students. Even the top student, Wang Jinxiu, approached but hesitated, feeling it inappropriate to join. Lu Yuan called out to him, Wang Jinxiu, you scored 725 on the last mock exam. What are you doing here? We are all part of Class 10. We are a united front. Wang Jinxiu stammered, pushing up his glasses. Maxim Gorky once said, only machines maintain their rationality. If youth does not experience at least one fit of passion, it is a regret of youth. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Did Maxim Gorky really say that? He remembered Gorky for his famous quotes, not for such musings. However, the essential question remained, how to manage the 64 students of Class 10. At the cafeteria of Hegang University, Lu Yuan spent nearly 1,000 yuan to treat all 64 students to dinner. Once they were seated and eating, he scanned the group and sat beside Li Mengqi. Instructor Lu Yuan, aren't you going to eat? Li Mengqi asked, her mouth full of food. Excitement evident in her voice. I must say, the university cafeteria is far superior to the high school one. The food is delicious. I have no appetite. If you find it tasty, eat more, Lu Yuan replied, placing his meal card on the table. But after eating, you all must return to school for evening study. We're not going back, Li Mengqi shook her head. Neither am I. I will staunchly stand behind you. Instructor Lu, Chao Chuang, and Wang Biao, along with several other students, echoed her sentiment. Lu Yuan, exasperated, said, I just spoke with your teacher Zhang Wentao. You have your final mock exam tomorrow. If you truly wish to support me, the best way is to perform well on the exam. Good grades are the greatest support you can provide. The better you do, the more your class teacher and the head of your grade will want me back. While Lu Yuan was deeply touched by the collective act of skipping class by Class 10 in support of him, he understood that such actions could not resolve their situation. They could not simply abandon school. To put it bluntly, they needed to return for registration and to fill out examination forms for the college entrance exam. Moreover, he had no means to provide for their daily needs in the coming month. How long until you can return, Instructor Lu? Li Mengqi inquired. Please, you must come back. Our teachers are truly lackluster, and I want to make the most of this last month to see if I can gain admission to a prestigious university, Chao Chuang added. Realizing they were all seniors, Lu Yuan understood they could grasp reason after some reflection. After a moment of hesitation, he furrowed his brow and said, 3 days. That should suffice. Initially, Lu Yuan had not intended to return to the school, as he believed a good horse does not turn back. However, he had changed his mind. For Chao Chuang, for Wang Biao, and for all those students in Class 10 who aspired to attend university, he decided to help them make a final push in the last month. After dinner, Lu Yuan escorted all the Class 10 students to the west gate of Hegang University. At that moment, teacher Zhang Wentao was already waiting with the school bus. Instructor Lu Yuan, you promised to return in 3 days to teach us. Li Mingqi called out as the bus slowly pulled away, her head peeking out of the window. The other students leaned out as well, their eyes filled with anticipation, uncertain if Lu Yuan would indeed return. Yet, the act of skipping class together had become the most audacious thing they had done in their youth, a day they would forever remember. So would Lu Yuan. Chapter 64. The academic elite prevail. Even against authority at Fatsi High School, the grade director, Gong Chong, rushed to greet the school bus as it slowly approached. When he saw Zhang Wentao and the students disembarking, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. A class of 64 students had collectively skipped evening study, disappearing without a trace. In his decades of teaching, he had never encountered such a situation. How could you all be so brazen as to skip class entirely? Do you not wish to participate in the college entrance examination? If you do not wish to participate, then your eligibility for the college entrance examination will be entirely revoked. Although somewhat relieved, the grade director, Gong Chong, could not help but unleash a torrent of harsh criticism. Xie Chao Chuang merely shrugged indifferently as he walked past Gong Chong. What attitude is that? Gong Chong exclaimed. In the back row, Wang Biao and a group of students also shrugged. As underachievers, they never had a chance to attend university. And Gong Chong's threats held no fear for them, even though there was now a glimmer of hope for college. Their long-standing mindset as underachievers rendered them impervious to any academic intimidation. If they had truly heeded such threats, they wouldn't have languished at the bottom of their class. Wang Jinxiu, a promising student bound for Qingbei, why are you joining in this ruckus? Are you afraid you won't be able to get into Qingbei without instructor Lu Yuan? Gong Chong turned his attention to the top student, Wang Jinxiu, questioning him. Naturally, his tone softened considerably in the presence of this academic star. Wang Jinxiu adjusted his glasses with a casual flick of his middle finger and replied, Maxim Gorky once said that only machines maintain their rationality. If youth lacks at least one emotional outburst, it is a regret of youth. Gong Chong was momentarily taken aback, unable to recall such words attributed to Gorky. However, before he could articulate his thoughts further, Wang Jinxiu had already departed, followed by the entire class of 10. Gong Chong could even hear the students' excited chatter. Jinxiu, your brother Chao Chuang has a new respect for you today. From now on, you can flaunt your academic prowess, and I won't say a word. So imposing. Jinxiu is so imposing. The director was left speechless. Ha ha ha, having the top student in the entire school leading the way gives me such a sense of security. One student timidly asked, is that really what Gorky said? The audacity of class 10 infuriated Gong Chong. As the grade director, he was accustomed to students fearing him from a distance, yet these children showed no trepidation and even mocked him. Who had bestowed upon them such courage? How could they be so certain that he could not control them? Gong Chong took a deep breath to quell his anger and turned his gaze toward Zhang Wentao, the homeroom teacher of class 10. The law does not punish the masses. Moreover, can you penalize the top 10 from our last mock exam? Can you prevent them from taking the college entrance examination? Zhang Wentao chuckled and continued to reassure, Director, do not be upset. The students have all returned safely, haven't they? How can I not be angry? They all skipped class. And you dare to laugh here? Gong Chong pointed at Zhang Wentao, responding curtly. Fortunately, there had been no safety issues with the students. The matter of their collective absence from class was ultimately at his discretion. Indeed, their absence was quite serious. But this time he had witnessed a side of class 10 that he had never seen before. What do you mean? Zhang Wentao's tone turned serious as he added. I observed a sense of cohesion among the students in class 10, a unity like never before. I believe that even after graduation, this group will remain remarkably united. They are somewhat different from the other classes, which focus solely on academic achievement. Isn't that a form of education? Hearing Zhang Wentao's words, Gong Chong was momentarily taken aback. As the grade director, he understood the implications of Zhang Wentao's statement. However, he believed that the seniors needed to prioritize their studies over friendships or fostering a sense of unity. By the way, Teacher Zhang, have you seen instructor Lu Yuan? Has he resolved the issues online? Gong Chong inquired next. He still felt guilty about Lu Yuan's departure. If Lu Yuan could clear his name and address the online discourse, Gong Chong would certainly want him back. After all, he recognized Lu Yuan's teaching abilities. I did see him, but we didn't get a chance to talk further. Zhang Wentao paused before continuing. However, I heard the students from class 10 discussing that in 3 days, Lu Yuan would resolve the online issues and prove his innocence. 3 days? How could he possibly achieve that? Gong Chang questioned. I'm not sure, but we must not forget that Lu Yuan is supported by Hegang University. Zhang Wentao replied. Indeed, Hegang University is not just any institution. It is the second-ranking university in our province, and certainly would not allow such unfounded slander to stand. Gong Chang expressed his concerns. I am worried that even if we later invite Lu Yuan back, he may not be inclined to return, Zhang Wentao said. Glancing at Gong Chang with concern, did instructor Lu Yuan convey such sentiments to you? Gong Chang furrowed his brow. No. A good horse does not turn back to graze where it has fed. He is a top student and naturally possesses a sense of pride. Zhang Wentao's expression revealed a hint of regret as he looked at Gong Chang and said, Director, perhaps we have been overly timid. The students are so resolute in supporting instructor Lu Yuan by skipping classes, yet we hesitate due to fear of responsibility. Perhaps, Gong Chang interrupted Zhang Wentao, aware that lamenting over the past held no merit. After a moment of silence, Gong Chang resolved, tomorrow is the mock exam. We shall see how the students perform. If their results are exceptional, I will make every effort to invite instructor Lu Yuan back. Director, are you serious? Zhang Wentao looked at Gong Chang with surprise. If the grade director were to step in, it would carry significant weight. Although uncertain whether Lu Yuan would be willing to return, having the director's backing would lend considerable persuasion. Indeed, for the sake of the students' achievements, I must give it a try. Moreover, I genuinely wish to see if Class 10 can create an extraordinary legacy in our province's college entrance examination. Gong Chang had never doubted Lu Yuan's teaching capabilities, as evidenced by the recent exam results of Wang Jinxiu, Li Mengqi, and others. Yet, human nature is often greedy. Gong Chang pondered that if the students from Class 10 could achieve results that would resonate throughout the province, or even the nation, it would be truly exhilarating. Chapter 65. Behind Lu Yuan stands Hegang University. As Zhang Wentao anticipated, Lu Yuan was indeed backed by Hegang University as the second-ranking university in the province. Hegang University would not allow the online discourse to spiral out of control, especially with the college entrance examination approaching. Allowing such rumors to fester could potentially impact the university's admissions. In the conference room, the president of Hegang University, Zheng Lei, wore a grim expression as he slammed his hand on the table. This Professor Yuan Xianghong has truly gone too far. Is it permissible to disseminate an unfounded opinion across the internet without any evidence? How can he be a professor at Yenjing University? Does he not realize that his statements would garner widespread agreement? This was akin to having a pig's brain. Zheng Lei had initially dismissed the online situation, believing it would fade with time. However, the reality exceeded his expectations. The online discourse not only persisted but intensified, and its focus had shifted to the academic circles of Daxia. This development was quite serious. The academic community in Daxia had long been criticized, with numerous allegations surfacing online about professors plagiarizing students' papers, requiring bribes for evaluations, and the notion that one could not succeed in academia without drinking. Today, he even received a call from the Provincial Education Bureau. The principal need not be agitated. Yuan Xianghong is hardly a serious educator or an academic. Over the years, he has frequently expressed various opinions online, denouncing this and that, always eager to ride the wave of popularity. Professor Li Xiongfei from the physics department, noticing the principal's irritation, hastily offered words of comfort. Indeed, the principal should not let anger take hold. This old fellow has only achieved his current status by leveraging some research he conducted under his mentor long ago. In recent years, his so-called research has been non-existent. He has merely been living off past accolades, becoming a notorious figure in the academic community. Such a charlatan does not deserve to be part of our scholarly circle. We are not of the same ilk. Other professors echoed similar sentiments, showing no sympathy for Yuan Xianghong. The attendees included renowned professors from various departments, such as the mathematics and physics faculties of Hefei University of Technology. Many of them had collaborated with professors from the University of Science and Technology of China, creating significant ripples in the academic world. Thus, their words carried considerable weight. Upon hearing this, Zheng Lei's expression softened somewhat as he turned to Professor Tang Shikai from the mathematics department and inquired, Professor Tang, now that Lu Yuan is a student in your department, what is your opinion on his first-place achievement in the Demo Academy mathematics competition? Tang Shikai frowned slightly, visibly displeased. What? Are you suggesting my student is fraudulent? No, I merely wish to know more about Lu Yuan, Zheng Lei replied. He was well aware of Tang Shikai's protective nature towards his talented students. Any disparagement from others would not be tolerated. Tang Shikai snorted and finally spoke. I understand that you find it hard to believe that a freshman, a student who just transferred to the mathematics department could outperform a multitude of students from Tsinghua, Peking University, and MIT to win the Demo Academy mathematics competition. But let me make this unequivocally clear. My student Lu Yuan is not a fraud. I am willing to vouch for him with my reputation as a professor. Though Tang Shikai's voice was not loud, his unassailable declaration resonated throughout the conference room. Admittedly, his interactions with Lu Yuan had been limited, but as a seasoned educator with decades of experience, he possessed a keen eye for talent. He could discern a student's caliber and knowledge at a glance. Lu Yuan was, without a doubt, the most gifted mathematical prodigy he had ever encountered. It was no wonder he could dominate over the likes of Tsinghua and MIT scholars. Something was amiss with old Tang. His confidence in Lu Yuan was palpable. Other professors exchanged glances, taken aback. They were quite familiar with Tang Shikai and his protective tendencies. Yet they never anticipated him to stake his professional reputation on the merit of a newly transferred freshman. Professor Tang, you cannot be serious, interjected Professor Chen Jia from the mathematics department, furrowing his brow. After all these years of knowing you, do you believe I would jest about such matters? Tang Shikai replied with an impassive expression. Chen Jia inhaled sharply, his heart racing. It was crucial to acknowledge that the realm of mathematics had produced more than one prodigy. And Tang Shikai's high praise for Lu Yuan's talent was indeed noteworthy. This matter may be resolved more easily than expected, Zheng Lei announced, tapping the table as he outlined a strategy to address the burgeoning online controversy. Since Lu Yuan is an exceptional talent, we must ensure his protection. The university will send a letter of legal notice to Yuan Xianghong. Professor Zhang San from the law school nodded, offering to take the lead on this. Very well, Zheng Lei agreed, then turned to Tang Shikai. To expedite the resolution of the online discourse, the mathematics department should arrange for a video of Lu Yuan solving problems, preferably a live broadcast, to allow him to publicly prove his innocence. This seems inappropriate, Tang Shikai protested, displeased at the notion of needing to validate Lu Yuan's integrity due to the remarks of a charlatan in the academic community. Is there not a more reasonable approach? However, without the most direct evidence, the public will not be convinced. You are aware of the current online sentiment, Zheng Lei replied. Fine, Tang Shikai conceded reluctantly, though he was unsure of how to handle the live broadcast aspect. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan remained oblivious to the meeting held by the university's leadership. For the past couple of days, he had been searching for housing near Fatty's 10th middle school. He had contemplated the importance of completing his teaching duties for Class 10. Although he might be invited back to teach again after the online uproar subsided, he understood that one should not return to a place that dismissed him initially. 20,000 a month is truly not exorbitant, the landlord insisted, blocking Lu Yuan's attempt to negotiate. The premises, previously a gym, boasted over 300 square meters, including a second-floor loft. Lu Yuan had viewed the property a month ago, but deemed it too expensive at the time, especially since he was approached by Zhang Wentao. Now, however, it seemed fate had led him back to this very location. All right, 20,000 it is, Lu Yuan decided, feeling financially secure enough to invest in the future of Class 10. The landlord praised his decisiveness and promptly produced the contract, which stipulated 3 months deposit with 1 month's rent up front, totaling 80,000. After reviewing the contract and finding no issues, Lu Yuan signed his name. By the way, I forgot to ask, what will you be using this space for? The landlord inquired. For training purposes, Lu Yuan replied. The landlord smiled and did not inquire further. However, recalling the items left behind by the previous tenant in the attic, he remarked, there is some gym equipment left upstairs from the previous gym that vacated. If you don't need it, I can take it away. Let it stay, Lu Yuan replied hesitantly. Why would you keep it for your training classes? The landlord questioned. To balance work and leisure, Lu Yuan chuckled. The spacious room of over 200 square meters was more than sufficient to accommodate 10 classes with 64 students. And having some gym equipment would prevent the space from feeling too empty, allowing students to engage in a bit of exercise. All right then, I'll take my leave. If there are any issues, just give me a call, the landlord said, not lingering any longer, as the money was already in hand. Lu Yuan escorted the landlord to the door and then turned to gaze at this territory that belonged to him, faraway mathematics, feeling a surge of happiness within. This was his domain. He was the proprietor here, no longer dependent on others. Of course, teaching 10 classes did not equate to being at someone else's mercy. But one still had to adhere to certain school rules and regulations. However, within this soon-to-be-launched faraway mathematics, he would have complete freedom. Here, with a mere spit, he could drive in a nail. The house was rented, and now all that remained was to sort out the remnants of the abandoned gym, cleaning up, creating a new signboard, and purchasing tables, chairs, and daily essentials to welcome the 10 classes of students. These tasks were not difficult, but they were indeed tedious. Thus, Lu Yuan promptly called upon his roommates for assistance. My goodness, Brother Leg, is this your rented place? It must be several hundred square meters. Roommate C exclaimed upon seeing Lu Yuan's new space. Including the attic, it's about 300 square meters, Lu Yuan replied with a faint smile. Brother Leg is impressive, exclaimed Li Jiejun, gripping Lu Yuan's arm excitedly. Can we come to your training class for summer jobs? That might actually work, Lu Yuan mused. We could help Brother Leg expand faraway mathematics and make it #1 across the entire realm. Roommate C responded excitedly. Although Lu Yuan had not considered scaling up faraway mathematics, he felt it was not an impossible endeavor upon hearing Roommate C's suggestion. The teaching values from the system could be exchanged for rewards that assisted students in their learning, although Lu Yuan had never utilized this feature. After all, the innate enhancements of comprehension and memory provided by the system were sufficient for him to train his students. However, if faraway mathematics were to truly flourish, he could not manage all the teaching alone. If teaching values could be exchanged for resources in that area, then faraway mathematics could genuinely become the premier training institution. Yet, such thoughts felt distant at this moment. At that juncture, Kai Zhao pulled Lu Yuan aside and whispered, Xia Yuan, having followed you for so long and having taught the 10 classes, I believe I should at least be the head of the training class, right? The head of the training class? Isn't it a bit premature to be assigning positions before we've even started? Lu Yuan replied, bemused by Kai Zhao's character. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan waved his hand. Sure. Next came the task allocation. However, without Lu Yuan's intervention, Kai Zhao had already organized everything perfectly. Roommate C, go find a sign shop and have our faraway mathematics sign made. Li Jiejun, go to the furniture market and buy 64 sets of desks and chairs, Kai Zhao directed. And what about you? What will you be doing? Roommate C inquired. As the head of this training class, I will be purchasing daily necessities, along with blackboards, chalk, and such. Kai Zhao seemed to revel in the title of head of the training class. Oh, okay, Roommate C nodded. Then, seemingly struck by a thought, Kai Zhao approached Lu Yuan and extended his hand. What is that for? Money, he replied. Lu Yuan, having already paid the 80,000 yuan rent, was not one to be stingy. Let us go for the best. This lecturer isn't short on cash. While Roommate C and the others went about gathering supplies, Lu Yuan remained busy with the broom left behind by the former gym, diligently cleaning the space. However, just as he was sweating profusely from the effort, his phone rang. Checking the caller ID, he saw it was Professor Tang Shikai. Furrowing his brow, Lu Yuan answered, Professor Tang, come to the Mathematics Institute building immediately, room 201. The professor instructed, not allowing Lu Yuan to ask why before hanging up. A meeting room? Had matters escalated to the point where school leadership was getting involved? Lu Yuan frowned. Over the past couple of days, he had been monitoring the online discourse surrounding him. The pace and direction of the public's sentiment had exceeded his expectations. In just 2 days, the topic had gained immense traction, even reaching the heights of the academic circle in Xia. It was evident that the meddling of Yuan Xianghong was at play behind the scenes. Rushing on his electric bike, Lu Yuan hurried to the Mathematics Institute building at Hefei University. Upon reaching room 201, as directed by Professor Tang, he took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Come in, came the professor's voice. Lu Yuan pushed the door open and was taken aback. The scene before him was entirely different from what he had imagined. Several cameras were set up behind a chair in the meeting room, their lenses focused on the table, which bore a set of math problems, a timer, pens, and scratch paper. Among the crowd, a few senior professors from the Mathematics Institute were conversing with a female student, one he recognized as Li Tiantian, the journalist who interviewed him last time. What was going on? A live broadcast to prove his innocence? Come on, hurry up. The live stream is about to start. Professor Tang exclaimed, pulling Lu Yuan over and unceremoniously seating him. Wait, Professor Tang, there's no need for this, Lu Yuan protested internally. He was reluctant to participate in a live stream to validate himself. Why should he have to prove his innocence over a mere suspicion from Yuan Xianghong? Besides, Lu Yuan was not particularly fond of live streaming. He perceived it as a pastime for internet celebrities. Given the unfavorable online evaluations of Hefei University, it was inevitable for him to prove himself. The Education Bureau has even called the principal. You just need to demonstrate your capabilities, sighed Professor Tang, gesturing toward the math problems on the table. These problems were set by several senior professors in our department and are slightly more challenging than the Demo Academy math competition problems. You'll manage, right? Of course. Lu Yuan nodded after glancing at the problems. Although he had no issues solving them, this sudden live stream to prove himself disrupted his original plans. He had intended to wait until his paper on the Boolean sensitivity function conjecture was published in the AR-14 journal, then posted on his public platform to vent his frustrations at Yuan Xianghong for the grievances he had endured these past few days. But it seemed that day would not come just yet. Just make sure you solve the problems. Don't worry about anything else. With that, Professor Tang walked over to Li Tiantian, saying, "You young people understand the live streaming aspect. You'll handle everything. Don't worry, Professor. We've got this." Li Tiantian assured him, signaling a thumbs up. Given her major in journalism, she was well acquainted with the intricacies of live streaming, and she even had her own account. Naturally, this live stream would not be conducted on her personal account, but rather on Hefei University's official account. After ensuring everything was set, Li Tiantian turned to Lu Yuan and asked, "Junior, are you ready?" Faced with the moment, Lu Yuan nodded confidently. Of course. The live stream commenced. Initially, there were few viewers, as the official Douyin account of Hefei University of Technology had only a modest following of a few tens of thousands. However, the controversy surrounding Lu Yuan's alleged cheating had already ignited significant interest online. Furthermore, after Li Tiantian initiated the live broadcast, she immediately invested tens of thousands into promotional traffic. Within mere minutes, the live stream was inundated with over 10,000 viewers. What is happening? I clicked in because of the title first place in the Demo Academy mathematics competition. Is this young man the one who cheated to secure first place? Let us watch. What cheating? Don't spread rumors without understanding the facts. This is Lu Yuan, our academic star from Hefei University. A first-place title obtained through cheating isn't real academic prowess. I'm curious to see what level he truly possesses. The barrage of comments was far from friendly, reflecting the prevailing sentiment on social media. This was entirely anticipated. Let us begin the problem solving. Li Tiantian exclaimed as the viewer count reached 10,000. The timer beside Lu Yuan was activated, and the live feed shifted to the mathematics problem displayed on screen. As the camera focused on the problem, it was magnified for all to see. The audience was presented with a classic problem from the realm of analysis and equations. Given a constant, consider the function u on math are satisfying the equation, where u is a non-trivial slow increasing distribution. The tasks were to 1. Prove that u belongs to CR, LR, where the space LP is defined by Lebesgue measure on math and 2. To find an explicit expression for u. Upon seeing the problem displayed, the viewers who had been vocally criticizing Lu Yuan were left momentarily speechless. What is this? My brain just froze for a moment. After a brief pause, the comments flooded in. What the heck? This is a math problem. Is this meant for humans? Are we sure this can be solved? As a third-year non-math major, I can't grasp any of this. All the viewers were taken aback by the sudden appearance of such a complex mathematical problem. For the majority, it was akin to reading an ancient script. Certainly, a few mathematics students in the chat began to concentrate and attempt to solve it. Lu Yuan, of course, recognized the challenge at hand. Analysis and equations were fundamental modules in the mathematics curriculum, primarily dealing with infinite sequences, calculus, complex functions, numerical analysis, functional analysis, and their interrelations. While this problem leaned more towards calculus, it was still not something an ordinary undergraduate could easily tackle. Having delved into the conjectures of Boolean sensitivity and having extensively studied Zhou's conjecture, Lu Yuan was well-versed in analysis and equations. Habitually twirling his pen, he quickly arrived at a solution. Focused, he began to write. The tip of his pen glided swiftly across the paper, and within less than a minute, he had inscribed dozens of mathematical expressions. The audience in the live stream was left astounded. Is he already solving the problem? In just a short while? He has written so many formulas? The viewer count soared to nearly 30,000, yet less than 1,000th could comprehend the content Lu Yuan was producing. Despite this, the majority continued to marvel at his prowess. Goodness, this is making my scalp tingle and my hair stand on end. Compared to these problems, high school math seems as simple as 1 plus 1. Has anyone checked if this is legitimate? I can't even memorize these characters in a day. Indeed, he is the first place winner of the Demo Academy mathematics competition. His skills are undeniable. This problem doesn't require excessive thought, and he has a complete solution already. The barrage of comments continued relentlessly. Unlike the initial skepticism, the atmosphere shifted toward awe and admiration. As time passed, Lu Yuan's pen continued to dance across the page, even accelerating in speed. This spectacle caused several professors from the mathematics department, who had posed the problem, to widen their eyes in disbelief. Is this kid not even pausing to think? Professor Chen Jiawen subconsciously tightened his grip on his thermos. Admittedly, The problem posed was not challenging for him. A seasoned educator with decades of experience, and even some of his junior students could tackle it. However, none could match Lu Yuan's rapidity or seamless flow of thought. Old Tang, this student truly has remarkable talent, noted Professor Ma Xuefei, who stood beside Professor Chun, adjusting his glasses in astonishment. What? You created this problem? And you can't solve it as fast as him? Professor Chun was taken aback. Look at his fingers. They're moving so swiftly they're almost leaving behind an afterimage. My old hands can't keep up with that speed. Is what he is writing correct? Professor Chun inquired further. His proof that U belongs to CR, LR is accurate, and the steps leading to the explicit expression for U are correct as well. The final result is also right, Professor Ma confirmed, shifting his gaze back to Professor Chun. All of it is correct? Indeed, all of it. Professor Ma nodded and then turned to the silent Professor Tang Shikai, who finally relaxed as Lu Yuan paused to rest his pen. He recognized Lu Yuan's mathematical talent. Yet under the live camera's scrutiny and in front of a multitude, he had harbored concerns about potential mistakes or nerves affecting his performance. Thankfully, such fears were unfounded. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan rubbed his slightly sore fingers and turned his attention to the next problem. The questions posed by the professors were indeed more challenging than those from the preliminary round of the Demo Academy mathematics competition, especially in terms of the complexity of calculations. Yet, that was the extent of the difficulty. Glancing at the next problem, he took no longer than 10 seconds to contemplate it. Once again, he focused intently and picked up his pen. As more unintelligible mathematical formulas and characters emerged on the paper, the viewers were left in a state of shock. Initially drawn in as mere spectators, they were now captivated by the unfolding spectacle. At this moment, they found themselves utterly captivated by the young man in the frame, whose face was partially obscured. The intricate mathematical formulas and the unfamiliar symbols he wielded seemed to pulsate like a melody, orchestrated beautifully by his pen. Truly, I am in awe. Although I have spent countless minutes without comprehending a single equation, I cannot help but feel an inexplicable admiration. I share this sentiment. Despite my lack of understanding, I am drawn to watch. The academic elite from prestigious universities have acknowledged Lu Yuan's prowess. Even those from lesser-known institutions concede, "You are impressive." Lu Chang, a junior from the mathematics department at Yin University, expressed his astonishment. "You are remarkable." The number of viewers in the live stream continued to swell, reaching 80,000. Regardless of whether they were seasoned viewers or new arrivals, everyone felt compelled to exclaim their admiration. This phrase serves as a commendation among peers, and it seemed fitting in this context. As time passed once more, Lu Yuan appeared as an emotionless machine, tirelessly solving problems. Apart from the brief moments when he rubbed his aching fingers after completing each question, every second was dedicated to tackling mathematical challenges. The intensity of his relentless engagement with these daunting problems sent shivers down the spines of all present in the live stream. The sheer ferocity with which Lu Yuan confronted such formidable mathematics was both awe-inspiring and intimidating. Is he not fatigued? The comments in the chat evolved from mere admiration to labeling him a problem-solving automaton. Is Lu Yuan tired? Of course he is. He is human, not the mathematical machine that the commoners perceive him to be. The Dharmakaya mathematics competition spans 24 hours, with 8 hours allocated for problem solving. During this time, participants may consult resources, take breaks, eat, or even nap with their partners. Yet, Lu Yuan had neither left for the restroom nor taken a sip of water. Fortunately, after an hour of relentless effort, Lu Yuan reached the final problem. If we let GF, we can easily derive Xeb's 1 EB1. Thus, C2B0 during the second observation. The number of rotations for each piece is, therefore, the total rotations of the pieces is O1B10. With that, Lu Yuan completed all the questions posed by the mathematics professor. He glanced at the timer, which read 1:08:37. At the moment he set down his pen, time seemed to stand still. In the conference room, Li Tiantian and the others were left speechless, their mouths agape. These mathematics professors had anticipated that this live stream might last several hours, and she had mentally prepared for a lengthy session. However, it had only been an hour. And Lu Yuan had already finished? That was astonishingly swift. You finished already? Exclaimed Old Tang, incredulous. Professor Ma Xuefei's eyes widened in disbelief. Originally, they had set a problem load designed for 8 hours, yet Lu Yuan completed it in just 1 hour, leaving him questioning his own standards as a question setter. At this moment, the entire livestream audience witnessed Lu Yuan ceasing his writing. Had he truly finished? It was astonishingly quick. This lad was extraordinarily fast, concluding everything in just 1 hour. As Lu Yuan set down his pen, he noticed the comments flooding the screen, all exclaiming how fast he was, and how they wished for more time to enjoy the spectacle. He smirked to himself, reflecting that had it not been for the need to provide detailed steps for the live stream, he could have been even quicker. An hour and 8 minutes is not my limit. However, he refrained from voicing this thought. It would have sounded rather arrogant, and there was no need to dwell on such matters with the viewers. The most crucial aspect was that this frantic online endeavor to prove his worth had finally concluded. Observing Lu Yuan's relieved smile, Tang Shikai approached him and said, "Thank you for your efforts. This also serves as an explanation to the school." From Tang Shikai's expression, Lu Yuan could tell that he did not wish for Lu Yuan to have to prove his worth online. "It was no trouble," Lu Yuan replied with a smile. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." The reopening of the Math 20 program was imminent, and Lu Yuan could not leave his roommates, Kai Zhao and the others, to handle everything alone. "All right, if you have matters to attend to, do not hesitate. The school will manage the rest," Tang Shikai assured him. Upon returning to Math 20, Lu Yuan found Kai Zhao and the others still hard at work. They had already procured the essential materials for the training program. Now, all that remained was to arrange the desks and chairs, and organize the blackboards and other teaching materials to commence the lessons at any moment. Just as Lu Yuan stepped inside, the door swung open unexpectedly. He was greeted by a procession of students from Class 10, each carrying various items. Some held classic literature. Others brought potted plants, and one student, Chao Chuang, carried a cage containing a parrot. Confused, Lu Yuan thought, "What is happening here?" Lu Shun. Before he could speak, Chao Chuang approached with a grin. "This is my dad's pet, a mina named Wang Jinqiu. He says Lu Shun too." Lu Shun, Lu Shun. The parrot chimed in. Lu Yuan was taken aback. "Wait, this mina can actually talk. But that is not the point. What are you all doing here? This is a training institution, not your home." He turned to Kai Zhao and inquired, "What is going on?" "Oh, after the mock exam this afternoon, the students tried to call you, but you didn't answer." "I was busy. I understand. So, they called me, the head of the training program, and as you can see, they all wanted to come help." "Very well," Lu Yuan replied, observing the industrious Class 10 students, each truly working to transform Math 20 into a space reflective of their individual tastes. Fortunately, the expansive area of over 200 meters could accommodate all their belongings. With the addition of classic literature, plants, and decorations, Math 20 no longer felt like a sterile training facility. Instead, it exuded a lively ambience, resembling a cozy learning sanctuary. With the collective effort of 64 students, the revamped Math 20 was ready to commence in less than an hour. Standing at the entrance, Lu Yuan took a moment to appreciate the transformation of Math 20. He felt a sense of nostalgia, realizing that he had once again become a teacher in this training program, rather than merely a lecturer for Class 10. While both roles involved teaching, their significance to Lu Yuan felt distinctly different. What exactly it was, he couldn't articulate, but he found himself increasingly fond of Math 20. As he watched the Class 10 students settling into their designated seats, he smiled and approached them. Standing at the front, Lu Yuan addressed the group. "Today marks the conclusion of your final mock exam, and also the inaugural day of Math 20. Ideally, you would rest. But with less than 24 days until the college entrance examination, let us engage in a 2-hour study session today." Lu Yuan stands apart from his fellow educators, as his mind serves as an extensive repository of high school examination questions. With merely a pen and a blackboard at his disposal, he can impart knowledge at any moment and in any place. Moreover, he adeptly tailors his instruction to cater to the diverse needs of his students. Initially, Lu Yuan anticipated that his words would elicit sighs or complaints from many students. However, the reality proved otherwise. "Lu God, 2 hours are insufficient. Today, I demand 3 hours of his mathematics," Chao Chuang exclaimed with enthusiasm. Having not attended Lu Yuan's class for a while, he felt an unsettling anxiety. Although he diligently studied each day, the mere thought of missing a lesson from Lu Yuan filled him with dread regarding the imminent college entrance examination. "Ha ha ha, Chao Chuang. 3 hours is far too little. Lu God, I intend to study until dawn." Wang Biao, a self-proclaimed underachiever from Class 10, shouted excitedly. As one of Lu Yuan's later students, Wang Biao longed to be perched at Lu Yuan's side, absorbing every word of his instruction. With the lowest starting grades, he understood that one misstep could lead to a future of manual labor. Having finally glimpsed the hope of attending university, he was resolute in avoiding such a fate. "Very well, let's indulge you. No one leaves today. We shall study until dawn." Lu Yuan jested, seizing his pen and swiftly moving to the blackboard to commence his lesson. Meanwhile, at the fatty 10th Middle School, 1,000 kilometers away, the office building was ablaze with light. The grade director, Gong Chang, frequently traversed the office, inquiring about the latest exam results from the teachers grading the papers. Today marked the conclusion of the final mock examination for the senior class, naturally coinciding with the release of results. Unlike his usual routine, Gong Chang lingered after school, eager to witness the student scores firsthand. Similarly, Zhang Wentao, the homeroom teacher of Class 10, remained behind, anxiously awaiting the outcomes. He too was keen to ascertain the fluctuations in his students' performances over the past month. Director, there's a perfect score in comprehensive science from exam room 8. The revelation of yet another perfect score, particularly from room 8, caused Gong Chang to hastily approach the teacher responsible for grading. He immediately grabbed the paper and looked for the name. Yu Chao, 10th Middle School, Class 10. Gong Chang's eyes widened in astonishment. He was unfamiliar with this student's name, and it seemed that Yu Chao was previously an inconspicuous student in Class 10. What is it? Director? Is there an issue with this student's score? The teacher grading the paper inquired, perplexed by Gong Chang's reaction. This student typically ranked around 300th in the school science assessments, so achieving a perfect score in physics, chemistry, and biology astonished him. He was not alone in his curiosity. Other teachers in the office who were also grading papers shared his intrigue. There should be no problem, Gong Chang stammered, clutching the paper as he hurried to Zhang Wentao's side. Is this student from your class? Yu Chao? He managed to score full marks in comprehensive science. Zhang Wentao's eyes widened upon seeing the name on the paper. He recognized Yu Chao as a diligent student whose consistent poor performance had been noted. He distinctly remembered that Yu Chao's previous mock exam score was only 560 points. Now he had achieved a perfect score in comprehensive science. Though it was not a total score, the possibility of Yu Chao scoring 300 points in comprehensive science raised questions about his overall performance. Gong Chang inhaled deeply as Zhang Wentao turned to him and stated, "Yes, Yu Chao is indeed from our class. However, I never anticipated that he could achieve a perfect score in comprehensive science. How has his performance been? Average, perhaps slightly above average." His last mock exam score was around 560 points, Zhang Wentao promptly replied. He had a vivid impression of Yu Chao, who demonstrated immense dedication, arriving first for self-study and leaving last after evening study sessions, dedicating his breaks solely to study. Yu Chao's commitment to learning was unparalleled among his peers. Yet, his academic results had not reflected his hard work. Zhang Wentao often felt it was unfair, despite putting in twice the effort. Yu Chao's performance lagged behind that of some less diligent classmates. However, there was little he could do. Some students simply could not elevate their grades, regardless of their effort. A situation often dictated by inherent aptitude or suitability for academic pursuits. What accounts for this significant improvement in Yu Chao? Zhang Wentao mused, albeit with a sigh, as he began to piece together an explanation. However, he could not be entirely certain. After all, Yu Chao's paper alone could not draw definitive conclusions. Gong Chang furrowed his brow, questioning, "Did you find this mock exam paper particularly easy?" Zhang Wentao quickly shook his head, replying, "The mathematics was not overly difficult, though certainly not simple either. As for the comprehensive science, the first exam room's papers are being graded concurrently, and aside from Wang Jinxiu, no one else has achieved full marks." Gong Chang nodded, deep in thought. Zhang Wentao stood nearby, lost in contemplation himself. They both accepted Wang Jinxiu's perfect score, having witnessed her excellent performance in the previous, more challenging mock exam. However, Yu Chao was not Wang Jinxiu, nor was he a high-achieving student. The revelation of Yu Chao's perfect score in comprehensive science made both Zhang Wentao's and Gong Chang's hearts race. They possessed an inkling. This time, Class 10's mock exam results were poised to be extraordinary. Director, another perfect score in comprehensive science has emerged from the third exam room, belonging to Chao Nana from Class 10. At last, the tranquility of the office was shattered once more. Hearing the exclamation, Gong Chang swiftly made his way to the teacher grading the papers in the third exam room. Before he could even glance at the paper, he was met with two more exclamations. Director, another perfect score in comprehensive science has appeared from the first exam room, belonging to Xiao Fifan from Class 10. Director, the second exam room has also yielded a perfect score in comprehensive science from Li Mengqi of Class 10. Stunned, Gong Chang stood frozen, grappling with the improbability of achieving perfect scores in comprehensive science. Was this a dream? Zhang Wentao, equally astounded, could hardly believe his eyes. The results were explosive. Class 10's performance would indeed be remarkable this time. Mr. Zhang, have your students taken some sort of stimulant? How could they perform so exceptionally? This defies logic. A teacher responsible for grading chimed in, casting a quizzical glance at Zhang Wentao. What stimulant? Where could I possibly find one? Zhang Wentao replied distractedly. Though he was acutely aware of the true reason behind this phenomenon, he could attribute it solely to the teaching of Lu Yuan, as he had personally attended several of Lu Yuan's classes. However, he merely perceived that Lu Yuan's teaching was exceptional, characterized by high efficiency and the ability to tailor instruction to the needs of diverse students. Thus, he anticipated an improvement in the class's overall performance. Yet he could never have imagined such a remarkable advancement in their scores. Within a brief period, 5 students in the class had achieved perfect scores in the comprehensive science exam. Even though the final mock exam was not particularly challenging, such an outcome was unprecedented. In previous years, despite numerous mock exams, it was rare for even a handful of students across the school to attain perfect scores in comprehensive science. Yet now, even before the papers had been fully graded, Class 10 had already produced 5 students with perfect scores. It was astonishing, truly hard to believe. In that moment, Zhang Wentao found himself questioning his own existence. Had Lu Yuan inadvertently leaked the exam questions to the students? This possibility suddenly crossed his mind, as Gong Chang had mentioned that the last mock exam was set by Lu Yuan. However, Zhang Wentao quickly dismissed this thought, confident in Lu Yuan's integrity and unable to find any justification for such behavior. How, then, had Lu Yuan accomplished this? Were there techniques in his teaching that he had overlooked? Yet, there seemed to be no secret technique. While student progress relied on their teacher, the most crucial factor remained the students themselves. This was truly perplexing. In the ensuing moments, Zhang Wentao was engulfed in analysis and contemplation. Yet, despite racking his brain, he could not discern the reason behind it. Ultimately, he could only categorize this phenomenon among the 10 great mysteries of his personal archive, dubbing Lu Yuan the man of magic. Amidst these thoughts, the overall results from the school's 10th class were released. The moment Zhang Wentao's gaze fell upon the total score sheet, he could not help but question his own reality once more. Chapter 71. The explosive results of Class 10. My heavens! 9 out of the top 10 students in the entire school were from Class 10. Had he lost his vision? In front of the computer, the homeroom teacher of Class 3 in the senior year rubbed his eyes, unable to contain his astonishment. As a fellow homeroom teacher in the same grade, he was well acquainted with Zhang Wentao and aware of the overall performance of Class 10. It was safe to say that, aside from the last mock exam, the high-achieving students from Class 3 had consistently outperformed those from Class 10 throughout their 3 years of high school. However, the ranking sheet before him made him question whether he was hallucinating. Class 10 had claimed 9 of the top 10 spots. What a farce. Not only the homeroom teacher of Class 3, but everyone present in front of the computer was wide-eyed, filled with disbelief. When had Class 10's performance improved to this extent? When had they produced so many exceptional students? Just look at these scores. The top 10 all exceeded 700 points. Suddenly, one of the teachers gathered around the computer remarked. The others turned their gazes to the total scores of the top 10 students. First place, Wang Jinxiu, with a total of 726 points. Second place, Xiao Fifan, with a total of 712 points. 10th place, Yu Chao, with a total of 701 points. Indeed, as the teacher had indicated, all of the top 10 students had scores surpassing 700. The teachers in front of the computer were left dumbfounded, their breaths quickening. All top 10 scores above 700? This had never occurred at the 10th school. It was explosive, truly astonishing. Most critically, Class 10 alone had 9 students scoring above 700. Such results would be remarkable in any school lacking elite classes. It was unbelievable. Our school has been established for many years. When had we ever seen such results? This must be a record. The grade director, Gong Chang, nearly let an expletive slip. As the grade director, Gong Chang was concerned not just with individual students or specific class performances, but with the overall results of the entire school. However, this achievement of having all top 10 students scoring above 700 had shattered the school's records. Although this was not the college entrance examination, merely the final mock exam, his heart could not help but race. What did it signify to have 10 students scoring above 700? It meant that today at the 10th school, there were potentially 10 individuals who could gain admission to prestigious universities like Tsinghua and Beidao. While Tsinghua and Beidao may not be the ultimate choice for everyone, achieving such scores had always been a key indicator of a high school's quality and was a focal point of interest for the outside world. Director, is it possible that this exam was too easy? One teacher could not help but inquire. Gong Chang furrowed his brow. He had a sense of the reason. But since the other teachers were unaware of Lu Yuan's role, he could not disclose it. He then turned to Li Xiaona and said, "Please check the overall average scores for the school and for each class. It should be easy to determine if the exam was indeed simple." We only need to look at the average score for the entire school. Once again, it was teacher Li Xiaona who was responsible for entering the scores into the spreadsheet. Upon hearing the grade director's request, she began typing rapidly on the keyboard. Soon, the average score for the 10th school was revealed. School average score, 570 points. Upon seeing this result, everyone fell silent. The previous mock exam's average score had been around 558 points, a mere 12-point difference, which could not account for the current outcome. If the exam was not too easy, then the reason was clear. Class 10 students had performed exceptionally well, or rather, explosively. Other teachers looked at Zhang Wentao with envy. To have 9 students in a single class score above 700 points was something one could only dream of. Not to mention the bonuses for the upcoming college entrance examination, which could easily surpass a year's salary. It was explosive. Class 10's results were truly phenomenal. Under the gaze of the crowd, Zhang Wentao stood motionless, overwhelmed by astonishment. Subsequently, Gongchang did not allow the other teachers to continue reviewing the scores. He dismissed them, leaving only Zhang Wentao in the office. Gongchang took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure, and then turned to Zhang Wentao. Mr. Zhang, this situation has exceeded our expectations. Indeed, it has surpassed many. At this moment, Zhang Wentao could hardly articulate his shock, observing the students' heightened enthusiasm for learning from Lu Yuan. Each student was imbued with determination. He had anticipated an improvement in their scores, yet he could never have fathomed such a magnitude of progress. After the other teachers departed, Zhang Wentao reviewed the scores of all students in Class 10. There were over 40 students scoring between 630 and 700. In addition to the 9 students with scores above 700, Class 10 boasted a total of 49 students scoring above 630. Stunned, Zhang Wentao felt as though he had lost his bearings. Was this still Class 10? Were these still the students he knew? How was it possible for their scores to soar so dramatically in just 1 month? Although there were a few students who scored around 500, they were nearly ready to give up on the college entrance examination, having only scored between 300 and 400 in the previous monthly test. This time, they had improved by over 200 points. What more could Zhang Wentao expect from them? Class 10's results were bound to create a sensation throughout the entire 10th school. The grade director, Gong Chang, struggled to suppress his excitement, yet his voice trembled. The 10th school did not have any so-called elite or key classes. The performance of students across all classes varied widely. Yet this time, Class 10 achieved an overall average score of 642 points. The average score of 642 is indeed an astonishing achievement in the realm of the National College Entrance Examination. Teacher Zhang Wentao, with a score of 642, has set a remarkable standard. If the last few students in your class put in a bit more effort, every one of you could gain admission to prestigious 985 and 211 universities. Noticing Zhang Wentao's silence, Gongchang approached him, brimming with excitement. I understand, Director. It's just that I'm momentarily taken aback. My mind feels a bit foggy, Zhang Wentao replied. When asked if he was happy, he certainly was. Elated to the point of wanting to soar. Yet, he was also perplexed and bewildered. Zhang Wentao could not fathom how the students had made such significant progress. And more astonishingly, that everyone had improved. Just a month prior, he had marveled at the rapid advancements of Li Mengqi and her peers, considering it a minor miracle. At that time, he had managed to convince himself that their success was due to their hard work over the winter break and their eventual enlightenment. However, this recent mock examination had proven that his hypothesis was entirely unfounded. The students' remarkable improvements were closely linked to Lu Yuan. Aside from Lu Yuan possessing some kind of magic, Zhang Wentao could think of no other explanation. Gong Chang, on the other hand, was less contemplative. He was simply pleased with the students' progress. After a moment, he looked earnestly at Zhang Wentao and said, "This matter surely cannot remain concealed any longer. With Class 10's exceptional results, I suspect that during tomorrow's meeting, the principal and other teachers will undoubtedly inquire about the reasons behind it, and the matter concerning lecturer Lu Yuan must be disclosed. Then let us speak the truth." Zhang Wentao nodded. He did not dare take credit for the remarkable achievements of Class 10 students. He was unworthy of such accolades. Chapter 72, Yuan Lao. Please widen your eyes and take a look. Far away Mathematics 20. Lu Yuan reclined on a lounge chair, brought over by an unknown student, scrolling through his phone to rest. To be honest, the recent online controversies had left him feeling quite disheartened. First, he was suspected of deception by Professor Yuan Xianghong. Then he was forced to leave the 10th school, followed by a struggle to clear his name online, and finally, the reopening of Faraway Mathematics 20. This series of events had caused Lu Yuan to lose several pounds. Fortunately, most of it was now behind him. and a more spacious and bright faraway Mathematics Plus had been launched. Although the online discourse had not entirely dissipated, the fervent critics had diminished. In contrast, the majority of commenters now sounded sweet and amiable. How did Lu Yuan know this? He had been immersed in the flattering words of netizens for an hour. Wow. Is this the esteemed Lu Yuan, champion of the Dharma Academy mathematics competition? Bowing to the scholar. Here to follow. He had watched the live stream of the scholar proving his innocence in real time and even replayed the video today. Scholar Lu was truly impressive. Not only was he formidable, but he was also quite handsome. He decided to follow. Today, he saw someone post on Douyin about the esteemed Lu Yuan and followed that account too. A selfie JPG asked, "Can I become Lu Goddess girlfriend?" The comments below read, "Scholars don't need girlfriends. Please go away. Click my personal homepage to add WX for a private chat." Lu Yuan liked the comment praising his looks. Then, he scrolled down to refresh for new comments and savored them. He had to admit, being an internet celebrity was rather enjoyable. He even considered whether he should post a high-definition selfie on his newly registered Douyin account. As this thought crossed his mind, Lu Yuan shook his head and dismissed it. He was reliant on his intellect, and appearances were not something he needed to prioritize. Moreover, venturing into the realm of internet fame from the academic world was a misalignment of professions, likely leading only to superficial sensationalism. Scholars belong to a domain that is not meant for the ordinary. It is perfectly acceptable for the general public to pay attention or not. As for individuals like Yuan Xianghong, who recklessly misinterpret matters, they are merely a minority. Suddenly, Lu Yuan felt a desire to see Yuan Xianghong's distressed expression. Thus, he quickly logged out of his personal Douyin account and sought out Yuan Xianghong's account. To his surprise, the old professor had even more followers than he did. Seeing Yuan Xianghong's substantial follower count left Lu Yuan somewhat displeased, but considering he had only registered today and posted a single video, he brushed it off. He clicked on Yuan Xianghong's profile. Lo and behold, what did Lu Yuan discover? In just one morning, Yuan Xianghong had posted 6 new videos. Impressive indeed. No wonder he was a professor. His efficiency was remarkable. This old professor truly had the potential to be an internet sensation. With a quiet exclamation of admiration, Lu Yuan opened the latest video. Proving innocence? Ridiculous. Have you not considered that they might have colluded to deceive? Completing 8 hours worth of problems in just 1 hour is absurd. Does he think he is a genius? The he referred to Lu Yuan. Even though Yuan Xianghong did not name him explicitly, everyone understood. Lu Yuan then viewed the other videos by Yuan Xianghong, which expressed similar sentiments. Questioning Lu Yuan's integrity from various angles. Was Yuan Xianghong determined to persist in his skepticism? Lu Yuan furrowed his brow. How could he possibly be accused of fraud? Would a prestigious university like the Hefei University of Technology conspire with a single student to deceive? Anyone with a modicum of logical reasoning would not believe such a thing. Lu Yuan opened the comments on Yuan Xianghong's Douyin video. This kid is so handsome. He clearly doesn't seem like someone who excels academically. Lu Yuan. Is academic excellence really something that can be judged by one's appearance? How hasty. Well, considering this netizen acknowledged his looks, Lu Yuan chose not to argue. He quietly liked the comment and continued to peruse the subsequent remarks. I also think there is something off. While Lu Yuan is indeed talented, it's impossible for him to finish in just 1 hour. He must have memorized the answers beforehand. Agreed, he must have memorized the answers. Even top students from Tsinghua and Peking University wouldn't complete it so swiftly, let alone get everything right. This is undoubtedly collusion. Hefei University is covering for its own students. I personally don't think so. After all, Hefei University ranks 2nd in Anhui province and is a long-standing 211 university. They wouldn't resort to such deception for a student. I agree. I watched Lu Yuan solving problems, and it didn't look like he was memorizing answers. He is genuinely a math prodigy. Haha, prodigy? Do you think there are that many geniuses? After reviewing the comments, Lu Yuan felt somewhat unsettled. It seemed that the logical reasoning skills of the netizens were rather lacking, exceeding Lu Yuan's expectations. He had initially thought that no one would believe Yuan Xianghong's claims. After all, it was utterly improbable for Hefei University to conspire to protect a single student by engaging in deceit. Yet, some netizens actually believed it. Of course, many others had their own judgments, considering Lu Yuan a genius. Lu Yuan graciously accepted the label of genius, thinking the netizens had good taste. However, the current public sentiment appeared to be somewhat grim. For now, it was a 50-50 situation. As for allowing it to unfold further, Lu Yuan could not predict what might transpire. Thus, this genius felt compelled to take action. After careful consideration, Lu Yuan concluded that he could not allow negative public sentiment to escalate any further. He swiftly stood up, grabbed his backpack, and retrieved his laptop. Logging into his AR-14 subscription account and refreshing the page repeatedly. As the refreshed page appeared, a faint smile graced Lu Yuan's lips. Indeed, the paper had been published. He opened his paper and took a clear photo with his phone. After capturing a splendid photograph, Lu Yuan reclined back onto the lounge chair and opened the comments section of the latest Douyin video posted by Yuan Xianghong. Old Yuan, open your eyes wide and take a good look. Am I not a genius? He edited a comment and accompanied it with the image he had just taken, sending it off without a moment's hesitation. Completing this act, Lu Yuan felt a surge of relief wash over him. To be frank, Lu Yuan had been quite perturbed in recent days. Despite being the first-place winner of the preliminary round of the Demo Academy Mathematics competition and receiving accolades for his achievement, he found himself unjustly questioned and criticized, an experience that would frustrate anyone. Additionally, he had lost several pounds during this time. How much food would it take to regain that weight? Chapter 73. Publication of the paper. Having accomplished this, Lu Yuan lay back on the lounge chair, patiently awaiting the reactions. He knew that the paper published in the AR-14 journal would render any rebuttal from Yuan Xianghong futile. After all, even if the University of Science and Technology had sheltered him due to his status as a student, what about the foreign AR-14 journal? It was hardly within Lu Yuan's capabilities to sway such esteemed international publications. Moreover, this paper had been a product of several months prior. How could he be accused of fabricating results in the Demo Academy Mathematics competition when he had been able to publish a paper in AR-14 months ago? It simply did not make sense. There was no rationale for such claims. After a few minutes, Lu Yuan could no longer contain his curiosity about the online community's reactions. Thus, he opened his personal Douyin account. Comments had already begun to pour in. Everything is in English. I can't understand it. Can someone tell me what Lu Yuan, the academic prodigy, has posted? Oh my goodness, the paper written by Lu Shun has actually made it to the AR-14 journal. What is this journal? Is it prestigious? Can someone explain? The AR-14 journal encompasses various academic disciplines, while its influence may not rival that of the four leading journals. It maintains a respectable standing as a mid-tier academic publication. For a freshman like Lu Yuan to have a paper published there is indeed remarkable. Yuan Xianghong has certainly met his match this time. I wonder how he will respond. As Lu Yuan perused the comments beneath his Douyin video, he noticed some individuals struggling with the English language. Initially contemplating whether to provide a translation, he saw that others had already offered explanations, prompting him to refrain from further action. Additionally, he observed that his followers were quite knowledgeable. After scrolling for another 10 minutes and noticing a slow trickle of new comments, Lu Yuan decided to cease his efforts. Public opinion would take time to evolve, and the dissemination of his paper would naturally require patience. He pondered how his classmates fared in their most recent mock exams. Reclining on the lounge chair, he considered whether to devise tailored study plans for different students in the final month leading up to the college entrance examinations. Of course, this would only apply to those in Class 10 who had been struggling academically. Students like Wang Jinxiu, Li Mingqi, and Xiao Nana had already surpassed 650 points in their last monthly exam. For them, there was no need for additional practice in this final month. These high achievers merely needed to maintain their steady progress and address any gaps in their knowledge. Perhaps he could utilize points to draw some resources. If memory served correctly, the system could reward him with items beneficial for student learning. With this thought in mind, Lu Yuan prepared to access the system for a draw. His previous reluctance stemmed from believing that, with the enhancements provided by the system, such as improved comprehension, memory, logical reasoning, and the ability to draw connections, he no longer required any additional resources to aid student learning. Furthermore, he had been hesitant to spend since teaching values could also be exchanged for useful items, even research materials in the future. However, after experiencing the recent online controversy, Lu Yuan no longer viewed his relationship with the students in Class 10 as merely a financial transaction. It had evolved into a bond of mutual respect and camaraderie. When students referred to him as Lu Shun, their unwavering trust in him inspired Lu Yuan to be generous in return. System, open my personal attribute panel. With a silent incantation, the system's personal attribute panel materialized. Host, Lu Yuan, core subjects, Mathematics LV32575100000, Physics LV32041100000, Chemistry LV31633100000, Biology LV31699100000, Humanities omitted, Teaching value, 9,350, Experience points, 0. Allocated, teaching ability, comprehension boost, 30, memory boost, 30, logical ability boost, 30, ability to draw connections, 30, blueprints, Boolean sensitivity function conjecture, proof process of Mersenne prime distribution law conjecture. Lu Yuan scrutinized the experience points across his various subjects. As anticipated, his highest level remained at LV3, with a significant gap before he could level up. Lu Yuan understood this well. Having learned from his previous teaching experiences that the system's rule states, when the teaching recipient possesses limited capabilities, the knowledge returned and the experience points rewarded for continuous teaching are also limited. Of course, problem-solving could trigger critical hits. The conjecture proof for the Mersenne prime distribution law in his blueprints stemmed from this. However, such probabilities were exceedingly low, and throughout the past month of continuous teaching, Lu Yuan had not experienced any critical hits. As for teaching values and experience point rewards, these were not derived from critical hits, but were determined solely by the system based on the effectiveness of teaching the students. After the college entrance examinations, he could attempt to teach Class 10 some university-level knowledge. At that time, the system's subject upgrades would likely accelerate. After considering this, Lu Yuan set aside those thoughts and shifted his focus to the teaching value section. System, initiate the draw. As Lu Yuan whispered the command, a line of text appeared before him. Draw, 500 teaching values per session. Would you like to proceed? Such an expense. Lu Yuan felt a pang of pain, but he steeled himself and resolutely declared, draw 10 times. Consuming 5,000 teaching values, drawing 10 times. Drawing in progress. Empty, empty, strengthening potion, empty, 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 strengthening potion. Empty, calming potion, strengthening potion. In less than 3 seconds, the 10 draws concluded. Lu Yuan gazed at the holographic 3D projection before him, bewildered. He understood what the calming potion was, but what on earth was this strengthening potion? Would you like to claim your rewards? Without hesitation, Lu Yuan opted to collect his rewards, and the next moment, several transparent glass vials appeared in his hands. This strengthening potion, could it truly enhance students' learning capabilities? He picked up one vial labeled with the words strengthening potion, examining it with confusion. There were no instructions or dosage indicated. How could he dare to administer it to the students of Class 10? Just then, his roommate Kai Zhao rushed in, panting heavily, and snatched the strengthening potion from Lu Yuan's hands, gulping it down eagerly. What is this drink? It's delicious. After finishing, Kai Zhao licked his lips, leaving Lu Yuan utterly dumbfounded, wondering if Kai Zhao would suffer any consequences. Chapter 74, Continuing the Miracle on the Battlefield of the College Entrance Examination. As it turned out, Lu Yuan had been overthinking. After an hour of observation, he discovered that his roommate Kai Zhao exhibited no adverse physical effects. Instead, he seemed to radiate an extraordinary vitality. Cleaning the premises, installing bottled water, flushing the toilet, and grading students' papers filled Lu Yuan with an invigorating energy, his eyes sparkling with newfound brilliance. This left him quite astonished, especially considering that Kai Zhao, who typically lacked physical stamina, often burned the midnight oil for secret study sessions, rewarding himself with ephemeral achievements. Yet now, he bore no resemblance to the exhausted code monkey of a science student. Truly, the system's potent elixir could enhance both physical and mental prowess. Lu Yuan made a mental note of this and subsequently secured the remaining 2 vials of the stamina potion, along with a vial of calming elixir, in a locked cabinet on the 2nd floor. He planned to observe for another day or 2 before determining how to administer it to the students of Class 10. The attic space on the 2nd floor, designated for mathematics, was quite spacious, spanning several dozen square meters, albeit with a lower ceiling due to its attic structure. Since training and lectures were not conducted here, it served as a temporary residence for Lu Yuan. Descending from the attic, Kai Zhao put down his work and inquired, "Why haven't the students from Class 10 arrived yet? It's already 12:20. Usually, half of them would have shown up by now." Lu Yuan glanced at the clock on the wall and acknowledged the delay, nonchalantly suggesting, perhaps they are awaiting the results of a mock exam. Results? How did they perform this time? Kai Zhao asked. Lu Yuan shook his head, yet confidently asserted, "I'm certain they did better than last time." Meanwhile, in Class 10, Zhang Wentao held a printed score sheet, feeling a mix of emotions as he faced the eager gazes of his students. Logically, he should have felt elated, but knowing that these scores were not due to his efforts left him feeling somewhat disheartened, especially after witnessing the incredulous expressions of the principal and other class teachers during the meeting. Indeed, Class 10 had achieved remarkable results. He received praise from the principal and applause from everyone, yet Zhang Wentao felt these accolades did not belong to him. "Mr. Zhang, please announce the scores. We're eager to attend tutoring with Lu Shun." called out Chao Chuang from the back row. Zhang Wentao snapped back to reality and adjusted his mindset. This time, every student in class 10 has made extraordinary progress. 9 students scored over 700 points, breaking our school's monthly exam record, he exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he looked at his class. Wow, incredible. Chao Chuang was momentarily stunned by the announcement. The entire class sat in disbelief. Although they anticipated improvement, none had dared to dream of reaching the 700-point mark, except for Wang Jinxiu. None had imagined it possible. Yet here they were, with 9 students achieving this feat. It seemed surreal, even for those among them who had attained such scores. Count me in. I must be one of those 9, exclaimed Xiao Feifan from the third row. His fists clenched in excitement. As the perennial second best in Class 10, he acknowledged he could not match Wang Jinxiu's prowess. Yet he remained undaunted by the achievements of his classmates. He firmly believed that he too was among those scoring above 700. Congratulations on surpassing 700. Wang Jinxiu turned to offer his congratulations. How kind of you to congratulate me? Xiao Feifan questioned suspiciously. Because I no longer consider you my rival, Wang Jinxiu replied. Why not? You lack the qualification, he stated. Xiao Feifan was acutely aware that Wang Jinxiu held ulterior motives, yet he felt compelled to ask. Then who do you consider your rival? Instructor Lu Yuan. Wang Jinxiu responded after a moment of silence. You have a long way to go, Xiao Feifan retorted, dismissing Wang Jinxiu. While Wang Jinxiu was indeed formidable, Xiao Feifan felt he was still far from the caliber of instructor Lu Yuan. On stage, after announcing the results, Zhang Wentao collected his thoughts and declared, effort never goes unrewarded. Hard work yields results. Class 10 has outperformed every other class. You have created a miracle. Awesome. Chao Chuang shouted enthusiastically. Lu Shun, I love you. Wang Biao added, equally exhilarated. Although they were not the top performers in Class 10, they felt a sense of pride and belonging. Zhang Wentao raised his hand to signal for silence and amplified his voice once more. I hope you carry this miracle into the battlefield of the college entrance examination. Class 10 will be renowned throughout Daxia. Let us go. Let us go. The students shouted fervently, their spirits ignited. With just over 20 days until the entrance exams, they were determined to persevere until the end and achieve victory. After delivering his motivational speech, Zhang Wentao departed, and the students of Class 10 hurried out, eager to share their results with Lu Yuan during the brief lunch break. Soon, all the students had left the classroom, except for one student seated in the 6th row near the left side, who remained behind. This student sat expressionless, his gaze unfocused. A slip of paper before him bearing the score he had just recorded, 701. Just 3 digits, yet he had to write them down. Unable to believe he had achieved such a score. 701, 701. I scored 701. I ranked 9th in the class. Yu Chao murmured softly, tears welling in his pale cheeks. Cascading down onto the desk. The tears flowed freely, pooling into a small mound on the surface, yet Yu Chao made no effort to wipe them away. They represented 3 years of pent-up emotion, the tears of his transformation. 3 years. He had endured countless sleepless nights, completed thousands of practice papers, even sprinting to the restroom to save time. He had put in 3, even 10 times the effort of others, yet had always struggled academically. Despite memorizing every textbook and formula, he remained at a loss. Classmates mocked him as a fool, and teachers shook their heads, deeming him unfit for study. He often questioned whether he should give up, but thankfully, he had persevered, and the arrival of instructor Lu Yuan had rekindled his hope. Finally, at long last, Yu Chao had received a gratifying answer. His fingers clenched tightly, the pressure causing slight blood vessels to surface in his palms, but he welcomed the pain. It reaffirmed his reality, dispelling any notion that this was merely a dream. After a long bout of sobbing, Yu Chao slowly rose, rummaging through his pencil case until he retrieved a wooden strip inscribed with words. Who weeps the most in the hall? Zhangzhou Sima, his blue shirt damp. This had once been his favorite line. He had always resonated with it. Yet now, Yu Chao felt he no longer needed it. He was no longer the despondent figure lost in obscurity, nor the diligent student who saw no returns for his efforts. Today, he had received his reward and glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Chapter 75. The public outcry intensifies. Yuan Lao endures the consequences. Nightfall. In the faculty dormitory of Yanjing University, Yuan Xianghong collapsed onto the sofa, utterly exhausted. Today, several mathematics professors collaborated on a new mathematical research project, and the meeting had dragged on until now, leaving him utterly drained. Yuan Xianghong harbored no interest in exploring new mathematical topics. He had long since lost the desire to delve deeper into mathematical research. Moreover, pure mathematical theory research, unlike projects in other disciplines, was notoriously underfunded. Most critically, producing tangible research outcomes in this field proved to be exceedingly challenging. With retirement looming in just a few years, he found no incentive for groundbreaking discoveries and preferred to coast along as things were. Financially, he was in a comfortable position. That morning, his Douyin account had received several messages from advertisers selling stationery and books, with offers reaching hundreds of thousands. Yuan understood the advertising rates on Douyin and realized that his follower count shouldn't warrant such high quotes. Yet he recognized that he was currently at the peak of his popularity, justifying the inflated prices. Seizing this opportunity, he intended to select a couple of suitable advertisements. Once the buzz around Lu Yuan waned, such offers would surely diminish. He pondered why that young man from Tsinghua University had hastened to clear his name. Didn't he realize that allowing public opinion to linger could be beneficial? This was a prime opportunity for gaining followers. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Yuan promptly logged into Douyin. He dismissed the emerging supportive comments for Lu Yuan, as well as the lawyer's letter he had received from Tsinghua University the previous night. As a longtime user of social media, he understood that the tides of online public opinion were not entirely within his control. He could only slightly redirect the narrative. After Lu Yuan's exoneration, he knew that this surge of attention would not last long. As for the lawyer's letter, he remained unperturbed. Freedom of expression online allowed him to voice his doubts without repercussions. Furthermore, even if a legal issue arose, the worst-case scenario would involve deleting a post and paying a small fine. To his surprise, a casual Douyin video he had posted that morning had gone viral. Upon entering his Douyin backend, he was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated a decrease in engagement following Lu Yuan's exoneration, which was why he had posted 6 videos in quick succession. However, to his astonishment, each of those videos garnered tens of thousands of likes, with the most popular racking up even hundreds of thousands. Intrigued, he realized that Lu Yuan had a knack for attracting attention. His follower count had surged by over 200,000. It was time to raise his advertising rates. Suddenly invigorated, Yuan straightened up from the couch, crossed his legs, lit a cigarette, and excitedly opened the comments section on Douyin to see what was happening and how netizens were reacting. However, when he opened the comments, a pinned remark left him dumbfounded. Yuan Laoding, open your eyes wide and see. Is this genius faking it? This comment had amassed an astonishing 100,000 likes. What was going on? Yuan clicked on the images linked to this comment. The next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. It was a research paper from the AR-14 journal. And shockingly, it was authored by none other than Lu Yuan from Tsinghua University. How could a freshman publish an SCI paper? Yuan's complexion shifted slightly, and an ominous premonition crept into his mind. He scrolled through the comments, and indeed, the section was ablaze with outrage. Yuan Laoding, can you really call Lu the plagiarist? It's outrageous. A genius capable of publishing an AR-14 has been wrongfully accused of fraud. How despicable. Yuan Laoding, 54,188. You are the very reason the academic world is tarnished. I swear I'll confront you if I see you. It's truly pathetic. I feel guilty for having berated Lu Yuan for so long. This is all your fault. Yuan Laoding. As he observed the fervor of the commenters, some even threatening physical confrontation, Yuan felt a twitch in his right eyelid. Some netizens could be quite unpredictable. A flicker of fear crossed his mind, but he reassured himself that he was in the safety of the university's faculty dormitory. Yet, soon after, a frown creased his brow. His advertising prospects were now in jeopardy. He had become a pariah, and no advertiser would want to collaborate with him. This was all Lu Yuan's doing. He never anticipated that a mere online skirmish would escalate to this extent. Frustrated, Yuan slammed his hand on the desk. Yet he maintained his composure. He quickly logged into all his social media accounts, including Weibo and Douyin, and deleted every video and post related to Lu Yuan and even Jiang. What a wasted effort. If I had capitalized on this wave of popularity, I could have made millions. After removing everything, Yuan slumped back in his chair, feeling a sense of bitterness. The undeniable existence of that SCI paper on AR-14 left him with no hope of redemption. He could question a college student or even challenge the top scorer of the Demo Academy mathematics competition. But he could not dispute the brilliance of a freshman publishing in a respectable SCI journal, regardless of whether the online community would accept or believe it. The established figures in the academic circles would certainly not allow a promising talent to be unjustly maligned. He resolved to be on his best behavior for a while. With this thought, he settled back on the sofa and gradually drifted into slumber. That night, Yuan did not sleep well. His right eyelid twitched incessantly, and he sensed that this was far from over. The following day, Yuan awoke late, and just as he was about to freshen up, there was a knock at the door. A group of uniformed investigators and several leaders from the university entered. Are you Professor Yuan Xianghong? I am. What brings you here? Yuan furrowed his brow as he looked at the investigators in uniforms. We are from the National Cyber Administration, conducting an investigation regarding your inappropriate remarks online. An investigation? Yuan frowned, yet he felt no significant concern. Worst-case scenario, they would block his Weibo and Douyin accounts and impose a fine. This was within the realm of his worst expectations. However, at that moment, a person wearing a five-pointed star had approached the investigators. Yuan Xianghong, you are hereby accused of illegally accepting bribes totaling 80,000 yuan for student graduate school recommendations, as well as possessing 7 student academic papers. You are summoned for investigation under the law. Bribery? Possessing student papers? Yuan's face drained of color, and he collapsed to the floor in shock. Chapter 76, School Paper Awards. Yuan Laoding's arrest came to Lu Yuan's attention 2 days later through an official announcement from Yen University. The news caused quite a stir. Wow. I didn't expect Yuan Laoding to be even more reprehensible than I imagined. A parasite like him deserves to be punished. Lu Yuan thought bitterly. From now on, I shall never trust online public opinion again. I can't believe I joined in the outrage against Lu Yuan, bombarding him with hundreds of scathing comments. Be careful upstairs. Don't let the investigation come knocking on your door. Lu Yuan mused. Yuan Laoding has finally reaped what he sowed. How shameful. He has brought disgrace upon Yen University. This scandal of Hefei University gaining points while Yen University lost them was a testament to the murky depths of the academic world. A reality Lu Yuan had heard whispers of before, having witnessed corresponding news. However, Lu Yuan did not anticipate the extent of Yuan Laoding's transgressions. There were as many as 7 student papers reported for plagiarism. The thought of a professor plagiarizing a student's work is indeed outrageous, and those students are truly unfortunate. Shaking his head, Lu Yuan closed the news article. Fortunately, the academic circle does not consist solely of figures like Yuan Xianghong. There are many who genuinely care for the academic integrity of Daxia, for its education, and for its research endeavors. Professor Tang Shikai is one such individual. After all, when Lu Yuan presented his conjecture on the Boolean sensitivity function for review, Professor Tang had ample opportunity to manipulate the situation, yet he chose not to. Instead, he even assisted Lu Yuan with translations and provided guidance on revising his paper. A good man, indeed, Professor Tang Shikai is a commendable educator. Lu Yuan thought to himself, resolved to maintain a close relationship with him, and knocked on the door of Professor Tang's office. Upon entering, Lu Yuan saw Professor Tang seated on a sofa in his office, accompanied by several elderly professors he did not recognize. Upon noticing Lu Yuan, Professor Tang smiled and gestured for him to approach. This is Lu Yuan, my student, Professor Tang introduced with pride, presenting Lu Yuan to the others. Indeed, it is remarkable. Throughout history, heroes emerge in their youth, and now Daxia has produced yet another gifted young mathematician. One of the professors beside Tang, after assessing Lu Yuan, smiled and offered his hand, introducing himself as Yao Qizhi, an academician from the School of Mathematics at the University of Science and Technology of China. Hello, Lu Yuan. Hello. Academician Yao, Lu Yuan responded, surprised and quickly extending his hand. He had not anticipated meeting an academician, especially one from such a prestigious institution. The University of Science and Technology of China is also located in Fat Province, and its reputation undoubtedly surpasses that of Hefei University of Technology, even on a global scale. Please, don't be so formal, Lu Yuan. I happened to be visiting Hefei University for a lecture and was intrigued to learn about a mathematical prodigy here. Thus, I wish to meet you, Academician Yao said, his demeanor warm as he invited Lu Yuan to sit beside him. Lu Yuan sat upright, feeling somewhat tense despite considering himself a rising star in mathematics. For some reason, being next to Academician Yao made him feel a bit anxious. Fortunately, the conversation among the professors did not revolve around him, focusing instead on lectures and mathematical conferences. After listening in a daze for quite some time, Lu Yuan finally exhaled in relief when Academician Yao and the others departed. Turning to Professor Tang, who was looking at him with a smile, he inquired, Professor Tang, you didn't summon me just to introduce me to them, did you? You overestimate yourself. Your current standing is not sufficient to be acquainted with Academician Yao. Professor Tang replied, dismissing Lu Yuan's concern as he walked to his desk and handed him 2 forms. Not sufficient. Why state it so bluntly? Do I not deserve some dignity? Lu Yuan grumbled internally, but chose not to dwell on it. Indeed, having a paper published in a mid-tier journal does not qualify one to forge friendships with an academician from the University of Science and Technology of China. Lu Yuan assessed that to befriend someone of academician Yao's caliber, one would need to have contributed significantly, perhaps by publishing in one of the top 4 journals. However, Lu Yuan was not particularly interested in forming such friendships at the moment. He shifted his gaze to the 2 forms on the table. The first was for reimbursement and rewards related to his recently published SCI paper. The second was an invitation to a mathematics conference, which Professor Tang had procured for him. You may fill it out if you're interested. Though you are still a freshman, it would be beneficial for you to experience the academic world in advance. Oh, thank you, Professor Tang, Lu Yuan nodded, quickly filling out his personal information on both forms. He was not particularly interested in the mathematics conference. It felt too early for him to delve into the academic realm. However, he understood that Professor Tang was merely preparing him to adapt to the academic environment. Thus, he completed the forms nonetheless. The school offers such generous rewards? 50,000. Lu Yuan was somewhat astonished as he filled out the form regarding the school's reward for publishing his SCI paper. He had heard from senior students about the school's rewards, but he had not anticipated such a substantial amount. Typically, a paper like yours would yield a maximum of 30,000 in rewards, but considering your freshman status, I requested an additional 20,000 from the school. Of course, you will need to assist the school with some promotional efforts later. Especially with the upcoming college entrance examinations and the new round of admissions, Professor Tang explained with a smile. Generally, schools reward students for their published papers. Standard journal publications might garner around 200, whereas more prestigious ones could reach several thousand. Papers published in top-tier journals may even yield rewards in the hundreds of thousands, as they are usually authored by esteemed professors from prominent universities. Promoting Hefei University, then? Lu Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. No problem. I will certainly promote Hefei University and help attract many outstanding students. Chapter 77. Lu Shun, the God of College Entrance Examinations. After bidding farewell to Professor Tang, Lu Yuan rode his electric bike toward the distant Mathematics Institute. It was May 17th, and the college entrance examination dates in Phat Province are set for June 7th and 8th, leaving students with merely 21 days to prepare. The results of the last mock exam for Class 10 were quite impressive, which surprised Lu Yuan somewhat. However, as someone endowed with a teaching system buff, he felt it was not enough. Moreover, there were some students in Class 10 who had only recently started studying with Lu Yuan and were not achieving satisfactory scores, merely managing around 500 points, barely qualifying for a second-tier university. This left Lu Yuan feeling somewhat dissatisfied. He believed that entering university should at least guarantee a first-tier qualification, as lacking any academic advantage would be detrimental in society. After observing Kai Zhao's recent behavior, Lu Yuan noted that the powerful elixirs drawn from the system had minimal side effects. He planned to introduce them to his students. The usage was straightforward. Simply mix it into the bottled water. With just 21 days remaining, he was determined to boost Class 10's performance. Thinking of his roommate Kai Zhao, who had been sleepless yet full of energy, Lu Yuan felt a surge of excitement. With the support of the system's elixirs, he was confident that Class 10's results would soar in the final stretch. Just then, Lu Yuan's phone buzzed in his pocket. He maneuvered his bike with one hand while answering the call. Xiao Yuan, it's your sister Luna. Oh, sister, is there something you need? Lu Yuan replied, keeping his gaze fixed ahead as he slowed the electric bike. I just received a transfer in my bank account. Was it from you? Luna asked, her voice trembling slightly on the other end. Yes, I mentioned before that I started a tutoring center and earned some money. Remember when I said that your 2,000 yuan was an investment? Lu Yuan explained with a smile. But you shouldn't have sent me so much. It's a full 100,000. On the other end of the call, Luna fell silent for a moment before continuing. Sister cannot earn money. My sister is remarkable. She transfers living expenses to her brother every month, buys him new clothes, new phones, new computers, all of which I have not provided for you. How could I possibly accept your money? I don't want your money. I will transfer it to you shortly. As Lu Yuan listened, he sensed that something was amiss with his sister on the line. He hastily pulled over and earnestly addressed Luna. Sister, we are family. Why would you say such things? Moreover, why compare yourself to others? I am not lacking in finances at the moment. I have 64 students in my training class, and my tutoring fees exceed 200,000 each month. I truly have money. Lu Yuan had previously mentioned the tutoring class to Luna, but had not elaborated in detail. Thus, when Luna heard that Lu Yuan earned over 200,000 a month, she was taken aback. 200,000. My brother can earn 200,000 in a month. That is more than I earn in 5 years. Sister, please do not deceive me. You have not studied much. Luna finally replied after a while. How could I deceive you? If you have time on the weekends, you could bring Han Zimo along. Or you could simply quit your job and join my YF mathematics training class, Lu Yuan suggested with a smile. I won't go. What would a person with only an elementary school diploma like me do there? Just clean the floors? I would only earn 10,000 a month, Lu Na replied. Lu Yuan genuinely harbored intentions of expanding the YF mathematics training class. Initially, he had hesitated to consider expansion due to the number of students. He felt he could not manage teaching alone. However, with the system's lottery offering potent potions to enhance students' learning abilities, he realized that he need not oversee every aspect of teaching himself. While other instructors might not match his level, they would undoubtedly surpass the average tutoring class, which was sufficient for YF mathematics to thrive. After chatting with his sister Lu Na for a while, Lu Yuan ended the call. However, upon seeing the transfer notification from her on his phone, he sighed. He understood his sister's temperament and knew he would have to find a way to return the money to her later. YF Mathematics. This is the reason for Class 10's remarkable academic progress. YF Mathematics Training Class. Yes, I heard through the grapevine that this is the one. Do you know Wang Biao from Class 10? Yes, he's the one who's always known for playing basketball and getting into fights. Really impressive. Exactly. I heard from a friend that he scored 500 in the recent mock exam. Wow. How can a student like him score so high? With that score, he could get into a second-tier university, right? Indeed. This tutoring class is incredible. The students in Class 10 refer to him as God Lu. God Lu. That sounds impressive. At the entrance of YF Mathematics, a group of students clad in the plump 10th middle school's uniforms gathered, whispering among themselves, casting occasional glances inside the tutoring center. What are you doing? At that moment, a voice echoed from a distance. It was Wang Biao. The chubby boy in the crowd recognized Wang Biao. What are you sneaking around at the entrance of our YF Mathematics? Wang Biao approached them with purposeful strides. We weren't doing anything, one of the chubby boys chuckled. Then asked, is the tutor here called God Lu? That's correct, it is God Lu. Are you here to enroll in the tutoring class? Wang Biao inquired. Yes. We heard that Class 10 performed exceptionally well this time, and we want to give it a try, they replied. You guys are so late to the game. With only 21 days left, you're just now considering this? Wang Biao chuckled and said, if you had come a month earlier to study with God Lu, you would undoubtedly have been able to get into university. However, he added, shifting his tone, even with just 21 days left, if you work hard and follow God Lu, you can still make it. Really? The crowd stirred with excitement. Most of those gathered had little hope of getting into university, naturally seeking to make the most of the final stretch, hoping for a miracle. Wang Biao's words seemed to ignite a glimmer of hope within them. Absolutely. God Lu is the god of college entrance exams. There is nothing he cannot accomplish. Wang Biao raised an eyebrow and said nonchalantly, I have one foot already in the realm of university students. Chapter 78. Never abandon, never give up. During evening study hours, Zhang Bo boredly scrolled through his phone. With only 21 days left until the college entrance examination, he had already relinquished hope of attending university. His father had spoken to him the previous day, stating that after the exam, he would need to start working. In truth, Zhang Bo was reluctant to follow in his father's footsteps. His father was a construction worker, returning home daily covered in dust and paint, a grimy sight. However, with no prospects for university, Zhang Bo was at a loss for what to do. It's all the fault of games. If I hadn't been so engrossed in playing during my first 2 years of high school, I wouldn't be struggling to understand the lessons now. He grumbled internally and continued to scroll. Regardless, it was too late to say anything now. He had ceased to believe in miracles regarding university admissions. Instead, he resolved to indulge himself in carefree enjoyment during the final stretch leading up to the examination. What is this nonsense? How can the main character be cheated on? He muttered angrily, closing the app and opening the school's forum to browse. Although forums were no longer trendy, some high school students still enjoyed visiting them to catch up on gossip. Suddenly, Zhang Bo's attention was captured by a post titled Don't Give Up, You Can Still Get Into University. A seemingly ordinary post, yet it boasted an astonishing 500 comments. In the relatively small community of Plump 10th Middle School, where the forum had only a few thousand followers, such attention was extraordinary and perplexing. Intrigued, Zhang Bo clicked on it. I am an avid gamer. I reached the highest rank in the LOL region. I initially believed I could make a living from gaming. But after the summer following my second year, my dreams were shattered. Upon reading the first paragraph, Zhang Bo felt intrigued. He too enjoyed gaming and was eager to uncover the identity of this student. He quickly moved on to the second paragraph. During that summer after my second year, I registered an account and started streaming. For an entire month, only a handful of viewers tuned in. Later, I contacted a gaming streaming company for an interview. And to my astonishment, I discovered that my gaming skills, which I had prided myself on, paled in comparison to those of the incoming streamers. They were all top-tier players. At that moment, I was stunned and lost interest in LOL. Thus, I shifted my focus back to my studies, believing there was still a chance to attend university, that the future remained bright. However, while dreams are beautiful, reality can be harsh. After 2 years of being a mediocre student, when I finally decided to study seriously, I found myself unable to comprehend the lessons. They seemed like an alien language. My grades showed no improvement, and I endured daily anguish. After a semester of effort, I had made some progress, yet I remained at the bottom. Gradually, I lost my spirit, my motivation to learn, and my hope of entering university. I thought my life would unfold like this, and I had resigned myself to working alongside my father after graduation. However, just when I had completely given up hope about 60 days before the college entrance exam, I encountered a person, more specifically, a teacher from a training class. With a casual attitude, I attended a study session one evening, and that single session left me utterly astonished and transformed my life. This teacher is truly remarkable. Undoubtedly the most exceptional educator I have ever encountered. In his class, one need not pay excessive attention to grasp the material clearly. Indeed, even a student struggling with academics, possessing merely a basic understanding of mathematical formulas and concepts, can comprehend the lessons. In that moment, I felt a renewed sense of hope. I rediscovered my determination to study and my aspiration to attend university. Consequently, I immersed myself in my studies, sacrificing sleep to the extent of resting only 4 hours each night, diligently following the rhythm set by my instructor. Astonishingly, after a month, my scores improved by an impressive 200 points. It was hard to believe. I was momentarily stunned. In just 1 month, I had achieved a remarkable increase of 200 points. Everything felt surreal, akin to a dream. I could attend university. Although it may not be a prestigious institution, merely a second-tier university, I felt a glimmer of hope for my academic journey. With over 20 days remaining until the college entrance examination, I was confident that my scores would only continue to rise. Under his guidance, I believed I could secure admission to a respectable university. My confidence soared. This is my personal experience, and I share it not for accolades or recognition, but as a tribute to my efforts over the past month. I wish to express a heartfelt sentiment. Perhaps education is not the only path in life, but it is undoubtedly the simplest one. In high school, prioritize your studies. Do not, as I did, squander 2 years before realizing the importance of learning. As the college entrance examination approaches in just 21 days, I encourage everyone to strive diligently. Do not abandon hope. The article is brief and remains anonymous. Zhang Bo took several minutes to read through it. He sought to discern if the author was being disingenuous. Yet he shook his head. Even if the author were lying, what concern was it of his? But what if it were true? Could he also have a chance to attend university? Zhang Bo pondered this, especially upon reading the closing words. Do not abandon, do not give up. He felt a twinge of envy. The posters seemed to share a similar journey, initially distracted by play before realizing the need to study. Yet this individual had the fortune of improving by 200 points in just a month, a feat Zhang Bo could only dream of. With such an improvement, university was within reach for him too. With determination, Zhang Bo scrolled through the comments, searching for information about the tutor mentioned in the post. He believed that this instructor was the key to his success. Perhaps finding this tutor would allow him to turn his fortunes around. The comments were plentiful, most expressing disbelief. 200 points in a month? Is this an advertisement? Who are you trying to fool? Regardless of other skepticism, Zhang Bo was resolute in his desire to try. He did not wish to give up. Soon, Zhang Bo discovered a comment about the tutor. Yuanfang Mathematics? Teacher Lu. Chapter 79. Who leaked the news? Yuanfang Mathematics had gained notoriety. Ever since reading the post on the forum, Zhang Bo felt as though he had been enchanted. He felt compelled to give it a try. Despite only 20 days remaining until the examination, though he doubted that the miraculous teacher Lu could truly help him, he was unwilling to surrender. He did not want to follow in his father's footsteps as a laborer. He yearned for a life beyond the ordinary, one with benefits and an office job. After aimlessly wandering for a while, Zhang Bo ventured to the cafeteria for a meal. Subsequently, he inexplicably found himself outside the school gates. He wanted to see if Yuanfang Mathematics truly existed, to confirm whether there was indeed a miraculous figure capable of facilitating a 200-point increase. He meandered around the school for about 10 minutes, spotting several tutoring centers, yet none bore the name Yuanfang Mathematics. Sighing, he considered the likelihood that the post was a fabrication, perhaps the work of a bored individual. He chided himself for being moved and for entertaining the prospect of attending university. Just as he turned to head back to school, a group of students appeared behind him. clad in uniforms similar to his own, their expressions animated and hurried. Did you really mean what you said? Is Teacher Lu truly that powerful? Indeed. I specifically sought out a student from Class 10 for confirmation. Initially, he was reluctant to divulge anything, claiming that Lu Yuan was not currently recruiting students. But I insisted on introducing my sister to him, and he still refused. It's worth it. Sacrificing a sister could lead us to university. It's a fair trade. Is Teacher Lu really that extraordinary? Zhang Bo overheard, his heart racing. In Class 10, 9 students scored above 700 on the exam. Didn't you hear? One of the students exclaimed. Moreover, yesterday's anonymous post on the forum was likely from one of Class 10 students. Some claims are grounded in reality. The students, brimming with excitement, jogged ahead, their chatter causing Zhang Bo to pause. An anonymous post, Teacher Lu, Yuanfang Mathematics, was all of this real? Piecing together the information, Zhang Bo recalled the discussion surrounding Class 10's impressive feat. Although he had previously regarded such achievements as distant aspirations, the recent developments compelled him to reconsider. There was no hesitation. He immediately pursued the group of students. After approximately 3 minutes, they came to a halt in an area somewhat removed from the school. Upon spotting a large sign reading Yuanfang Mathematics, Zhang Bo's face lit up with excitement. It truly existed. However, the crowd was substantial. Observing the throng gathered outside Yuanfang Mathematics, Zhang Bo joined them. He recognized several familiar faces. Although they were not from his class, he had seen them on the basketball court or at the internet cafe. These students, like him, were also struggling academically. Did they not give up either? Zhang Bo mused, feeling somewhat reassured. After all, with only 20 days until the examination, it would be embarrassing to encounter acquaintances while standing here, especially as a student with poor grades. Fortunately, many others around him shared his academic struggles, which alleviated his discomfort. Teacher Lu, please accept us. We genuinely wish to study under you to gain admission to university. A voice from the front of the crowd called out. Zhang Bo stood on tiptoe to catch a glimpse of the scene. Indeed, he saw a young man facing the throng of students. This youth, not much older than himself, had fair skin and did not resemble a typical high school student. Zhang Bo realized this must be the Teacher Lu mentioned in the forum. Is Teacher Lu not accepting students? Aren't tutoring centers meant to recruit students for profit? Zhang Bo quietly inquired of a nearby student, perplexed. You are unaware that it is not a matter of the esteemed Lu Yuan refusing students, but rather that there are simply too many applicants. Currently, he is instructing 64 students across 10 classes, and with the influx of additional students, he fears he may be overwhelmed. Especially with the college entrance examination looming on the horizon. Lu Yuan is reluctant to allow these struggling students to tarnish the reputation of Yuanfang Mathematics. A bespectacled student offered this explanation. Zhang Bo was momentarily taken aback by the studentess' remarks. It seems that this training program is indeed quite extravagant. After all, these dozens of students represent a considerable sum of money. Although he has never participated in such training, Zhang Bo is aware that some classmates hire tutors at rates exceeding several hundred per hour. Given Lu Yuan's renown, students would eagerly pay upwards of 10,000 for his guidance. He himself would be willing to do so. If Lu Yuan could indeed help him gain admission to a university in this final stretch, he would not hesitate to part with 10,000 or even 20,000. Worst case, he could ask his father for the money, and he believed his father would certainly agree. Is Lu Yuan truly not accepting students? What shall we do? Zhang Bo then turned to inquire of his classmate. I'm not sure. I came yesterday, but there were only a few students then. Lu Yuan said he wouldn't take anyone at that time, so I returned today. Since I'm not able to concentrate in school, I thought I might as well give it a try. Perhaps Lu Yuan will have a change of heart, the classmate explained with a smile. Clearly prepared for a prolonged wait. Very well, Zhang Bo nodded and joined the throng, silently waiting. With only 20 days remaining until the examination, attempting to gain admission wouldn't cost him anything. After all, he could just as easily waste time playing games at school. It would be better to stay and see if Lu Yuan might accept them. After all, that anonymous student on the forum claimed to have improved by 200 points in a month. Why couldn't Zhang Bo also achieve such a feat? With so many students gaining university admission each year, why couldn't he, Zhang Bo, be among them? Chapter 80. The Rules of Lu Yuan. At the entrance of Yuanfang Mathematics, Lu Yuan gazed helplessly at the ever-growing crowd of students, who leaked the news that Yuanfang Mathematics had become so popular. In fact, over the past couple of days, a few individuals had approached, but none compared to the number present today. Lu Yuan estimated there were around 70 or 80 students, and the number was still rising. It was not that he was unwilling to accept them, but the time was simply too short. With only 20 days remaining until the college entrance examination, Lu Yuan lacked confidence in his ability to help students with exceedingly poor grades secure admission. A failure to gain admission would damage the reputation of Yuanfang mathematics. Lu Yuan was confident that all students from the 10 classes could gain admission to university and even achieve top-tier results. However, he could not guarantee the same for these additional students. He was uncertain about their academic standings. If they were exceptionally underperforming, he might not be able to help them at all, especially with only 20 days left until the exam. All right then. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and addressed the students. Come forth, Yuanfang Mathematics is accepting you. However, he added a stipulation. The fee is 10,000 for 1 month. If you gain admission to a university, there is no refund. If not, you will receive your money back. The crowd erupted in excitement at this announcement. Such a good deal. The faces of several struggling students lit up with joy. Lu Yuan's policy for accepting students was undoubtedly advantageous for them. After all, spending 10,000 to gain admission to a university was a worthwhile investment. If they failed to gain admission, they would not lose a single penny. Thank you, Lu Shun. The students expressed their gratitude. Hold your thanks for now. Lu Yuan raised his hand to signal for silence and continued, since I have decided to accept you, you must adhere to my rules. Rules? The crowd was momentarily stunned. Lu Yuan went on, with only 20 days until the exam. Most of you have poor grades and weak foundations. To succeed in gaining admission to university, you must endure an intense study regimen. Indeed, a relentless one. For the next 20 days, you will follow my arrangements and adhere strictly to the study plan I provide. Those who can commit and make this decision, come forward to sign your names along with your scores and personal information. Detailed information is preferable. For these new students, Lu Yuan's training fee was set at 10,000 per individual. This amount had been carefully considered. In just 20 days, he intended to provide these students with an intense training experience. Lu Yuan would accompany them throughout their studies, which justified the fee in his view. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's conditions, the students hesitated not a moment before signing. A few exhibited a moment of uncertainty, but even they soon joined the others in signing. Although they were unsure of what Lu Yuan meant by an intense study regimen, they were aware that time was limited. They steeled themselves for the challenge. Once the signing was complete, Lu Yuan gestured for the students to disperse. All right, those who have recorded their names, you may leave. Come back after school this afternoon. And do not forget to bring your books and study materials. After issuing this reminder, he dismissed the crowd. In the afternoon, he needed to purchase desks and other tools for the students. Upon entering the Yuanfang Mathematics Training Center, Lu Yuan glanced back at Class 10, where students were diligently studying at their desks. He remarked with mild annoyance, "It must have been you who leaked the news." Lu Yuan did not intend to blame the students of Class 10. Their recent mock exam results were outstanding, with an average score of 642. A remarkable achievement for an ordinary high school like Fatty No. 10 Middle School. Hey, Lu Shun, it's your brilliance that has brought this about, Wang Biao chuckled. He was aware that he had contributed significantly to Yuanfang Mathematics' newfound fame, as he had authored the anonymous post on the forum. However, Lu Yuan did not inquire further, and he kept his secret. Speaking of which, Lu Shun, how about giving Class 10 some recognition for this mock exam? Chao Chuang called out cheerfully. His score had improved to 589, a modest increase from the previous mock exam. Yet, he was satisfied. In just 2 months, he had advanced from a score around 300 to 1 that solidly placed him on the path to university. When he returned home, his father's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing the score, and he immediately promised Chao Chuang a sports car after the college entrance examination. Focus on your exam papers for now. Save the boasting and showing off until after the actual examination. Lu Yuan waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to engage with the students of Class 10. At this point, they had established their own study rhythm and were familiar with Lu Yuan's training methods. Most were already on the verge of entering prestigious universities, with only a few still below the cutoff score. Lu Yuan was not overly concerned. Moreover, in recent days, Lu Yuan noticed that the students had benefited from the powerful elixirs obtained through the system, resulting in remarkable study vigor. They appeared not only energized, but also seemingly more intelligent. Of course, Lu Yuan was skeptical about the increase in intelligence. After all, intelligence is difficult to quantify. Continuous learning and knowledge acquisition could naturally lead to improvements. However, one thing Lu Yuan was certain of was that the powerful elixirs from the system undoubtedly enhanced mental acuity. Through Lu Yuan's observations of his roommate Kai Zhao during this period, it is evident that Kai Zhao behaves as if under the influence of a stimulant. He scarcely sleeps at night, tirelessly coding and solving problems from the National College Mathematics Competition, displaying an extraordinary level of enthusiasm. This left Lu Yuan utterly astonished. He contemplated whether to indulge in a lottery once more, perhaps also indulging in a drink. However, The last lottery cost him 5,000 points and yielded only 3 bottles, one of which Kai Zhao consumed, leaving merely 2. Naturally, Lu Yuan decided to reserve these 2 bottles solely for the students. Noticing the dwindling supply of bottled water, Lu Yuan ascended to the second-floor attic, the storeroom, opened a new container of bottled water, and added 2 caps of a potent concoction. Previously, he had only added 1 cap for a test, and this time he sought to determine whether doubling the amount would enhance its effects. If it proved to be more effective, he would generously share it with the students. Finally, after ensuring that each student in Class 10 received water infused with the powerful agent, Lu Yuan approached Kai Zhao. "Director Kai, what are you up to?" Lu Yuan teased with a smile. "Oh, I'm just solving problems," Kai Zhao replied, lifting his head to glance at Lu Yuan, then muttering to himself. "I don't know what has come over me lately. I feel so energized. My brain feels inexhaustible. The moment I stop, I feel restless. So I keep working on problems." "Oh, I see. Is everything all right? You haven't been sleeping much lately." Lu Yuan feigned ignorance. "Everything's fine. I even went to the hospital this morning for a blood test, and everything came back normal," Kai Zhao assured him. "That's good to hear." Lu Yuan felt relieved. "Are you planning to buy 89 sets of desks and chairs this afternoon?" "That many?" Kai Zhao was aware of the earlier incidents at the door. "Indeed. So we have a busy 20 days ahead," Lu Yuan mused, then added, "Also, when you purchase the desks and chairs, please get 100 sets of those foldable lounge chairs and some thin blankets." "Lounge chairs? Thin blankets? What for?" Kai Zhao queried, puzzled. "To allow the students to rest. In the final 20 days, I intend to provide those struggling students with an unforgettable, rigorous training experience." "Rigorous training?" Kai Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing Lu Yuan's words. He admired his academically gifted roommate immensely. Not only was Lu Yuan an exceptional student, having published an SCI paper and clinched first place in the preliminary round of the Demo Academy Mathematics competition, but he also possessed remarkable teaching skills. Kai Zhao had witnessed firsthand the progress of the students in Class 10. Fortunately, he had adjusted his mindset and ceased comparing himself to Lu Yuan. Otherwise, he would genuinely question his own sanity. "Don't forget to transfer the money to me," Kai Zhao called out urgently as Lu Yuan turned to leave. "Yes, I've transferred it. Keep the remaining amount as your salary, Teacher Kai." "Salary? You truly intend to pay me?" Kai Zhao was astonished. "Of course. Teacher Kai, you are the head of our faraway mathematics training class." Lu Yuan waved his hand dismissively as he walked away. While Lu Yuan handled most of the teaching, Kai Zhao had also been quite helpful with various tasks such as cleaning, administrative duties, and grading papers. Lu Yuan was certainly not stingy with his appreciation. Furthermore, having recently recruited 89 students, Lu Yuan stood to collect a significant sum in tutoring fees. Although he was uncertain how many students would ultimately fail to gain admission to university, he was not financially constrained at this moment. Arriving at his desk in the second-floor attic, Lu Yuan began reviewing the grades of the newly enrolled students. Indeed, the results were quite disheartening. Among the new recruits, most scored around 300 in the last mock exam at number 10 middle school, with only a few exceeding 400 points. Some even scored as low as 200. With merely 20 days remaining, it would be a daunting task for such students to gain university admission. Lu Yuan did not dwell on this. He was unsure whether the system's teaching capabilities and the potent agent could enable these students to succeed. They had sought his assistance, and he could only do his utmost. Taking out a blank sheet of paper, Lu Yuan categorized the 89 new students, not by their overall scores, but by subject. Once he organized this information, he retrieved another blank sheet to draft his training plan. At 4 a.m., students scoring below 60 in English will join me for an hour of morning exercise to memorize vocabulary and texts. Simultaneously, those scoring above 60 in English and below 60 in mathematics will memorize mathematical formulas and key concepts. Pausing as he wrote this line, Lu Yuan momentarily hesitated, pondering the logic of morning study for mathematics. Nevertheless, he shook his head and dismissed the thought. In special times, special measures are warranted. Is morning math study really unfeasible? It may not work for other teachers, but for me, endowed with understanding and memory enhancements from the system, it should pose no significant issue. Next is the study plan for physics, to be conducted simultaneously, as Lu Yuan crafted his rigorous training syllabus. At the office desk of the year director Gong Chong at Fatty number 10 middle school, numerous leave requests lay scattered, more accurately, approval slips for absence from classes. In the final stretch, teachers had ceased formal instruction, primarily focusing on practice papers and problem solving to cultivate mathematical intuition. Consequently, some students applied to stay home and independently prepare for the college entrance examination, a practice the school permitted. However, The sheer number of students absent raised eyebrows. With Gong Chang's desk cluttered with nearly 100 approval slips. Are all these students really going to stay home for the next 20 days? Gong Chang inquired, directing his gaze towards Zhang Wentao. Do you know the reason? Indeed, Zhang Wentao nodded. They are all preparing to attend faraway mathematics, aiming to make a final push for university entrance in the coming 20 days. It was indeed the case. Gong Chang took a sip of water to calm himself. The results of Class 10's recent mock exam had spread throughout Fatty Number 10 Middle School. The name Faraway Mathematics and Lu Yuan were now well known among the students. Sighing, Gong Chang turned to Zhang Wentao and asked, have you approached lecturer Lu Yuan at Faraway Mathematics recently? I have. As before, he refuses to come to our school. Well, we have to accept some responsibility for that. Our earlier actions were rather excessive. Gong Chang sighed again, a hint of regret on his face. After the mock exam, even the principal had discreetly approached him, suggesting that a lecturer capable of significantly boosting student performance should be invited to teach at their school. Gong Chang had not anticipated the principal's open-mindedness, but regrettably, he and Zhang Wentao had already approached Lu Yuan, who persistently declined to come. Indeed, Zhang Wentao thought to himself, feeling an urge to slap his own face. In recent days, he had seen Lu Yuan's published SCI paper. For such a prodigious individual, capable of enhancing the performance of Class 10 students, their treatment of him was utterly misguided. Reflecting on this, Zhang Wentao felt a profound sense of guilt. Don't dwell on it, Teacher Zhang. After the college entrance examination concludes, let us visit him again to apologize and express our gratitude. Gong Chang understood Zhang Wentao's sentiment and sighed once more. Subsequently, he signed off on all the leave requests for students studying at home, fully aware that this was in the best interest of the students. Similarly, he is eager to witness whether Lu Yuan can once again create a miracle with merely 20 days remaining until the college entrance examination. Chapter 82. The lecture, Astonished Students. Faraway Mathematics. 4 a.m. The days in mid to late May are still shrouded in gloom, and many remain ensconced in the realm of dreams. Yet, at the entrance of Faraway Mathematics, a throng of students from Fatty's 10th Middle School has already gathered. Though some still appear drowsy, they rub their eyes and muster the energy to embark on a new day of study. Lu God told us to assemble at 4 a.m. Why is he still not up? Lu God, hurry and open the door. Zhang Bo shouted cheerfully at the entrance. Open the door, Lu God. What about the devilish training plan we discussed yesterday? I want to study, I want to learn. Others joined in with laughter. Despite their fatigue, they glanced around, seeing fellow students who, like themselves, struggled academically, all clamoring for knowledge and aspiring to enter university. A sudden wave of amusement washed over them. They felt foolish. Yet the presence of so many equally misguided companions brought an inexplicable joy and excitement to their hearts. What are you all making a fuss about? Lu Yuan opened the roll-up door of Faraway Mathematics and called out to the students outside, inviting them in. Having taught this group of underachievers until midnight the previous evening, Lu Yuan was pleasantly surprised to see them arrive punctually at 4 a.m. One cannot rule out the influence of the potent elixirs, but their fervent desire to succeed in their studies is commendable. Inside Faraway Mathematics, many students who had not returned home and instead slept at the training center were beginning to rise. As they witnessed the influx of students into the center, those just waking up appeared somewhat bewildered. However, it took but a moment for them to realize that it was time to rise and study. Lu Yuan's rigorous training had commenced. All right, everyone, perk up. First, drink a glass of water. I've added glucose to it. We'll be engaging in high-intensity learning, so let us avoid low blood sugar, Lu Yuan directed, indicating the 3 water dispensers in the corner. Each of these dispensers contained Lu Yuan's stimulating concoction, ensuring that they remained alert. This was precisely why he dared to have them rise at such an early hour. While waiting for all students to hydrate, Lu Yuan swiftly washed up. Once everyone had finished their drinks and returned to their seats, he surveyed the room. Remarkably, all 89 new students were present, along with some underperformers from Class 10. It was unsurprising that the higher-achieving students from that class were absent. After all, their scores already exceeded 630, rendering it unnecessary for them to review basic concepts with this group of underachievers. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yuan stepped to the large blackboard at the front of the classroom. Look at the problems, Lu Yuan exclaimed earnestly, raising both hands to wield chalk, swiftly writing problems on the board. Soon, 2 mathematics problems appeared. Wow, Lu God is incredible. He can write with both hands simultaneously. Truly impressive. Although they had witnessed Lu Yuan's remarkable teaching prowess the previous night, seeing him write 2 different problems at once elicited gasps of admiration. The problem on the left is for those with scores below 60, while the one on the right is for those above 60, Lu Yuan announced. intending to focus on teaching the struggling students mathematics first. Naturally, physics, chemistry, and biology would also be addressed, albeit at a slightly slower pace than mathematics. Mathematics is the foundation upon which all else is built, as evidenced during high school. Many high school chemistry problems involving molecular hybridization calculations, physics vector displacement, and even biology's genetic inheritance questions involve mathematical computations, all of which can be quite challenging. However, if their mathematics skills are lacking, they will surely struggle with these problems. The most pressing need for this group is to enhance their mathematical computation and problem-solving abilities. The two problems presented were not particularly difficult. Lu Yuan had already covered the relevant knowledge points during the previous night's lesson. 5 minutes later, oh my, I actually solved it. It feels quite effortless. Haha. I got it too. Isn't this just the set theory concept Lu God taught us last night? Hey, I solved it as well. The second problem involved the trigonometric functions of sine and cosine that Lu God mentioned yesterday. Surprisingly, I managed to solve it. While not every student succeeded, Lu Yuan could discern from their astonished expressions that the majority had indeed completed the problems. The previous night, he had refrained from explaining the problems themselves, focusing solely on the mathematical principles. From 6 p.m. to midnight, Lu Yuan had covered the content of the high school mathematics textbooks. Today, he naturally intended to assess their grasp of these concepts. So far, it seemed promising. The system's enhancement of memory and comprehension at level 30 enabled the students to quickly absorb mathematical knowledge and formulas. And today's exercises were designed to deepen their understanding of these concepts. Look up at me. The first little problem is quite simple. It involves concepts such as empty sets, proper subsets, and elements within a set. Lu Yuan quickly reiterated the relevant knowledge points. He believed that with this additional explanation, combined with the system's capabilities of understanding, memory, logic, and the ability to draw inferences, even a pig would not err when faced with set-related questions. Oh, so that's how it is. Many students, upon hearing Lu Yuan's explanation, felt a sudden clarity. While set theory is not inherently difficult, at that moment, the understanding blossomed in their minds, distinct from their prior grasp. It was a profound sensation of integrating knowledge seamlessly within their consciousness. They even found themselves generating several other types of problems in their minds, feeling confident in their ability to tackle them. Incredible. Truly, Lu God is remarkable. Amidst the crowd, Zhang Bo could not help but clench his fists, his face alight with excitement. The previous night, Lu Yuan had merely introduced the knowledge points and formulas from the mathematics textbooks. Today, during this initial foray into problem solving, Zhang Bo experienced a newfound clarity and ease in Lu Yuan's explanations. Is mathematics really this simple? This realization instilled a confidence in him regarding his mathematical studies that he had never possessed before. Chapter 83. Even if it kills me, I must learn alongside Lu Yuan. Time ticked away, and Lu Yuan continued to write 2 problems simultaneously. This was already the 20th set of problems he had presented. The expressions on the faces of the students below him grew increasingly animated. For underachievers, understanding a single problem might be attributed to luck. But comprehending 20 problems is no mere coincidence. This is Lu God, truly deserving of his reputation as the miraculous educator capable of elevating student scores by 200 points in a month. In the audience, Zhang Bo found himself at a loss for words to describe the shock swelling within him, from the first problem to the 20th. While Zhang Bo could not solve every problem, he was captivated by Lu Yuan's teaching. However, after receiving an explanation from Lu Yuan, he felt that he truly grasped the concepts. This revelation left him utterly astonished. The 20 questions encompassed a significant amount of knowledge, and he believed that if he were to study independently, it would take him no less than 2 weeks to comprehend these points. Yet, within less than 2 hours, he had accomplished this feat. It was exhilarating, truly exhilarating. Zhang Bo's brain was flooded with dopamine, coursing through his veins and illuminating his entire being. He had never realized that learning could bring such joy. Indeed, it was thrilling to acquire so much mathematical knowledge in just 2 hours. My companions and I were left utterly speechless. Not only Zhang Bo, but his fellow students shared this sentiment. Although they had engaged in continuous study for 2 hours, they felt no fatigue or boredom. On the contrary, they wished for Lu Yuan to continue. Keep going, we want to learn more. The change in expressions on the students' faces was not lost on Lu Yuan. He had witnessed such enthusiasm before in class 10, so he was not overly surprised. Continue. He raised his voice, showing no signs of stopping. Time moved forward once more until his roommate, Kai Zhao, appeared at the entrance of the math building. Glancing at the clock, Lu Yuan noted it was already 6:40 a.m. Let's take a 10-minute break for breakfast. At this moment, Lu Yuan finally addressed all the students. Breakfast had been brought over by Kai Zhao from the cafeteria at Hefei University of Technology, comprising a generous 100 portions. This was to save the students time. Once all the students had received their breakfast, Lu Yuan made his way to Kai Zhao. Kai Zhao, I'll have 3 meat buns and a cup of soy milk. Lu Yuan was quite hungry. Did you really start classes at 4 a.m.? Kai Zhao handed the breakfast to Gu Bai, looking somewhat astonished. What else could we do? Taking a big bite of the meat bun, Lu Yuan replied, time is of the essence. Without some intense training, they won't have a chance to get into university. Well, okay then. Kai Zhao looked at Lu Yuan, saying nothing more. He was aware of the academic levels of the 89 new students. But he had not anticipated that Lu Yuan genuinely intended to prepare them for university. After all, there were barely 20 days left until the college entrance examination. It was madness, pure madness. When has learning ever been something that could be accomplished in such a short time? Kai Zhao found it somewhat unbelievable. However, considering the mock exam results from Class 10, he began to think that perhaps Lu Yuan could indeed achieve this. Once all the students had finished breakfast, the 10-minute break was nearly over. Lu Yuan approached the students and announced, now, let's head outside for some exercise. We will study English and Chinese. Lu Yuan had no intention of allowing the students to neglect these 2 subjects, as they held significant weight in their overall scores. Of course, studying these subjects was relatively straightforward, mainly memorization. Fortunately, Lu Yuan's teaching method was enhanced by mnemonic techniques, which greatly aided in learning both Chinese and English. Lu Shun, what should I do if I need to use the restroom? Just as Lu Yuan was preparing to lead the students outside, one student's question left him momentarily speechless. The necessity to use the restroom seemed to be a significant matter. If it were just one student, it would be manageable, but with over 100 students, it truly posed a challenge, especially with some female classmates present. Lu Shun, I also need to go. Another student chimed in. Me too, Lu Shun. A third student shyly added. Lu Shun, I also need to. A girl blushed as she spoke. Lu Yuan's mouth twitched, and after a moment of silence, he said, just hold it for now. Hold it? Lu Yuan dashed out the door, signaling for all students to follow him, leading the way. However, his mouth was not idle. As he jogged ahead, he called out, follow me and recite vocabulary. Abandon, bian, a verb meaning to give up, to leave behind, to forsake. Abandon, bian, a verb meaning to give up, to leave behind, to forsake. The students following Lu Yuan began to recite in unison. Ability, ability, noun, meaning capability or talent. Ability, ability, noun, meaning capability or talent. It was 6:50 a.m. Suddenly, a long line appeared on the street, with a young man at the front, jogging while shouting out English words, Chinese poetry, and various mathematical formulas. Behind him, the students echoed his words. Their faces bore a hint of excitement, and their eyes sparkled with a thirst for knowledge. Initially, the students following Lu Yuan thought he was merely leading them in reciting English vocabulary. However, after jogging for a short distance, they realized they were mistaken. Lu Yuan had them reciting not only English words, but also Chinese poetry and mathematical concepts. Having only experienced 9 years of compulsory education, they had never encountered such a learning approach. The idea that mathematical formulas and concepts could be memorized in this manner was novel, truly novel. Most importantly, they found themselves fully engaged, recalling the words, poetry, and mathematical symbols Lu Yuan spoke with remarkable clarity after just a single repetition. Hope blossomed within them. The prospect of attending university was now within reach. Despite having been exposed to this for less than a day, this group of underperformers had already silently resolved to keep pace with Lu Yuan's learning rhythm. No matter how exhausting it became, as they recognized this might be one of their few chances to alter the trajectory of their lives. Chapter 84. Teaching Students at University. Hefei University of Technology, Lecture Hall, 201 in Building 4. Upon entering a classroom that could accommodate hundreds of students, the students from Class 10 displayed expressions of astonishment. Come on in. This will be your learning space for the foreseeable future. Lu Yuan stood at the door, casually leaning against the frame, observing the amazed students with a relaxed demeanor. Wow, is this really a university classroom? It's enormous, and there are 4 blackboards. Oh my, there are even stairs. I absolutely must get into university. I want to study here too. Lu Shun is impressive. He truly has connections. Hundreds of students marveled as they entered the tiered classroom. While tiered classrooms might be commonplace for university students, they were quite novel for high school students. Lu Yuan had requested this classroom from his esteemed mentor at Hefei University, Professor Tang Shikai. Gaining access to the university was also thanks to Professor Tang's assistance. With Professor Tang as his ally, Lu Yuan was afforded privileges that most university students did not possess. Once all the students needing to use the restroom had entered the classroom, Lu Yuan checked the time. It was now 7:35 a.m., approximately when many schools concluded their morning study sessions. During the jog from the math building to Hefei University, Lu Yuan had taught the students 300 vocabulary words, not too many, yet substantial. When they returned to the math building in the evening, they would have covered around the same amount. Considering that the college entrance examination required a vocabulary of only 500 words, memorizing all the words could be accomplished within a matter of days. Regarding English grammar, composition, and reading, Lu Yuan has scheduled his classes between 1 p.m. and 2 p.m. Currently, he is set to teach physics. Let us delve into the questions. With a focused mind, Lu Yuan's aura of confidence enveloped him, and an intense teaching session commenced. During lunchtime, while the students were dining at the cafeteria of Hefei University of Technology, Lu Yuan seized the opportunity to visit Professor Tang Shirkai's office. Upon entering, he noticed that other graduate students were present as well. He raised his hand slightly to indicate his arrival and stood respectfully to the side, awaiting acknowledgement. Dong Qingqing, pour a glass of water for your junior, Professor Tang casually remarked, having noticed Lu Yuan, and continued his discussion with the graduate students. Lu Yuan did not eavesdrop, assuming they were conversing about project research. Here you go, have some water, Dong Qingqing said, handing a disposable cup filled with water to Lu Yuan with both hands. Senior sister, you jest. What do I qualify as a big shot? Lu Yuan chuckled, accepting the water and politely addressing her as senior sister. In truth, he had encountered this graduate student several times before, as there were so few female students in the mathematics department that it was hard not to recognize her. Your paper has already been published in the AR-14 Weekly. How can you not be considered a big shot? How do you expect us, who can't even publish in domestic journals, to survive? Dong Qingqing teased, then added earnestly, on a serious note, Junior, if you have the time, could you guide us in writing papers? Your senior sister and a few of your seniors are under immense pressure these days. Why is that? Lu Yuan inquired, perplexed. Dong Qingqing glanced towards Professor Tang and continued, you, a freshman, have published an SCI paper. Do you think Professor Tang will treat us graduate students kindly? You have no idea how often he berates us for our foolishness using your example. It's tough, senior sister. We seniors are suffering. Lu Yuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his SCI paper would inadvertently burden these graduate students. Apologies for that. If you need my assistance, I would be more than willing to help, Lu Yuan said, smiling politely. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, the graduate students surrounding Professor Tang, looking dejected, departed. Lu Yuan silently mourned for them and quickly approached Professor Tang's desk. Here, this is for you, Professor Tang said, retrieving a file from his drawer. Thank you, Professor Tang. Lu Yuan opened it and was pleasantly surprised. True to his reputation, Professor Tang's efficiency was remarkable. The contents of the file pertained to the necessary paperwork for Lu Yuan's mathematics training program. Since he was venturing into larger undertakings, it was prudent to ensure all qualifications for the operation of the training program were in order. Hence, Lu Yuan sought assistance from his sole mentor at Hefei University of Technology, Professor Tang Shirkai. By the way, why are you, a perfectly capable math student, busy establishing a training program? Is the reward for your SCI paper insufficient for your expenses? Professor Tang furrowed his brow, puzzled by Lu Yuan's cheerful demeanor. It's sufficient to cover my needs. Lu Yuan hastily waved his hand, unsure how to explain. While he was not short on funds, the training program was crucial for the upgrade of his system, a matter he could not disclose to Professor Tang. Next semester, when you enter your sophomore year, you will join me on a project. I will arrange a special application for you, and you will receive a stipend, Professor Tang stated firmly, leaving no room for refusal. Academic research is a lifelong pursuit. Since you have entered the academic sphere, you must approach it diligently. Do not become complacent due to momentary achievements. Instead, steadily shoulder your responsibilities and progress step by step. Avoid diverting too much energy to other pursuits, understand? Lu Yuan nodded in understanding, reflecting internally that he was different from others. He was merely a temporary figure in this realm, and it was essential for him to teach in this manner to excel in academia and, subsequently, in the field of research. All right, if there is nothing else, you may leave. Close the training program as soon as possible. Professor Tang waved his hand, signaling the end of their conversation. Goodbye, Professor Tang. Lu Yuan quickly exited. He had come to understand the complex nature of this seemingly stern yet kind-hearted professor. Though he urged Lu Yuan to shut down his training program, he was not hesitant to provide support when genuinely needed. Establishing a training program required numerous procedures, including various permits, business licenses, and qualifications for the instructors, who must possess teaching credentials. Lu Yuan had noticed that the documentation for the instructor's qualification at the Yuanshang Mathematics Training Program was none other than Professor Tang's own Advanced Teacher Qualification Certificate. Yuanshang Mathematics indeed held a significant reputation. Chapter 85. I, Zhangbo, must get into university. Yuanshang Mathematics. At 10:30 p.m., Lu Yuan concluded a grueling day of teaching. By this time, he felt utterly exhausted. From 4 a.m. to now, he had taught for more than 17 hours, excluding a 1-hour break for lunch. He was indeed fatigued. Despite having consumed the system's energy-boosting potion, his physical exhaustion was overwhelming. Today's teaching session concludes here. For those who wish to stay and sleep at Yuanshang Mathematics, please head upstairs to find a folding bed and a blanket. For those who prefer to go home, do so quickly and rest. We will gather again at 4 a.m. tomorrow. At this moment, Lu Yuan refrained from offering any motivational platitudes. He had observed the students' performances throughout the day. This group had matured. They no longer required empty encouragement. They understood the value of striving for their ambitions. Thank you, Lu Shun, for your hard work. A female student addressed him. The others turned their gazes toward Lu Yuan, acknowledging his efforts. Please, go home. Time is the most precious commodity for you all. There is no need for thanks. He waved his hand and hurried off to freshen up. He needed rest to replenish his energy. Meanwhile, the students dispersed in different directions. Some chose to stay at Yuanshang Mathematics, while others opted to return home. Zhangbo initially contemplated sleeping on a folding bed at Yuanshang Mathematics due to his fatigue from the rigorous day of study. However, recalling that he had yet to pay Lu Yuan for the supplementary classes, he decided to ride his bicycle home. The weather in mid-May was refreshing, and as Zhangbo cycled through the night breeze, his mind wandered back to the demanding training of the day. 400640. Following Lu Xun's guidance in tackling math problems, I significantly reinforced my understanding of mathematical concepts and formulas. 640650. Enjoyed a free breakfast at Lu Xun's, devouring 6 large meat buns and a cup of soybean milk. The meat buns at Hefei University are delicious. 650725. Engaged in running exercises while reciting English, Chinese, and mathematical formulas and concepts. 725740. Took a break and visited the restroom. 740940. Attended a physics lecture, absorbing knowledge of concepts and formulas, successfully solving 10 physics problems, and feeling quite accomplished. 9501150. Attended a chemistry lecture, studying chemical equations and solving 10 chemistry problems. Some reactions in chemistry remain a bit unclear to me. 11501250. Lunchtime, relaxation. Once again, I had the privilege of dining with Lu Xun. 1250 to 1450. I have immersed myself in the study of English grammar and have memorized several classical poems. I feel as though my memory has significantly improved. Those words and verses flow effortlessly from my mind. 1450 to 1500 hours. I took a brief 10-minute respite in the restroom. I noticed numerous students from Hefei University. The young women there are truly stunning. How I wish I could gain admission to Hefei University, so close to home. Yet, it seems a distant dream, as the university feels far beyond my reach. 15 to 1800 hours. Lu Xun resumed his instruction. He is remarkably handsome, and astonishingly, he can write different problems simultaneously with both hands. Moreover, he does not refer to any textbooks. All the material resides within his mind. 18 to 1830. Dinner time. Once again, I enjoyed a meal courtesy of Lu Xun. I wonder if he intends to provide full accommodations. Charging only 10,000 for a month is truly economical. 1830 to 2200 hours. Lu Xun elucidated mathematical and physical concepts. Knowledge seemed to surge within my mind. It was exhilarating. 22 to 2230. On my way back to Yuanfang, I recited words and poems alongside Lu Xun. The gentle spring evening breeze caressed Zhangbo's face, bringing a sense of tranquility to his mind. After a day of intense study, his brain finally found respite. At this moment, Zhangbo felt an immense joy, for his once empty spirit was now filled. He realized that today had been exceptionally fulfilling. Although he had previously attempted to study diligently, he could hardly sustain motivation for more than a month and struggled to learn effectively. However, today, he not only gained knowledge from Lu Yuan's training, but also newfound confidence. University, how he yearned for it. Riding his bicycle, Zhangbo swiftly arrived home. Using his key, he opened the door. His parents had already retired for the night, yet remnants of dinner lingered in the kitchen, a ritual he had grown accustomed to after evening study sessions. After eating, Zhangbo performed a quick rinse and prepared for bed. Just then, with a soft click, The door to his parents' room opened. "Dad, why are you still awake?" In the dim light, Zhang Bo caught sight of his father's silhouette. "I got up to use the restroom." His father, one hand resting on his waist, smiled and remarked, "You've been coming home quite late these days." "Oh, I mentioned I enrolled in a training course, and the instructor is quite rigorous," Zhang Bo explained briefly, then noticed his father's hand on his waist and asked, "Dad, what happened to your back?" "It's nothing. I just strained it while applying putty for a client today." "It's not a big deal," his father replied with a chuckle, producing a stack of cash and handing it to Zhang Bo, saying, "Here's 10,000 yuan for the tutoring fees you mentioned the other day." After a moment of silence, his father looked up at Zhang Bo and said, "Zhang Bo, there are only a few days left until the college entrance examination. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just do your best. If studying isn't your forte, after the exams, you can join me in the renovation business. It may be tough and tiring, but with effort, you can secure your future." "Understood," Zhang Bo responded, accepting the 10,000 yuan. Observing his father's pained gait, he expressed concern. "Dad, you've injured your back before. You should take a break tomorrow." "It's fine." Your mother applied some ointment. "A good night's sleep will do the trick," his father waved dismissively, clutching his waist as he made his way to the restroom. After hearing the door close, Zhang Bo stood still for a while, taking a deep breath before entering his own room. At his desk, Zhang Bo sat lost in thought. The silvery moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow on his youthful, yet slightly matured face. Memories of being caught at an internet cafe by his father, of his father's disheveled appearance at parent-teacher meetings, of the disappointment in his father's eyes upon seeing his final grades, and of his father's pride in front of relatives for having a sensible son, all flooded his mind. As he reminisced, tears welled in Zhang Bo's eyes. At 17, he suddenly comprehended many truths and gained clarity. In that fleeting moment, he experienced profound growth. After a while, Zhang Bo wiped away his tears and clenched his fists, vowing silently, "I, Zhang Bo, must achieve greatness. I will attend university." These words were not only for himself, but also for his father. Chapter 86. Those more talented than you work even harder. What are you striving for? Days passed, and the rigorous study routine posed a formidable challenge for the underachievers in the training class. Naturally, it was also a challenge for Lu Yuan himself. After days of intense training, Lu Yuan had lost weight and was nearing his breaking point. The college entrance examination is a true test of endurance, determination, and perseverance. One only experiences it once in a lifetime. Many would prefer not to face it a second time. Lu Yuan had once thought that having endured the examination once, he would never wish to face it again. Yet, he found himself grappling with an even more arduous journey than during his high school years. Each day began at 4 a.m. and concluded at 11 p.m., leaving him with a mere 5 hours of sleep. Can you believe that? In this day and age, there are university students suffering from severe sleep deprivation. "I don't look as handsome as I used to," Lu Yuan sighed, gazing at his reflection, burdened by dark circles under his eyes. Fortunately, the fruits of his labor were proving worthwhile. As time passed, the spark in the eyes of the 89 underachievers grew increasingly evident. "Wow, I feel stronger than ever." Learning alongside Lu Shun is exhilarating. Progress in studies is quantifiable by the day. Indeed, each day brings a new self. Each day is a significant leap. Although these days have been exhausting, they have also been incredibly fulfilling. The sensation of knowledge residing within his mind is simply marvelous. Indeed, I used to talk endlessly about game skins, plots, and girls. But now I'm discussing trigonometric functions, arithmetic sequences, and hybrid orbits. It feels remarkably cool. Speaking of which, the university girls are truly beautiful. If I get into university, I must embark on a passionate romance. During lunch breaks, students gathered together, quietly discussing their aspirations for the future. What they called discussion was more accurately described as a shared vision of hope. After enduring this grueling training, the underachievers' mindsets had transformed. From initially abandoning the idea of attending university to adopting a let's give it a try attitude, they now felt a genuine opportunity to gain admission. They dared to contemplate their futures at university, a monumental shift. And this transformation was accomplished by Lu Yuan in just 13 days. After washing his face, Lu Yuan returned to the classroom, where he found students engaged in animated discussion. "What are we discussing that brings such joy?" he inquired with a smile. "Lu Shun, we're talking about the joy of university life." One student, also sporting dark circles but brimming with excitement, replied, "Lu Shun, have you started dating? They say university life is great. Can you share just how wonderful it is?" Indeed, university life is delightful. Lu Yuan paused momentarily before continuing. "However, Whether or not one dates is inconsequential. Must one be in a relationship to truly experience university life? A man should aspire for more. University is not solely about romance. How should one navigate through university life? Asked a student from the Black Circle. The question posed by Lu Yuan, a freshman himself, was not easy to answer. After some contemplation, he shared his insights based on personal experience. Join clubs that pique your interest. Engage in activities you have longed to pursue but lack the time for. Savor every culinary delight you desire. Catch up on sleep whenever you wish, and even dye your hair green if that pleases you. Ultimately, it is about doing what you find meaningful and brings you joy. With a smile, Lu Yuan chatted with them about the delightful experiences of university life, instilling a sense of hope in the high school students, an act of gentle encouragement. Following this exchange, Lu Yuan prepared to commence his class. However, at that moment, a group of students from Hefei University appeared at the entrance of Lecture Hall 201. Could there be a class in session? Lu Yuan pondered, then approached them. University classrooms are communal spaces. If not in use, they are open for self-study. Naturally, one must yield to those holding classes. Excuse me, will you be having a class in this room shortly? Lu Yuan inquired directly. No, I am a campus volunteer. We plan to hold a meeting here soon, replied a bespectacled young man with a smile. Oh, thank you. Lu Yuan sighed with relief. As long as the room wasn't needed for a lecture, there was no necessity to relocate, which would consume valuable time. By the way, are you Lu Yuan, the academic prodigy? Just as Lu Yuan was about to leave, he was suddenly called back. Turning around, he saw a cute girl with glasses. Yes, that's me. Lu Yuan nodded. You're really him. Lu Yuan, the genius. Could I possibly get your autograph? The girl beamed with excitement upon hearing his response. Taken aback by the sudden appearance of a notebook before him, Lu Yuan felt a bit dazed. Since the incident regarding the Boolean sensitivity function, he had indeed gained some notoriety at Hefei University. He had encountered requests for photos and guidance on papers, but an autograph was a first. Embracing the moment, Lu Yuan complied with the girl's request. Let us exchange WeChat as well, Lu Yuan the genius. After signing, she made another request. Oh, all right, Lu Yuan replied, pulling out his phone. Once everything was settled, the group of campus volunteers departed. Returning to the podium, he observed the eager expressions of the students from the math training class, and with a smile remarked, "What's with those starry eyes directed at your lecturer? Lu God, I didn't expect you to be so popular at university." One student exclaimed enviously. Well, it's just a bit of recognition that comes with being an academic, Lu Yuan chuckled. He teased, as I mentioned earlier. University life offers not only freedom and culinary delights, but also the opportunity to study diligently and pursue the vast universe of knowledge, much like your lecturer here. I aspire to emulate you, Lu God. I want to become an academic prodigy. Another student, seemingly inspired, declared earnestly. Keep pushing forward. Lu Yuan felt a swell of encouragement. I will strive hard. Those better than us are working even harder. We must double our efforts, the student responded, invigorated by Lu Yuan's affirmation. The other students were likewise inspired, fists clenched in determination. Ah, how quintessentially high school. They had already learned to feed on motivational platitudes. In truth, Lu Yuan nearly blurted out, if there are those better than you who are working harder, why bother trying? Thankfully, he refrained from voicing such a counterproductive thought. This group of academic underachievers had just ignited their motivation to learn. A comment like that would surely lead them to question their very existence. Lu Yuan decided to reserve that retort for his roommate, Kai Zhao. Chapter 87. Countdown to the Gaokao, the final lesson. At Hefei University's third cafeteria, Kai Zhao handed Lu Yuan a fully loaded meal card. I've topped it up with 30,000. That should last you for a while. Thank you for your hard work, Director Kai. Lu Yuan accepted the card, feeling quite satisfied with Kai Zhao's assistance. He had been a tremendous help with the myriad tasks involved in the training program. Of course, Lu Yuan was compensating him for his efforts. Not hungry? Lu Yuan inquired, noticing Kai Zhao's sweaty brow. No, I'm preparing for the National College Student Mathematical Modeling Competition. The group leader just called. We have a training session tonight. Kai Zhao waved off the question. Oh, Lu Yuan nodded, casually asking, how is the preparation for the mathematical modeling competition going? Kai Zhao grimaced slightly. The group members are lacking. Lacking? Lu Yuan chuckled. Kai Zhao still maintained his audacious demeanor in front of outsiders. Most of your group members are sophomores and juniors, right? Lu Yuan asked, taking a bite of his chicken leg. They're still inexperienced. Their skill level doesn't correlate with their year. Here at Hefei University, aside from competing with you, I have full confidence in my abilities against the others, Kai Zhao retorted. After all, he had scored significantly higher than the admission threshold for Hefei University. Thus, He exuded a certain arrogance when engaging with other students. By the way, Lu Yuan suddenly recalled, I received a call from the head of the 10th grade department, Gong Chang. Earlier today, he mentioned that the students' examination admission tickets have arrived. Admission tickets? Kai Zhao asked, intrigued. Indeed. Lu Yuan retrieved a letter of authorization from his backpack, adorned with the signatures of all the students. When you have time tomorrow, go see Gong Chang and collect the students' admission tickets. Got it. Kai Zhao took the letter and remarked, the Gaokao is just around the corner. How are the students faring in their studies? Lu Yuan pondered for a moment before responding. Outstanding. June 5th. Only 2 days remain until the Gaokao. The weather has turned stifling, with dark clouds looming overhead, suggesting an impending downpour. It seems that every year, as the Gaokao approaches, a rainstorm follows, adding to the oppressive heat. This year, who knows if the rain will come? Zhang Wentao, the homeroom teacher of Class 10, hurriedly walked down the corridor, glancing up at the overcast sky, silently praying for clear weather. He hoped for a smooth examination for his students. Today, June 5th, marks Zhang Wentao's final lesson. As the homeroom teacher, he felt compelled to say a few words, eager to convey his sentiments. After today, he would no longer be their teacher, no longer able to impart knowledge to these students. He wished to bid farewell as a friend, cherishing this last opportunity. With each step closer to Class 10, a class he had entered countless times, his pace slowed and his heart raced. He felt an unusual nervousness, an unexpected trepidation. Class 10 was the first group he had taught, and now the first he would send off, pouring all his emotions into them, akin to experiencing one's first love. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Wentao stepped inside, the familiar faces of Class 10 appearing before him. Today was the students' last day at school, and all of them were present. At that moment, the eyes of the Class 10 students were fixed upon him. As Zhang Wentao ascended the podium, he paused for a brief moment before addressing the audience. Today marks your final day at this school and the culmination of your academic journey here. Upon the conclusion of today, you shall graduate. The students remained silent. Zhang Wentao continued, these 3 years have passed in a blink. And while I am uncertain of how you perceive me as your mathematics teacher and homeroom instructor, today I wish to speak to you as a mere individual, as your friend. With that, he moved to one side of the lectern, resting his arm upon it, a faint smile gracing his lips. Hello, Class 10. My name is Zhang Wentao. May I count you all as my friends? The students of Class 10 were momentarily taken aback. Was this their stern, no-nonsense teacher? What was he aiming at? Was he truly seeking friendship? As a friend, I feel I owe you an apology, especially in the presence of your beloved lecturer Lu Yuan. My actions were not commendable. I stand here to express my regret. Zhang Wentao sensed a shift in the students' attitudes towards him following an incident involving Lu Yuan a month prior. He felt remorseful and yearned to apologize. The students of Class 10 were astonished. Their homeroom teacher was actually apologizing? This was completely unexpected. After a brief silence, Chao Chuang from the back row exclaimed, There's no need to apologize, Teacher Zhang. We hold no grievances against you. He then patted his chest and declared, You're a rather straightforward friend, so I, Chao Chuang, accept you as a friend. And I, too, consider you my friend, Zhang Wentao chuckled, replying, Make sure to teach me how to play basketball sometime. No problem. Chao Chuang replied. Zhang Wentao took a deep breath, scanning the faces of each student in the classroom, reminiscing about their initial appearances, and felt compelled to share a few words. Yet, for some reason, as he spoke, a mist formed behind his transparent glasses. He was beginning to feel unaccustomed to the prospect of not seeing these students in the days to come. One by one, the students' eyes glistened with unshed tears. Some girls could no longer contain their emotions and buried their faces in their desks, weeping openly. This was the essence of their youth, the memories of their high school years, and today marked their conclusion. Farewells are invariably melancholic, yet they are a fundamental aspect of life. As Zhang Wentao wished them all a bright future, the final lesson for Class 10 came to a close. We have graduated. Outside the window, the shouts of the senior students reverberated throughout the entire school, as fragments of paper floated like snowflakes in the air of the academic building. Over the loudspeaker, a song played. Goodbye. I fear I may not have the chance to bid you farewell, for perhaps we shall never meet again. I will forever remember your face, and cherish the memories you have given me. These days in my heart will never be erased. Chapter 88. The Gift from Lu Yuan on the eve of the college entrance examination. June 6th. Just 1 day remains until the college entrance examination. Today is a holiday, a time for students to rest and prepare for the upcoming test. Without classes, the students flocked to Yuanfang Mathematics. Among them were 64 students from Class 10 and an additional 89 newcomers, totaling 153 individuals. However, These 89 newcomers can no longer be regarded as mere underachievers. After 20 days of rigorous training under Lu Yuan, they have developed a certain level of competence. Although they still lag behind the students of Class 10, the progress made in just 20 days is commendable. Today, we won't be covering new material. Instead, you will practice problems and complete mock exams to hone your skills. Of course, if you encounter any difficulties, feel free to approach me, Lu Yuan stated, seated at the lectern and gazing at the students before him. Understood, Teacher Lu. The students responded with cheerful smiles. Yuanfang Mathematics has evolved in their minds from a mere training program to a sanctuary of learning. Here, they share the journey of preparing for the college entrance examination, guided by an omnipotent teacher, surrounded by their own written exercises and the sweat of their labor. It is arduous, yet profoundly memorable. While the students were occupied with their tasks, Lu Yuan remained engaged as well. A stack of blank draft paper lay before him, as he took advantage of this time to delve into the intricacies of the Mersenne prime distribution that had yet to be fully comprehended. Although the Zhou conjecture may not be classified as one of the 7 great mathematical problems, it has humbled many proud mathematicians since its inception decades ago. If Lu Yuan's paper on the Boolean rigidity conjecture allowed him to enter the academic arena, then the Zhou conjecture could solidify his position within it. As one chosen by the system, Lu Yuan never intended to seek fame in academia. However, he did aspire to make his own contributions to the poetry and aspirations of the scholarly world. With unwavering focus, he picked up his pen. If MP22N1 is prime when P2N, then the quantity of Mersenne primes, MP2N, equals 2N1N1. With that in mind, might we first prove the general term formula and the sum of the first n terms Sn for the sequence An, where a 1, An, 1, a 1, and subsequently utilize reverse mathematical induction to establish proof? Time slipped away, and Lu Yuan's pen danced across the blank draft paper, inscribing a series of fresh characters. It wasn't until noon that Kai Zhao pushed open the door to Yuanfang Mathematics, pulling Lu Yuan from his reverie. As anticipated, Lu Yuan had once again met with failure. Yet, he sensed that he was on the brink of a breakthrough regarding the Zhou conjecture. Lu Yuan relaxed his brow, understanding that this matter could not be rushed. Mathematics does not yield to haste, and the Zhou conjecture would remain his persistent pursuit. Damn it, this weather is unbearably hot, Kai Zhao exclaimed, sitting down beside Lu Yuan, drenched in sweat. You've worked hard. This is the final day. Tomorrow, the students will take their exams. And you won't need to bring them lunch, he said, gesturing toward the over 100 lunch boxes he had brought in for the students. Lu Yuan smiled and offered some words of comfort. That will certainly lighten your load. Sighing, Kai Zhao glanced at Lu Yuan and inquired, Xiao Yuan, will you still be providing meals and accommodations for future students at Yuanfang Mathematics? Moreover, we have yet to collect the meal reimbursements from the students. Of course not. This time, we'll forego the meal reimbursements, considering them part of the tutoring fees, Lu Yuan replied, shaking his head. Over the past 20 days, in order to save time, Lu Yuan had been footing the bill for the students' meals, which had amounted to a considerable sum. Fortunately, the training course fees were substantial, allowing Lu Yuan to earn a decent profit. Furthermore, after this batch of students takes their exams, he does not plan to invest too much energy into recruiting new students or tutoring. Nevertheless, Yuanfang Mathematics will remain operational. Lu Yuan can delegate many teaching responsibilities to Kai Zhao or hire new instructors, although they may lack Lu Yuan's teaching prowess. With the substantial support of the system's potent elixirs, they should not lag behind other instructors in the realm of education. Very well, if they choose not to charge, so be it. I have observed that many students come from families with limited financial means. The prospect of a 10,000 yuan tutoring fee likely leaves them in hesitation for quite some time. Upon reflection, Kai Zhao also endorses Lu Yuan's approach. Ultimately, neither of them is a true merchant, and it is unrealistic to expect them to prioritize profit above all else. Naturally, it remains essential to earn what is rightfully due. As the day swiftly passed, around 6 in the evening, many students in the training class could no longer contain their restlessness. Instructor Lu Yuan, may I take a photo with you? At this moment, a student rose, her complexion noticeably pale, almost ghostly. Of course, Lu Yuan replied with a smile. Moving to stand beside the girl for a photograph, she hastily set the image as her phone's wallpaper and, taking a deep breath, turned to Lu Yuan and said, Lu Shun, I am so nervous. Seeing your photo has calmed me down a bit. Lu Yuan was taken aback. Is my photo truly capable of alleviating anxiety? However, observing the girl's still pale face and slightly trembling hands, he fell into contemplation. Feeling anxious before an exam, especially one as significant as the college entrance examination, is normal. He himself experienced a degree of nervousness during his own exams, but it was within acceptable limits. This girl's level of anxiety, however, was quite extreme, and such a mindset could undoubtedly impact her performance on the test. What about the rest of you? Are you feeling nervous as well? Lu Yuan's gaze shifted to his other students. I'm not nervous. I'm as steady as can be, Chao Chuang replied with a grin. Neither am I, Wang Jinqiu added, adjusting his glasses with an air of calm. Lu Shun, let us take a photo together. I'm feeling a bit anxious, Chao Nana chimed in. After inquiring with several classmates, Lu Yuan discerned that the majority of the girls were indeed experiencing anxiety. While not to the extent of the first girl's pale complexion and trembling, their state nonetheless hinted at their readiness, or lack thereof, for the examination the following day. Please wait a moment. Lu Yuan instructed the students to hold on while he ascended to the second-floor loft. From his locked cabinet, he retrieved a vial of calming elixir, a prize from the last system lottery. While he was uncertain of its precise effects, its name suggested it was intended to soothe nerves. Now was the perfect time to employ it. He poured the calming elixir into an 18-liter bottle of water and placed it on the water dispenser. Turning to all the students, he declared, "Come, each of you take a cup." "What is this?" they inquired. "A final gift from your instructor, Lu Shun's oral solution." "You're quite the joker, Lu Shun." The students laughed as they each took a cup, and whether it was merely psychological, they indeed felt much better. Subsequently, the students departed from faraway mathematics, leaving it eerily empty, with only Kai Zhao and Lu Yuan remaining. Standing by the glass window, Kai Zhao leaned against the frame, gazing at the receding figures of the students before abruptly turning to Lu Yuan, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I'm so nervous. The college entrance exam is tomorrow, and I haven't reviewed my math yet. What should I do?" Lu Yuan found no humor in the situation, his expression devoid of mirth. Kai Zhao, sobering up, remarked, "Strangely enough, seeing them leave feels quite melancholic." Indeed, Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. Youth is a hurried tome, one he has read twice.